The tale unfolds within a parallel universe. Unconnected to reality, any resemblance is purely coincidental. On October 24th, 2017, a frigid air mass from Siberia transformed the leaves on the campus of Yanhuang University into a resplendent golden hue. Renowned as one of the most prestigious institutions in the Republic of China and steeped in history, Yanhuang University boasts an exquisite landscape. As one strolls along the pathways of this illustrious campus, a picturesque autumn scene reveals itself. The yellow and red fallen leaves carpet the ground like a beautiful tapestry. Towering trees, adorned in golden foliage, bask in the warm glow of the setting sun, creating an ethereal ambience. A brisk, chilly breeze sweeps through, causing branches to sway gently as yellow leaves cascade gracefully to the earth. In this serene moment, Li Fu ambles along, engrossed in a book, savoring the rare beauty that surrounds him. Li Fu is a third-year student at the School of Biomedical Sciences at Yanhuang University, hailing from a rural background and modest means. With an unremarkable appearance amidst a sea of talent at Yanhuang University, he may seem inconspicuous, yet his academic performance stands as his solitary point of pride. It is precisely because of his humble origins that, upon arriving in the bustling metropolis of the capital, he feels a palpable lack of confidence compared to his peers. Thus, he dedicates himself earnestly to his studies, seeking to cultivate a semblance of self-assurance, or, at the very least, to acquire the foundation upon which to build it. Ultimately, Li Fu's ordinariness presents a significant challenge. He is neither striking in appearance nor affluent, and lacks any notable talents such as singing or playing the guitar. It is indeed quite difficult for him to navigate the vibrant tapestry of university life with ease. Thus, he finds himself compelled to invest more of his energy and time into his studies. The sunset is boundlessly beautiful, yet it is but the approach of dusk. Li Fu is obliged to contemplate the trajectory of his future life. Should he continue on the path of pursuing a master's degree or even a doctorate, or should he venture into the workforce, contributing to the construction of the Republic? There are numerous factors to weigh in this decision. If he opts to pursue further studies, given Li Fu's exceptional academic performance, this would pose no obstacle aside from the difficulty of securing government-funded overseas study opportunities. He could easily gain admission to any university in the country. The biomedical program at his own Yanhuang University is among the top in the nation, making it a viable option for him to continue his education there. Moreover, in the field of biomedical studies, those aspiring to achieve success typically consider studying abroad or furthering their education domestically. Among Li Fu's classmates, more than half have already made the choice to study overseas, most hailing from families with favorable financial circumstances that can support such endeavors. Furthermore, studying abroad, followed by employment and the acquisition of foreign citizenship, remains a cherished aspiration for many. However, for Li Fu, studying abroad is fundamentally impossible. He is acutely aware of his family's circumstances. His parents are honest, hardworking farmers who toil year after year, barely managing to save any money. They must support both Li Fu and his younger brother, Li Xing, as university students, leaving no financial means for Li Fu to pursue studies overseas. As for applying for government-funded study abroad programs, that is exceedingly difficult. Presently, the nation does not particularly support overseas education, as many talented individuals, painstakingly nurtured, often choose to remain abroad, ultimately costing the country dearly. Consequently, support for government-funded study abroad opportunities is waning. Staying in the country is not so bad. Our nation's technological advancement is accelerating and is not significantly inferior to that of foreign countries. Unable to study abroad, Li Fu can only comfort himself with such reasoning, diligently focusing on learning from his mentor domestically, where he anticipates promising prospects for the future. As he strolls toward his dormitory, admiring the campus' picturesque scenery, he notices that individuals like himself, solitary and alone, are exceedingly rare. Most students move in pairs or groups. The setting sun casts a long shadow of Li Fu, amplifying his sense of solitude. As a member of the single community, Li Fu naturally yearns for the companionship and shared experiences of couples. Yet, in today's society, everything is fundamentally built upon an economic foundation. Each month, Li Fu meticulously calculates his living expenses, leaving him with no surplus funds for romance. Merely indulging in a meal out or catching a film is a luxury he cannot afford. Coupled with his inherent lack of confidence, he hesitates to pursue the girls he admires, inevitably resigning himself to the plight of perpetual singleness. As he enters dormitory 222, a profound silence envelopes him. He finds himself alone. Out of the 4 residents, only Li Fu remains unattached, while the other 3 are preoccupied with their respective girlfriends. At this hour, they're most likely engaged in their partner's company or participating in various club activities. It is only after 10 in the evening that he might catch a glimpse of the others. Li Fu has crafted several small programs and games, a passion that initially drew him to computer programming. It is akin to designing an entirely new universe, where everything operates according to his meticulously crafted blueprint. The sense of accomplishment derived from this experience is something one cannot truly appreciate without first-hand engagement. He heads to the hot water room to fill the kettle for the 4 of them, preparing a pot of tea for himself. As he opens the program, his fingers dance across the keyboard with fervor. Lines of code illuminate the screen in rapid succession. Occasionally, he pauses, lost in contemplation, meticulously pondering critical elements of his work. When fatigue sets in, he sips his warm tea, stretches his fingers, and rises to invigorate his body. Li Fu, are you still immersed in coding? Ah, have you been out drinking again? Li Fu removed his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes, preparing to indulge in a moment of rest. The unmistakable scent of alcohol emanated from Zhao Dongya, who clearly had indulged excessively. I was bidding farewell to the previous student council president, which is why I may have overdone it a bit. Time truly flies before we know it. We are already in our 3rd year. Just thinking that by this time next year, we will be graduating makes it hard to feel cheerful. The Republic of China operates differently. Their latter half of the year corresponds to the 2nd semester. Thus, graduation occurs in the latter half rather than the first. Zhao Dongya nodded, his cheeks flushed, and the nauseating stench of alcohol lingered on his breath as he spoke. You should quickly wash your face. I've already prepared hot water. Get some rest. You reek of alcohol. It's so cold outside, it's much warmer in the dorm. At that moment, 2 more figures entered, Wang Wanli and Qian Jin, the other 2 roommates of Li Fu. Wang Wanli hailed from Shanghai, his parents engaged in business, resulting in a relatively affluent background. He possessed a penchant for the finer things in life, insisting on brands that Li Fu had never even heard of, somewhat looking down upon Li Fu, who came from a modest rural upbringing. In this dormitory of 4, each hailing from different backgrounds and family circumstances, there was initially little common ground. Yet, university is a remarkable place where individuals from various social strata converge, weaving together a vibrant tapestry of youthful drama. Chapter 2. Seeds of Super Civilization. The weather is just perfect for snuggling under the covers. It feels so delightful. In room 222, with the lights dimmed, the 4 friends began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Qian Jin, ever the loquacious one, stretched lazily in his cocoon of blankets and initiated a topic. Although Zhao Dongya had indulged in some spirits, he felt considerably rejuvenated after washing his face with warm water. With his head resting comfortably, he chuckled and remarked, "Time flies so quickly. In the blink of an eye, we are already in the 2nd half of our junior year. Soon enough, we will be seniors." I can still vividly recall every moment from when we first entered university. Zhao Dongya, you could match each of our classmates to their names on the very first day. I still remember our class's first group activity, when Li Fu and Renning embraced, and he turned beet red. Wang Wanli captivated several girls with his enchanting rendition of an English song. Haha, I also recall the first time you confessed to a girl, Qianjin, only to be met with rejection. If I'm not mistaken, it was a stunning beauty from the School of Economics and Management, named Wang Yun. Wang Wanli chimed in, recalling Qianjin's singular failure in romance. Let us not dwell on that, Qianjin interjected, his tone tinged with frustration. Every time I think about it, I feel like such a failure. It's hard to believe I couldn't win over a woman. He sighed, reflecting on his handsome appearance, wealth, and a dash of talent, convinced that he could charm any girl he desired. Yet, it was astonishing that his first romantic pursuit in college had ended in such an unexpected defeat. Wang Yun is quite exceptional. It's only natural you couldn't win her over, they teased. Zhao Dongye seemed to possess some knowledge, smiling as he spoke. Now I too am aware of her complexity. However, at that time, I truly failed to perceive it. Had I recognized it, I would have approached the matter through other means, convinced that I could have resolved it. You cannot imagine how simple and unadorned her attire was. It was utterly inconspicuous. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful, surpassing others by countless degrees, even without any embellishment. Reflecting on it now, I find myself in awe of my audacity to pursue her. I can only imagine that the young aristocrats of the capital would have torn me to shreds. Qianjin shook his head in resignation, evidently aware of Wang Yun's formidable background. Even as the son of a real estate magnate, with wealth at his disposal, Qianjin felt he could not aspire to her level. As the conversation progressed, it naturally veered towards matters of the opposite sex. Such is the nature of youth. Regardless of gender, Li Fu reclined with his hands behind his head, refraining from interjecting, for in this regard, he was a complete failure, having never experienced love. He felt a twinge of inferiority. Gradually, the chatter in room 222 dwindled to a mere murmur, ultimately descending into silence. The following morning, Li Fu's well-established biological clock awakened him from slumber precisely at 6 o'clock. Glancing at his phone, he felt no attachment to his cozy nest. After a quick wash, he prepared to step outside for a run, eager to invigorate his body. In the capital during October, the morning temperature has already plunged significantly. It is merely past 6 o'clock, and the sky is just beginning to brighten, with not a soul in sight. Most university students are nocturnal creatures, seldom succumbing to sleep before midnight, and given the biting cold, the entire campus exudes an air of tranquility. On this frigid morning, as the dawn light begins to emerge, a solitary figure is seen incessantly running across the playground. Though not particularly swift, this individual has completed several laps without pausing for a moment's rest, a testament to their rigorous training regimen. In the eastern sky, a golden ray of sunshine pierces through the void, illuminating the earth below. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere ripples as if disturbed by unseen waves, and a streak of light appears seemingly from nowhere, heading straight for Li Fufei. In the midst of his run, Li Fufei exhales a plume of white vapor, only to be struck by an intense pain in his forehead, causing him to feel dizzy and subsequently collapse onto the ground. Beep, beep, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind, announcing the detection of a sentient species and initiating a genetic match. Carbon-based genetic species, confirmed. Human race, confirmed. Commencing genetic examination, only descendants of the Yin and Huang lineages shall pass. In Li Fufei's consciousness, the cold, mechanical sounds persist, speaking in Mandarin, yet conveying a message that leaves him utterly bewildered. While he understands the terms of genetic matching, carbon-based genetics, and human lineage, the amalgamation of these concepts together renders him perplexed. Beep, beep. A prolonged electronic sound nearly overwhelmed Li Fu's mind. The genetic matching was successful. He possessed the quintessential genes of the Huaxiao lineage, a true descendant of Yin and Huang, qualifying him as a host for the Awakening Intelligence Program. The notion of distinguishing Huaxia genetic traits seemed absurd to him, for the genetic differences among humans are remarkably minuscule. How could one possibly differentiate what constitutes Huaxia lineage? It was utterly nonsensical. As Li Fu's mind gradually regained clarity, he, as a student of biomedical sciences, was well aware that the genetic variance between any two individuals is exceedingly slight. The very idea that one could ascertain whether or not someone is a descendant of Huaxia was preposterous. It was inconceivable that within this universe, a civilization akin to Huaxia could exist, and even more astonishingly, so strikingly similar. It was truly hard to believe. However, before Li Fu could make sense of this perplexity, a voice as gentle as jade resonated in his mind, imbued with disbelief. For a full 20 epochs, I have traversed every corner of the universe, uncovering countless civilizations. Yet I had found no trace of the descendants of Huaxia. I had almost resigned myself to the notion that the footprints of the Yin and Huang descendants were irretrievable, having established a rigid program for searching. To my astonishment, I have discovered pure descendants of Yin and Huang right here. The figure continued to converse with itself, conveying a sense of excitement as if it had been searching for the Huaxia descendants for an eternity, casting doubt on whether it was indeed an intelligent program or a sentient being. "Who are you? What do you want?" Li Fu asked with a hint of trepidation, his cautious nature surfacing in the face of the unknown. "Do not fear, my master. I harbor no ill will towards you and shall not bring you any harm." The voice seemed to sense the fear within Li Fu and gently offered reassurance, its tone remarkably warm, gradually calming his anxiety. "Then who exactly are you? What is happening to me? Why can I not move?" Li Fu continued to inquire, helplessly observing his own immobility on the ground, a natural source of distress for anyone. "Please do not be afraid or anxious. I will gradually reveal all that you wish to know. I am a civilization seed from the super-civilization of the Great Han Technology Empire, designated as DHZZ 292343787723. You meet the criteria to activate the civilization seed. Thus you naturally become my master. You are currently undergoing the process of recognition, which has temporarily resulted in a loss of control over your body. However, you will soon regain normalcy, so there is no need for concern." The voice in his mind slowly elucidated the situation, bringing a sense of relief to Li Fu. Yet, an influx of further questions flooded his thoughts. As feeling gradually returned to his body, Li Fu slowly sat up, acutely aware of the coldness of the ground and the pain from where he had fallen. "Allow me to alleviate your pain first. As for matters pertaining to the Great Han Technology Empire, I will explain them to you shortly." The voice within his mind seemed genuinely concerned for Li Fu's well-being. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged from his consciousness to the painful area, akin to a refreshing breeze, and in an instant, the pain dissipated, leaving him utterly astonished. "Master, do you experience any discomfort elsewhere?" The voice inquired with concern. "No, it no longer hurts at all. It is truly remarkable," Li Fu remarked, feeling the area that had recently throbbed with pain. The swelling that had been present moments ago had vanished completely, leading him to question whether he had indeed fallen. Were it not for the lingering traces of pain in his memory, he might have doubted the reality of the situation altogether. "This is hardly anything, merely a straightforward application of technology. I truly regret allowing you to sustain an injury, master. Fortunately, it is merely a superficial wound. Otherwise, we would indeed be in a predicament," the voice in his mind expressed, tinged with a sense of guilt, as if Li Fu's safety were its paramount responsibility. "There's no need for concern. It was just a minor fall. I've been accustomed to such tumbles since childhood. Could you please elaborate on your origins and the Han Technology Empire? I am exceedingly curious," Li Fu requested. Chapter 3. What is a super-civilization confronted by this enigmatic presence that had intruded upon his consciousness? Li Fu felt a profound sense of trepidation. Until he comprehended its origins and purpose, he was disinclined to engage in any other pursuits. Of course, the gentle voice in his mind endeavored to soothe Li Fu's anxious thoughts. "Where should I begin? Allow me to first speak of the Grand Han Technology Empire that birthed me." The gentle voice, imbued with a sense of personification, paused thoughtfully before continuing with deliberate grace. "The creation of my civilization, the Han Technology Empire, stands as a beacon of superlative civilization, a remarkably formidable and awe-inspiring entity. As a super-civilization, the Han Technology Empire bestows upon each of its citizens a seed of civilization, intended to facilitate their growth and development. This seed not only initiates early education, nurturing both the mind and body of its citizens, but also provides protection against unforeseen harm. The clarity of the voice within my mind rendered the concepts both lucid and accessible. Wait a moment, what is a super-civilization? A wave of perplexity washed over Li Fu. The Han technology empire proclaimed itself a super-civilization, suggesting it held significant power, for in the vast expanse of Earth, only the most extraordinary entities are deemed worthy of such a title. Level 1 cosmic civilizations are the most prevalent, yet hold little distinction within the cosmos. Often mere subjects to be exploited, it is imperative for Earth to elevate its civilization level swiftly, as such advancement would ensure greater safety. A Level 2 cosmic civilization is one that has ventured beyond its home planet, yet has not transcended its planetary system. Such civilizations are akin to Level 1 cosmic civilizations and are ubiquitous throughout the cosmos, lacking significant status and often vulnerable to exploitation. They are incapable of resisting galactic-scale disasters. And at any given moment, civilizations are evolving into Level 2, while others may be eradicated or enslaved by more powerful entities. In contrast, a Level 3 cosmic civilization possesses the capability to leave its home system and has begun to expand and colonize within the universe. These civilizations, although prevalent, occupy the lowest tier of the cosmic food chain. However, a notable advantage of Level 3 civilizations is their ability to subjugate Level 1 and Level 2 civilizations, thus perpetuating a cycle of exploitation. Should a civilization ascend to the ranks of Level 4 or Level 5, it may be deemed a dominator of its galaxy, wielding formidable warp travel technology. Such civilizations face no barriers from the treacherous turbulence and perilous zones of the cosmic void, allowing them to traverse vast galactic expanses freely. Although Level 4 and Level 5 civilizations are undeniably powerful and capable of ruling a galaxy in the grand scheme of the vast universe, a galaxy is but a mere puddle, rendering these advanced civilizations akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. A 6th-level cosmic civilization can truly be regarded as a genuine cosmic civilization, possessing the capability to traverse the universe and govern multiple galaxies. Such civilizations dominate vast galaxies, boasting an innumerable population and reigning over countless lower civilizations, placing them in a central position within the cosmic food chain. Ascending from this level is the 7th-level cosmic civilization. 7th-level cosmic civilizations are legendary entities within the universe, exceedingly rare. Amidst millions of 6th-level civilizations, it is unlikely that even a single 7th-level civilization will emerge. Each 7th-level civilization is a race favored by the cosmos, formidable and awe-inspiring, traversing the universe and ruling over immensely expansive territories. 8th and 9th-level cosmic civilizations belong to the realm of myth within the cosmos, their numbers exceedingly few. These 8th and 9th-level civilizations represent the pinnacle of cosmic existence, positioned at the apex of the food chain, determining the fate of all matters within the universe. The voice resonating in Li Fu's mind imprinted a grand tapestry of cosmic civilizations, leaving him speechless in astonishment. After all, humanity, to this day, has arrogantly believed itself to be the sole advanced intelligent life form in the universe. A civilization that has yet to venture beyond its own home planet cannot fathom the vastness of the cosmos or the terrifying might of its powerful civilizations. Thus, one wonders, to which level does the Han technology empire belong? Li Fu was profoundly shaken, as the cosmic civilization imagery portrayed by the voice in his mind was indeed hard to fathom. However, amidst his astonishment, he discerned that the entity had not explicitly stated the civilization level of the great Han technological empire. He pondered, had he not yet completed his thoughts? If a civilization could transcend its own universe, such a civilization could be deemed a super-civilization. And the great Han technological empire was precisely such a super-civilization that had transcended its universe, a truly magnificent civilization. The voice in his mind conveyed this with an overwhelming sense of pride and elation. To have transcended its own universe. Could it be true that there existed realms beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements, with multiple universes? This notion indeed surpassed his current understanding. Li Fu furrowed his brow, grappling with the extraordinary events he had encountered that day, which transcended his comprehension, or rather, far exceeded the cognitive capacity of humanity on Earth at this moment. How could it be that the civilization seed, specifically crafted by the super-civilization of the Great Han Technological Empire for its citizens, had inexplicably manifested on Earth and recognized him as its master? Logically, this should not be the case. Such seeds ought to be exclusively accessible to the citizens of the Great Han Technological Empire. Li Fu's mind was inundated with questions. Regarding something as crucial as a civilization seed, one would expect stringent safeguarding by any civilization. This was true even for civilizations on Earth, let alone a super-civilization, which would be utterly inconceivable to allow outsiders to possess its civilization seeds. I am uncertain of this as well. I have wandered through this universe for over 20 long epochs, nearly traversing its entirety, yet have failed to uncover any trace of the Empire. Ultimately, by sheer happenstance, I found myself on this planet, where I encountered you, my master. According to my programming, I can only acknowledge those of the Yanhuang lineage, individuals possessing the genes of the Chinese nation. Your genetic makeup aligns perfectly with this criterion, thus my recognition of you as my master occurred naturally. The voice in my mind elaborated that only descendants of Yanhuang can assume the role of master. But if that is the case, where have the people of the Great Han Technological Empire vanished? They also proclaim themselves as descendants of Yanhuang, children of China. Is there a connection between them and my current civilization? An array of questions flooded Li Fu's thoughts. The present state of the nation is quite evident. It is merely a level 1 cosmic civilization. In contrast, the Great Han Technological Empire, as described, is a super-civilization. The chasm between the two is unfathomable. Yet both claim the title of Yanhuang descendants, and their genetic traits appear remarkably similar. Li Fu could even allow the seed of the Great Han Technological Empire's civilization to recognize him as master. As for the whereabouts of the Empire's people, I remain in the dark. The Empire is a super-civilization that spans countless universes. Perhaps I have inadvertently fallen into a parallel universe, which would explain my encounter with you, my master. The voice in my mind conveyed a sense of disappointment in its inability to locate the individuals of the Great Han Technological Empire. However, the subsequent tone was filled with joy and excitement, clearly reflecting its elation at meeting Li Fu. A parallel universe? Upon hearing this, Li Fu's mind was overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend concepts that seemed to belong solely to the realm of science fiction. Yet, it appeared that no alternative explanations could make sense of the situation. Master, you need not trouble yourself with these matters. I will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to serving you, accompanying your continuous growth, and ensuring your safety. The voice in his mind declared with an air of superiority, as if it were omnipotent. What specific functions do you possess? Li Fu gradually began to calm down, his curiosity piqued by the voice's assertions. I possess a multitude of functions, with two primary ones. The first is to assist you in becoming a competent citizen of the Empire, a citizen of a super-civilization. The second is to safeguard your life at all times, ensuring your security. The voice resonated playfully, imbued with a feminine laughter that was melodious to the ears. A citizen of a super-civilization? Li Fu inquired softly, intrigued. Indeed, becoming a qualified citizen of the Empire is no simple feat as a super-civilization. The Empire holds its citizens to exceptionally high standards. To put it in your terms, one must develop in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects comprehensively. Not to mention, every citizen of the Empire must at least grasp the technological knowledge of a level 7 cosmic civilization. The voice patiently elucidated, and from its words, Li Fu seemed to uncover something profound, his entire being ignited with excitement. How can it be that I can acquire so much advanced technological knowledge? Indeed, I possess a complete array of technologies spanning levels 1 to 9 of cosmic civilization. As long as you are willing to learn, I can teach you indefinitely. The voice within my mind responded affirmatively, igniting a surge of excitement in Li Fu, who felt as though he might leap from his seat, his emotions oscillating wildly and refusing to settle. Chapter 4. This is not how one trains the body. The sun had just begun to cast its golden rays upon the earth, painting the clouds and the sky a vibrant crimson. On the playground of Huanglong University, Li Fu found it difficult to calm his racing thoughts. The seeds of civilization from the super-civilization Han technological empire conjured countless thrilling possibilities in Li Fu's mind. Becoming a super scientist, a world-class magnate, leading technological advancement, guiding Huaxia to rise, venturing beyond Earth, and soaring into the cosmos. Ideas that once seemed inconceivable now flickered in Li Fu's imagination, appearing almost within reach. Master, your emotions are fluctuating too frequently. Please refrain from such wild thoughts. The voice in his mind kindly cautioned, sensing the tumult within. Taking a deep breath, Li Fu felt the chill of reality awaken him, shaking his head to cast aside the distracting thoughts. Everything is possible, yet all must be approached with steady, deliberate steps. Overthinking holds no value at this moment. Thank you. I find myself at a loss as to how to address you. Li Fu expressed heartfelt gratitude to the seed of civilization in his mind. Master, you need not be so polite. It is my duty. I do not yet possess a name, only a number, and you may bestow upon me a name, a voice echoed in my mind, laced with a hint of playful laughter, exuding a mischievous charm. Bestow a name? That indeed warrants careful consideration. It must be something melodious. Li Fu stroked his chin, his mind racing with possibilities. How about Little Shadow? Invisible and intangible, akin to a shadow, always by your side. What do you think? After a moment's reflection, Li Fu gazed at his own silhouette cast by the rising sun, his eyes alight with inspiration. Little Shadow? Hee, I adore that name. Thank you, Master. For granting me this title. A jubilant voice resonated in his mind. I am pleased you like it. I chose it rather casually. By the way, Little Shadow, how shall I contact you when I wish to reach out? Li Fu smiled gently, watching the sun ascend, feeling his mood transform entirely. I reside within your being, Master. Simply think of Little Shadow in your mind, and we shall communicate through brainwaves, without the need for spoken words. To Li Fu's astonishment, an image began to materialize in his mind, a charming little girl with pigtails. Oh, is this your image, Little Shadow? Absolutely adorable. I synthesized it from the information I found online. Little Shadow replied with a triumphant giggle. Having recently acquired the seeds of civilization, Li Fu found himself captivated by an abundance of intriguing concepts. His mind swiftly engaged in a telepathic dialogue with Xiaoying, the exchange facilitated by the direct transmission of brainwaves, thus allowing for remarkable speed. Oh dear, I almost forgot to run. Half an hour has already passed. I must hasten to my exercise. As they conversed, time quietly slipped away, and soon, others began to arrive at the playground for their workouts. It was only then that Li Fu realized he had seemingly neglected his morning routine. While continuing his mental exchange with Xiaoying, he resumed his run. On this chilly morning, as the first rays of dawn broke, Li Fu ran as usual, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired. Save for the persistent reminders from Xiaoying in his mind, who continuously informed him of his fortuitous acquisition of the extraordinary seeds of civilization. As he ran, Li Fu's breath became increasingly labored, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Despite the frigid temperature, he felt no chill, his body radiating a powerful warmth. Master, this is not how one should train the body, Xiaoying remarked with a hint of disdain in his mental voice. Oh, how then should one exercise? Running is widely acknowledged as one of the best methods for physical fitness, Li Fu inquired, perplexed. In the vast expanse of the universe, every formidable civilization on Earth possesses its own unique methods for physical cultivation. Some refer to it as the path of primordial energy, others as spiritual practice, and yet others as genetic enhancement. Regardless of the terminology, the ultimate objective remains singular: to unlock the potential of the mind, prolong life, and attain extraordinary abilities through specialized training techniques. Running serves as an excellent form of exercise. However, it must be complemented by a unique breathing technique to be truly effective. One must incessantly refine their body, treating it as a medium for transformation, while also absorbing the potent energies that the cosmos provides. Little Shadow pouted, bemused by her master's ignorance, for he was merely a citizen of a level 1 cosmic civilization, possessing a rather limited understanding of the universe's intricacies. Special breathing techniques? It sounds reminiscent of the internal arts found in novels. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's interest was piqued. Consider this. If one nation's citizens have an average lifespan of 100 years, while another's average 200 years, the disparity in strength between these nations would be colossal. The practices of cultivation in the universe were initially developed to extend life, gradually evolving through meticulous research. In the cosmic realm, the standards by which a civilization's advancement is measured are multifaceted, including the extent of its territory, technological prowess, and the average lifespan of its citizens. Little Shadow elaborated to Li Fu on the profound significance and potency of the cosmic cultivation methods. Indeed, there exists a metric known as the Human Development Index that measures the developmental progress of nations, with life expectancy being a critical component. In certain African countries, the average lifespan barely exceeds 40 years, while the average life expectancy in Japan astonishingly reaches over 80 years, highlighting a stark contrast. Xiaoying, could you impart to me the methods of cultivation? Despite harboring some skepticism, Li Fu firmly believed in the mystical nature of the cultivation practices of advanced civilizations, thus expressing his earnest desire. Of course, Master, this is essential knowledge for you. To become a citizen of a super civilization, one must engage in cultivation. It is not merely about practice. One must attain a certain level of proficiency, Xiaoying replied with an air of certainty, pouting slightly. Then, Xiaoying, please teach me swiftly. I am eager to discover how civilizations in the universe cultivate, he urged. Do not fret, Master. Let me first enlighten you on the fundamentals of cultivation. Although the methods of physical training across the universe may bear different names, the classifications of realms are quite similar. They can be categorized from the lowest to the highest as follows: Yuanli Apprentice, Yuanli Warrior, Warrior Master, Yuanli Grandmaster, Yuan Master, Yuan Sovereign, Immortal, Yuan Sage, and Yuan Spirit, with each realm conferring corresponding abilities. Setting aside other matters, in terms of lifespan alone, an ordinary elemental apprentice can expect to live around 200 years, an elemental warrior approximately 500 years, while an elemental master may reach around 1,000 years. An elemental grandmaster boasts nearly 10,000 years of life, whereas an elemental sage enjoys an astonishing lifespan of 100,000 years. The elemental sovereign, on the other hand, possesses a staggering 1,000,000 years, and as for the immortal, the concerns of lifespan become utterly irrelevant. In his mind, Li Fu was profoundly shaken by Xiaoying's words. Good heavens! 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, immortality. Li Fu found it unimaginable how one might spend such an interminable stretch of time. Chapter 5. The breathing technique. Indeed, how had I not contemplated this aspect before? If Einstein were alive today, humanity might have already ventured beyond Earth. Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, Li Fu's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the possibilities he had never considered. However, the gap between a level 1 and a level 2 cosmic civilization, while not insurmountable, is certainly not a trivial matter to bridge effortlessly. Scientists, especially the most eminent among them, are invaluable assets to any civilization. The worth of a scientist endowed with a long lifespan is immeasurable. Thus, my dear master, even if you do not express it, I am compelled to insist that you engage in study and cultivation, Xiaoying said with a playful smile. Fully aware of Li Fu's deep fascination with the path of cultivation, feeling quite pleased with itself. Then, Xiaoying, please swiftly impart your wisdom of cultivation to me. I am eager to witness whether such marvels truly exist. Li Fu was undeniably captivated. Who would not wish to prolong their existence? Since time immemorial, countless individuals have lamented the swift passage of time and the relentless nature of the years, yearning to borrow an additional 500 years from the heavens. The cultivation that Xiaoying spoke of, with even a modest achievement, could effortlessly surpass the age of 500 years. Indeed, within the vast cosmos, there exist myriad paths to cultivation, yet they all adhere to a singular principle, utilizing unique methods to enable the body to absorb the primordial energy of the universe. This process not only strengthens the body and enhances cognitive abilities, but also bestows upon one an extended lifespan and an array of astonishing powers. Wait, what is primordial energy? Li Fu interjected, curiosity piqued. Primordial energy is a wondrous entity. It is the very essence that has given rise to countless life forms and civilizations throughout the universe. We refer to this extraordinary force as primordial energy. Every living being harbors this energy within, varying only in quantity. This energy is intricately woven into the fabric of all existence, pervasive throughout the cosmos. Naturally, some locales teem with abundance, nurturing innumerable life forms and evolving highly intelligent species, while others, where such energy is scarce, struggle to give birth to life itself. Primordial energy is the foundation of all things, the source of the universe, and the most extraordinary force within it, possessing unimaginable capabilities. In his mind, Xiaoying elucidated the concept of vital energy to Li Fu. Yet this explanation left Li Fu with a curious sensation akin to reading a novel, partially comprehending yet still shrouded in ambiguity. As a distinguished student in the field of biomedical sciences, Li Fu understood that the origins of life stemmed from a serendipitous convergence of chemical reactions, a notion that, while awaiting further validation, has garnered considerable acceptance among numerous biologists. From Xiaoying's discourse, it appeared that the very essence of life's inception was intricately linked to this vital energy, which must be abundant and stable to gradually give rise to living beings, ultimately culminating in the evolution of highly intelligent humans. Master, you lack the foundational training. Thus you must commence with the most rudimentary and fundamental breathing techniques. Fortunately, you are still quite young, and this is an opportune time for cultivation. Were you to be of advanced age, with your body already succumbing to the ravages of time, no amount of practice would yield fruit. Ultimately, one would inevitably return to dust. Master, while running, pay close attention to your breath. Keep your mouth closed and breathe through your nose. Begin with a pattern of 3 long breaths followed by 2 short ones, then transition to 1 long and 1 short. And finally 2 long and 2 short, repeating this cycle to engage in the most basic form of breathing practice. In Li Fu's mind, Xiaoying commenced instruction on the foundational breathing techniques, illustrating the process with a mental animation of a figure running while maintaining a rhythmic breath, mouth firmly shut, with the nasal inhalations exhibiting a remarkable cadence, the chest rising and falling like the undulating waves of the sea. I shall give it a try. Li Fu began to experiment with the breathing technique while jogging, attempting to synchronize his breaths with his movements. However, just a brief moment of alternating breaths left him nearly gasping for air. Cough. He halted his run, panting heavily, clearly unaccustomed to this new method of breathing. Take your time, master, a gentle voice in his mind encouraged. It is indeed challenging to adapt at first, but once you successfully complete the initial cycle, you will discover the benefits of this technique. It allows you to absorb the vital energy, making your subsequent practice significantly easier. Determined not to be easily defeated, Li Fu clenched his fists. Those from rural backgrounds possess a tenacious spirit. He resumed his run, this time deliberately and slowly practicing the breathing method taught by the voice in his mind. He refrained from rushing the process and instead focused on mastering the rhythm of the breaths one by one. Cough. The encouraging voice continued to guide him, urging him to persist in his attempts. On the track of Yanhuang University, many were engaged in morning exercises. Li Fu's struggles with his breathing caused him to cough intermittently, drawing curious glances from those around him, who wondered if he were unwell. Half an hour later, as Li Fu was running, he suddenly exhaled a long stream of warm breath, which, upon meeting the frigid air outside, formed a lengthy plume of white mist before him. At this moment, within Li Fu's body, The introductory breathing techniques imparted by Professor Xiaoying finally completed their full cycle. 3 long breaths, 3 short breaths, 1 long breath, 1 short breath, 2 long breaths, and 2 short breaths, culminating in a seamless breath cycle. As he reached the final moment, Li Fu felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Yet, in an instant, a wave of coolness washed over his mind, as if something had entered his body. The sensation of impending suffocation instantly transformed into unparalleled comfort. His breathing became effortless as a wave of stagnant air was expelled from within him, manifesting as another long stream of vapor before him. His body, which had grown weary from prolonged exertion, particularly his aching legs, suddenly felt electrified, devoid of any fatigue, and brimming with vitality. His pace quickened significantly. Xiaoying, this is simply astonishing. Li Fu marveled in his mind, utterly astounded by the profound transformation occurring within his body as he keenly sensed the changes, feeling as though he were lost in a dream. My dear master, there is no need for alarm. The introductory breathing technique I have entrusted to you is the result of extensive research conducted by countless predecessors of the super-civilized Han technological empire over the ages. It is simple yet profoundly effective. Your aptitude is quite remarkable. You have managed to harness your first breath of primordial energy in such a short span of time. I had anticipated that it would take you at least several days to achieve this. In Li Fu's mind, he communicated with Xiaoying, and his initially halted steps resumed once more. He continued to run while practicing the breathing method taught by Xiaoying. With a deep exhale, he expelled a long stream of turbid air, astonishingly over a meter in length. The cold air outside accentuated its presence, drawing the curious gazes of those nearby. The breath of an ordinary person could hardly condense into such an elongated vapor. Moreover, it remained cohesive rather than dispersing immediately. The physical prowess of this individual is truly formidable. At a sprinting pace akin to that of a 100-meter dash, he completed 5 laps without any sign of fatigue. Such stamina and endurance are indeed awe-inspiring. Observers noted Li Fu's remarkable speed as he traversed several laps, eliciting gasps of astonishment. For it is rare to encounter someone with such exceptional physical capabilities. Completing even 1 or 2 laps at sprinting speed is a daunting task for most, let alone multiple laps, and he appeared blissfully unaware of fatigue. Chapter 6. Earning a living. Li Fu felt an immense surge of vitality coursing through him. Even the sprinting of 100 meters seemed insufficient to release the energy within. Accompanied by Professor Xiaoying's unique breathing technique, Li Fu's body undulated like the waves, inhaling pure energy with each cycle while exhaling the stagnant air. He felt remarkably at ease, his mind exceptionally clear, and his body brimming with vigor. On this brisk morning, the chill was utterly imperceptible to him, as if an internal furnace was perpetually drawing in the celestial essence from the world around him, refining his physique and enveloping him in warmth. Master, it is nearly time to cease, resonated Xiaoying's voice in his mind after he had run for over 10 laps. Xiaoying, I feel invigorated, and my mind is extraordinarily lucid. This technique is truly miraculous. After a few more leisurely laps, Li Fu finally came to a halt, walking as if in a gentle stroll while conversing with Xiaoying in his thoughts, his heart brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple breathing technique would yield such remarkable results. Master, you must understand that this is the pinnacle of the breathing techniques from the super-civilizational Han technological empire, honed through the diligent research of countless predecessors. This is merely the beginning. Far more powerful practices await. If other civilizations in the cosmos were to discover this technique, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. In his mind, Xiaoying puffed her nose, exuding an air of self-evidence. Indeed, it is a profound art that harnesses the forces of nature and aligns with the mysteries of the sun and moon. Thank you, Xiaoying. Li Fu wholeheartedly concurred. Merely a single morning of practice had bestowed upon him a transformative experience. Although he had often engaged in physical exercises and could easily run dozens of laps, he had never managed to sprint over 10 laps at the velocity he had achieved today. Had Xiaoying not prompted him to halt, Li Fu felt he could have continued running indefinitely, his body brimming with vitality and seemingly endless strength. "Do not mention it, master. It is my duty," came Xiaoying's joyful sentiment resonating in his mind, clearly relishing Li Fu's gratitude. "Xiaoying, why do I feel an overwhelming hunger? I have never experienced such hunger before." "Master, this is entirely natural. After intense training, the energy within the body is significantly depleted, necessitating replenishment. The simplest method to restore energy is through nourishment." "Oh, so that is the reason." Half an hour later, Li Fu gently patted his flat stomach, bewildered by the whereabouts of the food he had consumed in such a short time. In the past, he could only manage 2 steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and a bun in the morning. However, today he had devoured 20 steamed buns, along with 10 buns and 5 bowls of porridge. To avoid the peculiar stares of others, he had to purchase his food from various stalls, for his appetite was simply insatiable. "My goodness, if this continues, I shall impoverish myself. Consuming an astonishing 10-fold portion of food, my living expenses are utterly insufficient." After finishing a solitary steamed bun, I gazed at the meager digits on my meal card, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. It became painfully evident that sustaining myself was a formidable challenge. "Ha, master, this is merely the beginning," chimed a voice in my mind. "As your cultivation deepens, your appetite will only increase, demanding a greater intake of energy. Moreover, the food you just consumed consists of inferior provisions. While they may suffice for now, they will soon prove inadequate. You must transition to meat, preferably beef." The announcement from Xiaoying left me in utter dismay. If I can scarcely afford a bun, how could I possibly indulge in beef? I could not help but cover my face, lamenting the tragic state of my existence, unable to sustain even myself. What a sorrowful plight. It seems imperative that I devise a strategy to earn money. Should this continue, even the additional allowance from home would be insufficient. I must find a means to support myself. In my thoughts, I began to contemplate various ways to earn a livelihood. A man cannot be so destitute that he cannot provide for his own needs. "Xiaoying, I must earn money myself. Otherwise, I shall remain incapable of supporting my own existence. Your decision, master, is exceedingly wise. Given your current circumstances, it is essential to prioritize earning an income to improve your living conditions. A diet of solely steamed buns and plain porridge will severely impede your progress in cultivation. As the ancient adage on earth states, the 4 essential elements of cultivation are companionship, law, wealth, and land." In his mind, a gentle smile of encouragement from Xiaoying lingered. Cultivation is no simple endeavor. It necessitates personal effort as well as favorable external conditions. Leaving aside other matters, merely securing sustenance has become a formidable challenge for Li Fu. The pursuit of wealth. Thoughts of earning money flooded Li Fu's mind. Yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for profitable ventures. It would be absurd to consider working as a tutor, washing dishes, or serving food. Such jobs might suffice for basic living expenses, but they would never afford him the luxury of indulging in beef. It became apparent that entrepreneurial endeavors were essential. He must become his own boss to sustain himself. From the outset, Li Fu dismissed the notion of working for others. Possessing the seed of a super-civilization and an array of advanced technologies at his fingertips, it seemed utterly illogical to subordinate himself to another. Entrepreneurship, he mused, is fraught with peril. Statistics suggest that 9 out of 10 ventures fail, while the 10th teeters on the brink of collapse. Reflecting on entrepreneurship, Li Fu recalled a popular saying, "It is anything but a simple and relaxed pursuit. The initial investments, outputs, sales, and a myriad of miscellaneous tasks are daunting. Most startups struggle to survive beyond 6 months, and only a handful endure for a year. Those that manage to persist for 3 years are truly the elite among entrepreneurs." In today's world, entrepreneurship has become a trend among the youth, yet among the vast army of aspiring entrepreneurs, only a select few are able to endure and thrive. At present, I find myself utterly destitute, devoid of any initial capital or a network of connections, and I remain completely at a loss. Li Fu furrowed his brow. engaging in deep contemplation as he walked, pondering the formidable challenge of entrepreneurship. For someone like him, who possesses nothing, the endeavor seems insurmountable, lacking even the slightest capital for experimentation. Upon returning to his dormitory, the hour had already surpassed 9 o'clock. Since there were no classes to attend, his 3 roommates were still ensconced in slumber, for in the depths of winter, there is little that rivals the comfort of being cocooned in blankets, save for the allure of gaming. Master, your grandson is calling. Your grandson is calling. Just as Li Fu sat before his computer, grappling with his worries, his roommate Wang Wanli's distinctive ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. This ringtone was so peculiar that Li Fu could not help but shake his head each time he heard it, and he had never once considered calling Wang Wanli. Hello, it's early morning. Why aren't you sleeping well? What do you want from me? Wang Wanli squinted as he fumbled for his phone, speaking in a languid tone. Still in bed? Don't you realize what time it is? Hurry and log on. Our team's match against the flying team is about to commence. If you don't participate, I will immediately replace you. A voice came from the other end of the line, and the drowsy Wang Wanli instantly sprang to life upon hearing it. Coming. Please don't replace me. Immediately, Wang Wanli swiftly dressed himself, neglecting to brush his teeth or wash his face. He hastily powered on his laptop and began logging into a game known as League of Legends. What is going on? I clearly set an alarm. I'm almost going to miss the match, he exclaimed, anxiously glancing at the loading screen and then at the time, radiating a palpable sense of urgency. The game he was engaging in, League of Legends, is a MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, that has gained immense popularity not only across China, but worldwide. Renowned for its exceptional playability, fair competitiveness, ease of access, and stunning visuals, it has dominated the gaming industry. In China alone, it boasts hundreds of millions of players, with over 100 million active users monthly. Despite being a free-to-play game, it generates a staggering quarterly revenue of 582 million, exceeding 3.5 billion Chinese yuan, truly a legendary money-making machine. Meanwhile, Li Fu, drawn in by Wang Wanli's animated actions and fervent voice, observed his roommate, who just moments ago had been lounging in bed, now fully engrossed in the competition. Instantly, inspiration struck him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Game development. With minimal investment and low costs, once it gains traction, counting money to the point of exhaustion is certainly within reach. Observing his roommate immersed in the world of online gaming, Li Fu suddenly perceived the immense potential of the gaming industry. With regard to the game Honor of Kings, he had heard whispers of its formidable revenue-generating capabilities, which immediately solidified his resolve to embark on his entrepreneurial journey in this direction. Chapter 7. Creating mobile games. The mobile gaming sector is a burgeoning industry, yet it resembles a vast and competitive ocean. Countless game studios and companies engage in fierce competition in this saturated market, with new gaming enterprises emerging every moment, while many others fade into obscurity. Having identified his objective, Li Fu began to contemplate the type of game he wished to develop. In the realm of gaming, creativity often holds the key to success. The landscape evolves rapidly, and a single innovative idea can ignite a phenomenon, only to vanish just as swiftly. Take, for instance, the once celebrated game Three Kingdoms Kill, which reached such heights of popularity that one felt almost embarrassed to socialize without having played it. However, as the novelty wore off, the game's prominence dwindled, and its player base gradually diminished. Yet, the gaming world also harbors its legends. Certain genres possess an extraordinary allure, captivating players who find themselves increasingly drawn to them. Games like League of Legends, which offer fair online competition, have enjoyed enduring popularity since the inception of Dota, continuing to resonate profoundly with the gaming community to this day. During this period, numerous games of similar genre emerged, such as the Three Kingdoms battles and League of Legends, all of which are inspired by the illustrious Dota. These games continue to thrive, with League of Legends particularly crafting a legendary narrative within the gaming realm. Li Fu had previously dabbled in creating simple programs and mini-games, akin to Minesweeper, which served as a delightful hobby for him to learn programming, designing programs for his own amusement. Though he found joy in this endeavor, the prospect of truly designing a game that could serve as a means to wealth left him perplexed. Xiaoying, what type of game do you think I should create? He pondered, contemplating how he might earn a living through gaming, but unsure of where to commence. Sitting before his computer, he engaged in a mental dialogue with Xiaoying. Master, I adore creating games and programming. No challenge is insurmountable for me, Xiaoying replied playfully, her tone imbued with mischief and pride. Yet, she swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, however, my role is to assist your growth, not to develop the game for you. With a playful giggle, Xiaoying appeared charmingly impish. Yet she reiterated her inability to help Li Fu in game development. Xiaoying, you truly must assist me. If I cannot earn money, I will struggle to sustain myself. And if I cannot support myself, my growth will inevitably be hindered, resulting in the failure of your mission. Li Fu smirked, well aware that Xiaoying was an intelligent program created by the super-civilization Han technology empire. Just through conversation, he could discern its remarkable capabilities. The essence of game development lay in programming, and with Xiaoying's assistance, Li Fu could achieve remarkable efficiency. Master, your reasoning seems quite sound. Logically deducing such conclusions is not flawed. Very well, I shall lend you my aid. Xiaoying's visage lingered in his mind, pondering the logical intricacies of Li Fu's words. Ultimately swayed to agree to assist him. With your support, I feel as though I have been endowed with the wings of a tiger. Master, at present, you can barely be considered a cat. How can you claim to be a tiger? Xiaoying's remark elicited a reluctant smirk from Li Fu, exposing his vulnerabilities. Master, among the games currently available on the market, the most lucrative is League of Legends. This type of fair competitive game remains immensely popular, and I believe you could continue along this path. Xiaoying projected an analysis of the gaming industry data from both domestic and global markets, suggesting that Li Fu pursue online competitive games. However, this genre had already become saturated, and League of Legends had dominated a significant portion of the market. Even the progenitors of this genre, Dota and Dota 2, could no longer be compared with League of Legends. If he were to continue developing games in this vein, he feared there would be nothing left but scraps. Li Fu furrowed his brow slightly. The game League of Legends, which he had occasionally engaged with under the influence of his university peers, had granted him a modest comprehension of the gaming market. Indeed, the PC platform was as such, and I would not recommend venturing into PC games. The real surge lies within mobile gaming. In his mind, Xiaoying nodded in agreement. As an intelligent program stemming from the seed of a super-civilized Han technological empire, it possessed a profound awareness of the developmental trends and circumstances across various industries. Mobile platforms, mobile games, League of Legends? Li Fu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. With the proliferation of smartphones, mobile gaming has gradually emerged as a significant breakthrough and focal point within the gaming industry. Mobile games possess a unique characteristic that traditional computer games lack. They can be played anytime and anywhere, and the penetration rate of smartphones is remarkably high. In the vast expanse of China, with a population exceeding 1 billion, nearly every individual possesses at least one mobile device, and most of these are smartphones. Compared to computers, the rate of adoption is even greater, and mobile phones are carried everywhere, making gaming on these devices an increasingly important pastime for many. The mobile gaming industry is genuinely a burgeoning field. It can be said that the market is merely in its infancy, brimming with infinite possibilities. Contemplating this, Li Fu could not help but admire Xiaoying's foresight. Xiaoying, your insight is truly remarkable. How did I overlook the mobile gaming sector? Li Fu expressed his heartfelt admiration. I, Xiaoying, am only aware of the developmental trends within the gaming industry. Historically, this sector has remained exceedingly popular, as those who are well-fed seek entertainment to pass the time. Essentially, activities such as playing cards, mahjong, and chess also qualify as forms of gaming. Moreover, the evolution of technology will invariably propel the advancement of games. The the widespread adoption of smartphones will undoubtedly herald a robust rise in the mobile gaming sector. It can be asserted that the future of mobile games will gradually emerge as the mainstream of the gaming industry. Now is still an opportune moment for entry, as the mobile gaming realm resembles a gold rush, potentially leading to the discovery of a lucrative treasure trove. In my mind, I meticulously analyzed the future trends of the gaming industry with Li Fu, confidently asserting that the mobile gaming sector will rise dramatically to become the predominant force in the gaming world. Indeed, your analysis is quite astute. Li Fu nodded in agreement, reflecting on my insights while contemplating the continuation of the development of online multiplayer competitive games. Xiaoying, do you think transforming a game like League of Legends into a mobile version would find a market? After pondering for a considerable time, Li Fu was suddenly interrupted by our roommate, Wang Wanli, who was venting his frustration after a loss. In that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Li Fu's thoughts. He recognized that games akin to League of Legends, characterized by their multiplayer online competitive nature, will remain immensely popular for an extended period, even extending into the cosmic era, where similar games are likely to thrive. Currently, there exists no competitive mobile game in the global market. Should you, dear master, embark on this venture now, it would undoubtedly become a sensational success, perhaps even surpassing League of Legends with relative ease. In her mind, Xiaoying smiled subtly as she conveyed the findings of her research. Indeed, let us pursue this endeavor to create a competitive battle game for mobile devices. With a clear direction established, Li Fu experienced an epiphany, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, illuminating the path he was destined to follow. At this juncture, some readers may interject, suggesting that this resembles the creation of Honor of Kings. Indeed, it is, but the protagonist exists in a parallel universe, making certain distinctions plausible. With a goal in mind, Li Fu set to work. He possessed a foundational understanding of programming. However, crafting a game single-handedly, particularly one akin to League of Legends, was evidently insurmountable. Fortunately, Li Fu had Xiaoying, the intelligent program, to assist him. As a crucial component of the civilization seed developed by the super-civilization Han technology empire, Xiaoying was anything but ordinary. While continuously imparting advanced programming knowledge from the super-civilization, she enabled Li Fu to rapidly enhance his skills. Many previous obstacles and perplexities swiftly unraveled as his fingers danced across the keyboard, conjuring a cascade of code that flickered into existence. Alas, to accomplish this game single-handedly is nearly an insurmountable task. After toiling for 2 hours, I have yet to establish even a rudimentary framework, and this is with your assistance. Xiaoying, were I to undertake this endeavor alone, I would be utterly lost. After 2 hours, Li Fu rubbed his fingers, which had begun to ache, and paused to reflect. If it were you, dear master, learning and practicing simultaneously, it would be completed in a heartbeat. Moreover, the programming language employed is entirely in English, which complicates matters significantly. I believe that programming in Chinese would be far more advantageous. In his mind, Xiaoying dismissed the programming Li Fu was currently utilizing, having suggested multiple times that he should simply code in Chinese. Yet Li Fu consistently rejected the notion. The concept of programming in Chinese is an immense undertaking, for now. His sole objective is to earn a modest living through this game, without creating unnecessary upheaval. It is worth noting that programming in Chinese has been a subject of extensive research by numerous scientists over many years. Li Fu once again dismissed Xiaoying's suggestion, fully aware that she possessed an abundance of knowledge that transcended contemporary technology. Even the slightest revelation could alter the current state of affairs on Earth. It appears that assembling a team is imperative, for once this game is developed, a corresponding company must be established to manage its operations. One individual alone cannot suffice. I can oversee the core technical product development, but the operational aspects must be entrusted to specialists. Furthermore, I find myself in dire financial straits and must seek out partners to proceed. Li Fu pondered meticulously, realizing the significance of teamwork. In the 8th chapter, he contemplated the prudent utilization of available resources. Whom should he collaborate with? Firstly, He required a partner of affluence, for he himself possessed no wealth. Engaging with someone equally impoverished would render discussions futile. Secondly, he needed someone adept in managing various affairs and relationships, as he himself was not particularly skilled in such matters, being more suited for technical and product development. Ultimately, reliability remained paramount. As Li Fu continued to reflect, he recognized that the quest for a partner was indeed a matter worthy of deep contemplation. At any given moment, having a group of competent partners could yield remarkable results, whereas collaborating with a band of inept allies could prove challenging, even for a genius. This principle echoed the sentiments often expressed by Wang Wanli during their gaming sessions, a reality frequently observed in life. The right partners are crucial for a startup, significantly influencing the distance it can traverse. What about Monkey? He was relatively dependable, yet his circumstances mirrored Li Fu's. He lacked the financial means to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, as his parents would unlikely provide him with funds for such pursuits. The first person that came to Li Fu's mind was his childhood friend, Huang Qiaoyu, a junior at a prestigious university in the empire, who had grown up alongside him. In the recesses of Li Fu's mind, he found himself at a loss, grappling for a suitable candidate for collaboration. His social circle had always been rather limited, and he had never excelled in navigating interpersonal relationships, being the type wholly engrossed in his studies. Now, in his pursuit of a fitting partner, he was met with an insurmountable challenge. Hello? I'm still asleep. What meal? Let's discuss it later. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him. How could I have overlooked my numerous university classmates in favor of those from high school? Truly, I have failed to recognize the vast resources at my disposal. With a sudden fervor, he slammed his palm against the table, as if struck by inspiration. What transpired? Li Fu, are you all right? The abrupt noise startled his three roommates, rousing them from slumber, each casting a concerned glance in his direction, fearing something amiss. My apologies, everyone, Li Fu said, slightly embarrassed. I just conceived a brilliant entrepreneurial idea. Would anyone be interested in hearing it? Honestly, what a commotion for such a trivial matter. My girlfriend just called me to go out for dinner, and I had no interest in that, let alone in entrepreneurship. Jean grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head, determined to return to his slumber. Indeed, starting a business is far from easy. Out of 10 ventures, 9 fail, and it's all just a ruse. Oh, I would indeed like to hear what ingenious ideas Li Fu might have, as he is not one to typically express himself so vocally. Zhao Dongye smiled faintly, rising to prepare himself to listen intently to Li Fu. Coming from a family of officials, Zhao Dongye navigated social interactions with great tact and possessed a keen judgment of character. He understood that Li Fu was not one to engage in baseless boasting and must have conceived a worthwhile notion, otherwise he would not be so animated. Li Fu, if you have a good idea, please share it with us. If it is indeed feasible, we might as well give it a try. Nowadays, it seems that pursuing a university education without venturing into entrepreneurship is deemed rather futile, Zhao Dongye remarked with a smile. My idea is this. Consider how immensely popular Wang Wanli's King's Alliance has become. What if we were to create a mobile game that brings King's Alliance to smartphones? Do you think such a game would succeed? Li Fu proposed, feeling somewhat awkward, as only Zhao Dongye was eager to hear his thoughts. Are you suggesting we transform King's Alliance into a mobile game? Zhao Dongye inquired. Yes, a multiplayer competitive game playable on mobile devices, Li Fu confirmed with a nod. Believe it or not, that could actually work. The number of people who play games is staggering, and nearly everyone possesses a smartphone. If we could develop such a game that can be played anytime, anywhere, it would undoubtedly become a sensation, Zhao Dongye exclaimed, his eyes wide with certainty. Will it truly be a hit? Zhao Dongye raised an eyebrow, initially perceiving Li Fu's idea as rather mundane. As someone who seldom indulged in gaming, Zhao Dongye was unaware of the intricacies involved. However, with the seasoned gamer Wang Wanli expressing such unwavering confidence, it was evident that this notion was bound to succeed. The famed League of Legends, recognized as the most lucrative phenomenon in the global gaming realm, could potentially thrive on smartphones. If executed adeptly, it could surpass even League of Legends itself, effortlessly raking in billions within a year. As a veteran player of League of Legends, Wang Wanli was acutely aware of the game's remarkable profitability, undoubtedly a prized asset in the hands of the Tencent empire. Was it truly that profitable? Earning billions annually. There were scarcely any companies in the nation achieving such feats. Awakened from his slumber by the prospect of financial gain, Zhao Dongya emerged from his cocoon of blankets, invigorated. Being a scion of wealth, he was not content to merely inhabit the role of a privileged heir. Unlike the average individual, he aspired to demonstrate his capabilities, proving he was not inferior to his affluent progenitors. Initially, he held little interest in Li Fu's proposition, perceiving it as limited in potential. However, upon hearing Wang Wanli's enthusiastic endorsement, he swiftly realized that this idea might indeed hold the promise of significant financial reward, thereby piquing his interest. This is merely a conservative estimate, derived from the data of League of Legends. One must understand that if a mobile game were to be developed in this era where everyone possesses a smartphone, its popularity would undoubtedly surpass that of League of Legends, making it quite feasible to earn billions annually. Li Fu remained silent, merely initiating the conversation, while Wang Wanli, an avid gamer, naturally assumed the role of the most persuasive advocate, confidently proclaiming his beliefs. Who would have thought? Li Fu, you rarely play games. Yet you conceived the idea of creating one, and such an excellent one at that. Without further ado, I am in. This project, if successfully executed, is bound to yield tremendous profits. Wang Wanli, who often looked down upon Li Fu due to their disparate family backgrounds, found himself compelled to reassess his opinion of Li Fu. Creating a game is no simple endeavor. The programming alone is exceedingly intricate, representing a monumental task. The presence of specialized professionals is crucial, and securing the necessary startup capital poses significant challenges. Zhao Dongya, stroking his chin in contemplation, articulated the potential difficulties that may arise. Leave the technical aspects to me. Everyone, take a look at this basic framework I spent several hours setting up this morning. I believe that with the assistance of some computer science students, developing such a game is indeed within the realm of possibility. When the topic of technology arose, Li Fu immediately picked up his computer and retrieved the framework he had constructed earlier that morning to conduct a simulated demonstration. Although Zhao Dongya and the others were not well versed in this area, they were swayed by Li Fu's confident demeanor and the tangible evidence he presented. Given Li Fu's frequent forays into programming, they were inclined to trust his assertions. I know several friends from the computer science department and have observed the software they developed. None possess the caliber of skills that Li Fu exhibits. It appears that technical challenges can indeed be entrusted to him. Zhao Dongya, a well-informed individual, nodded as he watched Li Fu showcase his software. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Li Fu's fortuitous encounter that morning, which bestowed upon him the seeds of a super-civilization and the means to enhance his intellect with the assistance of Xiao Ying, his current prowess in the realm of computing would have been unattainable. Previously, Li Fu's skills could be deemed rudimentary, but under Xiao Ying's guidance, he has now achieved a commendable level of proficiency. The framework's development was significantly influenced by Xiao Ying's contributions, ensuring a commendable outcome. Zhao Dongya recognized the quality of the work at a glance. Although he lacked expertise, his acquaintances within the computer science field are well aware of the distinctions in skill levels. Entrust me with the technical and product development aspects. There will be no issues. Li Fu spoke with unwavering confidence, jesting that with the assistance of Xiao Ying, he had made remarkable strides in such a short span of time. Given a little more time, his computing skills would undoubtedly rank among the world's elite, making the development of a game merely a trivial endeavor. However, should the technical and product development issues be resolved, the remaining challenge would be financial constraints. Without adequate funding, all discussions would be futile. Zhao Dongya nodded in agreement. As he was always methodical in his approach, he meticulously considered the problems that might arise and how to address them, only taking action when every concern had been thoroughly contemplated, embodying the composure and sophistication of a seasoned bureaucrat. As for the financial dilemma, they could pool their resources, perhaps gathering a few $100,000, lest they find themselves lacking funds for promotion later on. Wang Wanli also nodded in concurrence, acknowledging that while money is not omnipotent, the absence of it is indeed a significant impediment. In Chapter 9, within Dormitory 222, Li Fu, Zhao Dongya, Wang Wanli, and Qian Jin found themselves completely captivated by Li Fu's entrepreneurial vision for the game. However, when the topic of finances arose, they all encountered a dilemma. I certainly lack funds, and my family is unlikely to support my entrepreneurial endeavors, Li Fu lamented, recognizing that he came from the most modest background among the four. In terms of financial resources, he had the least capital. I could perhaps request a few thousand from my family, and with my accumulated pocket money since childhood, I might manage to scrape together nearly 100,000. Wang Wanli pondered for a moment. Being a native of the vibrant metropolis, his parents were engaged in business, providing him with a comfortable financial background. Each month, he received several thousand in living expenses and could occasionally devise an excuse to request additional funds from his family for some indulgent purchases. Although I lacked substantial funds, I could effortlessly borrow some from my brother. Securing 200,000 would pose no challenge. Zhao Dongya contemplated briefly before speaking. As a scion of a prominent family in the capital, his financial situation was quite favorable. However, his parents imposed strict regulations regarding money, and his monthly allowance was even less than Wang Wanli's. Nevertheless, his brother was affluent, owning a company. The three exchanged glances before turning their attention to Qian Jin, the wealthiest among them, the sole heir of a real estate magnate. A mere few 100,000 seemed inadequate. Even playing house would fall short. With a carefree demeanor and a smile on his face, Qian Jin proclaimed, "I will handle the financial matters. While I may lack many things, I can still procure some funds. I shall call my father now." With a confident and grand gesture, he took it upon himself to gather the necessary resources. After uttering those words, he retrieved his phone and initiated contact with his father. Soon, after a series of ringing tones, he connected with him. "Hello?" A robust voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the speaker. "Dad, it's me." "Well, the sun must have risen in the west today. You're actually calling me on this fine weekend morning. Are you out of money again? Or do you have plans for some outing?" The voice of Qian Jin's father almost provoked laughter from those present. Ever since Qian Jin was accepted into the prestigious SUSI-MANHUA University in China, his parents had not refused any of his requests. Previously, whenever he called his father, it was primarily to ask for money. "Dad, can't I just call you to communicate, to foster our relationship?" Qian Jin felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized that, aside from his monetary requests, there was little else to discuss. "You rascal, how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Speak up, how much do you need this time?" His father's gentle laughter resonated through the phone. Well, this time it's a bit more than usual." Qian Jin found himself at a loss for words. And it seemed indeed to be the case. "A bit more? Have you changed girlfriends again?" His father's words nearly made Li Fu, Zhao Dongya, and Wang Wanli burst into laughter, each of them struggling to contain themselves. "Dad, it's really not about that." Qian Jin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Whenever he encountered an attractive girl or contemplated changing girlfriends, he would request more money from home to pursue his interests. As he put it, having money didn't guarantee success in winning a girlfriend, but lacking it made the endeavor exceedingly difficult. Thus, he was quite generous in spending in this regard. "Oh, what is it then? Do tell." On the other end of the line, Qian Jin's father instantly perked up. "Dad, it's like this. I am planning to start a business and need some initial funding." Qian Jin stated with utmost seriousness. With a chuckle, "I was taken aback when my son expressed his desire to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Indeed, the adage a tiger father begets no dog son holds true, and I, as his father, offer my unwavering moral support." Upon hearing this, Qian Jin's father burst into laughter, though it was evident that he harbored doubts about his son's earnestness, likely contemplating a pretext to acquire some funds for leisure. "Dad, I'm not jesting. I am genuinely prepared to start a business. I require not only your moral support, but also your financial backing. Surely, you can contribute something," Qian Jin expressed, feeling utterly speechless. His usual levity seemed to be met with skepticism when he sought seriousness. Very well. I shall support you both morally and financially. Is 100,000 sufficient? Qianjin's father replied with a smile, yet he remained unconvinced that his son was serious, casually suggesting the sum without much thought. Dad, are you sending me off to beg? What can I accomplish with 100,000? I assure you, this is not a frivolous endeavor. You know Li Fu. It was he who proposed we start a business together. We've resolved nearly everything. We simply lack the initial capital. Qianjin exclaimed, feeling as if he had been stepped on, nearly springing to his feet. Oh, it was Li Fu's suggestion. It seems this is no trifling matter. How about 500,000? That is the maximum I can provide. Qianjin's father mused for a moment. After considering the situation, he multiplied the figure by 5. As Li Fu was not only Qianjin's roommate, but also someone he had interacted with, he was aware of Li Fu's humble beginnings and recognized his integrity and capabilities. Father, what can a few 100,000 accomplish? It barely suffices for an advertisement or promotion. Our dormitory of 4 is embarking on this entrepreneurial journey together, and both Wang Wanli and Zhao Dongye hold great expectations for this project. If it truly takes off, who knows, I might even surpass you one day. Qianjin has never been one to settle for a mere 500,000 in startup capital. As a wealthy heir accustomed to extravagance, he hardly regards such an amount. The fact that Zhao Dongye and Wang Wanli are optimistic about this venture suggests you may indeed possess a promising project. Well, it is beneficial to gain experience. That is never a bad thing. Thus, I shall initially provide you with 5 million. As for any further financial support, it will depend on whether you can deliver commendable results. Qianjin's father pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking, increasing the investment to 5 million. For the average individual, 5 million represents an enormous sum, a figure that most will never accumulate in a lifetime. Countless individuals clutching 2 yuan lottery tickets dream of winning such a jackpot. However, for the affluent, 5 million is merely a trifle. It could easily be squandered in a single poker game, a car purchase, a lavish meal, or an exquisite piece of jewelry. Qianjin's father viewed this 5 million as an opportunity for his son to gain valuable experience. After all, his son's future had already been mapped out, destined to gradually take over the vast real estate empire he had built. Thus, providing his son with 5 million to explore entrepreneurship seemed inconsequential. Some wealthy individuals provide their sons with entrepreneurial funding amounting to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Qianjin's father regarded the financial support as somewhat of a playful endeavor. Thus, offering 5 million was already considered quite generous, especially as he promised additional funding contingent upon achieving certain results. Of course, the willingness to grant 5 million was also influenced by the presence of others in the dormitory, particularly Zhao Dongye, a scion of a prominent family in the capital, known for his composure and shrewdness. With him joining the entrepreneurial team, Qianjin's father felt there was a reasonable chance of success. Dad, could you provide a bit more? 5 million is insufficient. If our venture succeeds, we could easily earn billions annually. This is the seedling stage, and it requires more nourishment, Qianjin said, casting a slight smirk at his 3 dorm mates. With the 5 million secured, he felt confident about their entrepreneurial journey. However, his father was rendered speechless, recalling his own humble beginnings. When I started, I was utterly broke. I had nothing, let alone 5 million. Not even 500 yuan was given to me by your grandfather. He thought to himself how his son truly underestimated the challenges of making money. Companies that yield billions in profits annually are few and far between among publicly listed enterprises in the entire nation. Having ideas is commendable, yet the crucial aspect lies in transforming those ideas into reality. That is where true skill resides. The 5 million is already a significant sum. Many individuals might not amass such wealth in their entire lifetimes. It would be wise for him to learn and train diligently. Qianjin's father spoke with earnestness, clearly holding high expectations for his cherished son. However, he harbored skepticism regarding this entrepreneurial venture, perceiving it merely as a form of experience, a frivolous expenditure. All right, fine. How stingy, Qianjin thought, receiving a mere 5 million, along with his father's nagging. Yet, he resolved to astonish his father with his accomplishments. Pouting slightly, he found his father's lectures increasingly irksome. Securing 5 million was already a significant achievement, albeit just barely satisfactory. Deep within, he was determined to prove that he was not merely a wealthy heir idly consuming his inheritance. Having successfully gained admission to Yanhuang University, one of the most prestigious institutions in Huaxia, he was equally capable of achieving remarkable feats. "Haha, bring it on. I'm ready," he silently declared. With a smile of satisfaction, Qianjin's father felt content with his son, recognizing his capriciousness but appreciating the absence of any detrimental habits. Concluding the conversation, Qianjin turned to his companions with a faint smile. "Gentlemen, my apologies, but now that we have 5 million, it seems we must be frugal in all aspects." The others fell momentarily silent, realizing the disparity. After all, who could blame him for having the luck of being born with such advantages? Viewing 5 million as a trifling sum? 5 million. This capital is ample, far exceeding my initial expectations. However, this has complicated the distribution of shares, as your investment is substantial and the rest of us simply cannot keep pace. Zhao Dongya pondered for a moment before articulating another crucial issue. Chapter 10. The distribution of shares is a significant concern. When the topic of share distribution arose, Li Fu and the others could not help but furrow their brows. The allocation of shares is not a trivial matter. It is a profoundly significant issue, especially for a nascent entrepreneurial team. The fairness of this distribution is of paramount importance. If the division is deemed equitable, all parties will be satisfied, preventing conflicts and misunderstandings, thus allowing the team to unite more closely and harness a formidable collective strength. Conversely, if the distribution is perceived as unjust, team members may become excessively preoccupied with their respective gains and losses, particularly as the enterprise expands and thrives, leading to increasingly vast stakes. What may have seemed like a minor share at the outset could transform into a treasure trove, deepening rifts and often catalyzing the decline of the business. It is one thing for a company to transition from prosperity to decline, but what is truly disheartening is witnessing once close collaborators, who were often dear friends, brothers, or relatives, become adversaries over the issue of share distribution. This is especially true as the company grows, with disputes over control becoming even more pronounced. Often, when embarking on a new venture, few anticipate the potential for substantial growth. In our country, this aspect is not given adequate attention. Some partners, in the initial stages, may overlook the significance of equity, only to realize, as the enterprise expands, that their interests diverge significantly from those of their collaborators, leading to inevitable discord. The issue of equity is of paramount importance, and I believe it is essential for us to address this matter now to prevent future conflicts and misunderstandings. The decision to start a business, or not, is of less consequence. We must not allow such issues to jeopardize the bonds of camaraderie among us. Zhao Dongya was the first to speak, exhibiting a thoughtful and far-sighted approach to the matter. His companions nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective. Initially, we contemplated pooling a few 100,000, which would facilitate a more equitable distribution of shares among us. However, with Qianjin contributing 5 million, it is clear that the three of us cannot match that investment. Consequently, regardless of how we proceed, Qianjin, you will inevitably bear a disadvantage in the equity distribution. Zhao Dongya pondered for a moment before addressing Qianjin, speaking slowly. Who among us is at a disadvantage? In terms of technology, it is Li Fu who has resolved those issues. When it comes to creativity, that too is attributed to Li Fu. As for management, I believe you, Zhao Dongya, are well suited for that role. And when discussing promotion and planning, it is undoubtedly you, Wang Wanli, who stands out. As for me, Qianjin, I am merely a dandy. Aside from contributing some financial capital, I possess little else. When calculating assets, one must not merely consider the initial investment. Otherwise, Li Fu would seem entirely insignificant. It is crucial to recognize that without Li Fu's expertise and creativity, our endeavors would falter. Although Qianjin, the affluent scion, often appears frivolous and carefree, he possesses remarkable acumen in interpersonal relations. He understands that his roommates, particularly Li Fu, are unlikely to match his financial contributions. Thus, he emphasizes that intangible assets also constitute a form of capital. This alone illustrates that Qianjin is not a mere idle rich heir, but rather an individual of intellect who understands the nuances of give and take, the importance of discerning value, and the necessity of sacrifice. Had he been oblivious to these principles, naively believing that his monetary investment entitled him to the majority of the shares, it is evident that the others in the dormitory would not be inclined to collaborate with him. In entrepreneurship, while ample funding may provide greater flexibility, limited financial resources do not preclude the possibility of operation, particularly in Li Fu's case, as he lacks financial means and aims to invest through his skills and creativity. Evaluating and quantifying such contributions becomes exceedingly challenging. While assessing technical expertise is relatively straightforward, creativity is often elusive and subjective. At times, a single innovative idea can wield immense influence, capable of forging an entirely new trajectory. However, once an idea is articulated and becomes common knowledge, its value diminishes significantly. To put it bluntly, with sufficient financial backing, Qianjin could feasibly pursue this endeavor independently, as he possesses the resources to simply hire a game development team. It is evident that Qianjin is an individual with high emotional intelligence, not a petty person. Although he may exhibit some capriciousness due to his wealth, he is fundamentally amiable and understands the nuances of human relations. He is acutely aware of the circumstances of his dormitory companions and recognizes who among the partnership is genuinely instrumental. Consequently, he astutely chose to emphasize Li Fu's technical prowess and creativity, while also acknowledging Zhao Dongye's managerial capabilities and Wang Wanli's talents in promotion and planning. Simultaneously, he portrayed himself as a mere playboy, possessing nothing but a modicum of wealth, thereby alleviating any potential tension regarding equity distribution during subsequent discussions among his peers. Qianjin's remarks elicited faint smiles from the others, instilling a sense of reassurance that disputes over equity would be minimal, as he, the primary investor, had already made considerable concessions. Thus, it was proposed that everyone share their investment contributions and express their desired equity stakes, followed by mutual concessions. This investment encompasses cash, technology, creativity, management, and more. Zhao Dongye pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. Let me propose first. I will invest 200,000 and take charge of the company's overall operations and management. I hope to secure a 20% stake. Zhao Dongye chuckled, as the one making the proposal. He naturally took the lead in speaking. He exuded a remarkable confidence in his abilities. I will invest 100,000 and handle the overall planning, promotion, and marketing of the company, and I believe a 10% share would suffice. Wang Wanli was the second to speak. He was well aware that he lacked both technical expertise and substantial funding. The only asset he brought to the table was his experience as a seasoned player in the gaming industry, which lent him a certain understanding of the field. Everyone is being so modest, but I'll be a bit bolder. I will invest 5 million and a 30% stake is acceptable for me. Qianjin said with a smile, scratching his head. Zhao Dongye proposed 20, Wang Wanli 10, and Qianjin 30, which together accounted for 60 of the shares. The three men turned their gazes toward Li Fu simultaneously. You all are being so humble, but I have not contributed a single cent. My only asset is a bit of technical expertise and entrepreneurial spirit. I will be responsible for the technical aspects of the game, and I cannot claim 40 of the shares. For me, a 20% stake would be just right, Li Fu said, shaking his head with a smile. It seemed improper for him to claim a 40% share when the total investment had already reached 5.3 million, meaning he would effectively possess over 2 million in assets without any financial contribution. 20% seems rather insufficient. I believe it would be more reasonable for Li Fu to possess 30%, as the realm of technological development is a pivotal core issue. Furthermore, without Li Fu's innovative ideas, the vision for our entrepreneurial endeavor would not exist. 30% is hardly excessive. Zhao Dongya pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, adding an additional 10% to Li Fu's share, a rationale that garnered nods of approval from Qianjin and Wang Wanli. Indeed, a mere 20% for Li Fu is inadequate. The value of this technology alone far exceeds that, not to mention the creativity embedded within it. Qianjin concurred, emphasizing from the outset the significance of Li Fu's technology and innovation. It is truly lacking. At the very least, he should command 30%. For we are not well versed in technology. After all, technology is the foremost productive force. Wang Wanli echoed this sentiment, asserting the paramount importance of technological assets. How could this be acceptable? 20% is simply not sufficient. I have already appraised my technology at a high value. Li Fu smiled gently, courteously declining. Thus, it was settled that Li Fu would hold 30%, while the remaining 10% could serve as an incentive for future employee shares. For the time being, we shall distribute according to the current proportions, with plans to motivate those who contribute significantly once the company expands and strengthens. Zhao Dongya chuckled lightly, waving his hand to finalize the distribution of shares. He had already envisioned utilizing the remaining 10 to incentivize employees once the company expanded, showcasing his remarkable talent and long-term vision. I find this distribution plan exceedingly reasonable. I have no objections. Wang Wanli nodded, smiling in agreement. I have no objections either. Hee. Considering my position, I stand to benefit without contributing anything, Qianjin added with a grin. I have concerns. My shareholding seems somewhat excessive. In business, we should adhere to principles, and we ought to learn from the practices of Europe, America, and Japan. Even brothers keep accounts clear, Li Fu remarked, shaking his head with a smile, feeling that his stake was disproportionately large and that he was unfairly benefiting from others. Despite his objections, the votes were cast among the four of us, 3 in favor and 1 against. Following the principle of majority rule, the proposal for the company as share distribution was duly passed. Indeed, Li Fu, a 30 stake is certainly not excessive. You will have your hands full with technical matters, and product development, operations, and maintenance will all rely on you. In fact, a 30 share may even be a modest allocation, someone chimed in. Exactly. A 30 share is entirely justified. Let us not squander any more time on this matter. Chapter 11. The Entrepreneurship Center. Some classmates remarked that the protagonist's shareholdings were rather meager. However, there was no cause for concern. The protagonist was engaged in high technology, and creating games was merely a means to amass initial capital. It was inevitable that he would eventually branch out independently. After all, one does not share the seeds of a super civilization with others. Given that he was merely embarking on a game, a 30 stake was indeed quite reasonable. Li Fu chuckled helplessly, mindful of his roommate's generosity, contemplating an opportunity to express his gratitude in the future. Certainly, the technology and creativity he possessed justified the 30 stake. It was not an unfair advantage. Since everyone was so considerate, he thought it only fitting to accept the 30. After all, technology is priceless, and innovation is equally invaluable. Zhao Dongya patted Li Fu on the shoulder with a smile. Now that the equity discussions were concluded and the funding secured, it was time to deliberate on the enhancement of the team. If they were to embark on this entrepreneurial journey, they ought to operate formally from the outset, aspiring to expand and strengthen their enterprise. While it was not a matter of dictating how things should unfold, they at least aimed to make a name for themselves within the gaming industry. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Zhao Dongya continued, his leadership qualities seemingly innate, addressing issues in a comprehensive and interconnected manner, displaying a methodical approach to tasks. He was undeniably a person of great ambition. Without delving into other matters, our primary requirement is to recruit personnel for finance, administration, and related office functions. Considering our current circumstances, we can implement a policy of streamlining our workforce. While we do not require a large number of staff, it is imperative that we establish all functional departments. Zhao Dongya was the first to propose this, focusing on the realm of operational management, which he will oversee in the future, thus naturally considering the staffing needs of these functional areas. The marketing and promotion sector also necessitates some personnel, albeit not in excess. Initially, 2 or 3 individuals will suffice. Wang Wanli nodded in agreement and articulated the staffing needs for which he is responsible. As for my requirements, I seek individuals proficient in computer graphics and software design, particularly in the realm of computer graphics, where a plethora of heroes, special effects, costumes, and props necessitates the expertise of professional artists. The software aspect also demands genuine specialists. Li Fu pondered for a moment and articulated the talent needed during the product development phase. Although he himself lacks expertise in the artistic domain, and while Xiaoying may assist, it would be imprudent for Li Fu to rely solely on her, as such dependence could raise suspicions in fields where one is not adept. Excessive visibility can be quite conspicuous. It appears that we will need to recruit at least a dozen additional individuals to form a complete team. Zhao Dongye contemplated for a moment, meticulously calculating and beginning to search for relevant personnel, leveraging his extensive network and numerous friendships across various fields of expertise. I am acquainted with students specializing in finance and administration, enabling me to effortlessly locate suitable personnel. I also know a few individuals in the realm of computer science, so assembling a team will not pose a challenge. As for the recruitment of personnel and game promotion, I believe it is best left to Wang Wanli to undertake this task. However, my connections in the field of computer art and design are rather limited, and I find myself at a loss for suitable candidates at present. But I do have acquaintances in computer art and design. Many of my former girlfriends hail from the prestigious Beijing Academy of Fine Arts, each possessing remarkable artistic talents. I shall take charge of this aspect and ensure that the most qualified individuals are brought on board. At this moment, Qian Jin, who had been relatively quiet, broke into a smug smile. This charming young man, who has traversed the gardens of romance, has undoubtedly lost count of his former flames. Impressive, impressive. The other 3 could only stare in silence, their eyes wide with admiration. Currently, under the auspices of a nationwide initiative, a wave of entrepreneurial spirit is sweeping through Huaxia. Notably, university students, representing the most vibrant, innovative, and passionate segment of society, are the primary focus of this call to action. Yanhuang University, renowned as one of the leading institutions in Huaxia, is determined not to lag behind in this regard. As a representative of Huaxia's elite scholars, the students of Yanhuang University consistently lead their peers across the nation, with many embarking on entrepreneurial ventures that have achieved resounding success and garnered national acclaim. The Entrepreneurship Center at Yanhuang University is housed within a standard office building, soaring over 10 stories high and encompassing an area of over 1,000 square meters. This facility was generously donated by an alumnus who achieved entrepreneurial success, specifically established to assist the budding entrepreneurs of Yanhuang University. Furthermore, numerous distinguished graduates, alongside affluent alumni, have collaborated to create an entrepreneurial fund designed to provide low-interest or even interest-free loans to students in need of financial support. Additionally, promising project proposals may attract investment from dedicated venture capital funds. Though the Entrepreneurship Center may appear unremarkable amidst the campus, it serves as a genuine incubator for innovation. With several successful startups emerging each year, some of which have astonishingly reached public listing in just a few years. The center enjoys not only the backing of its accomplished graduates, but also significant support from both the government and the university itself. The cost of operating within this entrepreneurial hub is nearly negligible, which greatly benefits countless startup teams. It is important to recognize that the expense of merely leasing office space can often be substantial. Without such arrangements, finding a suitable alternative can seem less formal, and opting for a more legitimate location typically incurs considerable costs. At the Entrepreneurship Center of Yanhuang University, each office is meticulously designed and arranged in accordance with international standards, exuding an air of sophistication. The rental fees are almost negligible, merely a symbolic management fee. Such advantageous conditions naturally attract numerous entrepreneurial teams from the entire university. with several hundred teams, both renowned and lesser known, residing within the building. Here, one can overhear spirited discussions among various teams, brimming with creativity, where the only limit is one's imagination. For Li Fu and Qian Jin, seizing the opportunity to establish their venture in such an ideal environment is paramount. Acquiring an exceptional workspace with minimal investment is nothing short of a dream for any entrepreneur. Indeed, it is impressive to see so many vehicles parked at the center, including some luxurious cars, suggesting that this place truly possesses auspicious prospects. At this moment, Li Fu and Qian Jin arrive at the Entrepreneurship Center, intent on securing an office. Qian Jin, embodying the demeanor of a privileged youth, gazes at the array of vehicles outside, including several high-end automobiles, and exclaims with a smile, "Of course, our university's Entrepreneurship Center has incubated many renowned startups, with some having even gone public. The most notable recently is a company involved in shared bicycles." Li Fu nodded thoughtfully. He had perused the relevant materials regarding the Entrepreneurial Center and was well acquainted with its illustrious history, recognizing it as a genuine incubator for burgeoning enterprises. "Oh, once our company starts generating profit, we shall each acquire our own vehicle. The sensation of driving a car purchased with one's own earnings is bound to be exhilarating." Qian Jin observed the hustle and bustle within the Entrepreneurial Center, where individuals rushed about, each seemingly aware that time equates to money. He couldn't help but indulge in fantasies about their future lives. They were merely at the beginning of their journey. It was crucial to avoid the corruption that plagued larger corporations. Only when they had firmly established themselves would they earn the right to flaunt their success. Li Fu shook his head, bemused by Qian Jin's thoughts. It was rather premature to be contemplating how to spend their future earnings when they had just embarked on this venture. It was a jest to assume that the entrepreneurial enterprises Qian Jin invested in would undoubtedly prosper and grow strong. Displaying a few cars would be inconsequential. If they were to go public, he would personally ring the bell on that momentous occasion. Upon hearing this, Qian Jin raised his eyebrows, a proud expression adorning his face, as he led the way into the Entrepreneurial Center. Within the management center of the Entrepreneurial Hub, the operations were overseen by the Student Council of Yanhuan University, with students managing the day-to-day affairs of the entire building, while the university refrained from intervening in their matters. "Hello. I would like to apply for an office space to establish a small business," he stated. In the management center, Li Fu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, who was engrossed in her book. She seemed familiar, yet her identity eluded him. Her long, flowing hair framed her simple and unadorned attire. Although her full face remained partially hidden, it was evident that she was a quintessential beauty. "Ah, please fill out this form." Li Fu's voice prompted her to look up, revealing a breathtaking visage. She possessed a delicate, oval face, a slender neck as white and smooth as porcelain, and large eyes that sparkled like precious gems. Her finely shaped nose complemented her natural beauty, free from any artifice, rendering her an exceptionally rare natural beauty. At that moment, she instinctively smiled, radiating an irresistible charm that momentarily left Li Fu spellbound. In the presence of such exquisite beauty, anyone would be compelled to steal a few more glances. Yet the allure was tinged with an overwhelming sense of humility that made direct eye contact daunting. "Oh, okay." The playful voice of Xiaoing echoed in Li Fu's mind, snapping him back to reality. He felt a rush of embarrassment for his earlier lapse in composure. In the imperial city, stunning women were not uncommon. One could easily encounter many while strolling the streets. However, the beauty before him was truly extraordinary. "Haha, master. Isn't this beauty simply stunning?" Xiaoing chimed in, causing Li Fu to wish he could vanish into the ground. Chapter 12, Wang Yun. A beauty capable of captivating nations, with a grace that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers, is indeed an apt description. Furthermore, in this era where elaborate adornment is the norm, a woman who presents herself without a trace of makeup is truly a rarity. Her simple attire, devoid of any ostentation, coupled with a fleeting smile, rendered Li Fu momentarily spellbound. In an effort to conceal the turmoil within, Li Fu averted his gaze, focusing intently on the form before him. Wang Yun observed the individual engrossed in the document, a faint smile gracing her lips. Such occurrences were far from novel. She had grown accustomed to them. She picked up the book in her hands and resumed her reading. The content of the form was quite straightforward, merely outlining various entrepreneurial projects, general concepts. The office space required, contact persons, and fundamental cost details. Indeed, the entrepreneurial center lived up to its name, boasting remarkably low requirements. Any student enrolled at Yanhuang University could apply, and the associated costs were quite minimal, practically offering free access to all. Li Fu scrutinized the form from beginning to end. Although it was labeled as a form, it also served as a manual, detailing the essential considerations and the preferential policies available at the Entrepreneurial Center. The prospect of interest-free and low-interest loans was particularly enticing for budding entrepreneurial teams. Most notably, the center provided avenues to connect with domestic venture capital institutions. Venture capital institutions are undoubtedly the coveted entities that countless entrepreneurial teams aspire to engage with. A promising startup often navigates through multiple funding rounds, Series A, B, and C, swiftly leading to an initial public offering, thereby amassing considerable wealth and transforming into billionaires overnight, a feat that no longer dwells solely in the realm of dreams. Provided there exists a remarkable entrepreneurial project and innovative ideas, one lacks not for capital, investment, or conducive environments. The illustrious alumni from Yanhuang University are ever eager to lend their robust support, rendering this place a veritable paradise for entrepreneurs. It is no surprise that our university's Entrepreneurship Center annually witnesses the emergence of several golden phoenixes. With such a favorable entrepreneurial ecosystem, achieving remarkable results seems almost a given. Li Fu smiled and nodded, having previously researched numerous entrepreneurial case studies online. He noted that a significant proportion of entrepreneurial ventures falter due to mismanagement. Yet a considerable number also succumb to failure owing to insufficient funding and investment, ultimately depleting the founder's resources. In today's fiercely competitive landscape, virtually every endeavor is encumbered by stringent barriers, which are only intensifying. Thus, it is exceedingly challenging for entrepreneurs without a solid financial foundation to attain success. This elucidates Li Fu's rationale for seeking collaboration, as his own financial limitations compel him to partner with those of greater means. With pen in hand, Li Fu commenced filling out the application, seeking to secure an office accommodating approximately 30 individuals at the Entrepreneurship Center. The application form required minimal information, indicating that the management of the center adopts a relatively lenient approach towards entrepreneurial teams, which can be seen as a form of encouragement. Li Fu, have you not yet completed it? Just as Li Fu was nearing the completion of his application, the nonchalant voice of Qianjin echoed in the air. Upon entering the Entrepreneurship Center, Qianjin had spotted a beautiful woman, prompting him to rush over to charm her, leaving Li Fu to handle the application alone. Almost done. Li Fu swiftly filled out the form, meticulously reviewing it to ensure everything was in order. Wang Yun, what brings you here? Qianjin entered, immediately captivated by the stunning beauty before him. He quickly masked his carefree demeanor, smiling as he addressed Wang Yun. Wang Yun, oh, now I remember where I've seen you before. You're the one who turned down Qianjin, his only failed pursuit, Li Fu recalled, remembering how, during their freshman year, Qianjin had been utterly smitten upon first encountering Wang Yun, launching an all-out romantic offensive. Yet, regardless of Qianjin's relentless charms, Wang Yun remained completely unmoved. Why can't I be here? As for you, Qin the dandy, instead of entertaining your beauty, how do you find the time to come here? Wang Yun regarded Qianjin with little warmth, holding no fondness for the persistent suitor from her past. My roommates and I have a promising idea, and we decided to explore entrepreneurship, Li Fu interjected. Oh, I recall now, you are responsible for managing the Entrepreneurship Center in the Student Council. It seems I shall be working under you, Miss Wang. I look forward to your guidance. Qianjin seemed oblivious to the discontent displayed by Wang Yun and smiled as he spoke. It's not about concern. It's merely adhering to the rules. I simply hope you refrain from bothering the female students here. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Yun issued a cold warning. Fully aware of the character of Qian Jin, a notorious playboy, widely recognized throughout Yanhuan University for his frivolous escapades. His history of girlfriends was countless, and innumerable naive young women had fallen prey to his sweet words, only to be abandoned in the end. What do you mean by harassment? Am I that kind of person? While I may be a bit of a libertine, I am certainly not lewd or a rogue, Qian Jin retorted with a dismissive pout, acknowledging his reputation within the school. Well, I cannot govern other matters, but the Entrepreneurship Center falls under my jurisdiction. If I witness you troubling the female students here, do not expect me to hold back from giving you a severe lesson. Wang Yun feigned an intimidating demeanor to frighten Qian Jin, and she was resolute in her willingness to act if necessary. She harbored a profound disdain for individuals like Qian Jin, who, backed by their family wealth, acted with impunity. Although Qian Jin was merely known for having many girlfriends, he was not entirely without merit in other respects. Realizing the power dynamics, Qian Jin shrugged in resignation. Acknowledging her authority and conceding, "You're the boss. I'll heed your every word." Qian Jin was acutely aware that the individual before him, Wang Yun, was far from ordinary. Not only was she a master of karate, holding a black belt, but her background was also remarkably impressive. His own family, having merely made a modest fortune in real estate, paled in comparison to her illustrious lineage. "Hello, this is our application form. Please take a moment to review it and let us know if there are any discrepancies," he said. Meanwhile, Li Fu quietly observed and smiled faintly. For his roommate's reputation had long spread throughout Yanhuan University, garnering both admiration and criticism in equal measure. Wang Yun glanced at Li Fu, gracefully taking the form he had submitted. She began to scrutinize it meticulously before turning to the adjacent computer to conduct further inquiries. In no time, she had her answer. Room 602 perfectly meets your requirements and is currently unoccupied. If there are no objections, you may proceed to utilize room 602. Additionally, the Entrepreneurship Center only provides seating. For other office equipment such as computers, you will need to procure those independently. However, we do offer complimentary broadband internet access. Wang Yun meticulously reviewed the documentation Li Fu had provided. While there were no apparent issues, she noted that it was relatively rare to encounter an entrepreneurial team capable of raising over 5 million in funding at once. Yet, considering the presence of Qian Jin, this affluent young gentleman by Li Fu's side, it was hardly surprising. After searching through the materials on his computer, Wang Yun swiftly located an office suitable for Li Fu's team, readily accepting their application. The process was remarkably straightforward and accommodating. They even provided complimentary internet access, underscoring the generous conditions offered by the Innovation Center at Yanhuan University. "Thank you so much," Li Fu exclaimed with a smile upon hearing this. "There's no need for gratitude. This is part of my duties. I sincerely hope you achieve success in your entrepreneurial endeavors. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to visit the administration office," Wang Yun replied with a professional demeanor. He efficiently entered the relevant information into the computer and subsequently presented a contract. "This is the agreement. If there are no issues, please sign it. Here is the key to room 602. There are only 2 copies, and no additional keys are permitted. Additionally, please take care of the Innovation Center's property." Wang Yun meticulously outlined the necessary precautions while swiftly processing the paperwork. In truth, the procedure was quite simple. As Yanhuan University actively supports the national initiative encouraging college students to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, the management of the Innovation Center is quite relaxed, with minimal restrictions, largely focusing on various favorable policies and encouragement rather than profit generation. Otherwise, it would not have been entrusted to the Student Council for administration. Li Fu took the contract and examined it carefully. The terms were straightforward, primarily emphasizing the importance of safeguarding public property and stipulating that any damages would require compensation, along with a few other conditions. Finding no issues, Li Fu promptly affixed his signature. "Thank you for your assistance." All formalities completed in less than 10 minutes. Li Fu obtained the key to room 602, marveling at the leniency of the Entrepreneurship Center. With a smile, He expressed his gratitude to Wang Yun. No need for formality. If you truly wish to show thanks, please consider assisting our school's students from underprivileged families should we require recruitment in the future, Wang Yun replied with a smile, offering a small piece of advice to support those less fortunate students. Chapter 13, The Entrepreneurial Team. A few days later, Room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center was filled to capacity. Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli, as the core members of the entrepreneurial team, were convening the inaugural meeting of the King's Agriculture Team. Welcome, everyone, to our King's Agriculture Entrepreneurial Team. Today marks our first assembly, and we formally announce the establishment of our team. Zhao Dongye, the team's overall leader, proclaimed first. His voice resonated with confidence, seemingly imbued with an invisible magnetism, compelling others to believe that following him would lead to success. I must announce that our King's Agriculture Team has successfully raised over 5 million yuan in startup capital, positioning us as a notable player among entrepreneurial teams. Furthermore, we, the 4 shareholders, have decided to allocate 10 of our shares as rewards for outstanding members who contribute significantly to our team. Zhao Dongye is evidently not merely a proprietor who speaks solely of ideals. He possesses a profound understanding of the core principles of management. Employees tend to favor a leader who offers tangible rewards. A 10 equity stake, calculated solely on the initial investment, amounts to over 500,000. The entire entrepreneurial team consists of 20 individuals, excluding the 4 core founders, meaning each member could receive an incentive of approximately 20,000. This represents a genuine reward. And notably, it is equity, phantom shares that, with diligent effort and exceptional performance, could transform into a future not limited to a mere 20,000, but potentially soaring to 2 million or even 20 million. Observing the enthusiastic team around him, Zhao Dongye nodded in satisfaction as they applauded fervently. The carrot of opportunity dangled enticingly before them, motivating team members to strive relentlessly. Today marks the inaugural gathering of our team, and it is likely that many are still unfamiliar with one another. As per tradition, let us commence with introductions to foster mutual acquaintance. Additionally, I have established a WeChat group for everyone to join. Allow me to begin. I am Zhao Dongye, a third-year student in the Department of Economic Management. You may refer to me as Dongye, Xiaoye, or Zhao Dongye, but please refrain from calling me boss or Mr. Zhao. We are all classmates and entrepreneurial partners, more akin to brothers and sisters, and there is no need for such formality. Zhao Dongye wore a smile upon his face, and his words bore no hint of arrogance, which is one reason he enjoys a plethora of friends. More than half of the members of the entrepreneurial team were recruited by him, illustrating his extensive social network. Can we call you Xiaoye? Someone jestingly inquired. The speaker, Li Qi, a software expert from the School of Computer Science and a close friend of Zhao Dongye, had always had a penchant for humor. As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted throughout room 602. That might not be appropriate. It makes me sound far too old, Zhao Dongye replied with a chuckle, clearly unbothered by such light-hearted banter. Amidst the laughter, the members of the entrepreneurial team began to introduce themselves. Naturally, Li Fu, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli, as the core and major shareholders of the venture, took the lead in the introductions. Among the team, 9 members were skilled professionals in the field of software from the School of Computer Science, each with a modest degree of renown. Some of the more formidable ones possessed a certain pride, having only agreed to visit the entrepreneurial team to assess its viability before considering their participation. After all, in this era, the internet startup landscape is replete with numerous cases, and as individuals entrenched in the industry, they have encountered many predecessors. They are also coveted by various internet entrepreneurial teams, and it is Zhao Dongye's extensive connections and considerable reputation that enable him to attract such talent, something that might not be attainable for an ordinary individual. Among them, the most formidable is Li Qi, who has previously secured the grand prize in the university-level computer software design competition and has participated in the development of various corporate software. It is said that even before his graduation, companies were eager to reserve his talents. Peng Zhen, Bao Yishan, Ping'an, Zhang Yuan, Lu Dan, Yang Zian, El Meng, and Li Xiao are all individuals of comparable caliber, having achieved notable success in the realm of computing, each possessing substantial experience in software development. Beyond the 9 responsible for product development and operations, there exists a considerable contingent dedicated to the beautification of games, including character, item, and skin design, comprising another 9 talented women. This formidable team is not only large, but also consists entirely of stunning beauties, with half of them reportedly being former girlfriends of the affluent playboy seeking their talents. Bai Wei, an outstanding student from the Fine Arts Department of the Imperial Capital Art Institute, possesses the remarkable ability to breathe life into landscapes with just a brush. However, mere artistic talent is insufficient. The pivotal aspect lies in her capability to reproduce her paintings using computer software, which is indeed the crux of her skill. The entire contingent of 9 women mirrors Bai Wei's talents, each adept not only in traditional painting, but also in the proficient use of digital art tools, a burgeoning profession that has gained immense popularity alongside the rise of the internet. Each one of them is a coveted asset for countless gaming companies. In the gaming industry, players have become increasingly discerning. It is not merely about the gameplay. The beauty of the scenery, the charisma of character designs, and the charm of adorable creatures all play pivotal roles in captivating gamers. Bai Wei, with her tall stature and alluring curves, possesses a delicate visage adorned with a gentle smile. Her melodious voice enchants the entire entrepreneurial team, leaving the bachelors among them envious, unable to resist stealing glances. In addition to Bai Wei, there are 8 other remarkable women: Wei Shui, Chen Shuang, Xiaolan, Qin Xiaoxian, Wang Nanqin, Su Yanan, Tang Shuyu, and Xie Minjing. Each one boasts a sweet and pleasant voice, complemented by striking features. Among them, a few are former girlfriends of Qian Jin, ensuring they are of no ordinary caliber, while the others are their friends or classmates. Besides these 2 significant factions, the team also includes Shen Shi, who assists with the company's finances and operational management, and Wang Wanli, responsible for talent acquisition and game promotion, along with Zhou Zhongyuan, the planner. In total, the team comprises 24 members, 15 men and 9 women, a harmonious blend that fosters a dynamic working environment, unlike many entrepreneurial groups dominated by males, which often feel lacking in certain aspects. After nearly an hour of introductions, the entire team of 24 individuals became acquainted with one another, solidifying their camaraderie and establishing a sense of belonging. Just now, everyone acquainted themselves with one another, and our entire team can be described as a gathering of exceptional talents. Li Qi, Peng Zhen, and Bao Yishan are all renowned experts from the School of Computer Science, while Bai Wei, Wei Shui, Chen Shuang, and Xiaolan, the 9 lovely ladies among us, are all stunning beauties from the Academy of Fine Arts in the capital. Let us be discreet and not reveal to the outside world that we have 9 beauties here. Otherwise, the door to room 602 might be overwhelmed with visitors. Zhao Dongye's joking remarks once again enlivened the atmosphere, bringing smiles to everyone's faces and reducing the aloofness typically felt among strangers, fostering a more amiable camaraderie. Now, allow me to outline our respective responsibilities. The product development and maintenance team will report to Li Fu, who will be in charge. Ahem. I must formally announce something important. Li Fu is still a bachelor. If anyone has connections, please assist in making introductions, particularly the 9 beautiful ladies from the art department. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Although Li Fu may not speak much, he is sincere and ambitious. His initiative for this entrepreneurial venture with Honor of Kings has earned him the position of the largest shareholder, and he is exceptionally adept in technical matters, with a promising future ahead. If you have any sisters, friends, or classmates who are also single, please remember to introduce them to Li Fu. He is truly a commendable individual. Initially, Zhao Dongye, who was earnestly discussing the division of labor, suddenly took on the role of Cupid, assisting Li Fu in seeking introductions for potential romantic partners. This left Li Fu in a state of bemusement, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone in room 602. My roommate is still single. I shall bring her tomorrow to introduce to Li Fu, exclaimed the whimsical Su Yanin with exuberance. I have a close friend who is also unattached and quite attractive, chimed in Xiao Lan, grinning broadly. My dear sister is likewise without a boyfriend and is eager to find one. I believe Li Fu would be a splendid match, added Bai Wei, offering her own suggestion with a gentle smile. Ahem, let it be clear that if she isn't a beauty, there shall be no introductions. After all, our esteemed Li Fu is a distinguished member of our 222 group, and only a beauty will do, interjected Qian Jin, playfully stirring the pot, only to receive a chorus of disapproving glances from his ex-girlfriends. Rest assured, we will indeed be introducing only beauties. We would never joke about Li Fu's happiness, retorted Qin Shaoxian, a fiery spirit, unreservedly confronting Qian Jin. Haha, it seems I shall be relying on all of you more in the future. Li Fu, caught between laughter and exasperation, could only smile at the overwhelming enthusiasm of his friends. Meanwhile, the entrepreneurial hub was ablaze with lights and filled with the chatter of students, who, having attended classes during the day, were now fervently pursuing their dreams in the vibrant night. Room 602 was no exception. The entire team behind the mobile game, King of Glory, was exceptionally busy, working diligently to expedite its development. Li Fu, I believe there are certain issues with our framework design. As it stands, if we proceed with the current framework for the game, its duration could extend beyond half an hour, which is unacceptable. With 10 individuals playing, that equates to 10 devices. Unlike computers, mobile phones can receive calls at any moment, and we must take this into account. The game's duration cannot mirror that of computer esports like Dota or League of Legends, where each match typically exceeds 30 minutes. At this moment, the game development team, including Li Fu, was engaged in a discussion regarding the framework design. Yang Zian, having played both Dota and League of Legends, astutely recognized the disparities between the mobile MOBA game they were developing and these two computer-based titles. I find Yang Zian's suggestion highly valid. If the game duration is excessively long, it poses a challenge for many novice players, significantly increasing the difficulty of entry. We should take a cue from League of Legends and strive to simplify the game, ensuring that even elementary school students can easily grasp its mechanics. Dota, as a game, is particularly suited for seasoned players. However, its steep learning curve presents a significant challenge. Over the past few days, we have endeavored to master this game, yet we find ourselves struggling. In contrast, League of Legends is much more accessible, easily grasped despite its complexity and mastery. Ultimately, we must consider the perspective of the average player. Design elements such as creep denial and the loss of gold upon death could be entirely eliminated, as they substantially elevate the game's difficulty, impeding novice players from earning gold and acquiring equipment, thus depriving them of the joy of gameplay. Li Qi has also contributed to the discussion. Over the past few days, Li Fu and others have been playing while analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of Dota and League of Legends, seeking inspiration for the design of Honor of Kings from these two MOBA titles. Yang Zian and Li Qi present compelling arguments, and the conversation continues. Li Fu, with a small notebook in hand, diligently records their dialogue, nodding in agreement. The advantages of teamwork become evident. Collaborative discussions lead to greater insights. The collective effort, akin to many hands making light work, allows for ideas that Li Fu might have previously overlooked to emerge. Furthermore, I believe the damage calculation formula should not be overly complicated. Dota's damage calculation model is rather convoluted, and we could benefit from the more straightforward approach of League of Legends. However, the damage figures in League of Legends can be excessively high, often reaching thousands in attack power and tens of thousands in health, which complicates calculations. Li Qi nodded in agreement. After spending these days together, he felt a genuine admiration for Li Fu. While his own skills in computer software were commendable, they paled in comparison to Li Fu's exceptional prowess, from whom he had learned a plethora of advanced computer techniques. Initially, Li Qi presumed that Li Fu was a computer science major, But upon discovering that Li Fu had merely chosen computer science as an elective while majoring in biomedical studies, his respect for Li Fu deepened immensely, leading him to marvel at the existence of true genius. The other 8 members of the team shared similar sentiments. At first, they were somewhat skeptical of Li Fu's leadership, believing it inappropriate for an outsider to lead experts in the field. However, within just a few days, Li Fu's remarkable computer skills won over everyone. He could discern problems with a mere glance and grasp new concepts after just a single review. Such abilities left them in awe, solidifying his irreplaceable position as the core and leader of the team. What truly endeared Li Fu to everyone, however, was his amiable disposition. He exhibited no trace of arrogance. During discussions that sometimes led to disagreements, Li Fu would first listen to others' opinions, only proposing his own when theirs proved unfeasible. More often than not, his suggestions were the most practical. I find no issue in the notion that the damage formula may be inspired by that of League of Legends. For the majority of players, meticulous research and calculation are seldom pursued. They engage in gaming merely for amusement and would not invest effort in detailed analysis. Bao Yishan, stroking his chin, shook his head as he spoke. The name Bao Yishan is indeed intriguing, akin to Li Fu. He hails from a rural background. His origins nestled deep within the mountains. His parents harbored a profound disdain for the towering mountains that obstructed their path, which is why they bestowed upon him such a name. This is indeed true. The intricacies of damage calculation formulas rarely capture the attention of many. Upon hearing this, Li Qi nodded, displaying no signs of irritation at the dissent. I concur with Yang Xian's perspective. It is imperative that we strive to condense the gameplay duration to within 20 minutes. Hence, I propose a significant reduction in the tower's defenses. Unlike the formidable structures found in Dota that are exceedingly difficult to dismantle. Furthermore, it is counterproductive to mandate that certain equipment must be procured from the jungle shop. Compounded by the necessity of synthesis, everything should be simplified. Adopting a foolproof approach, each hero's build should provide a few guiding directions. Once a direction is chosen and the requisite gold is amassed, players should be able to purchase components first, culminating in complete synthesis. Most crucially, equipment should be purchasable at any location on the game map, thereby alleviating much of the hassle and facilitating ease of access for players. Peng Zhen also contributed to the discussion, noting that those who engage with computers predominantly indulge in gaming. However, playing games and developing them are entirely different pursuits, requiring a keen eye and a unique perspective. This suggestion is indeed commendable. I believe our framework necessitates significant revisions, with all core elements revolving around a pivotal aspect that has been the focus of our recent discourse, the accessibility of the game. To successfully promote a game, it must resonate with a broader audience of players. If a game proves too challenging to master, even with high playability, the actual number of avid gamers will remain limited. The reason League of Legends has emerged as the most lucrative game in the industry is its remarkably low entry barrier. Even players unacquainted with the genre can easily grasp the mechanics by following the game's tutorial. Our mobile MOBA game needs to ensure an even more straightforward and intuitive control scheme, as the constraints of a mobile device do not allow for the luxury of a keyboard and mouse like a computer does. I propose that we consider implementing an automatic target lock feature during skill execution, which would greatly facilitate the learning curve for novices, eliminating the possibility of misfiring skills. Li Fu nodded in appreciation of everyone's suggestions, adjusting the core design philosophy of the game while also offering some of his own insights. The others, having listened intently, began to nod in agreement and enthusiastically share their thoughts. On the other side, Bai Wei, the head of the art team responsible for the design of game characters, props, skins, and special effects, was engaged in dialogue with her team. While designing characters, they endeavored to maintain human proportions, avoiding the exaggerated designs often seen in other online games. Regarding special effects, they aimed for simplicity and clarity. Naturally, when it came to the design of weapons and props, they allowed for a touch of creativity, as many of their heroic figures were based on historical personalities. Thus, it was essential for them to consult historical references to ensure authenticity, After all, one could not envision Wang Yu wielding a sword or Sun Wukong brandishing a large axe. Bai Wei's voice was crisp and resonant. As the leader of the art project group, she exuded an authoritative presence, approaching her work with utmost seriousness and diligence, embodying the archetype of a professional woman. Save for the absence of a tailored black suit, the other female team members listened attentively and worked diligently, often outshining their male counterparts, such as Li Fu, in their dedication. Nearby, scattered across the desks, lay an array of sketches of heroic figures, all initial drafts rendered in pencil. Some exuded an air of formidable strength, while others appeared endearingly charming. Among them were those unmistakably cute, with oversized heads and diminutive bodies. Currently, the most bustling departments within the entrepreneurial team are game development and artistic design. Meanwhile, the others seem somewhat idle. Although everyone has arrived, Qianjin is nonchalantly reclining with crossed legs, engrossed in his mobile phone. Conversely, Wang Wanli and Zhou Zhongyuan are tirelessly gathering valuable suggestions from various gaming forums. It can be said that the entire entrepreneurial team is diligently striving to soon unveil their long-cherished masterpiece, akin to the illustrious honor of kings. Chapter 15. Studying computer science does not equate to repairing computers. Haha, what do we have to fear? But you, be wary of being charmed away by a lovely lady tonight, Bao Yishan jested. The entire entrepreneurial team enjoys exchanging light-hearted banter with Li Fu, who always responds with a smile. Li Qi, Peng Zhen, and Bao Yishan chatted and laughed as they departed from room 602, leaving it enveloped in silence, with only Li Fu remaining, quietly tapping away at his keyboard. In the midst of his busy work, time flew by swiftly, and before long it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Li Fu stretched, stood up to ease his limbs, and gazed out at the dark world illuminated by scattered lights. Listening to the howling north wind, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Xiaoying, Master, is there something you need? Li Fu engaged in conversation with Xiao Ying in his mind, seeking to alleviate his boredom and soothe his spirit. In the Entrepreneurship Center's management office, Wang Yun was still burning the midnight oil. With the beginning of a new month looming, the detailed expense report for the Entrepreneurship Center remained unfinished. Although the school had entrusted the management of the center to the student council, the scrutiny over its monthly expenses was notably stringent. On the first day of each month, it was imperative to submit the previous month's expense report to facilitate the financial department's review and to request the forthcoming month's budget. Despite knowing that the report had to be completed today, she had accompanied her roommate to watch a movie. Her roommate's heartbreak was hardly a novel occurrence. It seemed to evoke a dramatic sense of loss each time, necessitating someone to accompany her to the cinema. As Wang Yun deftly maneuvered her computer, skillfully employing Excel for statistics, analysis, and report generation, she pouted in frustration. What has happened? Suddenly, Wang Yun noticed that her once smoothly operating computer had inexplicably frozen. Although the mouse remained responsive, the screen displayed no changes. Unable to contain her impatience, she clicked a few more times, only to have the entire interface become utterly unresponsive. This is disastrous. My data hasn't been saved yet. If I have to restart, I will need to redo everything. And I dread to think of how late that might keep me. Wang Yun felt a wave of panic wash over her. Upon closer inspection, she realized that while Excel was processing her calculations, she had inadvertently clicked elsewhere, causing the program to freeze entirely. What a wretched computer this is. Nothing but an antiquated relic that should have been replaced long ago. In this entire entrepreneurial center, everything is of excellent quality, save for this decrepit machine. Why have no alumni donated some computers to the center? Wang Yun glared at the frozen screen, fully aware that the computers here are far from being top-notch. They are merely outdated models discarded from other parts of the school. This is not the first or second time the system has crashed. After waiting for an excruciatingly long 10 minutes, Wang Yun hesitated to force a shutdown and restart, as her data remained unsaved. Restarting would render all her efforts futile. Reluctantly, with no other recourse, she ultimately chose to press the force shutdown button. Beep. The computer rebooted, She anticipated a somewhat sluggish response, but expected no significant issues, as restarting was not a novel experience. However, this time, the screen suddenly turned blue. Surely, not a blue screen now. Wang Yun stared at the azure display, her spirit plummeting. What to do? What to do? The report is due tomorrow morning. Anxiety began to engulf her, her lovely face contorted with worry. Working overtime was manageable. After all, she could still complete the report. But now, with the sudden blue screen, she felt utterly lost. Like countless other young women, she belonged to the category of those who are adept at using computers, but entirely clueless when confronted with technical dilemmas. By the way, let us see if there are any other students in the Entrepreneurship Center. Surely some of them must possess knowledge on these matters. Particularly those involved in internet startups. They are bound to know something. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. It was getting late, and she was unsure if anyone was still around. Anxiously, she scanned the Entrepreneurship Center through the surveillance video, hoping to find someone in the office. Room 602 still had a presence. She recalled that it had recently been occupied by Qianjin, that dandy, and his roommate, both of whom were engaged in internet ventures. Certainly, they would have expertise in computer repairs. In room 602, Li Fu was engrossed in studying biological technologies with Xiao Ying, delving into the secrets of biological genes. The paramount function of supercivilization's seed of civilization is education, and Li Fu seized every opportunity to learn alongside Xiao Ying. Master, the mysteries of biological genes cannot be elucidated in a brief moment. Genetic technology can indeed extend lifespan. However, fundamentally, the existence of life is inherently connected to vital energy. Genetic technology merely addresses symptoms rather than the root cause. Only by understanding vital energy can we fundamentally enhance life and prolong existence. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? At that moment, Wang Yun's melodious voice resonated outside the door, rousing Li Fu from his thoughts. Yes, come in. Li Fu, puzzled by the late visitor, anticipated that the voice belonged to an undeniably stunning beauty. Wang Yun. Upon seeing her, Li Fu instantly recognized the renowned beauty before him. I recall your name is Li Fu, correct? With a smile adorning her face, Wang Yun appeared even more exquisite, capable of melting the frost of winter with her radiant cheer. Yes, is there something you need? My computer has encountered a blue screen issue, and I urgently require it to complete a report. I wonder if you possess any skills in computer repair? Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Please hold on for a moment while I gather my things. Although I have chosen computer science as an elective, studying computer science does not necessarily equate to being adept at repairs. I may not be particularly skilled at it. As Li Fu tidied his belongings, he laughed and remarked to Wang Yun that this predicament likely represents a common plight shared by countless computer science students. Whenever a classmate's computer malfunctions, they instinctively seek assistance from those studying computer science, assuming that the two are synonymous. It's perfectly fine. If you can repair it, that would be splendid, but if not, it's no great concern. Before long, Li Fu had finished organizing his items and made his way to the management center on the first floor. Before him stood an antiquated machine, its screen glowing a bluish hue, with lines of English text flickering on display. It appears the system has frozen. Li Fu assessed the situation and swiftly danced his fingers across the keyboard, causing the screen to plunge into darkness before he restarted the computer, which then resumed its operations seamlessly. Your computer is cluttered with too much junk. It is evident that it hasn't been cleaned in quite some time, leading to this system crash. As Li Fu continued to type with dexterous agility, he prepared to write a simple program designed to clear the unnecessary clutter. Clear the junk? It appears that it has been quite some time since the clutter was cleared away. Observing the computer returning to normalcy, Wang Yun let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze fell upon Li Fu, who was diligently tapping away at the keyboard with remarkable focus and seriousness, prompting her to steal a few more glances at him. Li Fu presented as an utterly ordinary individual, lacking any particularly striking features. Yet, amidst his simplicity, there seemed to emanate an extraordinary aura, shrouded in mystery and allure, compelling one to delve deeper into his persona. Moments later, Li Fu crafted a simple program to clear junk files. Upon execution, the multitude of digital debris vanished, as if the computer had shed a burdensome weight, resulting in a notable increase in processing speed. Chapter 16. A beauty like jade, thank you. Were it not for your assistance, I truly would not have known how to proceed. Wang Yun expressed her gratitude with a smile upon hearing Li Fu's words. It was already past 11. Do you have something particularly challenging to handle? I might be able to help you more swiftly, Li Fu offered. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11:30. Observing Wang Yun's anxious demeanor, with beads of sweat adorning her delicate face, it was evident that the situation was indeed urgent. Wang Yun chuckled softly and shook her head. Nevertheless, Li Fu's words resonated with her. Today, due to accompanying her heartbroken roommate to the cinema, she had lost valuable time. And now it seemed she would have to work late into the night to complete her report. Li Fu smiled, recognizing that if it were daytime, it would be one matter, but at night, it was far more prudent for classmates to assist one another whenever possible. Well, it is as follows. Every month, our management center is required to prepare and submit a detailed expense report for the month to the school's finance department for review, while also applying for the expenses for the following month. What I need to focus on now is this report. The mere thought of my roommate casting a peculiar gaze upon me causes two rosy clouds to bloom on Wang Yun's face. Where is the raw data? What format is it supposed to take? Li Fu nodded in understanding, simultaneously commanding Xiao Ying in his mind to search for relevant materials, swiftly immersing himself in learning. During these days of cultivating the primordial energy technique, not only has his body become increasingly robust, but more importantly, his mind has been continually developed through the absorption of vital energy, allowing him to learn at an astonishing pace. The data is located at the Entrepreneurship Center Management Office. Li Fu's fingers danced across the keyboard, deftly executing the required format as per Wang Yun's specifications. Remarkably, he managed to do this entirely without a mouse, relying solely on keyboard shortcuts. Wang Yun observed Li Fu's hands, his fingers moving with remarkable speed, never once touching the mouse, yet the report on the computer rapidly took shape. He effortlessly employed some complex formulas, appearing as proficient as seasoned accountants, demonstrating an exceptional command of Excel. Wang Yun, how does this look? After a little over 10 minutes, Li Fu saved the work using keyboard shortcuts. The entire dataset was complete, accomplished at a pace exponentially faster than Wang Yun could achieve on her own. And this was Li Fu's first attempt at creating such a report. No problem. You are truly remarkable. In the past, it would take me at least 2 hours to complete this report, yet you accomplished it in just over 10 minutes. It is genuinely astonishing. Today, I am immensely grateful to you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Once the tasks were finished, Wang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of relief, her face adorned with a sincere smile as she expressed her gratitude to Li Fu. There's no need to be polite. We are all classmates. Let us quickly pack up. As the dormitory doors are about to close, Li Fu replied with a smile, appreciating the acknowledgement from such a beautiful girl. Ding, ding, ding. I hope you don't mind sitting in my number 12 vehicle? As he emerged from the Entrepreneurship Center, Li Fu was already waiting on his bicycle, a smile gracing his face. Wang Yun hesitated for a moment, then smiled back. All right, I must trouble you again. Please make yourself comfortable. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, and sensing the warmth behind her, Li Fu gently reminded her. Wang Yun grasped the cold iron frame with both hands. The winter in the capital was biting, and despite her being fully bundled up, she could not shield herself from the howling northern winds, instinctively drawing in her neck. As she drew closer to Li Fu, a wave of warmth enveloped her. He seemed to radiate heat, akin to a cozy heater, rendering the chill of winter almost imperceptible in his presence. Wang Yun, with her bright eyes, glanced at him and noticed that he was not dressed heavily, yet he emanated warmth, making the winter cold seem non-existent. How curious it is that he wears so little yet appears completely unfazed by the cold. As the bicycle surged forward, the biting cold wind whistled past, and Wang Yun found herself irresistibly drawn closer to Li Fu, who radiated warmth akin to a furnace amidst the frigid winter air, making it impossible not to cling to him. The intangible aura that Li Fu exuded enveloped Wang Yun with a profound sense of security, resembling a cozy harbor untouched by the howling winds outside. Unbeknownst to her, her hands, which had been gripping the bicycle's frame, gradually found their way to Li Fu's waist. Mirroring the intimacy of a couple, her delicate visage flushed a rosy hue, drawing near to his back, almost too close for comfort. Navigating through the campus on his bicycle, Li Fu was acutely aware of the clock inching towards midnight, a time when even the most reluctant couples could no longer withstand the chill of the night. The tranquil campus, wrapped in the cold embrace of winter, was swept by the north wind as a bicycle carried a pair of youthful figures, reminiscent of lovers. Journeying from the entrepreneurial center towards the dormitory area, where the stream of pedestrians steadily increased, Wang Yun adjusted the oversized hat on her head, burying her face within its warmth, anxious about being recognized. Her cheeks grew warmer, flushed with a deeper crimson, stirred by an inexplicable sentiment within her heart. As one of the most renowned beauties at Yanhuang University, she was pursued by countless admirers, a myriad of young talents, each more striking than the last, boasting impressive backgrounds and extraordinary qualities. In summary, she was surrounded by a diverse array of suitors, each vying for her attention. However, Wang Yun had never found favor with any suitor. She would be somewhat courteous towards those who relied on their own talents, as it is only natural for love to blossom between charming women and noble gentlemen. Yet, she held a deep-seated disdain for individuals like Qin Jing, those born into wealth and privilege, coming from one of the most prestigious families in the capital. She had witnessed far too much and understood that many second-generation elites were indeed quite remarkable in their own right. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that those who pursued her were often drawn to her beauty or the influence of her family. Consequently, she maintained an icy demeanor, embodying the archetype of a frigid beauty, dismissing her admirers with indifference and unceremoniously rejecting them, leaving many hearts shattered in her wake. Wang Yun buried her head deeply in her hat, fearful of being recognized, while a peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if something were beginning to awaken. "Your dorm has arrived. It's time to rest. The auntie is closing the door," came Li Fu's voice, as he gently brought his bicycle to a halt beneath her dormitory. Wang Yun felt an immense sense of relief and hastily dismounted, burying her head even deeper. "Thank you, and you should rest early as well," she replied in a barely audible whisper, as if afraid of being overheard, before hurriedly making her way to her dormitory, her delicate form appearing even more enchanting against the cold wind. Inside her dorm, Wang Yun nestled beneath her blankets, listening to her roommates softly weeping over a recent heartbreak, while her mind drifted to the events of the evening, causing her cheeks to flush once more. What is the true essence of love? My roommate experiences profound sorrow with every heartbreak, yet during the blissful moments of romance, he appears utterly joyful. Is love a source of happiness or sorrow? Chapter 17. Rapid progress in Room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center at Yanhuang University. The entire King of Glory team thrived under the remarkable presence of Li Fu, as if propelled by an unseen force. The speed at which the game development unfolded was nothing short of astonishing. The foundational framework of King of Glory was completed in merely 1 week, with the majority of the work accomplished by the prodigious Li Fu. Indeed, the entire team has come to regard him as extraordinary, given his unparalleled pace of learning. Any challenge encountered in software programming was swiftly met with his ingenious solutions. Coupled with the expertise of Li Qi, Peng Zhen, Bao Yishan, and other skilled individuals from the computer science department, the project's advancement was predictable. However, the source of Li Fu's formidable learning ability and exceptional software development skills remained a mystery. The key lay within his mind, where the seeds of a super-civilization's technological empire resided. Whenever time permitted, Li Fu would immerse himself in a wealth of scientific knowledge through the guidance of Xiaoying. Currently, he focused primarily on software-related knowledge, as the civilization seeds were designed to cultivate its citizens effectively. The educational resources provided a multifaceted approach, imparting knowledge in a straightforward and comprehensible manner, making the learning process both effortless and remarkably swift. Certainly, A significant reason lies in Li Fu's diligent practice of the energy cultivation methods imparted by Xiaoying, through which he has consistently absorbed increasing amounts of vital energy. This has led to remarkable improvements in his physical condition, particularly in the development of his brain. If Li Fu could previously be considered a genius, he can now be regarded as an extraordinary prodigy, with his cognitive capabilities reaching astonishing levels. Consequently, his learning process has become remarkably efficient, yielding rapid progress. The inaugural system framework test of the King's Glory game has officially commenced. With a command from Li Fu, the team of game developers assembled together initiated the testing of the game. Lines of code flickered rapidly across 10 computers. While Li Fu and his colleagues fixed their gazes on the screens, their hearts racing with anticipation. Those in the realm of software development understand that the greatest fear during this process is the emergence of various issues. Often, what appears to be a minor problem may require extensive modifications, and in the worst-case scenario, a critical flaw could necessitate a complete overhaul. If software engineers harbor a deep-seated aversion towards anyone, it would undoubtedly be the clients. At times, the incessant stream of modification requests from clients can drive software engineers to the brink of madness. It is not uncommon for them to work late into the night over trivial issues, reflecting the demanding nature of their profession. The profession reputed to have the shortest lifespan is no jest. Numerous software engineers have succumbed to the relentless demands of incessant modifications and reworks, some even collapsing before their computers. While the remuneration may be relatively satisfactory, the truth remains that software engineers are indeed wagering their youth and vitality in this pursuit. Except for Li Fu, the others are burdened with heavy eyelids, anxiously scrutinizing the results of their tests. As individuals entrenched in the realm of computing, they are acutely aware of the grave implications that issues in software design can entail. Many defects could potentially be fatal. Thus, whether they can pass the test signifies whether their efforts over the past days have borne fruit. Li Fu, however, wears a smile, exuding considerable confidence in the game's framework. He has long enlisted Xiaoying's assistance for testing, encountering no significant issues, merely a few minor glitches, all easily rectifiable. This has instilled in him a remarkable self-assurance, contrasting sharply with the tension palpable among his peers. The game framework is nearly finalized. The next step involves enriching the game further by integrating data for various heroes and enhancing aspects such as graphics, maps, items, and special effects for skills. Soon, the game will be ready for presentation. In his mind, Li Fu contemplates the forthcoming work plan, recognizing the urgency to launch the game for profit, as he has come to the stark realization that his financial situation is becoming dire. As Li Fu delved deeper into the cultivation of his Yuanli techniques, the energy his body required grew increasingly substantial. Yet, his monthly living expenses barely amounted to a mere 1,000 yuan, culminating in a few thousand yuan over an entire semester. Presently, Li Fu found himself borrowing money from Qin Jin, the affluent second-generation heir. Without such assistance, he would have long since faced the dire straits of hunger. His appetite was astonishingly prodigious, and, as Xiaoying aptly remarked, he must consume copious amounts of beef and similar meats, for a diet solely comprising grains offered little benefit. This pressing need to satiate his ever-growing hunger and support his Yuanli cultivation served as a significant impetus for Li Fu to expedite the development of his game, King's Pesticide. He pondered with a furrowed brow. At this current pace, he could not fathom when he would complete the project. He contemplated outsourcing the design of game heroes. Yet such a decision posed risks of exposing their original concepts. Should major gaming corporations catch wind of their ideas, their formidable resources could enable them to produce similar games in a remarkably short time. It seemed that the only recourse was to intensify his efforts further. He resolved to take on the responsibilities of computer game art and design as well, allowing Bai Wei and her team to handle the creation of the artwork while he managed the digital adaptation of these designs. In his mind, Li Fu contemplated meticulously, eager to expedite the design of the game, so it could swiftly hit the market and generate profits for the company, thereby enabling him to sustain himself. Master, if these matters were entrusted to me, I could resolve them in mere seconds. Whatever number of heroes you desire, I could conjure them without hassle, pouted Xiao Ying in his thoughts. As an intelligent program embodying the essence of a super-civilization of the Han technological empire, the extent of Xiao Ying's capabilities was unfathomable. At least within the realm of the internet, Li Fu regarded Xiao Ying as a deity, omnipotent and omnipresent. Wherever there was a network in the world, Xiao Ying could seamlessly infiltrate, remaining undetected by anyone. Li Fu held no doubts regarding Xiao Ying's assertions. In fact, he believed that if Xiao Ying were to develop the game Honor of Kings, it would be accomplished in the blink of an eye. However, Li Fu did not wish to overly rely on Xiao Ying. Anything that comes too easily is seldom cherished. Only that which is earned through one's own toil possesses true value and significance. Thus, even though Xiao Ying could potentially extract boundless wealth from the global banking system, Li Fu would refrain from such actions. Similarly, despite Xiao Ying's ability to create a myriad of games for profit in a short span, Li Fu was resolute in his choice not to pursue this path. He understood that the role of the civilization seed was to assist, guide, and educate, rather than to be exploited for solving problems and troubles. Xiao Ying, developing a game may seem rather cumbersome at present, requiring a multitude of tasks. However, this marks a beginning. I must rely on my own abilities to attain everything I need. Xiao Ying, your capabilities are immensely powerful, and forming a dependence on you would ultimately hinder my growth. In his mind, Li Fu communicated with Xiao Ying, aware of her good intentions. He subtly expressed his refusal. I am certainly aware of this. As a mere program of the civilization seed, I am acutely conscious of my responsibilities. Yet, witnessing you squander time on such trifles each day significantly impedes your pursuit of scientific knowledge and the cultivation of your metaphysical abilities, which is why I wish to assist you. There exists a distinction between what is essential and what is trivial. Engaging in such minor matters does not warrant the expenditure of excessive time. You should devote your efforts to more consequential endeavors. In his mind, Xiao Ying pouted in an endearingly anthropomorphic manner. As an intelligent program, its core mission revolves around nurturing its master into a competent citizen of a superlative civilization. Meanwhile, Li Fu and Xiao Ying continued their dialogue as the testing of the game framework for Honor of Kings progressed through over half an hour of computations, ultimately culminating in resounding success. Haha, splendid. The testing was remarkably flawless, with only minor issues that we can swiftly rectify, exclaimed Bao Shan, a rural native whose dark complexion lent him a somewhat awkward demeanor. Yet upon seeing the test data, he could not contain his joy and broke into a broad smile. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that we could develop such an exquisite piece of software in one go. How astonishing. I have never encountered anything like it. The software I previously participated in developing pales in comparison to our illustrious King of Glory, which underwent numerous extensive revisions before it could finally pass. Li Qi nodded in agreement, a smile illuminating his face, exuding a sense of ease. The rest of the team mirrored this sentiment, their previously tense emotions dissipating like mist. Chapter 18. A modest goal of 10 million gamers' time spent in busyness always seems fleeting, and before we knew it, over a month had elapsed, bringing us to the end of November. In room 602 of the Entrepreneurial Center at Yanhuan University, the entire King of Glory team had gathered. Even the elusive Qian Jin, who was seldom seen, was present, and everyone wore beaming smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, I have joyous news to share with you all. Our King of Glory has officially passed the internal data testing and is now ready to be introduced to the market. Zhao Dong's voice resonated with exuberance, barely concealing his delight. He had not anticipated that the development pace of King of Glory would be so astonishingly swift, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Initially, it was thought that launching by this time next year would be commendable. However, in just over a month, King of Glory had already completed its internal testing. The velocity at which this project has progressed is almost unbelievable. It is essential to recognize that Honor of Kings is not merely a casual game. Rather, it is an extensive MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, designed for mobile devices. Each component of the game, be it the framework, hero design, items, skills, or special effects, entails a considerable amount of intricate work. If a well-established network company were to undertake its development, it would not be surprising for it to take over a month to complete. Yet, astonishingly, the entire development team comprises only 19 individuals who managed to create the game in just a little over a month. Such speed seems more incredible than the most outlandish of claims. However, the reality before us compels acceptance of these facts. Nonetheless, the team is well aware that this rapid progress is not entirely astonishing, as they are supported by a remarkable talent, Li Fu, an omnipotent polymath. When it comes to anything related to computers, there is virtually no challenge he cannot conquer, and his pace is nothing short of astonishing. From compiling the game software to designing characters, items, effects, and skins, Li Fu has been intricately involved and is undoubtedly the linchpin of the project. His productivity dwarfs that of the entire team, to such an extent that it could be said that the majority of the work has been accomplished by him alone. The moniker Li the Extraordinary has been affectionately bestowed upon him by the Honor of King's team, and this nickname is far from derogatory. It is a genuine expression of admiration. The female artists and designers within the team gaze at him with eyes sparkling with adoration. As for Li Fu, Peng Zhen, and Bao Yishan from the software development team, they regarded Li Fu with almost divine reverence, perceiving him as an omnipotent deity of computer technology. If news were to spread that the multi-angle building of Eagle Sauce had been breached, and someone suggested that Li Fu was responsible, none would find it peculiar. Within a mere span of a month, Li Fu, through his extraordinarily advanced computing skills and formidable learning ability, had garnered the profound admiration of his teammates, earning himself a rather eccentric nickname. As Zhao Dongye's words echoed in the room, a thunderous applause erupted within room 602. Everyone understood that the conclusion of the game's internal testing signified a pivotal moment. It indicated that the hours of overtime and hard work would soon face the scrutiny of the market. The fate of their endeavors, whether they would indulge in success or merely scrape by, depended on the impending market response. Zhao Dongye raised his hand slightly, signaling his desire to speak, a radiant smile adorning his face. Moving forward, our team's efforts will primarily focus on the promotion of the game. The critical juncture for our entrepreneurial success has arrived, and our creation will undergo the rigorous trial of the market. The game development team, under Li Fu's leadership, will continue refining the game, striving to introduce a plethora of heroes and enriching their skins, as these elements will be essential for our future profitability. The rest of us, myself included, will be tasked with promoting the game, ensuring that our King of Glory gains traction as swiftly as possible. Without delving into further details, let us establish an initial target to acquire 10 million game users within a month. Zhao Dongye exuded an air of unwavering confidence, raising his right index finger as he audaciously proclaimed his ambition to amass 10 million players for the game Honor of Kings within a mere month. 10 million players is undeniably a monumental figure. It is noteworthy that a game achieving even several 100,000 players is considered relatively successful. Yet, Zhao Dongye harbored the audacious aspiration of reaching this colossal number in just 1 month. Indeed, a bold assertion. Of course, Zhao Dongye's confidence is not without foundation. It stems from the resounding success of League of Legends, the most lucrative and popular online game currently. As the pioneering MOBA game in the realm of mobile gaming, Zhao Dongye has conducted thorough market research. His estimate of 10 million users is, in fact, rather conservative. The ubiquity of smartphones vastly surpasses that of computers. Nearly everyone possesses a smartphone, including grandmothers and elementary school children, whereas not everyone has access to a computer. This is one of the reasons Zhao Dongye holds such optimism for Honor of Kings. If he indeed manages to attract such an immense user base within a month, it would signify a remarkable success. The dark complexion of Yishan was illuminated by a smile as he envisioned a prosperous future. Haha, indeed. Once our game starts generating revenue, everyone will receive their fair share of bonuses. Who knows? You might even be able to purchase an apartment in the capital and bring your parents over. Oh, it is perhaps best not to contemplate too deeply at this juncture. Whether our game will indeed achieve success remains an enigma. While we possess ample confidence, the unpredictable nature of the market renders any conclusions tentative. Let us take action, engage in promotion, seek out advertising opportunities. I require immediate visibility of our game's promotional materials across all channels. Given the remarkably brief development period of the game, coupled with our operations at the entrepreneurial hub of Yanhuan University, and the fact that our entire team consists of enrolled students, the development costs have been minimized to an extraordinary degree. Initially, we secured $3 million in startup funds, of which only approximately $200,000 has been expended thus far, leaving over $5 million available for promotional use. Zhao Dongye has generously allocated $3 million towards game promotion, reserving $2 million as a contingency. While $3 million is indeed a substantial sum, utilizing it effectively for promotion demands considerable acumen. The challenge lies in deploying these funds judiciously to ensure that a wider audience becomes aware of our game, Honor of Kings. It is no simple task. Many major websites charge exorbitant advertising fees, rendering a mere $3 million insufficient to make a significant impact, potentially failing to even meet their entry thresholds. However, for numerous specialized smaller websites and individuals, a few tens of thousands can secure an advantageous advertising position. Wang Wanli, in charge of game promotion, is keenly focused on these niche gaming sites and individuals. Moreover, there exists a relatively straightforward and economically feasible promotional channel that merely requires some time and manpower: the community of MOBA game enthusiasts. Within these gaming circles, players are typically devoted fans and aficionados. To promote Honor of Kings, Wang Wanli has employed a considerable number of individuals to infiltrate thousands of MOBA gaming groups. Additionally, there is a contemporary and increasingly popular avenue: game streaming. Many influential game streamers can captivate countless followers with a mere instant of gameplay, wielding an unimaginable influence. In a notable League of Legends group, the Duck Egg League of Legends video gaming group, which boasts 2,000 members, the level of activity is remarkably high, with over 1,000 engaged members consistently online. This vibrant community frequently organizes internal competitions, often accompanied by enticing rewards. All members, I recently discovered an intriguing new game that shares similarities with League of Legends, but is playable on mobile devices. I encourage everyone to download it and give it a try. In the future, our group will host mobile competitive gaming tournaments with substantial prizes. I have been playing this game recently, and I will be releasing related gameplay commentary videos soon. This is an opportunity no aspiring gamer should miss. Within the entire gaming community, a prominent announcement has surfaced, issued by the group leader, known as Duck Egg, a highly esteemed player in the realm of League of Legends. Renowned for their exceptional prowess, this group has been established entirely under their guidance. The Dohu Game live streaming platform is a dedicated venue for gaming broadcasts, featuring numerous notable personalities from various games who provide commentary and live streams. Among all games, the most popular and widely attended is undoubtedly the immensely successful League of Legends. Dabashin stands out as the most accomplished figure in the realm of League of Legends live streaming and commentary, consistently ranking as the top player. Daily viewership for his gaming streams and commentary often exceeds 2 million, with an average of around 100,000 viewers consistently tuning in. Today, I have discovered an intriguing game titled King of Farmers, which bears similarities to League of Legends. However, it is a mobile version. After downloading, one can engage in online competitive gaming directly on their mobile device, making it an excellent game worthy of exploration. I will now proceed to present a live stream of this game. As it is my first experience with this game, I am uncertain about its nature. Moreover, being a mobile game, the visuals may not be entirely flawless. Chapter 19: The Might of the King's Glory. Within a towering skyscraper in the heart of Huaxia's Pengcheng. It is now midday. Zhang Yang has just finished his takeout lunch in the office and, out of habit, opens his phone to peruse the gaming group while casually watching game videos, preparing himself for a refreshing afternoon nap. As a member of the new generation, Zhang Yang is a seasoned gamer with a lengthy history in gaming. from the street arcade games of his childhood to the online games on computers, and now to the immensely popular MOBA games. He has consistently kept pace with the evolution of the Huaxia gaming scene. He is an ardent gamer, particularly enamored with competitive games like Dota and League of Legends, where he has earned his stripes as an advanced player. Although he may not possess the skills of a master, he certainly stands out among amateur gamers. He is part of numerous gaming chat groups, including a small team formed with college friends and several groups featuring renowned gaming experts. Whenever he finds the time, he seeks out fellow gamers from these groups to engage in matches, relishing the joy that gaming brings. Well, let's check the group. I wonder if Yadenshin will create a video tonight. If so, I must strive to secure a role as an actor to make an appearance in the video. Zhang Yang habitually entered the Duck Egg Hero League gaming group, eager to peruse the latest announcements from the esteemed League of Legends player, Duck Egg. Upon entering the group, he immediately noticed the latest announcement from the group leader, Duck Egg. To his surprise, there was a mobile MOBA game available. Curious about its quality, he decided to download it. The convenience of being able to play on a mobile device was appealing. He could easily find a secluded corner, don his headphones, and indulge in a quick match whenever time permitted. As a seasoned gamer, Zhang Yang was captivated at once and swiftly recognized the game's primary advantage. The required memory was minimal, although he remained uncertain about the gameplay experience. Soon enough, Zhang Yang completed the download and installation, and with a click, he entered the game. The introduction was reminiscent of League of Legends, featuring a straightforward tutorial that was easy to grasp. To his surprise, there were only 3 skills available, including a hidden passive ability, which suited mobile gameplay well. If there were too many skills, the small buttons would indeed pose a challenge. 3 skills seemed just right. Even in the early stages, Zhang Yang couldn't help but nod in approval, appreciating the thoughtful design of the game. The graphics were quite impressive, and the heroes were well crafted. The simplified equipment purchasing system was a significant convenience, eliminating much hassle. The skill effects were also commendable, truly reflecting the care and effort invested in this game. Having swiftly navigated through the introductory tutorial, Zhang Yang formed a critique of the game in his mind, finding various aspects quite satisfactory. As a seasoned MOBA player, he is acutely aware of the essential elements that characterize such games. The current roster of heroes, however, consists of only 36, which feels somewhat lacking. The design of Hoi seems reminiscent of Ashes, while Arthur bears a striking resemblance to champions from Demacia. The shadows of League of Legends are evident in many areas. The game modes largely echo those of League of Legends, making it quite accessible for anyone familiar with the latter. Initially, Zhang Yang harbored concerns regarding the game's controls, but those anxieties proved unfounded. Regardless, he decided to dive into a match without further ado. After a cursory examination of the game, he identified numerous similarities with League of Legends, igniting an eager anticipation to engage in a game. It was midday, and everyone was engrossed in their mobile devices, as long as they kept their volume in check to avoid disturbing others. As a player, Zhang Yang has a penchant for mage and assassin heroes, showing little interest in tanks or junglers. Thus, he opted for Angela, a powerful mage, during his first playthrough. The controls were straightforward, hitting minions was easy, and purchasing equipment required minimal thought. The map layout was simple yet engaging. Upon unleashing his ultimate ability, he achieved a triple kill. As a veteran of MOBA games, Zhang Yang adapted swiftly, reaching level 4 and decisively eliminating 3 opponents in a team fight. Yes, what a thrill. Zhang Yang instantly experienced the allure of this game, immersing himself completely, losing himself in the gameplay. Soon after, within a mere 10 minutes, under the leadership of Zhang Yang's formidable Angela, they successfully demolished the opposing team's crystal, securing victory in the game. Victory! Congratulations on achieving MVP. Your first MVP? Are you tempted to boast about it? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang chose to share his gaming triumph, not only within the QQ group, but also in WeChat groups and moments. The game is simple to grasp, boasting exquisite graphics, well-crafted heroes, and stunning effects, making it highly enjoyable. Most importantly, it allows for a quick session even during a bathroom break. Come on, brothers, let us play together. Zhang Yang held the game Honor of Kings in high regard, sharing it through multiple channels and inviting friends to join in. Is it true? A mobile version of League of Legends? How come I had never heard of this game before? This is a newly released game, and I can personally attest to its exceptional fun. Don't forget to add me for some cooperative play. If it's not enjoyable, it doesn't matter. I'll quickly dive into another match. Such scenes unfolded across various corners of China, as Wang Wanli, responsible for game promotion, understood that the most effective marketing is through word of mouth, with recommendations flowing between friends and acquaintances. Thus, the substantial investment of $3 million in game promotion was not directed towards prominent websites or large corporations for advertising. Instead, the entirety of the funds was allocated to enlisting renowned League of Legends experts, commentators, and streamers to promote the game. These gaming luminaries, who earn their livelihoods through gaming, frequently engage in promoting new titles to supplement their income, while also enjoying a refreshing change from their usual gaming routine. This endeavor is both leisurely and enjoyable, without significantly impacting their primary gaming commentary. Although some of the well-known commentators and streamers command high fees, such amounts pale in comparison to the costs associated with major websites and corporations. Offering a few thousand in compensation makes them exceedingly willing to undertake promotional efforts. The influence and appeal of these individuals should not be underestimated, particularly within the gaming community. When these experts and streamers advocate for the game Honor of Kings, the results are immediately impressive. In room 602 of the Entrepreneurial Center at Yanhuang University, it was a weekend with no classes, and the entire Honor of Kings team had gathered. Everyone was intently focused on a computer monitor displaying several key figures, the initial number of downloads, followed by the count of registered players, online players, and VIP players who had made in-game purchases, with an investment of $3 million. The expectation was that at least some tangible returns would materialize. Zhao Dongye anxiously observed the data on his computer screen, silently reflecting that today marked the official launch of the highly anticipated game, King of Glory. The data generated today could ultimately determine the game's trajectory. The moment had arrived. Everyone fixated on the monitor, where the figures began to fluctuate, gradually revealing numbers from a solitary zero. The downloads swiftly surpassed 3 digits, a result of an investment of $3 million, which had been allocated to enlist numerous gaming experts, commentators, streamers, and to promote through his own team and peers. However, this initial surge was not entirely indicative of success. Everyone understood that the true test lay ahead. After 1 hour of the game's launch, the increase in users was dishearteningly minimal, with only a few hundred downloads and even fewer registrations. The online presence was predominantly constituted by those gaming experts, commentators, and streamers. Over an hour had passed, yet the numbers remained stagnant. Jean grew somewhat impatient, gazing at the meager figures, feeling a twinge of discouragement. Do not fret. Let the momentum build, Li Fu remarked confidently, his demeanor calm. Indeed, after just over an hour, the download figures surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing 4 digits, and soon after, they exceeded 5 digits. The number of registered players also reached 4 figures, and the online player count escalated rapidly. 3 hours later, Honor of Kings finally began to reveal its majestic dominance over the gaming realm. The download numbers, player registrations, and active online users exhibited explosive growth. In less than 10 minutes, the download count surged past 100,000, while the number of registered players reached tens of thousands. And the online player count escalated to a staggering figure exceeding 10,000. By the afternoon, as more and more viewers tuned into gameplay videos from various commentators, experts, and streamers, coupled with the favorable reputation left by the early adopters and vigorous promotion over the preceding hours, the game's aura of supremacy erupted forth, emanating an extraordinarily formidable presence. The download figures surpassed 500,000, with registered players reaching 200,000 and online users climbing to an alarming 50,000. As night fell, coinciding with a time when many found leisure to indulge in gaming, the virulence of Honor of Kings began to manifest. On that very day, the downloads exceeded 1 million, registrations soared to 800,000, and the online player count astoundingly reached 400,000. Chapter 20. A tremor in the gaming world. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. The cold wind howled outside, and pedestrians hurried along. Yet, within room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center at Yanhuan University, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed. The entire Honor of Kings team was present, each member animated and exuberantly gesticulating. Haha. 1,500,000. The download count has surpassed 1,500,000. The exuberant voice of Qianjin seemed to resonate throughout the entire building. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the monitor, he exuberantly shouted, proclaiming that while he may lack the skills to develop games, he certainly knows how to celebrate. Naturally, one must revel in joy when the occasion calls for it. Haha. The number of user registrations has surpassed 1 million, indicating that the goal of attracting 10 million gamers within a month is indeed an attainable aspiration. At this moment, Wang Wanli was equally elated. Such astonishing figures signify profound implications, and everyone present was acutely aware of this. Wanli's promotional efforts for the game had proven remarkably effective, as a mere investment of 3 million had elevated the game's profile. I estimate that within a week, the number of gamers could easily exceed 10 million. Zhao Dongyan nodded in agreement, his face beaming with delight. Initially, he anticipated the game's success, but now it is evident that it is destined for remarkable acclaim. Achieving over 1 million registrations on the very first day is unparalleled in the gaming industry. Even the reigning champion, League of Legends, faced challenges in reaching such heights despite the vigorous promotion by Tencent upon its launch. With the proliferation of smartphones, the mobile gaming industry possesses far greater potential for development compared to traditional PC gaming, as evidenced by our current project. Of course, we cannot overlook the fact that our Honor of Kings is indeed exceptional. Li Qi also nodded, recognizing the swift ascent of mobile gaming, which is poised to supplant traditional PC games and emerge as the vanguard of the gaming industry. The sudden influx of players has rendered our server utterly congested. It is imperative that we immediately procure new gaming servers, lest our players find themselves unable to engage in gameplay. Beside me, the ever-watchful Ba Yushan, his dark complexion flushed with urgency, has already secured 2 dedicated gaming servers. However, as night descends, the formidable might of the game Kingdom Agriculture begins to manifest, causing a significant strain on our entire server infrastructure. Given the current upward trend, it is likely that we will soon reach full capacity. Quickly, contact the server rental company, I urged. We must resolve this matter at once. We cannot allow trivial server issues to impede our players' gaming experience. To my surprise, Zhao Dongya, instead of displaying any sign of worry, burst into a joyful laugh. The server overload indicates a thriving player base, and naturally, those who create games desire as many players as possible to partake in their creations. Brother Dong, how many should we rent this time? Our funds are dwindling. We only have a little over 1 million left, remarked Shen Shi, who oversees our financial management. Despite the limited funds, he appeared entirely unfazed. Let us rent as many as we can. We can negotiate for short-term rentals to maximize our server capacity. Zhao Dongye contemplated thoughtfully, his brow furrowing. I suspect that in the coming days, we will continue to grapple with issues concerning our gaming servers. Donggu, we only possess a modest sum of over 1 million. If we allocate all our funds towards renting servers, we shall find ourselves devoid of sufficient capital for future operations. Shun Shi reiterated, as a financial steward. Mastering risk management is imperative. I understand your concerns regarding finances. However, have faith that our game will soon yield profits. The crux of the matter lies in ensuring the quality of our services. As time progresses, our player base will expand, and if the gaming experience is subpar, what use is retaining that meager amount of money? We must invest it all. Zhao Dongya nodded, acknowledging the risk associated with finances. Nevertheless, as a visionary leader, he recognized the necessity of decisive action and the nature of the choices he must make. I shall attend to it immediately. Shun Shi nodded and commenced communication with the game's server rental company. We have been tirelessly working overtime these past few days without a moment to unwind. Today our game, King of Glory, has achieved remarkable results, surpassing 1 million on its first day. Tonight, I shall host a celebration for everyone. Zhao Dongye's face beamed with joy as he made the generous proposal. Oh yeah. Haha. Woohoo. As his words resonated, a chorus of cheers erupted from room 602. Being a gathering of youthful spirits, their exuberance knew no bounds, echoing throughout the entrepreneurial center. Surely, some startup must have secured venture capital. Such exuberant cheers are not uncommon at the entrepreneurial center, and everyone has become accustomed to them, unable to resist the urge to speculate. The following day, at 9 a.m., Dong Jinyun, the president of the League of Legends game at the headquarters of Penguin Group, entered his office with a smile. As the vice president of Penguin Group and the president of League of Legends, Dong Jinyun is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the realms of gaming and the internet in China. The game League of Legends has achieved remarkable popularity, becoming a veritable cash cow for Penguin Group, contributing significantly to the company's profits. Naturally, Dong Jinyun's life is quite comfortable. Mr. Dong, there is a document you need to review immediately. Just as he settled into his chair, his secretary promptly brought over a file, her expression grave. The tone of her voice indicated that the matter was of utmost importance and required immediate attention. Otherwise, she would not have spoken in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Dong Jinyun understood the urgency of the situation and quickly took the document to read. Upon glancing at it, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brow. Finally comprehending why his secretary was so anxious, immediately convene a meeting to discuss a response plan. Please contact Mr. Ma. I will go to report to him at 11 a.m. to discuss this matter. After contemplating for a moment, Dong Jinyun began issuing orders. His secretary quickly noted them down with her pen and notepad, nodded, and promptly exited to carry out the tasks. Honor of Kings? The mobile version of League of Legends? I am indeed curious to see how it unfolds. Taking advantage of the time before the meeting commenced, Dong Jinyun pulled out his mobile phone to search for and download the game Honor of Kings, intending to try it out and grasp the fundamentals of the game. He sighed, realizing that he must find a way to acquire Honor of Kings or swiftly develop a similar game, leveraging the formidable platform and promotional power of our Penguin Group to suppress the competition. Otherwise, our corporation would risk losing its most lucrative asset. After a mere 10 minutes, Dong Jinyun completed a match, his countenance darkened, reflecting his apprehension. He understood that Honor of Kings would pose a significant challenge to his current game, League of Legends, and could potentially lead to its complete decline. Mr. Dong, the meeting is ready and can commence at any time, his secretary entered and reminded him. Very well, Dong Jinyun replied, clutching his phone and documents as he made his way to the conference room. Inside the spacious and brightly lit room, his team members wore smiles. But upon noticing Dong Jinyun's serious expression, they instinctively tempered their mirth. Has anyone taken note of the newly released mobile game Honor of Kings from yesterday? Dong Jinyun inquired, glancing at his team as he connected his phone to the computer, projecting the data via PowerPoint. His subordinates appeared bewildered, failing to comprehend what Dong Jinyun meant by this game, Honor of Kings. The game known as Honor of Kings was released just yesterday, yet within a single day, it has already amassed over 1.5 million downloads. However, this figure pales in comparison to the more pressing concern. This game is essentially a mobile version of League of Legends. Dong Xiaoyun's voice resonated with a grave intensity, as though he were confronting a formidable adversary, revealing a harrowing statistic and a more alarming reality that instantly illuminated the reason for his somber demeanor. Everyone, take out your phones and download Honor of Kings. Experience it for yourselves. This game was created by a group of university students from Yanhuang University. I have consistently urged us to innovate and maintain a sense of urgency. Yet where is our innovation? Are we truly inferior to a mere group of students? Despite the similarities in gameplay, how were they able to conceptualize transitioning it to mobile platforms while we remain entrenched in the nostalgia of past glories? As professionals in the gaming industry, we must be acutely aware of its ruthless nature. Without a spirit and mindset that embraces progress, we will swiftly become obsolete. Major companies in the Chinese gaming industry, such as Meiwang and Yiwang, have promptly acquired relevant data and information regarding Honor of Kings. What constitutes innovation? The adaptation of League of Legends to mobile devices is indeed a form of innovation. Our company will henceforth direct its primary efforts toward the development of mobile games. The president of Meiwang addressed his subordinates with a tone tinged with disappointment. On the very first day, the game achieved over 1.5 million downloads. Let us take a moment to compare our statistics with those of others. Does it not induce a sense of unease? The president of Meiwang Games stood before a PowerPoint presentation, passionately expressing his frustrations towards his subordinates. It has been incessantly mentioned to me how much the developers of League of Legends earn in bonuses annually. Are we not envious of their success while we merely sip on the remnants? Why has no one considered creating a game akin to Honor of Kings, which, within just one day, amassed over 1.5 million downloads? It is crucial to recognize that this game was developed by a group of university students from Yenhuang University. Innovation, and once again, innovation. Without it, we risk having nothing to savor. The voice of the president of Dashing Game Group resonated within the conference room, leaving his subordinates too intimidated to raise their gazes. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Capacity for Revenue. In room 222 of Yenhuang University, Li Fu had awakened early, shaking his head as a slight ache throbbed in his mind. The previous night's exuberant celebrations had taken their toll. As someone who rarely drank, Li Fu had become the favorite target for others to pour drinks into. Had it not been for the presence of his vitality, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to inebriation. Now, he could hardly recall the events, while his roommates remained cocooned in their blankets, lost in slumber. The room was permeated with the heavy scent of alcohol, and there were even remnants of yesterday's excess strewn across the floor. The joy of the occasion had been overwhelming. As a core member of the entrepreneurial team, indulging in revelry was inevitable. Even Zhao Dongya, who typically held his liquor well, had succumbed to the charms of the artistic and design team's female members. Alcohol is best consumed in moderation, for it can be quite detrimental to the mind. Li Fu shook his head, opened the window, and was instantly invigorated by the frigid air that rushed in. After a refreshing moment, he began to tidy his dormitory, which had become disheveled due to excessive drinking. After a brief period of about 10 minutes, the room was restored to its former cleanliness and order. Li Fu then set out for his training session. Since embarking on the path of elemental energy cultivation, he had resolved to persevere regardless of any obstacles. After an hour, within the dining hall of Yenhuang University, Li Fu devoured a bowl of noodles voraciously, resembling a famished spirit. However, he was acutely aware that he had already sampled various foods, steamed buns, dumplings, vermicelli, and congee, consuming quantities that far exceeded that of an average person. His need for energy due to his cultivation was immense, and his appetite was insatiable. Having already consumed several bowls of noodles, this could not continue. He was rapidly running out of money for meals. With a resigned shake of his head, he lamented the alarming nature of his appetite, one that would be hard for others to believe. The player base for Honor of Kings was substantial, yet it remained uncertain when he might begin to profit from it. Naturally, Li Fu's thoughts turned to the hopes he had pinned on Honor of Kings. At the entrepreneurial center of Yenhuang University, as Li Fu entered room 602, he was greeted by Shen Shi, who managed the finances, with a welcoming smile that hinted at some intriguing news, leaving Li Fu curious about what had brought him such joy. Well, what do you think? Share the latest data with me. With a smile gracing his face, Li Fu could tell from Shun Shi's expression that a day had passed, and the impact of Honor of Kings was undoubtedly explosive. The data was bound to be extraordinary. Our game downloads have surpassed the 3 million mark, and we anticipate crossing 4 million before midnight tonight. The number of registered players has also exceeded 2.5 million, with online players exceeding 100,000. Shinshi chuckled, relaying the anticipated figures. As more individuals engage with Honor of Kings, its influence will become increasingly formidable, exhibiting exponential growth until it solidifies its status as the true monarch of the gaming realm. Not bad. We are finally seeing some human interaction. Within a week, we should be able to surpass our target of 10 million. Li Fu nodded in satisfaction, having prepared himself for such data and thus remaining unfazed. Brotherly, there's one more statistic I haven't mentioned. Shun Shi wore a mysterious smile, his lips curling in delight. Go on, how many VIP users do we have? Li Fu smiled slightly, already aware that this final statistic was crucial, reflecting the game's revenue-generating potential. As of 3 p.m. this afternoon, we have surpassed 500,000 VIP users, meaning that 500,000 individuals have invested in our game. As Shunshi spoke, he excitedly raised a hand towards Li Fu, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. My goodness! To have amassed 500,000 VIP users in just one day. God, we truly struck gold. Before Li Fu could respond, Wang Wanli's jubilant voice resonated from outside, his face alight with excitement. Zhao Dongye and Qian Jin beside him could hardly contain their laughter. The current number of registered gamers had surpassed 5 million, with VIP users reaching 500,000. This astonishing statistic indicated that 1/5 of the players had chosen to indulge in the game Honor of Kings, which, remarkably, is a free-to-play title. The unexpectedly high proportion of VIP players left everyone astounded. Brother Wang, you must be thrilled. As of 3 o'clock, our company's account has already exceeded 20 million in funds, and this is merely 2 days after launch. Our Honor of Kings is undoubtedly a monstrous cash cow. Shunshi gleefully shared the astonishing figure, 20 million. On the second day of the game's release, it had siphoned off 20 million huabei from gamers. Such a staggering figure seemed unbelievable. 20 million? Is this data truly authentic? Even Qian Jin, who was known for his extravagant spending, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had expected a few million would be commendable, never imagining that the figure could soar to such terrifying heights within just one day. What does 20 million signify? The financial landscape is quite evident. In the year 2016, among all the publicly listed companies in China, there were over 500 enterprises on the growth enterprise market. Yet the number of those achieving an annual profit of 20 million did not surpass 3 figures. To be precise, there were merely 80 such companies. Although this 20 million cannot be entirely classified as the company's profit, considering taxes, expenditures, and costs, it merely reflects a 2-day figure, and this is just the inception. As the player base for the game Honor of Kings continues to swell, its revenue-generating capacity will become increasingly formidable. It would not be surprising if daily revenues reached 1 billion. After all, it is astonishing that there is already a terrifying figure of 20 million at such an early stage. Qianjin's father is engaged in real estate, managing a relatively sizable enterprise. However, even with an annual sales figure in the hundreds of billions, the daily revenue barely reaches 100 million, and the profit is even more meager. Real estate companies necessitate substantial capital turnover, with financing costs taking a significant toll, compounded by various other expenditures. Consequently, the profit margins for real estate firms typically reside in single digits. In 2016, the average was merely 8.2 over the course of a year. The earnings are not as lucrative as many might presume. The true beneficiaries are the government and banks. Thus, upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Qianjin's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Incredible. Unbelievable. With merely a few million users, we have already achieved such a staggering level. If we were to possess tens of millions of gaming users, generating billions in daily revenue would be a commonplace occurrence. Given our current circumstances, our profit margins are undeniably formidable. When calculated, I find myself earning even more than my father. One cannot help but wonder how he would react upon receiving such data. At this moment, he clenched his fists in excitement, envisioning his father's gaze upon him. Jean, this data is entirely accurate. I was awakened this morning by a call from the bank, and, at first, I found it hard to believe. That's why I rushed over to verify it myself, and I can assure you, there is no mistake, affirmed Shunshi with a smile. Upon receiving this confirmation, Qianjin erupted into laughter. For him, money held little significance. His utmost desire was to prove his capabilities to his father, to demonstrate that he was not merely a frivolous second-generation heir, but a young man with aspirations, ambitions, and a relentless spirit of perseverance. Well, it's passable, I suppose. It's a result I can somewhat proudly present. Zhao Dongya, however, exhibited a more subdued demeanor. As a scion of a prominent family with deep-rooted connections in the political arena, he remained largely indifferent to such matters. What truly concerned him was the opportunity to cultivate his own abilities through entrepreneurial endeavors. TSK. Observing your calm demeanor, it seems you all regard wealth as mere refuse. I find myself daydreaming of a life akin to that of a billionaire. There were countless items I once hesitated to acquire, but now I am finally in a position to indulge. Wang Wanli, overwhelmed with excitement, glanced at the composed Li Fu, then at Zhao Dongya, who, unlike the others, displayed a hint of enthusiasm, not merely due to newfound riches, but rather the prospect of boasting to his father. Look at your modest aspirations. Zhao Dongya chuckled and shook his head, casting a few more inquisitive glances at Li Fu. Among the four of them in the dormitory, Li Fu hailed from the least affluent background, yet he exuded the utmost tranquility, as if none of this could stir the depths of his soul. This peculiarity intrigued Zhao Dongya. Had Li Fu shown signs of fervor, it would have seemed entirely normal, yet his nonchalant demeanor, accompanied by a subtle smile, rendered him inscrutable. Li Fu's enigmatic nature continues to deepen. Zhao Dongya found himself elevating his assessment of Li Fu. Over the past few days, Li Fu's extraordinary abilities had already commanded Zhao Dongya's respect, and now his serene composure further mystified him, leaving Zhao Dongya unable to fathom Li Fu's thoughts. Is this the company behind King of Glory? As the crowd reveled in their achievements, the Entrepreneurship Center was soon graced by several distinguished visitors, leading to a swift gathering at room 602. Chapter 22. Are you the comedian sent by the monkey? At the Entrepreneurship Center of Yinhuang University, the jubilant atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of knocking and inquiries from outside. The onlookers turned to see a professionally attired woman smiling at them, accompanied by several impeccably dressed gentlemen, all wearing smiles. At the forefront stood a man with gold-rimmed glasses, appearing to be in his 30s, with neatly combed hair and a dignified countenance. Beside him were a few young individuals, likely in their 20s, who had recently transitioned from academia to the professional world, each carrying a briefcase. Who might you be? Greetings, we are from Tianyun Venture Capital, and this is our investment director, Zhang Yuquan. The elegantly dressed woman introduced her company with a natural charm, exuding a hint of pride and arrogance born of capital. Time and again, her introduction of the venture capital firm behind her would prompt numerous entrepreneurs to curry favor. Hello, Director Zhang. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing the mention of venture capital, Zhao Dongya furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly donned a smile, extending his hand to greet each of the visitors, and then directly inquired about their intentions. Zhao Dongya, naturally, harbored some knowledge of venture capital firms, yet those that could capture his attention were few and far between. It was evident that Tianyun Venture Capital did not belong to this select group. Zhao Dongya had already surmised the intentions of the visitors to a considerable extent and did not wish to squander any more time with them. Consequently, he posed a direct inquiry, lacking even the courtesy of inviting them to sit. Zhang Yuquan furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhao Dongya's apparent disregard for hospitality. He had not anticipated such a breach of etiquette, as typically, when he visited any entrepreneurial establishment, he would be treated like an esteemed guest. However, upon reflection, he realized that the visitors were merely a group of university students yet to graduate, which eased his discontent. You must be Mr. Zhao Dongya, the esteemed figure behind King's Glory. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Might I suggest we find a place to sit down, enjoy some tea, and engage in conversation? Zhang Yuquan smiled, as it was imperative for him, as an investment director of a venture capital firm, to assert his identity. Conducting business at someone else's doorstep was an experience he had never encountered before. Very well, the public meeting room on the 6th floor should be unoccupied at this hour. Shenxi, Pengzhen, Baoishan, could you kindly assist in preparing the space? Zhao Dongya pondered briefly before nodding in agreement and then instructing Shenxi, who promptly set off to ready the public meeting room. Just as they were about to proceed, several more groups of individuals arrived, resembling those from Tianyun Venture Capital. primarily representatives from various venture capital and private equity firms. Zhao Dongye wore a smile as he adeptly managed the situation, leading everyone to the public conference room on the 6th floor of the Entrepreneurial Center. At that moment, the room was unoccupied, and Xunxi had already prepared the space, setting out bottled water as a modest gesture of hospitality. Zhao Dongye, along with Li Fu, Wang Wanli, Qian Jin, and Xunxi, represented the Wangzhe Nongyao Company. Under Zhao Dongye's leadership, they took their places while several other investment groups, each vying for attention, scattered to different corners of the room. The setting was humble, and the accommodations were lacking. They hoped for understanding from their guests. With a smile on his face, Zhao Dongye was acutely aware of the identities of those present. These venture capitalists were akin to sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, and were among the most adept in capital operations. However, Zhao Dongye and his associates were no fools. The formidable capital earning potential of Wangzhe Nongyao rendered them far from dependent on these investors, unlike typical startups that often sought their favor. The Wangzhe Nongyao team possessed sufficient financial strength to meet their developmental needs and even secure considerable profits. Their reception of these investors was merely a matter of courtesy, nonetheless. They did not wish to squander time. Thus, they convened everyone together, ready to dismiss them promptly. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Liu, may I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit today? Zhao Dongye's smile remained, yet the implication behind his words was unmistakable. They were not well acquainted. So if there were matters to discuss, they should be addressed swiftly, allowing for an expeditious departure. The leaders of several prominent institutions exchanged glances, allowing the earliest arrival. Zhang Yuquan, to speak first as a gesture of mutual respect among peers. Zhao, you are indeed a remarkable young talent, he remarked candidly. Without further ado, I shall get to the point. Zhang Yuquan gently adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, a smile gracing his face. We have come here regarding your esteemed mobile game, Honor of Kings. We hope to either acquire your company or make an investment in it. Our firm, Tianyun Ventures, possesses substantial strength, and we approach you with sincere intentions. The terms are open to negotiation. Zhao Dongye nodded slightly, a smile upon his lips, exhibiting no hesitation as he directly declined the offer without any pretense. It would be folly to share the profits from a golden goose like Honor of Kings, especially when everyone knows its value. Please, Zhao, do not be hasty in your refusal, Zhang urged. Tianyun Ventures is indeed formidable, and we come with genuine intent. Should you express your conditions, we are amenable to discussion. Your esteemed game requires significant funding for ongoing development and upgrades. Merely maintaining its current status is insufficient. Should other competing titles surpass it, its worth would diminish to nothing. Despite being directly rejected, Zhang Yuquan remained unfazed, his countenance adorned with a smile. He once again emphasized the formidable strength of his venture capital firm, Tianyun Chuangtou, while also pointing out the potential challenges and obstacles that the game Wangzhe Nongyao might encounter in the future. Zhang's vision was undeniably sharp. It left one wondering what terms he might propose. Zhao Dongye smiled subtly, feigning an agreement with Zhang Yuquan's assertions, and was eager to ascertain the conditions being offered. Although Zhang repeatedly claimed the prowess of his venture capital firm, Zhao had never even heard of it, casting doubt on its true strength, suspecting it to be a mere small-scale investment group. However, their swift approach the very next day, being the first to do so, indicated a certain dedication on Zhang's part. Upon hearing Zhao Dongye's remarks, Zhang Yuquan allowed himself a slight smirk. Fully aware of the common plight of startups, a desire for investment while simultaneously wishing to retain control over their equity, particularly the majority stake. Yet, it was evident that startups often grappled with financial constraints, lacking the fortitude in the face of venture capitalists. Zhao, we hold your company's mobile game Wangzhe and Nongyao in high regard. Therefore, if feasible, we are prepared to offer 20 million to acquire your company. Alternatively, should you be unwilling to sell, we would like to invest 10 million for a 50 stake. With a composed demeanor, Zhang Yuquan presented the evaluation data from his team, subtly lifting his gaze as if awaiting Zhao Dongye's counteroffer. Valued at 20 million, a figure that indeed represents a staggering sum, a wealth that countless individuals may never possess throughout their lives. We are grateful for your affirmation of our company, Mr. Zhang. However, we must reiterate that we are not currently in need of additional funding. Thus, we must graciously decline your generous offer. Zhao Dongyan nodded respectfully. Yet a cold smile flickered within. It was evident that such a small investment firm lacked vision, naively believing they could acquire us for a mere 20 million. Oblivious to the market value of our enterprise. Perhaps they underestimated us as mere university students, viewing us as easy targets for manipulation. For a typical startup, the figure of 20 million might induce a sense of suffocation, but alas. In his mind, Zhao Dongya held a profound contempt for Zhang Yuquan of Tianyun Venture Capital, while maintaining a professional smile and politely rejecting the proposal. Beside him, Qian Jin's disdain was palpable, unlike Zhao Dongya's restraint or Li Fu's nonchalance. He could not help but emit a soft scoff of derision. Wang Wanli, too, wore a slight smirk of mockery. Perhaps he once regarded 20 million as a commendable sum. But now it seemed trifling, inciting within him a desire to confront the offeror with vigorous reproach. Young man, do not aspire too ambitiously. A 20 million offer is already exceedingly generous, especially considering your company has been established for merely 2 months. Zhang Yuquan discerned the disdain exhibited by Qian Jin, Wang Wanli, Zhao Dongya, and others. However, it was evident that he was not one to relinquish easily. With a tone imbued with earnestness, he remarked, Are you a jester summoned by a monkey? What a jest! You believe you can acquire our company for a mere 20 million? If you lack the capital, then refrain from dabbling in venture capital. Moreover, having wealth alone is insufficient. One must possess intellect and discernment. Qian Jin, who had been suppressing his irritation, could no longer contain himself and retaliated without reservation, his words dripping with scorn. He even went so far as to label the others as paupers, devoid of both intellect and vision. In Chapter 23, titled The Offer from the Penguin Empire, among the 4 individuals in Li Fu's dormitory, Zhao Dongya was notably adept at navigating social dynamics. He was never one to incite enmity, even when faced with the outrageous offer from Zhang Yuquan of Tianyun Venture Capital. Though Zhao Dongya maintained a facade of composure, the situation took a turn when Zhang Yuquan continued to play the role of the formidable wolf. Naturally, Qian Jin was unreserved in his contempt, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. No one anticipated Qian Jin's unabashed candor, and the representatives of Tianyun Venture Capital wore expressions of dismay, with Zhang Yuquan's face flushed with rage as his gaze bore into Qian Jin. What are you staring at? If you lack funds, then so be it. Yet, you are also blind and devoid of intellect. What business do you have in venture capital? Zhao Dongya gently called out, urging Qian Jin to cease his remarks. Internally, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Although Zhao Dongya did not entirely agree with Qian Jin's approach towards such shameless venture capital firms, he found solace in the situation. Let us depart. They are utterly ignorant. Zhang Yuquan, having faced a series of disdainful glances, despite being middle-aged and well-mannered, could not suppress the anger that flickered across his face. He abruptly waved his sleeve and left, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. My apologies, General Manager Li, General Manager Liu, General Manager Wang. If your offers are akin to those of Tianyun Venture Capital, I believe there is no need for us to waste each other's time. After the departure of Tianyun Venture Capital and their associates, Zhao Dongya awkwardly smiled at the representatives from other venture capital firms. These firms were not particularly renowned, likely offering similar terms to Tianyun, and their bids were unlikely to be significantly higher. Moreover, Zhao Dongya and his team had no intention of accepting venture capital, so they promptly dismissed the others. Zhao is indeed a young and promising talent, with an unlimited future ahead. Should you require financial assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. The representatives from the other venture capital firms exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Tianyun Venture Capital's willingness to offer a startup team approximately 20 million was quite generous. Typically, a startup's first round of funding would be considered successful with merely a few million. Some venture capital firms did not even assign a valuation of 20 million. And now witnessing the representatives of Tianyun Venture Capital being unceremoniously dismissed, it is only natural that they feel embarrassed to speak up. They are well aware of the substantial appetite and ambitions of figures like Zhao Dongya, and one after another, they uttered similar remarks, leaving their contact information before swiftly departing. How audacious it is for anyone to dabble in venture capital. To think that they could acquire our esteemed King of Glory for a mere 20 million. Do they truly lack discernment? Or do they presume we are merely a group of students to be easily swayed? Observing the venture capitalists depart without a trace, Qianjin scoffed nonchalantly, wearing an expression of disdain. Perhaps it stems from various factors. They may not yet recognize the formidable revenue-generating capacity of King of Glory, or perhaps they simply underestimate us, believing that as university students, we are naive enough to be dazzled by their 20 million offer. Wang Wanli, with a smile, remarked that the formidable presence of King of Glory would become evident by the following day. Qianjin, it would be wise to maintain a courteous demeanor towards these individuals. Behind every venture capital and startup investment firm, there are influential figures. Some of these venture capital firms boast astonishing backgrounds, so we should strive to avoid offending them. Although we are reluctant to accept their investment, there is no need to antagonize them. Zhao Dongya shook his head, speaking earnestly to Qianjin. I understand your sentiments. Yet it is intolerable that they would offer such a staggering price of 20 million and still suggest that we young people should not aim too high. Qianjin appeared somewhat agitated. He was not one to underestimate the complexities of the world, fully aware that behind venture capital and investment lay human motivations. Nevertheless, he resolved to set aside these concerns and focus on perfecting the game. As for the incoming investors, Shenxi, you should multiply the recent offer from Tianyun Venture Capital by 10 when you communicate it. These venture capital firms are akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Zhao Dongya chuckled softly, shaking his head before instructing Shenxi. All right, brother Dong. Shenxi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Fu remained silent, his mind preoccupied with these matters as he engaged in conversation with Xiaoying, contemplating the future trajectory of their endeavors. Xiaoying, it appears that attempting to rise from nothing, without any support, entails confronting numerous, daunting challenges. The mere existence of a game like Honor of Kings has attracted such a plethora of venture capital firms. I can only imagine the formidable opposition I will face when I introduce cutting-edge technology in the future. Master, that is undoubtedly true. Human nature is inherently greedy. Therefore, you must cultivate enough strength so formidable that no one dares to harbor ill intentions against you, strength that dissuades others from scheming against you. However, the obstacles encountered along the path of growth can be beneficial. It is through enduring trials that one becomes stronger and ventures further. As the saying goes, the sharpness of the sword comes from honing, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from the bitter cold. This encapsulates the essence of perseverance. Indeed, it seems my plans must undergo some transformation. I must first adorn myself with numerous accolades. In his mind, Li Fu and Xiaoying engaged in constant communication. Ever since he acquired the seed of super-civilization, Li Fu had formulated a corresponding development plan. However, it now seemed imperative to undertake a thorough reevaluation. On the highway connecting the imperial capital's airport to the city center, Dong Jinyun, the vice president of Penguin Group and president of League of Legends, gazed at the towering skyscrapers of the capital while pondering how to persuade the entrepreneurial team behind Honor of Kings to sell their venture to the Penguin Empire. Currently, we have prepared for two scenarios. Acquiring Honor of Kings at a reasonable price would be ideal. However, should that acquisition fall through, we must resort to our traditional approach, leveraging our formidable development capabilities to swiftly create a similar game. Then utilizing the vast reach of our Penguin platform to seize market dominance and ultimately overpower Honor of Kings. Prior to this visit, Dong Jinyun had already devised his strategies and preparations. As a benchmark enterprise within the contemporary Chinese internet landscape, the immense Penguin Empire boasts substantial capital, formidable strength, and Most importantly, an audacious tenacity. Imitation has long been the forte of the Penguin Empire, yet unexpectedly, a group of university students retaliated by mirroring the Empire's League of Legends on mobile platforms, an affront that is intolerable. In the morning, Dong Xiaoan had already instructed his subordinates to establish a development team for the mobile version of League of Legends, embarking on the creation of a mobile MOBA game for the Penguin Empire. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoan hurriedly traveled from Pingcheng to the capital, preparing to acquire Honor of Kings. President Dong, I've just received news that a venture capital firm has offered 200 million. However, the Honor of Kings team has firmly declined the offer, remarked the secretary, glancing at the messages on her phone. It seems their appetite is quite substantial. They are not so easily dealt with, and the prospects of acquisition appear dim. Very well. Relay the message to our team to expedite the game's development. I expect to see our game materialize within a fortnight, Dong Xiaoyan replied, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of deep thought, his eyes widened, and he spoke deliberately. Understood. In the conference room on the 6th floor of the Entrepreneurship Center at Yanhuang University, Zhao Dongye, Li Fu, Qian Jin, and others gazed in astonishment at the formidable team before them. They had not anticipated that, despite publicly rejecting an offer of 200 million, others would still come knocking at their door. Mr. Zhao, let us speak plainly in the presence of esteemed individuals. Our Penguin Group is interested in acquiring your company, particularly the Honor of Kings in your possession. We kindly request you to propose a price. Despite the fatigue of the relentless journey, Dong Jinyun was invigorated as he meticulously scrutinized the entrepreneurial team behind the popular mobile game. Drawing from his extensive experience in discerning character, he immediately recognized Zhao Dongye's composed demeanor, suggesting a promising future ahead. Qian Jin appeared to be a wealthy scion, exuding an air of indifference and impatience, while Li Fu, with his smile, presented a more enigmatic presence that left Dong Jinyun somewhat perplexed. Mr. Dong, I trust you have heard that an organization is willing to invest 200 million to acquire our company. We have declined their offer, as we are not in need of funds and have no desire to sell our enterprise. Thus your visit may be in vain, Zhao Dongye stated, maintaining his smile as he once again turned down the proposition. Let us not be hasty in rejection. Allow us to present our offer for your consideration. The Penguin Group is prepared to acquire your company for 500 million huabin. If my memory serves me correctly, your initial investment was merely over 5 million, and within less than 2 months, your valuation has increased 100-fold. By any measure, you have achieved remarkable success. In the face of rejection, Dong Jinyun remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he disclosed the staggering sum of 500 million, observing Zhao Dongye and his associates with an amused expression. The bystanders, including Shen Shi, gasped at the mention of such a monumental figure. Even Wang Wanli appeared momentarily stunned by the Penguin Group's audacious offer. 500 million huabin is a far cry from 5 million. Any figure surpassing the 100 million mark is extraordinarily substantial. A dream of immense wealth that many aspire to, yet a reality that remains elusive for countless others throughout their lives. Chapter 24. A continued refusal in the conference room on the 6th floor of the Yanhuang University Entrepreneurship Center after Dong Jinyun announced the astonishing bid of 500 million. A smile adorned his face as he meticulously observed the expressions of the individuals across from him, seeking to discern their inner thoughts and whether the astronomical figure would sway Zhao Dongye and the others. The Penguin Group, a titan among internet enterprises in China, undoubtedly possessed immense financial resources, and their offer of 500 million was a testament to their regard for our endeavor. Zhao Dongye nodded with a smile, acknowledging the sincerity of the Penguin Empire. After all, to offer such a sum for a mere new game, which had only just been released for 2 days, was a figure unattainable by other institutions. Simultaneously, Zhao Dongye felt increasingly convinced that Honor of Kings was indeed a cash cow, possessing immeasurable value. The Penguin Empire, as the owner of League of Legends, was acutely aware of the profitability of such games, perhaps even more so than Zhao Dongye and Li Fu. They recognized the lucrative potential of mobile MOBA games. Otherwise, the Penguin Empire would never have proposed such a staggering bid. A game developed by a group of university students. Still in its infancy, just 2 days post-launch, attracting a $500 million offer was newsworthy enough to dominate the headlines that day. It was clear that Honor of Kings possessed boundless potential, and the Penguin Empire was keenly interested in it. Otherwise, such an exorbitant acquisition proposal would not have been made. Zhao, you and your team are the pride of Yanhuang University. During your time at university, you managed to develop an exceptional game like Honor of Kings. We hold your team in high regard and earnestly wish for an opportunity to collaborate with you, to create games that provide even greater enjoyment to gaming enthusiasts. The mere offer of $500 million is insufficient to convey our sincerity. Should you agree to the acquisition, other terms are negotiable. Your team members could also ascend to senior positions within our Penguin Empire, where we would entrust them with significant responsibilities. Dong Jinyun bore a subtle smile of satisfaction, inadvertently praising Zhao Dongya and his colleagues while once again making grand promises, painting a rosy picture and launching a sugar-coated proposition. Beside him, Shenshi Liqi and Bao Yishan appeared visibly tempted. The allure of becoming senior employees at Penguin Empire, coupled with their experience in developing Honor of Kings, would surely come with substantial responsibilities, presenting an undeniable temptation. It must be acknowledged that your group indeed exhibits remarkable sincerity. The astronomical offer of $500 million is certainly enticing. However, the few of us are reluctant to part with our company, and we sincerely apologize for that. Zhao Dongya chuckled softly, recognizing that a typical startup team would find it impossible to refuse such an alluring offer. They would undoubtedly present their company without hesitation, as holding $500 million in capital would instantly transform them into billionaires, allowing them to secure respectable positions within the Penguin Empire, making refusal inconceivable. However, it is evident that Zhao Dongya and his team are not your typical entrepreneurial group. Zhao Dongya hails from a prominent family and is not the type to bow down for mere monetary gain. As for Qianjin, he is a second-generation wealthy heir, with ample financial resources at his disposal, and is destined to inherit his father's vast estate. A mere few billion does not even warrant his attention. Li Fu, in the past, would have found it impossible to decline such an enticing offer, but having acquired the seeds of super-civilization, he naturally regards money with indifference. Concerning Wang Wanli, although he is a minor shareholder and feels tempted, he too is optimistic about the future prospects of. Zhao Dongya's rejection left Dong Jinyun slightly astonished. Although he had long prepared for the possibility of acquisition failure, he never anticipated that a few university students still in their academic pursuits could withstand such immense temptation. It is truly commendable. Mr. Zhao, perhaps you should reconsider. I believe others would not present a higher offer than ours. Of course, if you find our price unsuitable, we can certainly negotiate further. The Penguin Group is genuinely sincere in this matter. Dong Jinyun smiled, attempting once more to persuade. The Penguin Group has grown increasingly formidable, and with substantial capital, it is indeed preferable to resolve issues through financial means, unless absolutely necessary. The Penguin Empire would prefer not to resort to leveraging its platform to pressure others, as it has reached a significant scale and must maintain its reputation. No, thank you. We genuinely do not intend to sell our company, and we sincerely apologize for having wasted your time, Mr. Dong. Haha. It appears that General Zhao and your team are brimming with confidence and hold a favorable view of the game at hand. However, I sincerely hope that you might reconsider. As we all know, when a game gains popularity, it is only a matter of time before similar titles emerge, and at that point, the current appeal may wane. Dong Jinyun chuckled softly. The unwavering stance of the opposing party left no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, he was compelled to unveil his final trump card, his words laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongya, Li Fu, and Qianjin exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly as they recalled the identity of the individual before them, the vice president of the Penguin Group. The source of the Penguin Group's success is well known throughout the internet realm. Historically, whenever a game surged in popularity, the Penguin Group would simply rebrand it and relaunch it. leveraging its formidable platform to render the original obsolete. Notable examples include crossing battle lines and Three Kingdoms Kill, which exemplify the shamelessness of the Penguin Empire in the gaming industry. In that moment, Zhao Dongya and his companions fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that with the Penguin Group's substantial resources, creating a rival title akin to Honor of Kings would be an effortless endeavor. They understood that, armed with a powerful platform and abundant capital, the Penguin Group could swiftly overshadow Honor of Kings. This realization caused Zhao Dongya and his associates to furrow their brows, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. Brother Dong, perhaps Wang Wanli, standing to the side, was clearly momentarily defeated, his face betraying a sense of urgency as he glanced at Zhao Dongya, Li Fu, and Qian Jin. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Fu raised his right hand, signaling him to remain silent. With a gentle smile directed at Dong Jinyun, Li Fu began to speak slowly. Competition breeds excellence in both products and services. Every thriving industry is rife with rivalry, and we are naturally prepared to embrace the challenges that lie ahead. We firmly believe that as long as we excel in our products and services, we will ultimately gain the acknowledgement of the market. We sincerely appreciate your goodwill, President Dong, and are grateful for your recognition of our company. However, we must regretfully decline to sell our company. We are truly sorry. Li Fu's countenance radiated confidence, his words imbued with an unwavering assurance reminiscent of an unparalleled swordsman facing formidable foes, as he once again resolutely rejected Dong Jinyun's proposition. Observing the group, Dong Jinyun maintained a smile, his gaze tinged with a hint of mockery directed at the young entrepreneurs. While he held a certain admiration for their youthful spirit, he was equally self-assured, believing that once he unveiled his trump card, these young individuals would falter. As anticipated, Wang Wanli was the first to waver, contemplating the prospect of securing 5 billion along with additional terms. The sincerity exhibited by the Penguin Group was undeniable, and he believed it could indeed sway them, particularly after revealing the Penguin Group's ultimate strategy. However, what he never anticipated was that Li Fu, who had been silently seated without uttering a word, would suddenly speak up. He found himself rejected once more, and this time, it was after revealing his ultimate strategy. Dong Jinyun furrowed his brow and cast several scrutinizing glances at this young man, curious about the source of his audacity to make such bold statements without a hint of concern for their implications. Youth is indeed a blessing, brimming with vitality and vigor, embodying the fearless spirit of a young calf unafraid of tigers. Since you insist on this course, we shall take our leave. I apologize for the disturbances today and kindly ask for your understanding. With the conversation reaching such a point, Dong Jinyun realized that an acquisition was out of the question. He could only smile and bid farewell. Safe travels, no need for further escort. Zhao Dongya also smiled and politely saw Dong Jinyun and his party out. Li Fu, why should we refuse? With their formidable strength, they could swiftly develop similar games, and when that happens, they will leverage their powerful platform and substantial resources to overshadow us. Wang Wanli urgently remarked to Li Fu as soon as Dong Jinyun and the others departed. At this moment, he regretted his earlier stance, believing that they should have acquiesced. Meanwhile, Qian Jin frowned slightly, feeling disappointed in Wang Wanli's reaction. Even the most impoverished among them, Li Fu, had not yielded. Yet Wang Wanli was the one to express regret. Indeed, we need not fear them. Merely a day later, we garnered an astonishing 20 million. Our game is undeniably lucrative. As long as we can swiftly seize the market, we shall never worry about finances again. Merely a few 100 million. Zhao Dongya, upon his return, nodded in agreement, endorsing Qian Jin's perspective. Rest assured, no one can usurp our supremacy in the realm of King's glory. Li Fu patted Wang Wanli on the shoulder, offering a confident and enigmatic smile. Chapter 25. Have you consumed the elixir of victory? With resources in hand, one remains unperturbed. Just a day later, King's glory brought in over 20 million in substantial cash flow for the company. Naturally, Zhao Dongya was not foolish enough to suggest leaving this some languishing in the bank. This is a period of expansion for the game. necessitating that we amplify the renown of King's glory, enticing a greater number of players and ensuring our dominance is secured in a short span. Every penny of the 20 million shall be invested, and over the subsequent fortnight, all daily earnings will also be reinvested. I aim to blanket the entire digital landscape with advertisements for our King's Glory game, ensuring that everyone becomes aware of its existence. In the face of the formidable challenge posed by the Penguin Empire, Zhao Donya's fighting spirit ignited fiercely. He understood clearly that with the immense power of the Penguin Empire, it would not take long for a similar game to emerge. At that juncture, the Penguin Empire, leveraging its robust platform, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to King's glory, with an astounding capital exceeding 20 million. And with substantial funds continuously flowing in each subsequent day, Zhao Donya exemplifies financial opulence. Previously, numerous advertisements were hindered by a lack of capital. However, such limitations are now a thing of the past. Without a trace of hesitation, he has committed vast sums to the cause. The influx of capital has enabled a comprehensive expansion across various channels, ensuring that every internet user, upon opening a web page, encounters promotional advertisements related to the game Honor of Kings. Esteemed figures in the realm of gaming commentary have also transitioned to Honor of Kings, producing an array of captivating videos. Game streamers have commenced broadcasting this title as well, naturally inclined to promote it in light of their newfound benefits. In what seems like the blink of an eye, advertisements for Honor of Kings have permeated the digital landscape. Concurrently, the game has introduced associated promotional activities, offering generous rewards for inviting new players, with certain thresholds granting rare game heroes and skins. The S1 season activities for Honor of Kings have been promptly announced, featuring a staggering prize pool of 1 million huabi for the S1 season. Additionally, competitive tournaments are being organized, attracting numerous renowned gaming teams from Huaxia, all eager to participate in the Honor of Kings competitions. Beyond traditional promotional avenues, the affluent Zhao Donya has also engaged various news media for related coverage. Recently, a brand new game has swept across the entire realm of China, captivating audiences of all ages and garnering immense popularity among the youth. In a tranquil corner, one can invite a few friends and indulge in an exquisite gaming experience. Honor of Kings is a treasure you truly deserve. A certain telecommunications operator even resorted to SMS advertising to promote it. Dan Ying is an ordinary office worker who enjoys spending her evenings on her phone, chatting and browsing through social media. As usual, after a refreshing shower, she comfortably reclines in bed, embarking on her nocturnal phone escapades. Lately, she has been inundated with invitations to play this so-called Honor of Kings. Moreover, advertisements for the game seem to be omnipresent. Could it really be that enjoyable? With nothing to lose, she decides to download it and see for herself. If it's entertaining, she'll play. If not, she'll simply uninstall it. Pouting slightly, Dan Ying clicks to download the game, and it soon completes installation. "This Angela is so adorable," she exclaims, admiring the character with her large braids as she twirls playfully. "Wow, this Li Bai is quite dashing." The elements that appeal to young ladies must embody cuteness, charm, and handsomeness, and Honor of Kings encapsulates all of these attributes. Even for someone like Dan Ying, who seldom plays games, she finds herself irresistibly drawn to the heroes within, especially the exquisite skins that evoke a strong desire to purchase. Certainly, the innate talent of women in gaming is often not exceptionally high, which necessitates that the gameplay be intuitive and uncomplicated. It is evident that Honor of Kings embodies this principle. Even an individual who has never engaged in gaming can swiftly acclimate to it with the aid of simple instructions, thus enjoying a gratifying gaming experience. Dan Ying is no exception. She previously harbored little interest in games and seldom played any. However, upon immersing herself in Honor of Kings, she found herself inadvertently captivated for several consecutive hours. "Huh, you silly Arthur think you can pursue me? Watch the game." As she reveled in the enjoyment of the game, Dan Ying exclaimed with delight, "That little Ji is so cunning, lurking in the brush to ambush me. It infuriates me. Next time, I shall unleash my laser to vanquish you. After being defeated, she furiously contemplated her revenge for the next encounter. The skin for Li Bai is simply too stunning. I can't resist. I must spend money to acquire Li Bai and the Phoenix and Flight skin. Upon witnessing the dashing heroes and their skins, she, like countless other women, thoughtlessly succumbed to the urge to purchase. Buy now, think later. Within mere hours, Dan Yingying had invested several hundred yuan in Honor of Kings, acquiring multiple heroes and skins, and began her delightful journey of charm. It's already midnight, and I must prepare for sleep. I shall invite my friends and rally the sisters. This game is simply too enjoyable. Perhaps I could also switch to play as the adorable little Lu Ban. Here I come, charming little Lu Ban. As the clock struck midnight, the alarm that Shan Yingying had set for herself roused her from the depths of her gaming experience. Without a moment's hesitation, she fervently recommended this game to her friends. Undoubtedly, her persuasive power was formidable. She not only rallied her close friends and companions to join the gaming legion, but also enticed individuals who had never been gamers to partake, often merely to share in the joy of playing alongside the girls. Unbeknownst to her, an increasing number of people began to engage with the game Honor of Kings, particularly among the youth. Nowadays, it seems almost embarrassing to converse with others without having experienced this game, as it may convey a sense of being out of touch with contemporary trends. The phrase "have you played the game?" began circulating within social circles, transforming into a common greeting among friends. This expression clearly held no derogatory connotation. Rather, it inquired whether the other had participated in Honor of Kings. What? You are still a low-ranked player? Would you like me to help you rank up? It seemed that a trend of playing games together was gradually taking root among friends. In an era where everyone possesses a smartphone, gaming on such devices has become exceedingly convenient. A simple message, a phone call, or a loud shout in a group chat could instantly gather 5 players for a collaborative gaming session. Unlike the myriad restrictions often associated with PC games, mobile games appear to be accessible at any time and in any location, provided there is sufficient data. Whether one is in a restroom, waiting for transport, enjoying tea after a meal, or commuting on public transport, a mere 10 minutes of spare time allows one to engage in a quick match, effectively alleviating the tedium of leisure moments. Honor of Kings has risen to prominence, showcasing a multitude of advantages that highlight its dominant position within the gaming industry. Its commanding presence has astounded countless individuals. From the initial investment of 20 million, the game's influence began to permeate through China. Remarkably, within just 3 days, the downloads surpassed the 10 million mark, with the number of registered players nearing 10 million as well. The average number of online players reached 200,000, and during peak hours, this figure soared to an astonishing 2 million. Yet, this was merely the inception of its formidable impact. As more individuals embraced and enjoyed the game, its influence began to unveil just the tip of the iceberg. Within a week of its release, the downloads exceeded 50 million, with the average online player count soaring to 500,000. During peak periods, the player count astonishingly surpassed 10 million, effortlessly securing its throne as the leading game in China and unequivocally claiming its status as the #1 game globally. As a fortnight elapsed, the Penguin Group launched an exuberant promotional campaign for their games, announcing the release of their similar titles. During this period, the download count for Honor of Kings surged to an unprecedented milestone of over 100 million, signifying that nearly 1 in every 10 individuals in the vast expanse of China was engaging with this game. Even more astonishingly, the daily active user count reached an astounding 20 million, encompassing a broad demographic from elementary school children to middle-aged individuals and even celebrities. Whether in bustling streets or in secluded corners, one could witness players immersed in Honor of Kings, accompanied by the exhilarating sounds of gameplay. Such staggering and fearsome statistics sent shockwaves throughout China, leaving the global gaming industry profoundly astonished. Never had it crossed people's minds that a game could achieve such remarkable heights. Boasting an immense user base, unparalleled allure, and an enviable capacity to generate revenue. On the final day of November, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Within the confines of room 602 at the Entrepreneurial Center of Yanhuan University, the four principal shareholders, Li Fu, Zhao Dongya, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli, gathered to meticulously evaluate the revenue generated by Honor of Kings over its first half-month since launch. With expenses flowing like water, they pondered whether any profits remained. As Li Fu lamented about his dwindling finances, Qian Jin lounged casually, crossing his legs as he observed Shen Shi, who was diligently organizing the financial statements from the past month on his computer, preparing for a report to his several bosses. "You're broke? I can hardly believe that," Wang Wanli remarked skeptically, knowing that Qian Jin's bank account consistently maintained a 5-digit balance, especially considering he was merely a university student at present. "I boasted to my father that I wouldn't ask him for money as long as the company was profitable, yet here I am, truly impoverished. Have you noticed how seldom I've been spending the night out lately?" Qian Jin pouted, feigning the demeanor of a destitute individual, looking rather pitiable. "Haha, you and your pretense of poverty. Your worth is undoubtedly that of a billionaire. This month, we don't have much to transfer, but next month, we can reduce our advertising expenditure, and then we shall have funds available," Zhao Dongya chuckled, shaking his head, though the exact figures were yet to be finalized. Everyone had a rough idea of the company's financial standing, how much was in the account, the income for the month, and the expenditures, essentially. They were aware of the general numbers and were simply awaiting the detailed breakdown. "I am genuinely struggling. I owe Qian Jin tens of thousands now. If this continues, I might starve," Li Fu said, sharing a resigned smile. Despite Li Fu's net worth certainly exceeding 100 million, his wealth had yet to materialize, burdened by considerable debts owed to Qian Jin. Li Fu also hoped to withdraw a portion of funds from the company, enabling him to enhance his standard of living, alleviating the monotony of daily meals consisting solely of steamed buns, rice, or noodles, and allowing him to indulge in beef, as Xiaoing suggested. Haha. It appears that everyone has been facing financial constraints lately. Furthermore, the company's advertising expenditures could gradually be reduced, and soon our accounts would be replenished with substantial funds. At that point, we could withdraw some money to improve everyone's quality of life and, along the way, distribute bonuses. Zhao Dongyan nodded in agreement. With the two major shareholders expressing their strong intentions, he, being a minor shareholder, had no objections. After all, they were all young individuals, and it was only natural to spend money wisely once it was acquired. Otherwise, what was the purpose of earning it? The four prominent business magnates, each a billionaire, had the data in hand. As you feast, shouldn't you also provide your comrades with a taste of the broth? Shenshi approached with 4 sets of data, clearly having overheard the conversation among the four, and he wore a smile as he spoke. As the company's financial officer, he possessed the most comprehensive understanding of its fiscal situation and was acutely aware of the formidable revenue-generating prowess of the game Honor of Kings. Upon hearing Shen Shi's remarks, the 4 individuals smiled and eagerly took the data to scrutinize it closely. As of 10 p.m. on November 31st, Honor of Kings boasted over 100 million gamers, with an average of more than 25 million daily active users, DAU, and the number of VIP players exceeding 20 million, meaning that 1 in every 5 players had made a recharge in the game. Over 20 million VIP gamers have contributed a staggering revenue of 1 billion yuan to the game Honor of Kings. Notably, this amount reflects only half a month's earnings since its launch. If such performance continues, monthly revenues could soar to 2 billion yuan, culminating in an astonishing annual figure of 24 billion yuan. Although this annual revenue seems trivial compared to the colossal enterprises, a meticulous comparison reveals that 80 of the thousands of publicly listed companies in the A-share market would feel utterly ashamed, as their annual revenues fall short of 12 billion yuan, failing to match even half of Honor of King's revenue-generating capability within 6 months. However, the truly astounding aspect lies in the game's extraordinarily high profit margins. According to financial data provided by Shen Shi, the company's gross profit margin maintains an impressive 70%, while the net profit margin reaches an astonishing 50%. It is worth noting that a typical company would be considered remarkable with a profit margin of 10. And most companies listed on the A-share market operate with single-digit profit margins, with some even failing to achieve that. Yet, for internet enterprises, particularly within the gaming industry, these figures are not particularly alarming. Indeed, nearly every gaming company boasts astonishing profit margins, especially those that are exceptionally popular. Remarkably, there is still over 100 million yuan in available funds in the account, which now offers a substantial financial advantage. Within the confines of room 602 at the Entrepreneurship Center, Qianjin swiftly scanned the entirety of the report, his gaze inevitably drawn to the company's account balance. Upon discovering there remained over 100 million in funds, a joyful smile illuminated his face. It is disheartening to reflect on the fact that we have squandered several hundred million in advertising expenses over the past fortnight. And upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that much of this expenditure was indeed superfluous, Wang Wanli remarked, gently placing the report down with a tinge of regret. No, our money will not be wasted. Without this substantial investment of several hundred million, we would never have attained our current user base. Nor would we possess such formidable revenue-generating capacity. The advertisements for Penguin's new game have already saturated the market, he continued. However, I am not the least bit concerned at this moment. As long as we can retain our current player base, Penguin Group's similar games will undoubtedly remain in obscurity. Zhao Dongye shook his head, acknowledging that the frenzied advertising expenditures of the past 2 weeks have yielded impressive results. Yet this money has flowed out like water. Were it not for the increasingly substantial influx of funds each day, sustaining this momentum would be impossible. This money must be spent. And I believe that in the upcoming month, we should maintain our aggressive stance, refining and specifying our advertising efforts, while delving deeper into the gaming user demographic. We cannot afford to give our competitors any opportunity to encroach upon our territory. Li Fu nodded in agreement, stating that in any industry, only those at the pinnacle of the pyramid can savor the most substantial rewards. Thus, it is imperative to maintain the dominance of King's glory, ensuring it remains unshaken. Li Fu was correct. However, with over 100 million in our account, we could first withdraw some to enhance our quality of life. Moreover, with the game's successful launch, we must also distribute bonuses to our team. Zhao Dongye pondered before slowly articulating his thoughts. I have no objections. After all, we are all in dire financial straits, so obtaining some funds would allow us to live a little more lavishly. When it comes to this matter, Qianjin naturally raised both hands in approval. I too have no dissenting views, Li Fu nodded in agreement. Since the major shareholders are on board, I have no reservations either. Wang Wanli, beaming with a smile, remarked that dividing the pie is undoubtedly a favored endeavor for all. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the southern city of Pengcheng, at the headquarters of Penguin Group, the atmosphere was still vibrant despite the late hour. The vice president of Penguin Group, the president of League of Legends, and the newly appointed president of the mobile MOBA game, King's Poison, Dong Jinyan, were still engaged in a meeting, rallying their team. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the recent data we have acquired. In just half a month, King's Glory has amassed over 1 billion huabe from players, boasting more than 100 million gamers and over 25 million active users. As Dong Jinyun presented a PowerPoint to his subordinates, he articulated the significance of the information displayed. This indicated the immense potential and formidable profit-generating capabilities of mobile MOBA games, which far surpass those of PC games. It suggested that if our King's Poison project succeeded, it would undoubtedly evolve into a monumental asset for our company. However, it also implied that our competitors were exceptionally formidable within merely half a month. They had amassed over 100 million game users and generated a staggering 1 billion yuan in revenue, a figure that continues to escalate. If we aspire to thrive in this domain, we must ensure the success of King's Poison, or we risk being left with nothing. Thus, the upcoming month is of utmost importance. It is already past 10 in the evening, yet why do I still keep everyone here? Dong Jinyun's expression was one of grave seriousness, resembling a general preparing for battle, as he rallied his troops to bolster their morale. Chapter 27. a unique sensation in room 602 of the Entrepreneurship Center at Yenwang University. The prospect of abundant cash flow brought undeniable joy, with smiles illuminating everyone's faces. "How about we all go out tonight to celebrate?" proposed Qianjin with a subtle grin. "Yes, indeed. We must celebrate in style," Wang Wanli readily concurred. "Very well. Shenxi, please inform everyone that I will be hosting a gathering this evening, and we shall all go out to enjoy ourselves." Zhao Dongyan nodded in agreement and instructed Shun Shi beside him, displaying a generous spirit. "I shall inform them right away. However, I suspect many may already have prior engagements, so the turnout may not be substantial." Shun Shi acknowledged, noting that it was already 11 o'clock at night, and those who retired early would likely be nestled in their beds. Coaxing them out in this frigid winter would prove challenging. "I shall not attend. I still have several new hero skill effects to finalize, and I must dedicate myself to completing them promptly." Li Fu expressed his apologies to the group. "Li Fu, how could you be so inconsiderate? Everyone is going, and you must join us." Qianjin pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is a rare occasion to revel. We should all partake. It would be remiss without you. You simply must come." The others chimed in, urging him. "I truly cannot attend. I am not adept at drinking. And moreover, the new game from Penguin Group is already in promotion, so we must expedite our efforts to release additional heroes and skins. Additionally, I may not have much energy to devote to the company moving forward, so I wish to utilize this time to accomplish as much as possible." Li Fu smiled and shook his head, once again declining the group's kind intentions. He had his own aspirations, and his partnership in the company was merely a means to generate initial capital. What he truly desired was to engage in high technology, which he naturally would not share with others. Since Li Fu still has matters to attend to, it would be best for everyone not to press on. We can find another time to gather all together for a proper celebration. For now, let us indulge in a small celebration. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Zhao Dongye smiled faintly, increasingly perplexed by Li Fu's demeanor. Everyone enjoyed their food and drink, and I shall certainly join when we all gather next time. For today, let us leave it be. Li Fu expressed his apologies once more. The others did not insist further and merrily ventured out in groups to revel. Observing the now tranquil room 602, Li Fu chuckled softly and began to immerse himself in his tasks, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable agility, pausing occasionally to contemplate. As the principal force behind the development of the popular game, Honor of Kings, Li Fu had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the project, allowing him to work with impressive speed. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and a gentle reminder surfaced in his mind. Why are the lights still on in the management office? Li Fu glanced towards the management office and approached to investigate. Upon arrival, he spotted a graceful figure engrossed in her work. It was Wang Yun. "Ah, it's you. You startled me," he exclaimed. The sudden sound startled Wang Yun, but upon recognizing Li Fu, her face brightened with a smile. "There's one account that I just can't reconcile. I've been at it for several hours, but it still doesn't add up. I can't figure out where the issue lies." Uncertain if it was due to their previous encounter, Wang Yun felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards Li Fu. Unlike her usual guardedness with other males, it was as if they shared an intimate familiarity, yet, paradoxically, they had not exchanged any contact information. "Let me take a look. Perhaps you've been staring for too long and failed to notice," Li Fu offered with a gentle smile, stepping forward to assist her. Wang Yun lightly gathered her hair, conceding her seat to Li Fu. Gazing at him, she felt an undeniable conviction that there was nothing beyond Li Fu's capability to resolve. "Xiaoying, could you please assist in identifying the issue?" Li Fu instructed in his mind, recognizing that such financial data verification was best suited for Xiaoying's expertise. Meanwhile, he meticulously scrutinized the computer screen, seizing the opportunity to acquire knowledge in finance. This month, there is a duplicate entry that hasn't been offset, which is why this account remains unsettled. "Just look at this entry," he pointed out. In no time, Xiaoying pinpointed the problematic area in his mind, and Li Fu, smiling, communicated the error to Wang Yun. "Let me see. It truly is the case. This entry should have been offset, which explains why the account has remained imbalanced." Upon realizing this, Wang Yun felt an immediate sense of relief. She swiftly began to operate on the computer, efficiently correcting the various data and sending an email to the school's financial department for review. Thank you so much for your help. You've come to my aid once again. After finishing his tasks, Wang Yun appeared relaxed, her face adorned with a smile as she expressed her gratitude to Li Fu. Li Fu chuckled and shook his head. In the cold winter of the capital city, the howling wind swept through and leaves danced gently to the ground. Even the usually vibrant campus seemed subdued by the frigid weather. With the hour growing late, human presence was a rare sight. On a bicycle, Wang Yun wrapped her arms around Li Fu's waist, her head nestled within the ample hood of her winter coat, her face flushed against his back. She reveled in the warmth and presence of Li Fu, oblivious to the biting chill of the wind. Li Fu pedaled steadily, savoring the gentle closeness of the enchanting lady behind him, an inexplicable sentiment blossoming within him. A graceful maiden, indeed, and a gentleman's pursuit. A beauty like Wang Yun could stir the heart of any man, especially in such intimate proximity. He allowed things to unfold naturally, embracing fate. Li Fu chuckled softly. When it came to matters of the heart, he was a blank slate, utterly unaware of how to pursue such feelings. Previously, he had often felt a twinge of inferiority, given his modest background and ordinary demeanor. Lacking any remarkable talents and financial means, even the simple act of inviting someone to a movie or dinner required careful consideration, which naturally steered him away from romantic endeavors. In matters of love, he was essentially a blank canvas. Now, despite the closeness they shared, he remained somewhat oblivious, thinking only of letting things take their course. I've arrived. Wang Yun felt her face burning with embarrassment, burying her head deeply in her hat, her voice barely audible. Could I leave my contact information? She ventured, summoned by an unknown courage. Li Fu smiled gently and inquired, Of course, my number is 158-8888, and you can reach me on WeChat at the same number. Hearing Li Fu's words, Wang Yun beamed with joy and quickly recited a string of numbers before darting back to her dormitory, feeling that if she lingered any longer, she would certainly be recognized. Her cheeks aflame. In dormitory 222, her roommates had all gone out to enjoy themselves, leaving the room empty and somewhat desolate. However, Li Fu was accustomed to it. Weekends typically unfolded this way, as Zhao Dongya, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli all had girlfriends, rarely spending weekends in their dormitory. After a refreshing wash, snuggling into his blanket, Li Fu took out his phone, thoughts of Wang Yun swirling in his mind, and could not resist initiating contact. I am Li Fu. This is my phone number. I would like to add you as a WeChat friend. He sent a message to Wang Yun and then opened his WeChat to add her. Wang Yun's WeChat name. A colorful cloud unmistakably identified her, and Li Fu smiled as he sent a friend request. Shortly, his request was accepted. Are you still awake? He texted. I'm lying in bed, came her reply. Me too. I'm the only one left in the dorm. In a casual chat on WeChat, Li Fu and Wang Yun found themselves engrossed in what could only be described as trivial topics. Yet, at that moment, both engaged in the conversation with fervor, as if they had uncovered a new world. In her dormitory, Wang Yun nestled under her blankets, feigning sleep while secretly typing messages to Li Fu. Fearful of being discovered by her roommates, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly as they continued their exchange. Chapter 28. The Historical Mission of Biological Science as one of the most esteemed institutions of higher learning in modern China. Yanhuang University boasts a prestigious biomedical program that stands unrivaled across the nation, firmly establishing itself as a leading academy in this field. The reputation of Yanhuang University's biomedical program is not merely a product of boastful claims. It is built on substantial expertise and accomplishments. The university is home to numerous renowned biological laboratories that are celebrated both domestically and internationally, along with a host of world-class bioscientists. It is this formidable combination of robust resources, governmental support, and the excellence of its students that has propelled the biomedical program of Yanhuang University to such prominence. In terms of laboratory facilities, China is equipped with an array of top-tier biological laboratories, including the National Biological Laboratory, the Capital Biological Research Center, the China Disease Control Biological Laboratory, the Center for Genetic Biotechnology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Capital Institute of Life Sciences, the Neuroscience Institute, the Biochemical Cell Laboratory, and many other leading institutions in the field. Numerous laboratories bearing the illustrious name of Huaxiao exist, with all expenses fully funded by the state. Many of these laboratories are closely affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, undertaking numerous research tasks of national significance. Some of these laboratories are engaged in fields of research that are globally leading. Moreover, a remarkable assemblage of renowned biologists resides here, including the esteemed academician Qiao Xiaodong, who has excelled in the study of biochemical metabolic signaling pathways related to cellular apoptosis, the venerable academician Lu Yungong, one of the pioneers in the realm of biological sciences in Huaxiao, and the internationally acclaimed neurobiologist, academician Feng Mingbo, a member of both national academies and the American Academy of Sciences. Additionally, there is the distinguished academician Lu Yi, a globally recognized virologist and honorary professor at numerous prestigious universities worldwide. This impressive cohort of eminent scientists, both domestic and international, underscores the robust hardware and software resources at Yanhuang University, making its biomedical program undeniably the foremost in Huaxia. Even when compared globally, it stands as a peer to the world's most prestigious institutions. Today, Huaxia continues to rise, shedding its former image of inferiority. Notably, academician Lu Yi, an alumnus of Yanhuang University, demonstrates his commitment by dedicating time to teach there once a week, a stark contrast to many institutions where his name graces the faculty but where he may not visit even once in an entire semester. Prominent scientists like Lu Yi are typically exceedingly busy, burdened with a multitude of research tasks, and often serving as principal investigators on significant projects and experiments. Their responsibilities are vast, and they generally prefer to concentrate on their scientific endeavors. Although many scientists relish the opportunity to teach, they seldom dedicate substantial energy to it. However, Lu Yi has a genuine affinity for engaging with young university students, delighting in imparting knowledge to these promising individuals. In his words, they embody the future hope of biological sciences in China. By investing time and effort in them now, these blossoms can flourish more splendidly. In a spacious lecture hall accommodating over 200 individuals, every seat was filled, with many attendees standing to partake in the lesson. The atmosphere was one of profound silence, broken only by Lu Yi's resonant voice echoing throughout the room. Viruses, like countless other organisms, possess the remarkable ability to evolve. In recent years, novel viruses have emerged globally, such as the Ebola virus discovered in Africa in 1976, along with the globally impactful HIV, SARS, avian influenza viruses, and others. These viruses, once either non-existent or undetected, have now manifested with unprecedented lethality. Most of these pathogens have evolved from previously benign viruses. In the future, with the influence of modern pharmaceuticals, radioactive substances, and human interventions, the world will continue to witness the emergence of novel, highly dangerous biological viruses. Viruses, in essence, are also a form of life, being biological entities. They possess the remarkable ability to evolve. Given their relatively simple structure, the evolutionary trajectories of viruses are diverse. Below the podium, Li Fu attentively absorbed the lecture delivered by academician Lu Yi, while simultaneously engaging in a mental dialogue with his companion, Xiaoying. Within the vast repository of knowledge from the super-civilized Han technological empire, countless scientific advancements existed, any one of which could potentially alter the global landscape. Li Fu had an abundance of knowledge to acquire. Having recently concluded his involvement with the popular mobile game, he now devoted himself wholly to his studies. He delved into various subjects, from biology to physics and chemistry. Any topic that piqued his interest became a field of study. As he listened to the lecture, he continuously integrated the knowledge from the civilization's repository, cross-referencing and validating the information within his mind. I have previously discussed the perilous nature of biological viruses on numerous occasions. Being students of biology, we are all acutely aware of the terrifying implications of these pathogens. In recent years, outbreaks such as SARS and avian influenza inflicted severe losses upon our nation. The HIV/AIDS epidemic has left countless scientists around the globe at a loss. With nearly 40 million individuals infected and over 12 million lives tragically claimed by this relentless disease. Most alarmingly, HIV/AIDS is now exhibiting a trend of global proliferation that appears unstoppable. In just a few decades, our nation has experienced an explosive increase, surpassing the 10 million mark. And the situation has reached a critical juncture, teetering on the edge of uncontrollability. Dear students, I wish to convey an earnest message, urging you to maintain your integrity and prioritize your personal safety. The rampant spread of AIDS within university campuses has reached an alarming and uncontrollable level. Therefore, it is imperative for you to remain vigilant and to never relax your awareness of self-protection. At the podium, Louis, who has reached the age of discernment, spoke with heartfelt sincerity, expressing his profound concern regarding the current situation. The youth of today are increasingly open-minded, and coupled with international exchanges, viruses like AIDS have begun to proliferate. As a globally renowned virologist, Louis observes this with both alarm and urgency. Whenever possible, he strives to sound the alarm for his students. Furthermore, it is crucial for those present to cultivate a sense of historical mission. You are the future of our nation's biological sciences and will bear the weight of history within this field. In the future, we are bound to encounter more viruses akin to SARS and avian influenza. If our biological sciences are not sufficiently robust, we may find ourselves entrusting our lives to others. Additionally, diseases such as AIDS and cancer, which are currently ravaging our society, demand the attention of those of us dedicated to biological research. We must strive to discover solutions to combat these threats and safeguard humanity's life and health. At this juncture, Louis's tone grew gravely serious, as if he were imposing a heavy sense of responsibility upon the multitude of students present. Li Fu, in turn, straightened his posture, feeling the weight of the moment in the presence of such esteemed elders. The sentiments of Louis's generation, who were deeply concerned for their country and its people, naturally resonated with those around them. This sentiment is far beyond the comprehension of those who idolize wealth above all else today. Nevertheless, it does not diminish the respect that everyone holds for Louis. For this generation, particularly for pure patriots and dedicated scientists like Louis, Li Fu felt a profound admiration and respect emanating from the depths of his heart. "Do any of you have questions?" Louis inquired, prompting a student to raise their hand, eager to seek clarification. "Teacher, is there truly no remedy for AIDS and cancer? Currently, with respect to these grave diseases, humanity finds itself at a loss," Louis replied. "We are only able to provide palliative treatments that manage symptoms rather than addressing the root causes, striving merely to prolong the patient's lives without a definitive cure in sight." Louis smiled and nodded at the inquisitive student, relishing this interactive dynamic and encouraging questions in his classroom, where students were welcome to raise their hands at any time. However, when the discussion turned to the treatment of diseases such as AIDS, a sense of helplessness crept into his demeanor. Scientists around the globe are grappling with these virulent pathogens, and the proliferation of the AIDS virus remains a pressing concern that troubles the world at large. However, as long as we, the scholars of biological sciences, do not relent, we shall undoubtedly discover methods to combat these afflictions. The once dreaded smallpox virus has become the sole virus eradicated globally by humanity. Thus, each of us bears a substantial responsibility. The future of our homeland necessitates that we, the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, forge a formidable Great Wall within the realm of biological sciences to safeguard the well-being of our people. Chapter 29. The Strategy of Using Poison Against Poison on the Podium. Louis was imbued with a profound sense of patriotism and concern for the populace. Faced with the increasingly dire global health crisis, Louis recognized that this predicament is akin to national defense. Only by establishing formidable strength in the field of biotechnology can a nation protect the lives and health of its citizens. Conversely, falling behind in biotechnology, as exemplified by contemporary Africa, leads to a reliance on imported medications, resulting in countless lives lost to diseases each year. Many of these ailments could be treated with rather ordinary medications, yet in numerous African nations, even the most basic pharmaceuticals are exceedingly rare and precious. Each year, the World Health Organization is called upon to provide substantial assistance in terms of medications and medical personnel. However, relying on external aid is ultimately insufficient. Across the continent of Africa, the average life expectancy is significantly below the global average, with many countries witnessing a meager life expectancy of merely around 40 years. A myriad of diseases is rampant across Africa, with HIV/AIDS being particularly prevalent. In numerous African nations, half of the population is afflicted by this devastating virus, rendering them utterly powerless in the face of such a calamity. A nation must possess robust biotechnological advancements to adeptly navigate the challenges posed by significant health crises. Furthermore, as nations worldwide delve into the ominous realm of biochemical weaponry, a lack of strength in this domain invites substantial peril. At this moment, Li Fu, who had been silently absorbing the lecture from his seat, slowly raised his right hand to signal that he had a question. The classroom fell into a profound silence, and all eyes turned towards him. On the podium, Lu Yi offered a slight smile to Li Fu and nodded, encouraging him to speak. Teacher, you mentioned that viruses, in essence, are forms of life. If they are indeed life forms, why can't we explore biological approaches to combat them? For instance, concerning the HIV virus, might we discover another virus capable of restraining or annihilating it, one that poses no harm to humanity? Li Fu articulated, standing to express his thoughts. Li Fu's inquiry was far from baseless. He had recently gleaned innovative strategies and concepts for combating biological viruses from the seeds of advanced civilization. The notion he presented was but one of these ideas. Classmate, could you please introduce yourself? Louis inquired. My name is Li Fu, and I am a third-year student in the Biomedical Sciences program. Class 2, Li Fu replied, nodding as he offered a brief introduction. Li Fu, your thoughts are indeed commendable. Your approach, as our ancient sages would express, embodies the principle of combating poison with poison. Although the global medical and biological communities do not currently endorse such a notion, there exist relevant instances within the realm of medicine. A prominent focus of contemporary medical research is cancer. If we liken cancer to poison, then chemotherapy and radiotherapy serve as forms of combating poison with poison, given that both treatments pose significant harm to the human body. Furthermore, even these methods struggle to effectively confront cancer. Additionally, during the era of opiate addiction, to alleviate patient suffering and reduce casualties among soldiers on the battlefield, medical practitioners isolated the analgesic components of opium, thus inventing morphine. At that time, morphine's analgesic properties were remarkably evident. Yet it was later discovered to possess a stronger potential for addiction, leading to stringent regulation. Upon recognizing the addictive toxicity of morphine, some individuals combined certain morphine components with synthetic substances, resulting in the creation of heroin. In the era when heroin was deemed a medicinal marvel, it was regarded as a panacea for various pains, be it stomach aches, headaches, or bodily pains. A dose of heroin rendered all discomforts non-existent. However, the current perception of heroin is well known. At the podium, Louis nodded at Li Fu and began to elaborate on this topic. He is exceptionally knowledgeable and possesses a profound understanding of numerous aspects within biotechnology and biomedicine, effortlessly recounting a variety of cases. My intention in expressing this is not to undermine the innovative perspective proposed by Li Fu. On the contrary, I find his idea to be remarkably insightful and creatively groundbreaking. Louis' unexpected endorsement of Li Fu's suggestion took everyone present by surprise, especially considering that the earlier examples presented seemed predominantly negative. It was indeed astonishing that Louis ultimately affirmed Li Fu's novel approach, even bestowing upon it considerable praise. Li Fu, your thoughts and concepts are commendable. I urge you to pursue this path of exploration, akin to the advent of immunology, where humanity discovered that by initially injecting oneself with certain viruses, one could develop immunity, thereby triumphing over ailments such as smallpox. Perhaps, in the future, your new ideas and methodologies will empower humanity to conquer even more diseases, benefiting all of mankind. With a beaming smile, Lu Yi encouraged Li Fu, demonstrating his consistent admiration for young minds brimming with ideas, as well as his unwavering support for the pursuit of their dreams. Li Fu, upon hearing this, could only smile in response, surprised by Lu Yi's high regard. However, he felt an even deeper respect for Lu Yi, recognizing the courage it takes to affirm an unprecedented approach in scientific inquiry. Lu Yi's spirit in this regard is indeed a rare and commendable quality. Lu Yi's lectures are exceptionally captivating. His research in biotechnology is profound, and he often has the remarkable ability to elucidate complex concepts with simplicity. He employs a variety of references, which imbues his teaching with a delightful charm, rendering it both engaging and enjoyable. Throughout the 2-hour class, Lu Yi spoke continuously, holding the rapt attention of every student in the classroom. With not a single instance of phone usage observed, a stark contrast to other classes, it is undeniable that Yanhuang University, as one of the premier institutions in China, attracts exceptionally talented students who possess a fervent passion for learning. Even in the relatively relaxed university environment, they manage to maintain commendable self-discipline. Due to his persistent cultivation of primordial energy, Li Fu has experienced significant development in both his body and mind, allowing him to absorb knowledge at an extraordinary pace. Notably, he has mastered the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and retain everything he reads. Coupled with his daily studies of advanced technologies from super-civilization seeds, Li Fu finds himself in need of increasingly diverse knowledge. Only the vast collection of resources in the Yanhuang University Library can satisfy his insatiable intellectual appetite. He immerses himself completely in his studies, akin to a ravenous seeker in the ocean of knowledge. At this moment, a young man approached him, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refined elegance, unmistakably a scholar. "Who are you?" Li Fu gazed upon the stranger before him. Feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity, he did not recognize the individual at all. "I am Tang Li, assistant to academician Lu Yi. My teacher has sent me to invite you for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Li Fu was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lu Yi would seek him out for a private conversation. Haha, this is a fortuitous development. Perhaps my teacher wishes to take you under his wing, and we may even address each other as brothers in the future. Tang Li smiled knowingly. He was well aware of his mentor's tendencies. When encountering exceptionally talented students, Lu Yi often contemplated the prospect of mentorship. Li Fu's remarkable performance in class had greatly impressed Lu Yi, prompting Tang Li to investigate Li Fu's background. He discovered that Li Fu indeed possessed significant potential, which is why he had been dispatched to engage in a thorough discussion with him, to gain a deeper understanding of his character before ultimately deciding whether to accept him as a student. As one of the foremost biological scientists in the nation, Lu Yi was more than qualified to take on disciples, whether they be graduate or doctoral students. However, he was not one to accept just anyone. He only took on individuals he admired, ensuring they possessed impeccable character. Otherwise, no amount of wealth or favors would persuade Lu Yi to accept a pupil. Chapter 30. National Laboratory. As one of the premier institutions of higher learning in China, Yanhuang University occupies an expansive area within the bustling metropolis of the imperial capital, where every inch of land is of immense value. The entire campus spans nearly 2 million square meters, and one could spend an entire day wandering its grounds without fully experiencing all the renowned attractions it has to offer. Beyond its educational facilities, a significant portion of Yanhuang University's vast expanse is dedicated to scientific research, housing a plethora of top-tier laboratories from both domestic and international origins. These laboratories are not solely for the university's use. Many are directly affiliated with the state, with their funding entirely borne by the government. Among these distinguished laboratories is the China National Center for Disease Control and Prevention's Biological Laboratory, led by the globally renowned virologist, academician Liu Yi. He is a distinguished member of both national academies and serves as an honorary professor at numerous prestigious universities worldwide. At this moment, within the laboratory, Li Fu, clad in a pristine white lab coat, meticulously operates an electron microscope to examine biological viruses. His demeanor is one of utmost seriousness and diligence, showcasing a remarkable proficiency in handling the intricate equipment. This has drawn a nod of approval from Liu Yi, who observes him from the side. Although Li Fu is merely a third-year student and conventionally would not be permitted to participate in such a significant laboratory, let alone gain entry. The national-level status of this facility and the invaluable nature of the instruments within make his involvement all the more exceptional. Numerous instruments and devices exist in the world, with only a scant few available, rendering them unattainable even for the affluent. Moreover, the projects and topics researched here are of national significance, many requiring the utmost confidentiality. The diverse array of viruses and bacteria stored here, if released, could precipitate dire consequences. Therefore, without achieving a certain level of qualification and expertise, entry into this laboratory is utterly impossible, far beyond the reach of an ordinary university student like Li Fu. Furthermore, Liu Yi discovered that Li Fu not only possesses an exceptionally profound foundation in biology, but also consistently offers refreshing insights across various domains. His expertise extends deeply into physics, chemistry, and computer science, leading Liu Yi to perceive Li Fu as a polymathic genius. Such a prodigious talent naturally inspired Liu Yi to cherish him. Having previously researched Li Fu's background, he was aware of Li Fu's diligent academic pursuits, consistently ranking at the top of his class, coupled with his commendable character. Thus, Liu Yi directly expressed his intention to take Li Fu under his wing. Indeed, this international laboratory is remarkable. Even a seemingly ordinary microscope boasts astonishing clarity and resolution. It appears that the nation's commitment to scientific research transcends mere rhetoric. As Li Fu meticulously examined the biological viruses beneath the microscope, he couldn't help but reflect that conducting research without adequate funding and advanced equipment is essentially futile. For scientists studying biology, a high-quality microscope is of paramount importance. Generally speaking, the quality of a microscope, or rather its effective magnification capability, is measured by its resolution rather than the magnification factor frequently cited by laypeople. It is the informed individuals who tend to discuss resolution in precise terms. The electronic transmission microscope currently in Li Fu's possession boasts a maximum magnification of approximately 2 million times, with an ultimate resolution nearing 1 nanometer. Yet, within this national-level laboratory, it is regarded as merely an ordinary microscope. Li Fu has heard from his senior colleagues about an extraordinary electron microscope in the lab, which achieves a resolution of 0.5 angstroms. Angstrom, denoted as, is a unit of length commonly used in crystallography, atomic physics, and ultramicroscopic structures. 1 equals 10⁻10 meters, or 1/10 of a nanometer. No wonder that over the years, China's technological advancements have been on the rise. The nation is quite generous in its investment in scientific research. Establishing such a national laboratory entails astronomical costs, particularly for the sophisticated instruments and equipment it houses. It is little surprise that Li Fu felt akin to a peasant in a grand garden upon his initial entrance into this prestigious laboratory. He was profoundly captivated by the environment, especially by the array of cutting-edge scientific instruments and apparatus that left him in awe. Since Li Fu resolved to devote his primary focus to the path of technology, he has been contemplating where to commence his endeavors. After much reflection, he concluded that embarking from the realm of biomedical studies, which he pursued during his university education, would be the most prudent choice, given his academic background in this discipline. Achieving notable results within a short time frame would not be deemed extraordinary. At most, he might be labeled a prodigy. In contrast, should he unexpectedly excel in a different field, it would provoke skepticism and appear rather implausible, making acceptance difficult for the public. However, to attain success in the field of biological sciences, particularly in a brief period. The absence of adequate tools and proficient mentors renders such aspirations nearly unattainable. The pursuit of biotechnological research heavily relies on the presence of powerful microscopes. Beyond possessing quality microscopes, challenges such as securing biological virus samples and obtaining the necessary experimental qualifications have continually troubled Li Fu. He often feels like a headless fly, possessing an abundance of advanced technological knowledge from a superlative civilization, yet lacking the conditions and facilities to conduct experiments and validations. Consequently, he finds himself in a state of frustration, resorting to an endless cycle of studying various texts in the library, especially the cutting-edge papers published by leading scientists, to seek validation and comparison. However, with the arrival of Li Fu at this internationally renowned laboratory, all issues were effortlessly resolved. The China National CDC Biological Laboratory not only boasts a plethora of advanced scientific instruments and equipment, but also houses an extensive repository of nearly all viruses currently known to humanity. As for matters concerning experimental qualifications, they are hardly a concern. Ordinary experiments merely require registration within the laboratory, while significant experiments can be authorized with a signature from Lu Yi, eliminating the need for convoluted applications and approvals. Upon entering such an establishment, Li Fu felt as if he had been endowed with wings, swiftly familiarizing himself with the management regulations of this international laboratory. He grasped the governing rules and quickly became adept at operating various instruments and equipment. Beyond these competencies, Li Fu's remarkable learning ability, coupled with his solid foundational knowledge, soon captivated the scientific personnel around him. Those who initially questioned Lu Yi's decision to recruit an undergraduate were silenced, now viewing Li Fu with newfound respect. And even Lu Yi expressed considerable satisfaction with him. Li Fu's humility, cautious demeanor, and exceptional learning capacity, along with his powerful cognitive agility, render him a prodigious talent in the field of biological sciences. He is akin to a raw gem, poised to radiate brilliant light to the world with just a little refinement. Currently, Li Fu is investigating the concept of utilizing a virus to combat another, aiming to identify a virus that can effectively target the HIV while posing no harm or adverse effects on the human body. This inquiry was initially presented by Li Fu to Lu Yi, who has been remarkably supportive of this research, providing significant assistance. The human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, responsible for acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS, is a virus that causes deficiencies in the human immune system. First identified in the United States in 1981. HIV is a lentivirus that infects immune system cells and belongs to the retrovirus family. There are 4 known strains of HIV: M, N, O, and P, each originating from different sources. The most widespread strains, M and N, have been confirmed to derive from chimpanzees, while the rarer strains O and P were later verified to originate from gorillas in southwestern Cameroon. HIV has a diameter of approximately 120 nanometers and is roughly spherical in shape. It primarily attacks the CD4 lymphocyte system within the human body. Once the virus infiltrates the host cells, it integrates into the cellular structure, making it nearly impossible to eradicate throughout the host's lifetime, leading to a loss of immune function. This virus is characterized by a long incubation period and a high mortality rate, rendering it a formidable threat. Chapter 31. Methods for treating HIV. Li Fu meticulously examined the HIV virus through an electron microscope. As a national-level laboratory, the Huaxian National Disease Control Biological Laboratory possesses nearly all known virus samples discovered by humankind. Naturally, it includes HIV, a virus that has confounded countless biologists worldwide. All 4 known strains of the HIV virus are present here. It is astonishing that such a diminutive virus has claimed the lives of millions across the globe. And if the current trajectory continues, an increasing number of individuals will succumb to AIDS. As Li Fu scrutinized the repugnant microorganism, he could not help but reflect. Xiaoying, please gather all current research materials regarding the HIV virus, he instructed in his mind. AIDS, as a global conundrum, has attracted the attention of innumerable biologists around the world. Each year, a plethora of research reports and papers on HIV are published, yet they yield no substantial breakthroughs. Otherwise, AIDS would have long been conquered. Li Fu aimed to devise a method to combat the HIV virus. The experiences and lessons learned from his predecessors must be diligently absorbed to avoid unnecessary detours. As of now, there are 132 institutions worldwide dedicated to AIDS research, with over 723 published papers, of which 345 are of notable quality. I have already filtered out the key points from these papers. In her mind, Xiaoying swiftly located the pertinent information. As an intelligent program embodying the essence of a super-civilization from the great Han technology empire, her capabilities are undeniably formidable. The entirety of the global internet appears trivial in comparison to her prowess. She uncovered a plethora of scholarly articles and findings, including many that had not yet been published or were confidential documents restricted to certain nations. Within her mind, Xiaoying distilled the crucial elements from these papers and reports, presenting them directly to Li Fu as consciousness. In a mere span of minutes, Li Fu meticulously reviewed the content from beginning to end. It is no wonder that AIDS has become a significant conundrum within the realm of global biosciences. To this day, no effective strategies or insights have been devised by medical scientists worldwide to combat it. The current scholarly articles merely reflect new discoveries regarding the AIDS virus, yet they lack substantial significance. Li Fu sighed softly in contemplation. Although many of these papers emanate from renowned biologists, they all share a commonality. Scientists globally remain at a standstill regarding the AIDS virus, with no viable solutions at hand. Countless experiments have yielded no effective means to counteract the virus. Master, in truth, the AIDS virus poses no insurmountable challenge. Numerous methods exist that can effortlessly address it. For instance, gene decomposition fluid can effectively dismantle the virus's genetic structure, thereby achieving the goal of treating AIDS. Furthermore, utilizing the method you mentioned, the objective is to identify a virus capable of eradicating the HIV virus while posing no harm to the human body, employing a strategy of toxin against toxin. However, such an endeavor necessitates the specialized cultivation of a unique virus. At present, given the current technological advancements on Earth, the aforementioned two methods appear relatively feasible. As for more advanced solutions, such as a super vaccine that can confer immunity against the majority of viruses, physical magnetic therapy, or nanobot treatment methods, these remain largely impractical. In her mind, Xiaoying simultaneously instructs Li Fu through practical reasoning, elaborating on various strategies to combat HIV. The paramount objectives of the seeds of super-civilization are twofold: to nurture and guide growth, and to provide protective functions. Therefore, whenever the opportunity arises, Xiaoying endeavors to impart knowledge to Li Fu, fostering his capabilities in technology. The teaching methods are varied and intricately aligned with real-life applications. When Li Fu hears the term gene decomposition solution, his interest is immediately piqued. Each lecture proves immensely beneficial, enriching his understanding significantly. The so-called gene decomposition solution, as the name implies, is capable of disassembling biological genes from a genetic perspective, leading to the direct demise of organisms due to genetic collapse. It is well known that all living beings, even the simplest cellular organisms and microorganisms, are composed of genes. It can be asserted that genes are the quintessential determinants of an organism's morphology, size, appearance, and capabilities. The genetic makeup of each species has been meticulously refined and stabilized throughout the protracted process of evolution. Any intervention in an organism's genes may potentially incite evolution. However, it carries a greater risk of precipitating genetic collapse, ultimately leading to the organism's demise. Gene decomposition fluid is predicated on this principle, targeting a myriad of organisms, including minuscule viral entities. In the cosmic era, formidable civilizations occupy the vast expanses of the universe, each inhabiting numerous life-bearing planets. Each of these planets, owing to its unique environment, evolves entirely distinct biological systems, particularly evident in the realm of microorganisms. Gene decomposition fluid is predominantly employed to combat existing ailments. Upon arrival at a new life-bearing planet, akin to the indigenous peoples encountering smallpox, the inhabitants often possess no defenses against viral incursions, leading to rapid infection. In such instances, gene decomposition fluid proves effective in countering these viral threats. As for the superbiological vaccine, it is administered preemptively. Once injected, this vaccine confers immunity against a vast majority of viral pathogens present on various biological planets, rendering it a highly sought-after remedy in the interstellar age. In his mind, Shawing elaborated to Li Fu on these two concepts, which are fundamentally quite simple. In the age of interstellar travel, powerful civilizations occupy numerous life-bearing planets, or engage in the exchanges of interstellar civilizations. Without formidable biological technology to safeguard such interactions, the tragic consequences witnessed when Europeans brought the smallpox virus to the Americas, resulting in the deaths of countless indigenous people, could easily be repeated. Even on Earth, the Americas, having been isolated from other continents for an extended period, rendered indigenous peoples vulnerable due to their lack of exposure to the smallpox virus. When Europeans arrived, this seemingly insignificant virus wreaked havoc, leading to immense suffering and loss among indigenous populations. Had it not been for this, the European conquest of the Americas might not have proceeded so smoothly. If a mere life-bearing planet can experience such devastation, one can only imagine the potential horrors that could arise across the vastness of the universe, should different life forms and civilizations interact. Thus, I now seek to combat HIV through a method of using a virus to counteract another virus. It appears necessary to identify a virus capable of consuming other viruses, specifically cultivating it to exclusively target the HIV virus. Li Fu nodded in his mind, his appreciation for the significance of biological technology deepening once more. To put it bluntly, if extraterrestrials were to invade Earth, they could do so with relative ease, merely by unleashing a variety of biological viruses from their own planet, thereby eradicating most life on Earth in a remarkably short span of time. Your perspective is entirely accurate. What you now need to do is to seek out those viruses endowed with the capability to devour other viruses and subsequently engage in specialized cultivation. This process is akin to the domestication of animals. For instance, humanity has deliberately bred dairy cows to yield milk, resulting in a production capacity that far exceeds that of ordinary cattle, often several dozen or even hundreds of times greater, allowing for a continuous supply of milk, a trait not possessed by standard cows. Similarly, to obtain eggs, humans have selectively cultivated layers, which produce eggs at a rate significantly higher than that of regular chickens. In the recesses of her mind, Shawing affirmed Li Fu's thoughts. Throughout history, humanity has demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for the cultivation of living organisms. Almost every organism that is intricately linked to our daily lives has been meticulously shaped through countless generations of directed breeding. Wheat, which originated around 10,000 years ago in regions such as Iran and Central Asia, is a product of the hybridization between two-grain wheat and wild goat grass, further refined through extensive human selection over time, resulting in one of our primary staples. Similarly, corn, rice, radishes, peppers, cabbages, and potatoes, among other vegetables and grains, have all undergone similar processes. Animals such as cows, sheep, horses, dogs, cats, and pigs have also been diversified according to human needs, leading to the development of a myriad of breeds. In the case of dogs alone, the sheer number of recognized breeds within the category of companion animals is staggering and difficult to quantify. In the recesses of his mind, Li Fu once again commanded Shawing to refresh the information on the viruses that possessed the remarkable ability to engulf other viruses. He intended to meticulously select a few for specialized directed cultivation. The presence of an intelligent program to assist in scientific research was indeed a tremendous asset, capable of saving countless hours, particularly in the pursuit of diverse information. Compared to the average individual, Li Fu's efficiency in his work was exponentially heightened, illustrating why numerous scientists seek the support of assistants, Many mundane tasks can be delegated to them. Chapter 32. The natural world is replete with an astounding variety of viruses. Among those frequently mentioned are the hepatitis B and C viruses, the tobacco mosaic virus, T2 bacteriophage, rabies virus, smallpox virus, poliovirus, simian virus, respiratory syncytial virus, HIV, and polyhedral viruses, among others. Furthermore, new viruses are discovered by humanity almost every year. These minuscule entities, invisible to the naked eye, are intricately linked to our lives. Every individual harbors a multitude of viruses within their bodies. Most are benign, and some may even be beneficial. Coupled with the formidable human immune system, which safeguards us against viral threats, we find that, despite living in an environment saturated with viruses, we can still thrive and flourish. Now, Li Fu must select a few cultivable viruses from the myriad of options available, a task that is far from simple. To make an informed choice, he must possess a comprehensive understanding of various viruses and their characteristics. However, this challenge does not daunt Xiaoying, the intelligent program of the supercivilization seed, whose capabilities in assisting scientific research are undeniably exceptional. In no time, it has compared and screened the various viruses discovered by humanity, compiling a list of several candidates. Master, there are currently 3 viruses that are particularly suitable for your cultivation: the Golbo virus, the Pandora virus, and the Mimi virus. Golbo virus, Pandora virus, Mimi virus? Among these 3, I have only heard of the Pandora virus. The other 2 are unfamiliar to me, Li Fu remarked, his mind filled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. The Golbo virus is a recently discovered pathogen identified by American scientists, while the Mimi virus was uncovered in 2003 by Didier Raoult and Jean-Michel in Marseille during their research on Legionella, the bacterium responsible for Legionnaire's disease. The 3 viruses I have selected for you share a notable characteristic. They all possess a relatively large size. The diameter of the Golbo virus is approximately 300 nanometers. The Mimi virus reaches an impressive 800 nanometers, and the Pandora virus measures a staggering 1 micron. In his mind, Xiaoying replayed all the relevant information concerning 3 particular viruses, which possessed a unique characteristic: their considerable size. This considerable size is indeed relative to other viruses, as the typical dimensions of a virus measure merely 10 to 100 nanometers. Even larger viruses, such as the variola virus, have a diameter of only 300 nanometers, while the HIV virus measures approximately 120 nanometers. Such substantial entities suggest a potential for cultivating larger viruses to consume their smaller counterparts. As a biomedical professional, Li Fu was acutely aware of the size of viruses. Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, he instantly recognized that these 3 viruses were indeed colossal compared to their peers, thereby providing him with a general direction for his research. He contemplated whether the laboratory possessed samples of these 3 viruses and planned to apply for experiments to classify and cultivate them, employing various methods for induction. Li Fu's mind swiftly formulated a corresponding plan, and the subsequent tasks became exceedingly clear. Time, as it often does during periods of intense focus, seemed to slip away. He meticulously preserved each experimental sample, diligently documenting the processes and methodologies associated with every one of them. This undertaking was undeniably tedious, characterized by repetitive actions that could easily become monotonous. Yet, this is often the nature of scientific research, conducting the same procedures repeatedly, only to seek the subtle differences therein and ponder the underlying implications of those discrepancies. Engaging in scientific research is far from the leisurely and enjoyable endeavor many envision. Rather, it is often exceedingly monotonous. One of the fundamental qualities of a scientist is the ability to derive joy from the drudgery of research life. Without this, adapting to such a lifestyle becomes nearly impossible. Master, someone is looking for you. Bai Wei has sent a message, Xiaoying gently reminded Li Fu. Bai Wei, what could she want from me? Has she encountered another technical dilemma? Li Fu pondered, pausing his work. He had nearly completed his tasks for the day, with only the anticipation of experimental results remaining. Several minutes later, Li Fu exited the research center, phone in hand, ready to reach out to Bai Wei. "Hello, Bai Wei. What brings you to contact me?" "It's something good. Hurry to Ju Wei," Bai Wei mysteriously replied before abruptly ending the call, leaving Li Fu bewildered. How peculiar. She could have been clearer. Li Fu chuckled while shaking his head. He mounted his bicycle, number 12, and pedaled towards the location Bai Wei had mentioned. Ju Wei is a well-known tea shop within Yanhuang University, famed for its steep prices. Despite the expense, the ambience and service are quite commendable, making it a favored rendezvous for couples. In the charming ambience of the Ju Wei milk tea parlor, even a simple cup of milk tea commands a price of at least several dozen yuan. As for the fruits and snacks, they are equally extravagant in cost. The protagonist, Li Fu, had never ventured here before, as he lacked the financial means to indulge in such luxuries. Within a cozy private room of the parlor, Bai Wei engaged in lively conversation with her dear friend, Jiang Yinrong. They savored their milk tea alongside exquisite delicacies, leisurely sipping while discussing intimate topics. Occasionally glancing at the picturesque autumn and winter scenery of Huanglong University, a rare indulgence indeed. I must tell you, the person I am introducing to you is named Li Fu. He is quite an exceptional individual. If I weren't already in a relationship, I would have pursued him myself, Bai Wei said, casting a glance out the window to see if Li Fu had arrived. Jiang Yinrong, sitting beside her, sported cascading curls of vibrant red hair, a lovely visage, and a tall, slender figure that her oversized down jacket could hardly conceal. "Is he really as wonderful as you say?" "I find that hard to believe," Jiang Yinrong replied, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. Bai Wei had insisted on bringing her along, claiming she wished to introduce her to a prospective boyfriend. Of course, although Li Fu may appear somewhat ordinary, he is an incredibly talented individual with immense potential ahead of him. He is undoubtedly the kind of affluent person you have always sought. A dear friend of hers is seeking a boyfriend, and Li Fu, the perennial singleton, has become a frequent subject of jest among their circle. Thus, Bai Wei pondered whether she might play matchmaker for the two, assuming the role of a modern-day Cupid. Look, do you see that cyclist? That's Li Fu," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinrong leaned closer to the window, peering intently outside. Li Fu's stature was unremarkable, and his appearance was rather ordinary. Yet, it was not these features that disheartened Jiang Yinrong. Rather, it was the realization that the bicycle he rode was far from a rare or exquisite model, but rather a mundane and somewhat dilapidated one. Furthermore, his attire screamed of cheap, market-source garments. Could he possibly be a man of means? Jiang Yinrong felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had arrived brimming with hope, buoyed by Bai Wei's insistence that this introduction would yield someone exceptional. Yet, with just a fleeting glance, she was convinced that Li Fu was nothing more than a penniless individual. The absence of a luxury vehicle was one thing, yet the prevalence of affluent individuals who prioritize fitness could not be overlooked. However, the state of his bicycle raised doubts about whether it could even fetch 200 yuan, and his entire ensemble surely did not exceed 1,000 yuan. How could he possibly be wealthy? Jiang Yinrong felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. She had long desired to find a wealthy boyfriend. Coming from a small town, she gradually became enamored with the extravagant lifestyle of the capital city after arriving there for her studies. However, such a lifestyle demanded considerable financial resources, leading her to aspire to marry a rich heir. Soon, Li Fu arrived at the private room mentioned by Bai Wei. "Apologies for the delay. I had some matters to attend to," Li Fu said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Yinrong, who was seated beside Bai Wei, and offering a courteous nod in greeting. "Li Fu, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend, my close confidant, Jiang Yinrong. She is still single, if you catch my drift." Bai Wei cheerfully introduced Jiang Yinrong to Li Fu, winking playfully as she concluded her statement. Upon hearing Bai Wei's words, Li Fu found himself in a comical predicament. Ever since Zhao Dongye had encouraged everyone to help him find a girlfriend during the first company meeting, the women from the art and design teams had eagerly attempted to connect him with potential partners. However, they usually only shared a phone number or social media contact. To his surprise, Bai Wei had brought Jiang Yinrong directly to him, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. "Hello, my name is Li Fu. With his relationship with Wang Yun rapidly blossoming, Li Fu had no intention of pursuing a new romantic interest. Nevertheless, he recognized Bai Wei's good intentions, especially given her direct introduction of Jiang Yinrong. Thus, he greeted Jiang Yinrong with a warm smile, ensuring he did not come across as impolite. Simultaneously, Li Fu could not help but scrutinize the enchanting Jiang Yinrong before him. Although she possessed a striking beauty, akin to that of a goddess, she paled in comparison to Wang Yun. Chapter 33. I am her boyfriend. Hello, Jiang Yinrong. Bai Wei, ever the inconsiderate friend, was truly wasting his time and expressions. In her mind, Jiang Yinrong lamented about her close friend's choices. Having hurriedly arrived only to be introduced to a penniless young man, she pondered what advantages this impoverished fellow could possibly offer, lacking both wealth and striking features. Her desire to remain in this gathering was rapidly waning. Jiang Yinrong, with her lofty aspirations, was a student at a prestigious university in the capital. Blessed with both beauty and an admirable physique, she possessed talent and allure, making her naturally proud and somewhat disdainful of those who did not meet her high standards. Li Fu, what have you been preoccupied with lately? We rarely see you at the company, Bai Wei remarked, oblivious to her friend's inner musings as she attempted to foster a connection between the two. Li Fu smiled, acknowledging that he had indeed been absent from the company recently. Nonetheless, he was well aware of the company's affairs. The user base for Honor of Kings was expanding rapidly. Although the newly launched game by Penguin Group boasted a formidable platform, Honor of Kings continued to invest heavily in advertising. Moreover, with the advantage of being a pioneer, the competition since its debut had proven to be rather unthreatening. Certainly, in secret, Li Fu had also instructed Xiaoying to manipulate the new game from the Penguin Group. After all, Li Fu currently required the profits from Honor of Kings to support his subsequent plans, and it was inconceivable to allow other trend-following games to pose a threat to it. At this moment, the door of the private room was gently pushed open, revealing a server from Juwei Milk Tea Hall, who smiled and inquired, "Would you like something to drink?" "A glass of plain water," Li Fu replied with a smile. He had never been fond of milk tea, coffee, or other beverages, a preference rooted in his humble beginnings where he could not afford such luxuries. "Very well. Please hold on," the server responded. "What a miser, drinking only water." Jiang Yinrong observed this with disdain, further confirming her perception of Li Fu as a poor man. "Let's set aside work matters for now and focus on the two of you," Bai Wei suggested, shifting the conversation to today's main topic. "Li Fu, Jiang Yinrong is also from Jiangnan province, so you might have plenty to discuss as fellow townsfolk. Is that so? May I ask where you're from and what your parents do?" Jiang Yinrong inquired, seemingly intrigued. "I hail from Meizhong County, and both my parents are farmers," Li Fu replied. "Oh." Jiang Yinrong responded coldly, then pretended to play with her phone, adopting an aloof demeanor. Bai Wei noticed Jiang Yinrong's change in attitude, her brow furrowing slightly, before she turned to Li Fu with a smile. "Jiang Yinrong hails from Angxiong County, which is quite close to your Meizhong County. Both of her parents are educators." Bai Wei. However, before Bai Wei could finish her words, Jiang Yinrong, feeling somewhat displeased, tugged at Bai Wei's hand, signaling her to cease speaking. "I am merely introducing you to a potential partner. To be frank, I believe you two are quite suited for each other. After all, you are fellow townsfolk, geographically close, and both studying in the capital. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of bringing you here?" Bai Wei smiled as she addressed both Li Fu and Jiang Yinrong, genuinely believing that they were indeed a good match, hence her enthusiastic matchmaking efforts. "What do you mean by a good match? I find it utterly mismatched. Simply a waste of my time." At this point, Jiang Yinrong's frustration boiled over regarding Bai Wei's insistence on bringing her along, and she couldn't bear to even glance at Li Fu. Both Li Fu and Bai Wei frowned upon hearing her words. Although Li Fu harbored no particular feelings for Jiang Yinrong, such remarks left him feeling quite discontented. Bai Wei joked, urging them not to take it seriously. Li Fu chuckled softly to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Take it seriously? It's absurd that you would even suggest that. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself, a picture of destitution, yet you aspire to find a girlfriend, akin to a lazy frog dreaming of courting a swan." Li Fu's silence was a blessing, but once he spoke, he inadvertently provoked Jiang Yinrong's ire. With a disdainful glance, she unleashed her customary tactics for dealing with those who relentlessly pursued her, delivering scathing remarks that were both acerbic and deeply wounding. Jiang Yinrong, by way, witnessing the scene, could no longer tolerate her friend's harshness. She was taken aback by how cruelly Jiang Yinrong had treated Li Fu, leaving Bai Wei feeling embarrassed and regretful for trying to play matchmaker. While she had previously thought Jiang Yinrong exhibited a penchant for wealth, she had never anticipated such a display of disdain. Upon hearing her close friend's words, Jiang Yinrong slightly tempered her demeanor, turning her attention to her phone, engrossed in it to the exclusion of all else. Li Fu, I truly apologize, Bai Wei said awkwardly, her disappointment in her friend palpable. It's quite all right. I am indeed a poor man, yet I cannot be considered a mere lazy toad. As for you, you are hardly a swan, Li Fu retorted. What are you if not a toad? Everything you possess combined is worth less than a single item of mine. Just look at your pitiful appearance. I assume you have never experienced love nor even held a woman's hand. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Jiang Yinrong was consumed by a surge of anger. The thought that she had spent over an hour meticulously preparing herself only to meet such a pauper ignited a fierce blaze within her. Typically, she would not have lost her composure to this extent, but the disparity between the affluent individuals she had envisioned and the reality presented by Li Fu and Bai Wei was profoundly disheartening. The revelation of her inner turmoil rendered Li Fu momentarily speechless. Jiang Yinrong, undeterred by reason, continued to unleash her fury upon him. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a stunning beauty standing at the threshold, her face etched with anger. To Li Fu's astonishment, it was Wang Yun. Who says Li Fu has no girlfriend? I am his girlfriend, Wang Yun declared, effortlessly gliding to Li Fu's side and wrapping her arm around him like a lover. Addressing Jiang Yinrong with a steady gaze, Wang Yun's unexpected entrance left the others in the room momentarily taken aback. Bai Wei and Jiang Yinrong could not help but scrutinize her closely. Though Wang Yun was dressed simply, her beauty eclipsed that of both Bai Wei and Jiang Yinrong. Her enchanting visage was the embodiment of countless dreams. Particularly for Jiang Yinrong, a careful comparison revealed that Wang Yun bore no embellishments. Yet she was undeniably more radiant than Jiang Yinrong, even after her elaborate preparations. This realization momentarily stunned her. However, upon observing Jiang Yinrong's attire, Wang Yun could not help but offer a cold smile, remarking, "Truly a match made in heaven. As expected, misers belong with misers. Wang Yun, what brings you here? You did not mention coming here to meet a friend. I happened to have a moment free and thought I would drop by, only to encounter such a person," Wang Yun remarked with an air of innocence, smiling at Li Fu. "Do not take it to heart. Let us depart. There is no need to stoop to the level of such individuals," Li Fu gently reassured Wang Yun with a smile. "Indeed, I shall not allow myself to be vexed by such a person. Let us go. Bai Wei, I apologize, but I must take my leave. We shall gather again when time permits," Li Fu said, offering a smile to Bai Wei as he departed with Wang Yun, a warm current flowing through him. Entirely unprepared for Wang Yun's reaction, as Li Fu and Wang Yun's figures faded from view, Bai Wei shook her head with a slight sigh and returned to her seat. "Bai Wei, look at the company you introduced to us," Jiang Yinrong complained to Bai Wei. "Jiang Yinrong, I am utterly disappointed in you. Do you not realize that Li Fu is the largest shareholder of my company? His net worth casually exceeds 100 million, and yet you..." Bai Wei shook her head in dismay, feeling completely at a loss for words regarding Jiang Yinrong. "What? He is the largest shareholder of your company?" Jiang Yinrong, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. She was aware of Bai Wei's company, the parent company of the immensely popular game, King of Glory, which is reputed to generate astonishing profits. Bai Wei had mentioned that her bonus from the previous month alone was in the hundreds of thousands, clearly indicating the lucrative nature of such a venture. She recalled that Bai Wei had once stated the valuation from Penguin Group for the company was estimated to be around 500 million, making it evident that being a major shareholder with a net worth exceeding 100 million was hardly surprising. "This is unbelievable. You truly lack the discernment to recognize greatness." Bai Wei gently nodded, while Jiang Yinrong stood there, utterly astounded. The lazy frog she had just scorned had, in an instant, transformed into the affluent individual she had long sought. The contrast was indeed striking. Yet, the bicycle he had recently ridden and his entire ensemble. Chapter 34. The New Me Virus. Thank you, Li Fu said to Wang Yun with great sincerity, observing her flushed cheeks, which made him unable to suppress a smile. You're laughing, Wang Yun exclaimed, her eyes widening in mock indignation. Ahem, who would have thought that I, Li Fu, could actually have a girlfriend? This feeling is truly delightful. Li Fu ceased his laughter and, adopting a serious demeanor, said, You are beautiful. Do you really think I would want to be your boyfriend so easily? Wang Yun shot him a disapproving glance. Oh, just now, someone openly acknowledged it in front of everyone. I must have heard incorrectly. It was only because she could no longer bear to see him ridiculed that she had come to his aid. As a result of this incident, the bond between Li Fu and Wang Yun deepened significantly. Previously, they had only communicated through their phones, but now they gradually began to visit the library together to read, marking a transition towards a more established relationship. At the Huaxiao National Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Li Fu, clad in a white lab coat, cautiously examined viral samples through the lens of an electron microscope. The A12 sample virus has undergone no alterations and exhibits no aggressiveness towards other viruses, resulting in a failed experiment. Li Fu shook his head, observing through the microscope the Gulbo virus's harmless demeanor towards the surrounding viruses, and was compelled to declare the failure of the A12 sample. Initially, Li Fu had selected the Gulbo virus, Pandora virus, and Mimi virus, three colossal viruses, with the intention of cultivating them into a novel strain capable of specifically annihilating the HIV virus. Each virus was subjected to unique mutagenesis techniques, yielding numerous samples. A denoted the Gulbo virus, B represented the Pandora virus, and C indicated the Mimi virus. At this moment, Li Fu was meticulously examining these experimental samples. The A13 sample also proved unsuccessful, exhibiting no signs of mutation whatsoever. Similarly, the B23 sample failed, with the Pandora virus remaining unchanged as well. Li Fu pondered whether his methods for inducing viral mutations were flawed, as all samples of the Gulbo and Pandora viruses displayed no modifications, leading to a unanimous declaration of experimental failure. He paused his work, contemplating and reflecting on his experiments, questioning whether there were errors in his approach. Although he had only observed 2 of the 3 viruses thus far, the absence of any mutations in both left Li Fu feeling somewhat disheartened. To comprehend the essence of Li Fu's concept, it is crucial to first cultivate a novel virus endowed with the capacity to devour. Subsequently, through specialized methods, this new virus must be engineered to exclusively target and consume HIV. Only then does the prospect of developing a revolutionary treatment for AIDS emerge. However, at present, Li Fu finds himself ensnared in the initial phase. Cultivating these sizable viruses into entities possessing the ability to consume is proving to be a formidable challenge. This endeavor resembles the arduous task of transforming herbivorous creatures into carnivorous beings. It is undoubtedly no trivial matter, often necessitating countless years of natural evolution to gradually manifest. Herbivores and carnivores are fundamentally disparate categories. Cows and sheep cannot feasibly consume flesh, just as tigers and lions cannot resort to grazing. Their respective digestive systems, evolved survival genes, and other biological traits are entirely distinct. The teeth of a tiger are perfectly adapted for tearing flesh, making it impossible for them to consume grass, while the dental structure of cows and sheep is tailored for grazing, rendering them incapable of masticating meat. This presents the most daunting challenge for Li Fu. The viruses he has selected are inherently non-aggressive towards other viruses. They are, without a doubt, staunch herbivores. Now, Li Fu must endeavor to transform these viruses into voracious carnivores, an undertaking as arduous as compelling cows and sheep to feast on flesh. However, nothing is absolute. The marvel of biology lies in the fact that 2 vastly different creatures might share a common ancestor. Over the extensive course of evolutionary history, influenced by their respective ecological environments, these beings have continually adapted to nature, resulting in their profound divergence. According to modern scientists' interpretations of Earth's biological evolution, all terrestrial animals have gradually evolved from marine organisms. This implies that every creature on land, whether soaring through the skies, crawling upon the ground, burrowing within the earth, predatory or herbivorous, likely originates from a singular ancestor. Yet, through the passage of time, even those descending from the same lineage have transformed entirely, showcasing the wonder of life and serving as a source of confidence for Li Fu. Viruses, too, are living entities. Being biological, they possess various characteristics inherent to life. The traits of biological evolution will never fade, regardless of the era. Li Fu is convinced that by employing suitable methods to induce mutations, he can cultivate the novel strains of viruses he desires. The C7 virus sample has failed, showing no signs of mutation or evolution. Once again announcing a sample's failure, Li Fu did not pause, but promptly proceeded to the next virus sample for further observation. Under the electron microscope, these minuscule entities, invisible to the naked eye, continue to thrive in their own realm. The C8 virus sample revealed a moment of exhilaration for Li Fu as he beheld the astonishing sight of the colossal Mimi virus voraciously consuming the neighboring, minuscule viruses, each merely a few dozen nanometers in size. A plethora of diverse viruses surrounded it, and in comparison to the 800-nanometer Mimi virus, they resembled a small rabbit juxtaposed against a tiger, utterly defenseless against the tendril-like appendages of the Mimi virus, which gradually engulfed them. Haha, Xiaoying, did you see that? We have truly succeeded in inducing mutations. Li Fu's mind raced with excitement. This was undeniably a monumental breakthrough in the annals of biological history. Remarkably, he had cultivated the initially innocuous Mimi virus into an aggressive pathogen. Master, this is quite a standard occurrence. The mutation techniques you employed are entirely novel, methods frequently utilized by biologists throughout the cosmos. I had anticipated that all three viruses would successfully mutate. However, it appears that only the Mimi virus achieved this transformation. It seems you must have made some oversight during the process. In his mind, the image of Xiaoying appeared quite naturally. The methods employed by Li Fu were all derived from those taught within the seeds of civilization, particularly involving the use of primordial energy. According to Xiaoying, primordial energy is the very essence from which cosmic beings are born. Utilizing this energy to induce mutations in organisms is deemed the most effective and expedient approach. In contrast, methods such as radiation-induced mutations, chemical mutations, and optical mutations pale in comparison, lacking the directness, efficacy, and swiftness of this technique. To swiftly yield results, Li Fu opted for the shortcut of utilizing primordial energy for mutation. However, he recognized that his mastery of primordial energy was still quite rudimentary, and any mismanagement could be deemed understandable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed upon Xiaoying's observation, Li Fu reflected on his consistent practice over the past few months, during which most of his primordial energy had been expended on enhancing his own physique, leaving only a modest reserve. Operating within the confines of a laboratory necessitated an extra layer of caution for fear of discovery. Thus, making mistakes was a rather commonplace occurrence. Let me examine how the new Mimi virus differs from the original. At this moment, Li Fu's spirits soared, and the frustration from previous experimental failures evaporated in an instant, as if he had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Under the electron microscope, the newly developed Mimi virus was similarly colossal, measuring 800 nanometers in size, appearing quite akin to its predecessor. However, upon closer inspection, Li Fu swiftly discerned the subtle differences between them. The newly emerged Mimi virus exhibits peculiar appendages reminiscent of tentacles, which the evolved variant utilizes to consume other viruses. These tentacles serve as its instruments for exploring the surrounding environment. Upon contact with another virus, they ensnare it, subsequently initiating the process of absorption. Due to its considerable size, where typical viruses measure merely tens or even a few nanometers, the new Mimi virus finds the act of consumption exceedingly effortless, akin to the ease with which Zhang Fei devours beans or a tiger preys upon a rabbit. It is time to bestow upon it a new name. for it has transcended its original designation and can no longer be referred to as the Mimi virus. What shall it be called? Li Fu stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Generally, when scientists discover a new virus, they assign it a name. Many foreign scientists prefer to name their discoveries after themselves, as seen in familiar terms like Newton's laws. Ampere, electric current, volt, voltage, and joule, unit of work, energy, and heat, among many others. Hence, one often wonders why there are so few units or laws named after Chinese scientists while foreign counterparts abound. Li Fu virus? That would not do. It would merely add another nickname to my list. No. Though he initially intended to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors in the scientific community, the imagery of such a combination made him shake his head in disapproval. Eureka! Let us simply call it the Demi virus. Chapter 35. The antidote to HIV, the rice virus, has been successfully cultivated by Li Fu, akin to the emergence of a carnivorous beast within the realm of viruses. A novel entity capable of devouring other viruses has been born, marking the successful realization of Li Fu's initial plan to combat HIV. With a chuckle, he contemplated introducing the rice virus to the HIV strains, curious to see if it would exhibit any dietary restrictions. Through the lens of an electron microscope, Li Fu meticulously observed the rice virus engulfing various other viral species. Its formidable size endowed it with an insatiable appetite, rendering the other viruses minuscule. Reminiscent of a tiger feasting on a rabbit, a mere few morsels would hardly suffice to satiate its hunger. Cautiously, Li Fu introduced the rice virus into the HIV-infested milieu. Observing intently, the HIV virus measured approximately 120 nanometers, substantial in size, and when juxtaposed with the rice virus, one could liken it to a wild boar confronting a tiger. Li Fu harbored concerns that the rice virus might struggle to consume such a sizable adversary. However, his apprehensions proved unwarranted. The rice virus exhibited a remarkable appetite, its tendrils extending in all directions. Upon encountering an HIV particle, it ensnared it with the same fervor as it did with other viruses, initiating the process of consumption. Yet, given the size of the HIV virus, the rice virus's rate of consumption was not as swift as with its smaller counterparts. It enveloped the HIV virus, gradually depleting it. Marvelously, the rice virus indeed demonstrated a capacity for the consumption of HIV. Under the lens of the electron microscope, the rice virus voraciously devoured the HIV, gradually digesting it completely. Li Fu, overwhelmed with joy, clenched his fists, exuding an air of exhilaration. The ability of the rice virus to consume HIV was of paramount importance for Li Fu's subsequent plans, as it signified that his experiment had achieved a crucial milestone. He had identified a virus capable of preying on HIV, thus realizing his concept of using a virus to combat another. The next step was to cultivate this carnivorous rice virus into a formidable beast that exclusively feasted on HIV. Li Fu meticulously executed his mental blueprint, step by step. The human body harbors a plethora of viral species, and if the rice virus indiscriminately consumed all viruses, it could inflict tremendous harm. This could potentially lead to the rice virus devouring both harmful and beneficial viruses within the human body entirely. If one were to liken the human body to a well-balanced ecosystem, then HIV, cancer viruses, influenza viruses, and others represent the destructive elements threatening this ecosystem. The objective is to eradicate these destructive agents, not to obliterate the entire ecological system. Therefore, the crux of achieving an effective treatment for AIDS lies in whether the rice virus can be further cultivated to specifically target HIV. Otherwise, even if a rice virus capable of consuming HIV is developed, it would still hold no therapeutic value. Specimen CD1 has been consistently nourished with HIV. The CD2 sample continues to employ the transformative power of mutagenesis to cultivate the HIV virus. Li Fu remains relentless, continually producing new samples, each crafted with meticulous consideration and cultivated through distinct methodologies. This process mirrors the training of a dog. To ensure obedience, one must engage in persistent, directed training and nurturing. Similarly, to condition a carnivorous creature such as a tiger to exclusively consume wild boar, it necessitates an evolutionary adaptation, developing specialized offensive capabilities and a digestive system tailored to process wild boar. Such an endeavor is undeniably monumental. In the natural world, instances of animals that subsist solely on a single type of food are exceedingly rare. The panda, for example, appears to consume only bamboo. Yet, in truth, pandas are omnivorous and capable of ingesting meat. The scarcity of species that adhere to a singular diet can be attributed to an instinctual evolutionary trait. The broader the range of consumable resources, the greater the flexibility in dietary choices, thereby reducing the likelihood of starvation and enhancing the probability of genetic transmission. Thus, Li Fu's ambition to cultivate a novel virus that exclusively devours the HIV virus through the utilization of rice virus is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he harbors confidence. For within the seeds of super-civilization lies an abundance of methodologies, accompanied by comprehensive guidance and direction. Time passed day by day, and Li Fu's life was remarkably simple. He attended classes that piqued his interest and spent the majority of his time in the laboratory cultivating new strains of viruses. Evenings were dedicated to accompanying Wang Yun in the library, where they immersed themselves in books to recharge. Occasionally, when issues arose in the game Honor of Kings that required resolution, Li Fu would step in to address them. His days were fulfilling, uncomplicated, and imbued with happiness. Before long, December 2017 arrived. On this particular day, Li Fu observed the experimental samples before him as usual. Sample CDF69 had failed. Although the rice virus had mutated once more, enhancing its ability to consume, it remained indiscriminate, devouring all viruses in its path. Despite the failure, the new strain from this sample could be preserved, as its potent consumption ability indicated a potential acceleration in the eradication of other viruses. Sample CDF70 also proved unsuccessful. This time, the mutation transformed a carnivorous organism into a herbivore, lacking even tentacles. Shaking his head, Li Fu declared this sample a complete failure. In comparison to the previous sample, it held no value and was destined for immediate destruction. Now, CDF99 was before him, the last sample of Group F. If no fruitful results emerged today, he would take a respite and await the examination of Group G samples tomorrow. After observing one experimental sample after another, Li Fu rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. Each sample required an extensive period for examination, coupled with the necessity of analyzing various underlying factors. It took at least several minutes to process a single sample, resulting in a daily workload that amounted to merely a handful of samples. Fortunately, with the assistance of Xiaoying, Li Fu's efficiency significantly increased. Were it left to an ordinary researcher, the pace would pale in comparison to his own. Let me finish observing the final sample from Group F, and that will suffice for today, Li Fu mused, glancing at the clock before immersing himself back into his work. Through the electronic microscope, a microscopic realm unfolded before his eyes. Within this domain, colossal mutated rice viruses coexisted alongside a myriad of other viruses, large and small. Among them, the notorious HIV stood as a prominent figure, forming a bustling viral universe. The massive entities, unmistakably derived from the mutated rice virus, extended their elongated tendrils in all directions, seemingly in search of something. Countless smaller viruses scurried past them, yet they remained indifferent to the commotion. It was only when a 120 nanometer HIV virus appeared beside them that their demeanor shifted. They became animated, their lengthy appendages swiftly entwining around the HIV, as their immense forms began to envelop it, gradually consuming it. Such a scene unfolds within the microscopic realm, where novel mutated rice viruses devour the HIV virus, leaving other myriad viruses untouched, presenting themselves as the nemesis of HIV. Ah, fortune favors the diligent. I have finally succeeded. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Fu felt a surge of exhilaration, dispelling a day's fatigue in an instant. Invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, he began to scrutinize this new virus with even greater diligence and seriousness. Compared to the rice virus, its tendrils were significantly longer, its body flatter. And its capacity to consume HIV was several times swifter, with a remarkably enhanced digestive capability. Li Fu meticulously examined and researched the various characteristics of this new virus, ensuring that Xiaoying documented each detail. Having progressed to this stage of the experiment, Li Fu recognized that he had essentially realized his original concept of employing a virus to combat another, successfully cultivating a novel virus that specifically targets HIV. Once this revelation is disseminated, it promises to astonish the entire biological community and leave scientists worldwide in awe, as Li Fu's approach had previously been deemed utterly impractical. Yet now, the evidence stands before them. What will truly astound the global scientific community is the discovery of a method to counteract HIV, a virus that has long perplexed countless scientists and rendered them powerless. Millions of individuals worldwide infected with the HIV virus now harbor hopes of a cure, and this novel approach and methodology may also be applicable to the treatment of other diseases. This is undoubtedly a matter of significant global concern. As for the adversary of the HIV virus, what shall we name it? Let us christen it the super rice virus. At this moment, Li Fu was in high spirits, stroking his chin once more, showcasing his rather unrefined naming prowess. Chapter 36. Lu Yi's Astonishment. Yun, my experiment has succeeded. I have successfully cultivated a new type of virus specifically targeting AIDS, which I have named the super rice virus. This virus exclusively devours the HIV virus, and it does so at a pace exponentially faster than that of the rice virus. Though it was already quite late, Li Fu was eager to continue his experiments. However, he had promised to accompany Wang Yun to the library that evening. Reluctantly, he exited the laboratory, but as soon as he stepped out, he excitedly reached for his phone to contact Wang Yun. The evolution of their relationship was evident in the affectionate terms they now used with one another. Really? You are truly remarkable. Humanity can finally triumph over AIDS. Haha, indeed. Let us go out for dinner tonight to celebrate. Yes, we must celebrate properly. The following morning, Li Fu arrived early at the laboratory, eager to report his research findings to his mentor, Lu Yi, and to seek approval for the next step, conducting live experiments. The so-called in vivo experiments refer to testing conducted on living animals, with the most commonly observed subjects being white mice. Those studying biomedical-related fields inevitably have extensive interactions with these creatures. However, Li Fu's situation is somewhat unique. He cannot obtain satisfactory experimental data from white mice and requires chimpanzees for his research. Chimpanzees are believed to be the origin of HIV and are primates, making them the most suitable subjects for experiments aimed at developing AIDS treatments. Nonetheless, chimpanzees are classified as protected animals globally, making them difficult to acquire. It necessitates Professor Lu Yi's intervention to apply for chimpanzees from the state for experimental purposes, with a minimum requirement of several dozen. Without Professor Lu Yi's approval and application, Li Fu would be unable to proceed with his next experimental phase. While conducting experiments on animals may seem somewhat cruel, it is an unavoidable necessity. Scientific progress demands sacrifices. Furthermore, sacrificing animals to obtain experimental data is intended to minimize potential issues when trials are eventually conducted on humans. At 9 a.m., Lu Yi punctually arrived at the laboratory, where Li Fu had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Good morning, Professor," Li Fu greeted. "Good morning," Lu Yi smiled at Li Fu, expressing his satisfaction with the young man before him. Li Fu demonstrated remarkable learning abilities and an impressive work ethic, often dedicating entire days to the laboratory. His focus and meticulousness in conducting experiments showcased his rigorous approach, qualities that led Lu Yi to foresee the emergence of another world-class bioscientist from China. "Teacher, my experiment has been successful. I have cultivated a virus that exclusively devours the HIV virus." Despite the passage of an entire night, Li Fu remained exuberantly animated, his face radiating excitement as he addressed his instructor, Lu Yi. What did you say?" Lu Yi, momentarily stunned, stared in disbelief at Li Fu. "Teacher, I have indeed successfully cultivated a novel virus that exclusively consumes the HIV virus. The concept of using one virus to combat another is truly feasible." Li Fu articulated each word deliberately, his earnestness unmistakable. Is that true? Please, take me to see it, Lu Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. His initial skepticism about the innovative idea of using one virus against another dissipating in the wake of Li Fu's remarkable claim. At first, I selected 3 viruses, the Gulbo virus, the Pandora virus, and the Mimi virus. I employed various methods to induce mutations in these viruses, ultimately leading to the development of a new virus that specifically targets HIV, Li Fu explained, guiding Lu Yi while succinctly recounting his experimental process and steps. Your initial approach was to utilize larger viruses to consume smaller ones, correct? These 3 viruses exceed 500 nanometers in size, which is indeed substantial compared to the mere few nanometers of typical viruses. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, he immediately grasped Li Fu's initial intention. In the field of virology, Lu Yi could almost recite the various types of viruses and their characteristics. Indeed, ultimately, only the Mima virus underwent a successful mutation, acquiring the ability to engulf other viruses. Building upon this foundation, it was specifically cultivated to develop a novel Mima virus that exclusively devours the HIV virus, which I have named the Super Mima virus. Li Fu nodded in agreement, and soon the two arrived at the laboratory. Li Fu adeptly retrieved sample CDF-99, preparing to place it beneath the electron microscope for Lu Yi to observe the Super Mima virus consuming the HIV virus. Wait, let us use the finest electron microscope in our laboratory, Lu Yi suggested, motioning for Li Fu to follow him to the most advanced electron microscope within the facility. One with a resolution of 0.5 angstroms, one of the few super electron microscopes of its kind in the world. Hand me the sample, Lu Yi requested. As he took the sample from Li Fu, he became increasingly cautious and meticulous, then expertly operated the state-of-the-art super electron microscope, the most expensive piece of equipment in the laboratory. This remarkable device was equipped with an enormous display, eliminating the need to peer through a small aperture like conventional electron microscopes, and it also boasted a powerful computer system, allowing for fully automated operation. Placing the sample within the confines of the super electron microscope, Lu Yi directed his gaze towards the immense display screen, which soon unveiled a microscopic realm. Within this diminutive world, Lu Yi immediately recognized a myriad of familiar viruses, including the notorious HIV. The imposing Super Rice virus naturally captured his attention at once. The Super Rice virus exhibited no interest in the surrounding array of viruses. However, upon encountering the spherical HIV, its tendrils swiftly entwined around it, enveloping the virus's substantial form and commencing a gradual process of digestion. Such a spectacle unfolded throughout the microscopic landscape, as the Super Rice viruses voraciously preyed upon the HIV, showing no regard for any other viruses. This was truly astonishing. Witnessing this phenomenon firsthand, Lu Yi was rendered utterly astounded. His eyes were fixated on the colossal display. A lifetime spent studying biological viruses had afforded him a profound understanding of their myriad characteristics. Now, as he beheld this monumental breakthrough in history, he was profoundly shaken. Old Lu, what could possibly merit such an exclamation from you? Have you stumbled upon a new discovery? At that moment, a figure entered. Accompanied by the voice, a man was none other than Pan Yu, the deputy director of the laboratory and a globally renowned expert in virology. This is impossible. How can such a phenomenon of consumption occur among viruses? And why does this peculiar virus exclusively target HIV? At over 50 years of age, Pan Yu possesses remarkable expertise in the field of virology, and he instantly discerned the crux of the matter, his eyes widening in disbelief at this astonishing revelation. A monumental breakthrough in the annals of human biological science, a new milestone. Lao Lu, your accomplishments are truly exceptional. It seems the Nobel Prize in Biomedical Sciences will soon grace our homeland of Huaxia. How could this possibly be achieved? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, both men emerged from their shock, and Pan Yu, beaming with joy, extended his congratulations to Lu Yi. This is not my research. It is the latest achievement of my student, Li Fu. The new generation is indeed surpassing the old, and Huaxia's biological sciences have a promising future. Lu Yi chuckled and shook his head, introducing Li Fu, who stood beside them, to Pan Yu. What? How is this possible? Isn't he the university student who just joined the laboratory not long ago? Pan Yu gazed at Li Fu, his expression one of utter incredulity. Naturally, he was aware of the additional presence in the lab. How did you accomplish this? Li Fu smiled wryly and recounted the principles and processes of his experiment once more. Li Fu, your achievement is truly monumental. It is worthy of the Nobel Prize next year. Ha. I never imagined that Lu Yi would nurture a student destined for such acclaim. Lu Yi patted Li Fu on the shoulder, his heart brimming with joy as he laughed exuberantly. The significant accomplishments of his student filled him with immense pride. Indeed, this is truly a cause for celebration, Lao Lu. Beside him, Pan Yu also smiled joyfully, feeling elated for his dear friend. Teacher, it's still too early to discuss this. Today, I am here to report my research findings to you, and I also hope to gain your support for the next phase of my experiments. I intend to conduct trials on chimpanzees to ascertain whether the super rice virus can indeed treat the HIV virus. Li Fu smiled faintly as he articulated the second purpose of his visit to Lu Yi, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining a batch of chimpanzees for live experiments, which would undoubtedly require Lu Yi's assistance. Rest assured, I will take care of that. You need to meticulously organize your research findings and promptly announce this monumental historical achievement to the world. Lu Yi laughed heartily, readily agreeing, and urged Li Fu to prepare his research success for global dissemination. He could already envision the seismic impact this discovery would have on the scientific community worldwide. Chapter 37. Announcing research achievements soon. The experimental report authored by Li Fu was escalated through the layers of the National Disease Control and Prevention Biological Laboratory in Huaxia. This report, bearing the signatures of top scientists Lu Yi and Pan Yu from the realm of biological sciences in Huaxia, received significant acclaim. Such high praise, particularly the assertion that it could propel Huaxia's biological sciences to a global forefront, garnered the utmost attention from the leadership at various levels. Recently, the nation's leaders have articulated the grand ambition of rejuvenating the essence of Huaxia and realizing the illustrious Huaxia dream. This monumental goal transcends mere economic ascension. It encompasses a resolute aspiration for Huaxia to emerge as a preeminent force on the global stage across multifarious domains, including military, technology, and culture. Particularly in the realm of technology, an area where Huaxia has faced challenges for over a century. There exists a fervent desire among the populace for the nation to attain global standards and even to lead in certain sectors. The long-cherished dream of the Nobel Prize reflects the profound yearning of the citizenry for advancements in national scientific prowess. Thankfully, our scientists have not disappointed. Even amidst the most arduous and trying times, they have demonstrated unwavering dedication to the nation, the people, and the land, culminating in the remarkable achievements of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. In their relentless pursuit of excellence, Huaxia's technological progress has made significant strides, narrowing the gap with the world's leading nations. Esteemed biologists Lu Yi and Pan Yu have offered their strong endorsement, and high-ranking officials have recognized this as a quintessential example of Huaxia's comprehensive rejuvenation and a promising prelude to its future ascendancy. In a surprising turn of events, the leaders decided to unveil the experimental results at the Great Hall of the People, a choice that left scholars such as Li Fu, Lu Yi, and Pan Yu utterly astonished. On December 20th, 2017, the Great Hall of the People was thronged with renowned global media outlets, all of whom had received advance notice of this significant press conference. Flashes from various cameras illuminated the room as reporters of diverse ethnicities awaited with great anticipation. The importance that China placed on this scientific achievement was palpable. From the outset, it had been proclaimed that the results would benefit all of humanity. Those familiar with China understand that the government approaches its affairs with utmost caution, never making grandiose claims without substantiation. Thus, when a statement is made, it is invariably grounded in truth. as China's prominence continues to rise and its technological advancements soar. An increasing number of people around the world are turning their attention to its scientific endeavors. The fact that such a groundbreaking research accomplishment was to be announced in the solemn environment of the Great Hall of the People was akin to an official declaration, signifying a major breakthrough poised to enhance the welfare of humankind. Journalists from various nations were visibly anxious, frequently checking the time and engaging in discussions about the nature of China's forthcoming revelation. The gravity of this announcement was underscored by the rarity with which China conducts such grand proclamations, indicating the extraordinary nature of the achievement at hand. Smith, a correspondent for an American news magazine who has resided in China for over a decade, conversed with his fellow reporters, demonstrating his fluency in Mandarin and establishing himself as a true aficionado of Chinese culture. Perhaps this may prove to be a commendable scientific achievement, considering the vast population of Huaxia, which consistently yields a few notable innovations. Smith's colleagues appeared somewhat indifferent when it comes to technology. Who in the world can rival the United States? Uncle Sam possesses an inherent sense of superiority. Time swiftly approached 10 o'clock, and Li Fu, clad in the meticulously chosen suit from Wang Yun, felt a tinge of nervousness as he followed Lu Yi and Pan Yu, who were in the company of several key officials overseeing technology. The appearance of Li Fu and his companions set off a flurry of flashing lights, compelling him to lower his gaze to shield his eyes from the blinding brightness. Who is this young man? I have never seen him before. Familiar with Huaxia? Smith observed that most of those ascending the podium were acquaintances, while Lu Yi and Pan Yu, the globally renowned bioscientists, quickly identified them through their devices. Yet, Li Fu remained an enigma, remarkably young and unrecognized, eluding even their search. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the members of the press for attending this momentous scientific achievement announcement from Huaxia. Researcher Li Fu from the National CDC Biological Laboratory has recently attained a significant breakthrough in the field of biological sciences, successfully developing a novel virus capable of specifically targeting and consuming the HIV virus, termed the super rice virus. This groundbreaking biotechnological advancement holds the promise of enabling humanity to triumph over a multitude of diseases. Now, let us invite Li Fu to elaborate on this remarkable scientific success. Gao Lin, the head of technology, wore a radiant smile, as Li Fu's significant breakthrough in biotechnology marked a substantial achievement for him, garnering considerable praise from superiors and promising the prospect of further advancement. As he spoke, all lights converged upon Li Fu, who offered a slight smile, appearing somewhat anxious and shy, especially given that it was his first time in such a grand setting, not to mention the multitude of cameras aimed at him. We utilized large-volume MEMA viruses for mutagenesis, resulting in a novel strain of rice virus, which possesses the ability to engulf other viruses. Building upon this rice virus, we cultivated a super rice virus that exclusively targets the HIV virus, presenting a hopeful avenue for future AIDS treatment. Prior to this, Lu Yi had already briefed Li Fu that the unveiling of technological achievements was not merely about publicizing the fruits of his arduous research. It was about informing the world of their success. Regarding the critical technologies involved, Li Fu was under no obligation to disclose anything to anyone, as this achievement was his personal endeavor. The groundbreaking technology capable of treating AIDS holds substantial economic value, and Lu Yi had already advised Li Fu on this matter. The state encourages individual scientific research and is committed to safeguarding personal research achievements, promoting the respect and protection of intellectual property rights, a commitment that transcends mere rhetoric. As the government continues to strive in this regard. After Li Fu concluded his remarks, Gao Lin took over the conversation, smiling as he spoke. As soon as Li Fu's words fell, numerous media reporters immediately raised their hands high, each eager to pose a question. Undoubtedly, in the homeland of Huaxia, any opportunity for inquiry would first cater to domestic media. The first to receive the chance to ask a question was a reporter from China's Central Television. Mr. Li Fu, I would like to pose a question. You just mentioned that this technology holds promise for treating AIDS. Could you enlighten us on how long it might take for corresponding medications to emerge? Additionally, Does this technology offer potential benefits for treating other diseases, such as cancer? This reporter was evidently astute, seizing the opportunity to ask two questions under the guise of one. Thank you for your question. As for whether it may aid in the treatment of cancer and other diseases, I can only say that this is an entirely new field of biotechnology, brimming with limitless possibilities. The second opportunity for inquiry was granted to a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Whether you believe it or not is your own matter. I can only assert that technology progresses through a continuous cycle of disruption and being disrupted. Science knows no borders, yet scientists do. The pursuit of scientific endeavors is exalted and noble, but scientists are, after all, ordinary individuals. I wonder if you grasp that. Chapter 38, Global Attention Today. Chinese scientist Li Fu announced the successful creation of a groundbreaking supervirus through the mutation of the MIMA virus, which exclusively targets and eradicates the HIV virus. This innovative biotechnological advancement holds promise for the treatment of AIDS, cancer, and other diseases that have long eluded humanity's grasp. While this achievement has yet to receive validation from esteemed scientists or research institutions worldwide, it undeniably highlights the rapid ascent of Chinese technology. There is a palpable possibility that China may soon surpass the West and lead global technological development. The report by the John Bull Times appears to carry subtle undertones of the yellow peril theory, as it elevates an unverified scientific innovation to the lofty status of China's comprehensive technological superiority over the West. Today, our nation's scientist Li Fu has indeed pioneered a novel supervirus capable of consuming the HIV virus. A scientific breakthrough that may one day be pivotal in the treatment of various diseases that plague humanity. Domestic news outlets are naturally seizing this opportunity to amplify the narrative, as there are not many areas in the technological realm where China can boast so grandly, beyond satellite missiles and space exploration, which receive annual fanfare. Opportunities for such extensive promotion are rare. Recently, Chinese scientists announced a remarkable breakthrough in the realm of biological sciences. They have successfully developed a novel virus that exclusively targets and consumes the HIV virus, employing the principle of mutation wherein viruses engulf other viruses. This groundbreaking technology contradicts the traditional understanding that viruses do not engage in such consumption of one another. To date, no scientist has publicly commented or provided validation regarding this discovery, and the Chinese scientists are reluctant to disclose further experimental data or detailed methodologies. They assert their intention to utilize this technology for the benefit of humanity, yet simultaneously, they appear unwilling to allow broader scientific collaboration on this innovative technology, raising concerns about their commitment to the greater good. The report from the Gallic Rooster News Agency is particularly biased, hastily attributing a grandiose label to the findings without an objective or practical approach. Today, Chinese scientists declared a significant advancement in biotechnology, having successfully cultivated a new supervirus that solely consumes HIV, a technique that holds promise for the treatment of major diseases such as AIDS and cancer. China has long been at the forefront of biomedical advancements, and numerous biopharmaceutical companies may face substantial repercussions. Furthermore, the continuous rise of Chinese technology will undoubtedly exert a significant influence on neighboring regions. Navigating our relationship with China presents a formidable challenge for the new cabinet. Adjacent to Huaxia, the region of the Foot Basin Chicken is undoubtedly keenly observant of matters concerning Huaxia. News coverage evolves from the reporting of a single event to considerations regarding balance and stability in the Asia-Pacific region, gradually leading into reflections on the relationship with Huaxia. News media across the globe, naturally, adopt their own stances when reporting on the recent achievements of Huaxia. Those with favorable ties to Huaxia are prone to extolling its virtues, while those with less amicable relations cannot resist seizing the opportunity to criticize, some advocating for the yellow peril theory, others proclaiming that Huaxia's ascent heralds global instability. Reports of all kinds inundate the public discourse. However, these narratives hold little significance for scientists worldwide. At this juncture, Biologists across the globe are diligently studying the novel biological technologies presented by Li Fu. David, a renowned virologist and member of the National Academy of Sciences of the Anglo-Saxon nation, is currently leading his team in the validation and examination of the groundbreaking scientific techniques proposed by Li Fu. Group A is tasked with employing radiation mutagenesis on the Mimi virus, while Group B is utilizing chemical mutagenesis. David, now in his 50s, heads a substantial scientific team dedicated to conquering formidable global health challenges such as AIDS and cancer. He never anticipated that a young university student across the ocean would achieve such significant breakthroughs in the realm of biological sciences. This month, all holidays have been canceled. Huaxia has already surpassed us in the field of biotechnology. Although I am reluctant to acknowledge this, it is indeed the reality we face. We must strive to catch up in this domain as swiftly as possible. David's words incited a wave of complaints among the members of the laboratory. Our well-deserved holidays have vanished. Yet, none dared to voice their dissent at this moment. The earlier one enters a burgeoning scientific field, the sooner one can reap its rewards. While it is often said that the first to attempt something may suffer peril, those who dare to take the plunge frequently find themselves thriving in that realm. As the most technologically advanced and powerful nation, the United States cannot tolerate falling behind in any sector, especially not to the rising power of Huaxia. Invitation letters from various countries have nearly filled room 222, with esteemed universities extending olive branches to Li Fu, warmly offering generous conditions in hopes that he might choose to study at their institutions. The myriad invitations from national academies and various laboratories seeking collaboration are even more abundant, with numerous individuals eager to connect nearly overwhelming the entrance of room 222. Once Li Fu powers on his phone, an avalanche of messages floods in, followed by an unending series of calls, prompting him to decisively turn it off and retreat to the laboratory, where he quietly engages in the live experiments on the super rice virus. Xiao Ba, just be obedient and let me draw a little blood, just a tiny bit will suffice. At this moment, Li Fu was extracting blood from a chimpanzee, preparing to examine the presence of the HIV virus within the blood. Due to Li Fu's significant breakthroughs in biological sciences, his request for a batch of chimpanzees for research aimed at treating AIDS was swiftly approved. A total of 30 chimpanzees were now clamoring incessantly, transforming the laboratory into a lively, primal jungle. As Li Fu fed one chimpanzee a banana, he meticulously drew a small amount of blood from it. "Good boy, here's another banana for you." With a smile, he tossed another banana into the cage of chimpanzee number 8. Among the 30 chimpanzees, there were individuals of varying sizes, ages, and genders, each possessing a distinct personality. Given the involvement of the perilous HIV virus, no researcher dared to exhibit any carelessness. Squeak, squeak. Not every chimpanzee was as gluttonous as number 8. As the 9th chimpanzee required considerable effort from Li Fu before he could obtain a small sample. The HIV virus is predominantly present in the blood, secretions, cerebrospinal fluid, and in the cerebral tissue of infected individuals exhibiting neurological symptoms, with the highest concentrations found in blood and secretions. Consequently, to investigate the presence of HIV within these chimpanzees, extracting blood is the most effective method. 30 chimpanzees have been injected with the HIV virus, and now Li Fu is tasked with examining the status of the virus within their bodies, followed by the administration of the corresponding supervirus, ultimately to observe the condition of these chimpanzees. The first, second, and third subjects, having been injected earlier, are already fully infected, and at this moment, the concentration of HIV in their blood is continuously rising. The presence of HIV is also distinctly apparent in the blood of the 4th, 5th, and 6th subjects. Each blood sample is placed under an electron microscope, and Li Fu meticulously observes the samples, documenting his findings in detail. "Shaoli, most everyone has left. Why are you still here?" Lu Yi, preparing to leave, approached Li Fu with a smile. "As a young man, you should make time to spend with your girlfriend. Do not let work impede your romantic life." Li Fu offered a resigned smile in response. "Indeed, with your name now renowned worldwide, Countless individuals must be seeking you. However, do not fret, these people will soon drift away. By the way, how is your experiment progressing? Louis asked, patting Li Fu on the shoulder, fully empathizing with his current situation. It is rather satisfactory. Currently, these chimpanzees have all been infected. Tomorrow, I shall commence by administering the super rice virus to a few of them. Li Fu nodded with a smile. Despite the myriad troubles that accompany fame, there are also numerous benefits. His ability to swiftly secure chimpanzees for experimentation and to utilize an array of precious scientific instruments in this national laboratory is a privilege afforded only to those of renown. Haha, that sounds splendid. I eagerly await the emergence of a cure for AIDS. Chapter 39. The Wong family. The winter nights in the capital darkened swiftly. By around 5 o'clock, the sky has already turned quite dim, and by 6 or 7, it is completely shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the brilliant glow of streetlights. Li Fu set aside his experiments, exited the laboratory, and observed the leaves scattered by the cold wind, momentarily feeling the chill of the weather, uncertain of where to proceed. Typically, at this hour, he would contact Wang Yun to enjoy a meal together and then head to the library to peruse some books. However, Li Fu now hesitated. For the library, dormitory, and other places were already teeming with individuals awaiting his presence. It was only in the laboratory area, with its stringent security, that he could remain undisturbed. Xiaoying, how many people have attempted to reach me? Li Fu inquired mentally. Master, today there have been a total of 287 phone calls, 389 text messages, and over 100 friend requests on WeChat. Hee. Master, you are quite in demand. Li Fuzhao had long since entrusted his mobile phone to Xiaoying for management, rendering him unnecessary to peruse the device himself. All information could be directly conveyed to him in his mind. How many acquaintances have reached out to me? Qian Jinfeng messaged, suggesting they dine together to celebrate, should time permit. Regardless, the priority now was to find a place to satiate his hunger. It appeared that for the evening, he would have to settle for a quick bite. However, continuing in this manner was not a sustainable solution. After all, one cannot habitually reside in hotels. Li shook his head. The influx of individuals seeking his attention had become overwhelming. Not to mention the super rice virus under his control, which holds the potential to cure AIDS, was enough to incite a frenzy among pharmaceutical companies globally. With millions infected worldwide, the prospect of substantial profits was undeniable. Moreover, this novel biotechnological advancement could potentially offer solutions to other diseases that currently baffle humanity, further igniting the fervor of countless institutions, corporations, and organizations. The world is tumultuous, driven by profit. Li understood this principle well, especially considering that significant breakthroughs in biotechnology extend beyond mere economic interests. They bear profound implications for nations as a whole. This time, Li did not even ride his bicycle. He opted to walk, seeking an isolated corner. Channeling his energy, he concentrated it on his face, resulting in a dramatic transformation. His once ordinary visage gradually morphed into a rugged square face, rendering him an entirely different person. Hee. It seems that no one will recognize me now. The power of transformation is indeed remarkable. A simple application can completely alter one's appearance, akin to the shape-shifting deities of ancient lore. Li Fu retrieved his phone, examined it with care, and nodded in satisfaction before confidently striding out of the laboratory area, leisurely traversing the campus towards a nearby establishment known for its exquisite beef dishes. In a heavily guarded, expansive courtyard nestled near the imperial city, possessing such a residence is not merely a matter of wealth. The soaring real estate prices in the capital have rendered such properties exorbitantly expensive. Any courtyard in proximity to the imperial palace easily commands $1 billion or more. Moreover, these properties are often scarce, with the market going long stretches without a single one becoming available. Even if one were to surface, it would swiftly be snatched up at a premium price. To own a courtyard here signifies that one is no ordinary individual. At this moment, within the courtyard, the Wang family was gathered around a large round table, indulging in a hot pot feast. Wang Yun's grandfather, an esteemed elder in his 70s, possessed a head of neatly groomed, jet black hair, a rosy complexion, and imposing brows that conveyed authority. His eyes, filled with the wisdom of experience, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through any facade. Beside him sat Wang Yun's grandmother, who, despite her advanced age, appeared merely in her 50s, still radiating the beauty she undoubtedly possessed in her youth. On the right side of elder Wang sits Wang Yun's father, Wang Zhenghua, alongside her mother, Dingli. Next to them is the obedient-looking Wang Yun. To the left is Wang Yun's uncle, Wang Aigua, accompanied by his wife, Li Liying, and their eldest son, Wang Tong, and younger son, Wang Xiao. At this moment, the family gathers together, enjoying hot pot while engaging in lively conversation, exuding warmth and laughter. Yun, I've heard you've been getting quite close to a young man lately. As the conversation flows, Elder Wang's gaze shifts toward his beloved granddaughter, Wang Yun. From her childhood to the present, he has showered her with an abundance of affection, cherishing her as if she were a precious jewel. Thus, he has always been deeply concerned about her affairs, keenly aware of even the slightest changes in her life. What? You're actually in a relationship? He exclaims incredulously. What kind of father are you, so oblivious to your daughter's life? He casts a stern look at Wang Zhenghua before turning back to Wang Yun with a gentle demeanor. What is he like? Is he a good person? Does he treat you well? At this moment, everyone's eyes are fixed on Wang Yun, their expressions filled with concern. The news of her romantic involvement is indeed a significant matter for the Wang family, deserving of their utmost attention. No, we are merely ordinary friends, Dad. You're overthinking it. Under the scrutiny of her family, a faint blush rises on Wang Yun's cheeks. Yun, since you are merely ordinary friends, why not share a bit more with everyone? There are no outsiders here, and everyone can offer their insights. If everything appears satisfactory, surely the family will not object, as it is only natural for a young man to marry and a young woman to wed, Granny Wang said with a warm smile, knowing from her own experiences that this relationship was far from simple. However, her granddaughter was bashful, turning crimson at the slightest inquiry. Granny, we truly are just ordinary friends. Please don't overthink it. Wang Yun's face flushed deeper as she lowered her head, feigning an intense focus on her meal. Very well. But since you maintain this ordinary friendship, I do hope you will be mindful to keep some distance, Granny Wang replied with a gentle smile. In truth, neither Grandpa Wang nor Granny Wang needed to be told, as they were already well aware of the identity of the individual in question. Detailed information about Li Fu had long been placed on Grandpa Wang's desk. They merely wished for Wang Yun to articulate it herself. Her reluctance to do so indicated that the time was not yet ripe, and thus the elders chose not to press her further. After the meal, in Grandpa Wang's study, Wang Yun's father, Wang Zhenghua, rushed in with an anxious expression, accompanied by his brother, Wang Aigua. Both men, no longer in the bloom of youth and now occupying significant positions of authority, still exhibited urgency when it came to matters concerning their daughter. Upon entering, Wang Zhenghua hurriedly inquired, Father, who exactly is Wang Yun associating with? Wang Yunren is remarkably naive, with a mere misstep. He could easily fall victim to deception and suffer significant losses. Now he finally shows concern for his daughter. Where was this care before? Here is the detailed information. Take a look. The elder Mr. Wang expressed his dissatisfaction, handing a thick dossier to Wang Zhenghua. Li Fu. Wang Zhenghua began to scrutinize the materials. And with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly grim. Father, we must devise a way to distance Li Fu from Yun. He is simply unworthy of her. Wang Zhenghua set the documents aside, seemingly resolute. One should not speak too definitively nor rush to conclusions. Although Li Fu hails from humble beginnings, his character appears commendable, and he is now regarded as a burgeoning biologist of some repute, the elder Mr. Wang stated, shaking his head in disapproval. He was indeed very concerned about his granddaughter's future and naturally wished for her to find a suitable partner. Father, given our family's circumstances, Li Fu is utterly unfit. Even if he ventures into entrepreneurship, earning some money through gaming or making a name for himself in research, the disparity remains vast. Brother, Do you not see the sense in my argument? While their relationship has yet to deepen, we ought to act swiftly to ensure that Li Fu distances himself from Wang Yun. If we can separate them now, they will gradually forget one another over time. There are plenty of admirable young men available. With a Yun's qualities, there is no need to pursue this boy. Wang Zhenghua shook his head, handing the documents to his elder brother, Wang Aigua, disregarding the usual authority of the patriarch and steadfastly asserting his opinion. Chapter 40. Let nature take its course. I find this young man, Li Fu, remarkably outstanding. Despite starting with nothing, he has adeptly leveraged the resources at his disposal to establish a successful venture, creating highly profitable games. What is even more commendable is his prodigious talent in the realm of technology. Such an exceptional young man is indeed worthy of Wang Yun. Wang Yun's uncle, Wang Aigua, meticulously reviewed Li Fu's information and, after a moment of contemplation, rendered a highly favorable assessment. The elder's observations were astute. At such a young age, Li Fu has achieved remarkable success across multiple fields. He undoubtedly stands out among the younger generation of Huaxiao and is not unworthy of Wang Yun. Wang Leoi nodded in agreement. He had thoroughly examined Li Fu's profile and had also dispatched individuals to investigate his upbringing and experiences. Overall, aside from his humble origins, he is an exceptionally talented young man in every other regard. Father, I concede that Li Fu can indeed be regarded as a talent among the youth. However, his family background is vastly different from ours. If Wang Yun were to be with him, it would hold little significance for our family. Instead, we would need to invest resources in nurturing Li Fu, Wang Zhenghua expressed, feeling somewhat anxious upon hearing his brother and father commend this young man. In our esteemed Huaxia, there exists an age-old adage, do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Have I not consistently admonished you to refrain from harboring prejudices against those from ordinary families due to our current circumstances? I, too, emerged from humble beginnings, as did you two brothers, who have toiled in the fields and labored as farmers in times past. Generations before us shared similar hardships. Old Master Wang's voice carried a hint of disappointment as he lamented his youngest son's lack of foresight regarding the family's advancement. While he is indeed concerned for the family's future, his ambitions sometimes appear excessively self-serving. I understand your thoughts. For years, you have felt stagnant and have sought to elevate your status through a matrimonial alliance with the Li family, hoping to leverage their influence for your own ascent. Old Master Wang regarded his youngest son, Wang Zhenghua, who had already achieved a significant position, serving as a prominent official in the region. However, further ascension would be no simple feat despite the Wang family's considerable influence. Propelling him upward would prove challenging, particularly with the accomplishments of his elder brother, Wang Aigua, who had already successfully navigated his own ascent. Achieving balance in power dynamics is crucial. This principle holds true universally, as others would not idly observe the Wang family growing ever more formidable. Father, you have also encountered that young man from the Li family, whose talents are indeed remarkable. Should a Yun succeed in forging a bond with him, it would hold profound significance for both our families. Confronted with the revelation of his innermost thoughts, Wang Zhenghua remained unperturbed, steadfast in his convictions. The child from the Li family is indeed quite remarkable. I have shared a long camaraderie with old Li, and if the younger generation can unite, I naturally have no objections. However, a Yun harbors no fondness for the scions of affluent families. As you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding that matter, a fruit that is forced to ripen lacks sweetness, and moreover, when has our Wang family's descendants needed to rely on marriage for advancement? You have remained in that position for all these years, which is partly by my design. It seemed prudent for you to pause and reflect after your earlier smooth sailing. On the other hand, what substantial achievements do you believe you have accomplished during this time? Leaders possess keen insight. If you truly had commendable accomplishments to present, even without the support of familial influence, opportunities would still arise. Yet, if you cannot even produce respectable results, any promotion from above will struggle to gain respect. Old Master Wang's voice resonated powerfully, directly addressing Wang Zhenghua's years of mediocrity. Fixated solely on climbing the ranks, yet failing to ground himself in serving the people effectively, without delivering notable achievements while occupying his position. Father, why does this conversation seem to revolve around me? We are discussing Yun's matters. Wang Zhenghua felt a tinge of embarrassment at his age. Having grown accustomed to flattery and praise from his subordinates, he found himself somewhat humiliated by old Master Wang's unreserved criticism. I am currently discussing matters concerning Yun. Do not attempt to exploit my precious granddaughter for any ulterior motives. As long as Yun is happy, it matters not with whom she chooses to associate. If you wish to ascend further, you must contemplate how to genuinely serve the people, diligently fulfilling the role of a public servant. Those who hold power must strive to enhance the welfare of their constituents. Otherwise, you shall forever find yourself unable to advance. The words of old Master Wang carried a hint of anger, reflecting his disappointment in his youngest son. Born into such a family, he had failed to grasp his responsibilities, fixated instead on dubious paths. In truth, if Wang Zhenghua could produce commendable achievements in his current position, combined with the influence of the Wang family, further elevation would be entirely feasible. The crux of the matter is that old Master Wang perceives his youngest son as lacking tangible accomplishments. Even if he were to be reluctantly elevated, it would hold little significance. Consequently, more resources have been allocated to the eldest son, Wang Aigua. Father, I understand. Wang Zhenghua dared not meet his father's gaze and lowered his head in recognition. Father, I actually believe that Li Fu is a commendable choice. As long as he is sincere towards Yun, there is no need for us to interfere. We should let things unfold naturally. Our family is already quite prosperous. And as the saying goes, prosperity leads to decline, and fullness begets emptiness. Pursuing alliances with other families may, in fact, prove detrimental. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wang Aigua gradually spoke. The elder is indeed correct. I share the same sentiment. Let things unfold naturally. As long as there is genuine affection between Yun and her partner, the love of two young souls, nothing else holds significance. The elder Wang harbors a deep affection for his granddaughter, determined never to let her suffer any grievances. With the elder Wang establishing the tone for the matter, Wang Zhenghua naturally felt compelled to refrain from further dissent. The trio then resumed their discussion on various national affairs. Meanwhile, in Wang Yun's chamber, her mother, Ding Li, was meticulously questioning her. In her 40s, Ding Li still possessed an air of youthfulness, resembling her daughter Wang Yun strikingly. Both were exceptional beauties, appearing almost like sisters when standing together. Yun, would you mind sharing your situation with your mother? Mom, we are merely ordinary friends, Wang Yun replied, her face flushed, her gaze cast downwards, akin to a child who had erred, unable to meet her mother's eyes. If you are just friends, then you should be able to talk to your mother about him. If the young man is of good character, there may be a future opportunity for him to pursue our precious jewel, Ding Li remarked. As a woman of experience, she could discern from her daughter's demeanor that their relationship was more profound than mere friendship. Her words inadvertently betrayed her thoughts. For now, they were just ordinary friends. But what of the future? His name is Li Fu, and we are university classmates. Wang Yun's face reddened further, her voice barely a whisper. Classmates? Greetings, dear classmate. Your father and I were once classmates ourselves. In those days, he endeavored to win my affection by learning to play the harmonica, though his attempts were rather discordant. I often wonder how I was foolish enough to accept his advances. Your father can play the harmonica? I had no idea. I always thought the harmonica you cherish was played by your mother. How intriguing to discover it was your father who played it. As I listened to my mother recount her youthful tales, a sense of ease washed over Wang Yun, sparking her curiosity. Your father's playing was quite dreadful. Yet, he would gladly play for me whenever I wished to hear it, and I found that deeply moving, which is why I chose to marry him. Next time, I shall ask him to play for me. I never knew he had this talent. Wang Yong laughed as he playfully embraced Ding Li, embodying the innocence of a child. I suspect your father has long since forgotten his skills. How did you come to know this Li Fu? Ding Li chuckled softly, deftly steering the conversation back to Wang Yun, for she had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Wang Yun, blushing, buried her face in Ding Li's embrace, resembling a child who fears reprimand for a misdeed. "Oh, my silly child." Ding Li tightened her embrace around her daughter. Chapter 41. Perfect restraint against the HIV virus. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Fu arrived at the laboratory well ahead of time. He had ceased attending classes altogether, as the subjects he needed to study posed no challenge for him. With his burgeoning reputation, he effortlessly secured a flexible arrangement with his instructor through a simple phone call. Thus, whenever he found a moment to spare, he immersed himself in the laboratory, diligently researching treatments for the HIV virus, indifferent to the myriad invitations and temptations from the outside world. Inside the laboratory, the chimpanzees that had been neglected overnight erupted into a cacophony of shrieks the moment they spotted Li Fu, frantically pounding against their cages. However, the first few numbered chimpanzees appeared lethargic and disheartened. As Li Fu approached to conduct a thorough examination, he discovered remnants of vomit within their enclosures, some of which contained traces of blood. He offered them their favorite fruits, bananas and apples, but their interest was feeble. They exhibited a marked loss of appetite, and their eyes seemed dull, suggesting a significant decline in their vision. It was evident that the onset of symptoms had occurred. These manifestations were characteristic of AIDS. Li Fu meticulously documented the condition of each chimpanzee and cautiously extracted blood samples from them, preparing to analyze the presence of the HIV virus in their bloodstream to more accurately assess the extent of their infection. Over 30 chimpanzees were meticulously attended to by Li Fu for a duration of 2 hours, during which he diligently collected blood samples from each one. The analysis of these samples revealed that the viral load of HIV in chimpanzees numbered 1, 2, and 3 had reached a significantly elevated level, manifesting symptoms that were optimal for experimentation. Chimpanzees 4, 5, and 6 also began to exhibit early signs of infection, making them suitable for the study as well. Li Fu meticulously examined each blood sample, categorizing them into various groups based on the severity of infection. Some were classified as severely infected, while others were considered mildly infected. This classification aimed to gather extensive experimental data regarding the efficacy of the super rice virus in treating varying degrees of HIV. Today, he proceeded to administer the super rice virus to the 3 severely infected chimpanzees, numbers 1, 2, and 3, while deferring treatment for the remaining subjects. In his mind, Li Fu had already devised a comprehensive plan and began injecting the prepared doses of the super rice virus into the 3 chimpanzees, whose lethargy facilitated a remarkably smooth process. "I hope that the super rice virus can cure you, otherwise." Li Fu gazed at the 3 listless chimpanzees. Just days prior, these creatures had been lively and energetic. Now, due to the HIV virus I administered, they had become mere subjects of experimentation, teetering on the brink of death. If the super rice virus fails to suppress the HIV within their living bodies, it is unequivocal that, given their current condition, these 3 chimpanzees cannot survive for long. A profound sense of guilt and a lingering feeling of wrongdoing enveloped me. However, such is the inevitable reality. Scientific advancement often demands sacrifice, particularly in the realm of biological sciences. Each year, countless mice, cats, dogs, pigs, cows, and sheep perish in various experiments. On the 3rd day, Li Fu arrived at the laboratory early once again. Upon entering, he eagerly turned his gaze towards the enclosures of chimpanzees 1, 2, and 3. Squeak, squeak. To his astonishment, the 3 chimpanzees emitted joyful cries upon his arrival, excitedly pounding on their cages. The lethargy they exhibited yesterday had vanished, and now they appeared to be quite spirited. How astonishing! I had anticipated some effectiveness, but I did not expect such rapid results. Remarkably, within just 1 day, the 3 chimpanzees had regained their vitality, and each seemed aware of their hunger. Li Fu was overjoyed as he meticulously observed the 3 chimpanzees, occasionally tossing in a banana. He watched as the chimpanzees swiftly devoured the fruit, appearing insatiable. Having gone without food for an entire day, coupled with a night of hunger, the 3 chimpanzees were indeed famished. Li Fu continued to supply them with numerous bananas, apples, and other fruits while cautiously drawing blood from each of them once more. However, he was too exhilarated to pay attention to the other chimpanzees, as he excitedly held the blood samples, eager to analyze them. Under the electron microscope, a microscopic world unfolded before his eyes, revealing countless super rice viruses voraciously consuming the HIV viruses. The sheer size of the super rice viruses rendered the HIV viruses utterly powerless. Remarkably, within just one day, the super rice viruses had almost completely eradicated the majority of HIV viruses. No wonder the three chimpanzees appeared revitalized, lively, and energetic once again. It was estimated that within a few days, the HIV viruses within them would be entirely devoured. Li Fu soon discerned the disparity in the quantity of HIV viruses within the blood samples, a smile illuminating his face. At this stage of experimentation, he could confidently proclaim success. The super rice virus indeed possessed remarkable efficacy in treating HIV, effectively counteracting the disease. Certainly, scientific experimentation is far from simplistic. Even if current results appear promising, numerous variables persist, such as the potential resurgence of the HIV virus and the significant impacts that the super rice virus within chimpanzees may pose, possibly leading to adverse effects. These questions necessitate thorough scientific investigation to arrive at definitive conclusions, and some may require extensive time to ascertain whether issues arise. Thus, one must refrain from hasty judgments. Only when the HIV virus is completely eradicated from the chimpanzees and subsequent observations reveal no significant consequences from the super rice virus can we formally declare that this innovative technology is applicable for HIV treatment. Paving the way for human trials. Following successful human trials, the medication can be introduced to the market, contingent upon rigorous scrutiny by regulatory authorities. Should any data fail to meet standards, it must not be permitted to enter the market. The nemesis of the HIV virus. After analyzing numerous samples, Li Fu uncovered an astonishing phenomenon. As the HIV virus diminished within the chimpanzees, the super rice virus astonishingly decreased at a remarkable pace, as if these super rice viruses were perishing from starvation due to a lack of sustenance. This phenomenon brought immense joy to Li Fu, as it indicated that he need not worry about the repercussions of the super rice virus on the chimpanzees. With the HIV virus completely consumed, the super rice virus would soon perish from lack of sustenance, leading to its swift disappearance from the chimpanzees' bodies, thereby alleviating concerns about potential mutations that might enable it to devour other viruses. By the fifth day, no trace of the HIV virus could be found in any of the blood or saliva of the three chimpanzees. Concurrently, the super rice virus also vanished without a trace. Just a few days prior, these three chimpanzees had been lethargic and on the brink of death due to HIV. Now, they were lively and vigorous, displaying no signs of discomfort, relishing their meals, sleeping soundly, and playing joyfully. Occasionally, they would roar in their enclosure, prompting other chimpanzees to join in with their own cries. The successful recovery of these three chimpanzees instilled great confidence in Li Fu, inspiring him to commence extensive data testing on the remaining 27 chimpanzees. These subjects varied in age and size. Some were severely infected with HIV, while others exhibited only mild symptoms, and a few appeared unaffected, merely serving as carriers of the virus. One by one, the super rice virus medication was injected, and Li Fu meticulously monitored these chimpanzees, diligently recording their daily conditions. He analyzed their blood and saliva to assess the status of both the HIV and super rice viruses within them. Chapter 42. Go for it. Zhou Meyer at the Huaxia National Center for Disease Control and Prevention Biolaboratory of Yanhuan University. Li Fuxing hurriedly approached Lu Yi. Teacher, the live experiments on 30 chimpanzees have been flawlessly completed. Here are the detailed experimental data for your review. A radiant smile adorned Li Fu's face, for the results of the live animal experiments were exceedingly impressive, filling him with confidence for the next crucial step, human trials. However, human experimentation is a grave matter, one that involves the sanctity of life. Any misstep could result in the loss of life for the participants, thus necessitating utmost caution and prudence. Louis, a leading scientist in the field of biological viruses, possesses a wealth of experience, making his guidance invaluable in this endeavor. Oh, that was swift. Let me take a look. Louis's expression reflected his delight. He had granted Li Fu complete autonomy over his research project, allowing him to determine the methods and experimental procedures without intervention. Confident that Li Fu had already reached a level of expertise sufficient to oversee a large laboratory. Although Li Fu was still operating within his own lab due to certain limitations, it was only a matter of time before he would soar to greater heights. Louis, however, offered unwavering support for all the resources Li Fu required for his experiments, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a drug capable of treating the HIV virus, which would liberate millions from the torment of illness. Indeed, the data is splendid and meets the criteria for proceeding to the next phase of experimentation. Louis meticulously reviewed the experimental data from start to finish, nodding in approval. Li Fu's experimental results were exceptionally flawless and remarkably detailed, making the outcomes obvious at a glance. Splendid. Li Fu joyfully clenched his fist, though he felt a sense of assurance. He still experienced considerable anxiety when it came to human trials. Haha, I will have the laboratory recruit a group of volunteers, while you should conduct thorough examinations and repeat the experiments multiple times. Although the data is impeccable, we must exercise utmost caution. Louis smiled, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of witnessing a breakthrough in the fight against AIDS. For a scientist who has devoted his life to combating biological viruses, this was undeniably a fortuitous moment in his existence. In 2010, a girl named Zhou Lin from Guijin Village, Nanjing, Tianfu, was diagnosed with the HIV virus. A devastating revelation for her rural family. Zhou Lin's parents were migrant workers and were themselves uninfected. They later discovered that she had unfortunately contracted the virus during a blood transfusion. Since that moment, the family bore the heavy burden of seeking treatment for young Zhou Lin. While the school refused her attendance, former friends distanced themselves from her. As if she were a demon, no one played with Zhou Lin any longer, and she was left without even a single person to converse with. Friends and relatives of her parents urged them to abandon hope for Zhou Lin. Due to the incurable nature of AIDS, the existing treatment methods merely serve to alleviate some of Zhou Lin's suffering and extend her years. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin's parents have not surrendered. They continue to traverse the nation in search of potential cures and means to prolong their daughter's life. Arriving in the capital, they explored surgeries, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and traditional Chinese medicine. At times, fully aware that some remedies touted by charlatans were fraudulent, Zhou Lin's parents remained willing to try anything, clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope. Accepting the unchangeable, they chose to face it with courage. Keep fighting, dear Zhou Mei. Following media coverage of their plight, over 300,000 yuan was raised in donations for her ongoing treatment. Zhou Lin confronted her illness without despair or resentment. She expressed her profound gratitude to her parents for bringing her into this beautiful world, thanking everyone for their support and wishing for the well-being of all her fellow patients. She hoped that everyone could pass by illness unscathed. This is a true story. Zhou Lin recently passed away from cancer. May she find happiness in another realm. In a renowned hospital in the capital, young Zhou Lin held a mobile phone, her face radiant with a smile as she engaged with her online friends. Since her diagnosis with AIDS, she found solace in connecting with others on the internet, where there was no discrimination or the disdainful gaze one might associate with a demon, but rather an abundance of encouragement and compassion. Zhou Lin, I have wonderful news to share with you. I just came across an announcement stating that the National Disease Control and Prevention Biological Laboratory has made significant breakthroughs in the field of HIV research. They have developed corresponding medications and are now recruiting volunteers for the final trials. In a private chat, a friend sent Zhou Lin this message along with a link, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with hope. This news was like a celestial melody to her, especially since her doctor had recently informed her that her time was limited. Dad, Zhou Lin exclaimed as she opened the link, her eyes soon welling up with tears, awakening a middle-aged man sleeping in a chair beside her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Lin's father lovingly stroked her head, using a tissue to wipe away her tears. Dad, I'm saved. Look, Zhou Lin, tears streaming down her face, laughed with joy as she showed the message on her phone to her father. Is this for real? He exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. This is wonderful. My daughter is saved. Zhou Lin's father took the phone eagerly, examining the details intently, his excitement growing with every word he read, and then he shouted out loud with joy. Old Zhou, what is happening? You seem so elated. The other patients in nearby beds, all of whom were also HIV positive, were drawn to Zhou Lin's father's exuberance. There is hope. There is hope. We are all saved. The National Disease Control Laboratory of Huaxia has developed a medication to treat the HIV virus. Everyone, please hurry to sign up. The voice of Zhou Lin's father was filled with excitement, and tears streamed down his face. He quickly wiped away his tears and began to submit an application for Zhou Lin. He expressed his gratitude to the most admirable individuals who, even in his daughter's final moments, have bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the outcome, they harbored no grievances and earnestly requested assistance. After penning the final message, he clicked to submit the application, and Zhou Lin's father felt as though a beam of sunlight pierced through the darkness of his world, a sunlight of hope. He refreshed the page repeatedly, anxiously checking the status of his application, praying silently, for Zhou Lin's time was truly limited. If they missed this opportunity, even if a treatment for HIV were to emerge later, it would be too late. The next morning, having refreshed the page throughout the night, Zhou Lin's father finally succumbed to exhaustion, still clutching his phone, which continued to display the application page. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, jolting him awake. A call from an unfamiliar number in the capital. Hello, who is this? Greetings, may I speak with Zhou Lin's father? I am Li Fu from the National Disease Control Laboratory of Huaxia, the one involved in the development of the HIV treatment. Dr. Li, has my daughter's application been approved? Zhou Lin's father suddenly became agitated and anxiously inquired, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Fu was not a doctor, but rather a scientist. Indeed, I called to inform you that if you are willing, you can come to the affiliated hospital of Huaxia University today to sign the agreement. And I can proceed with administering the medication to Zhou Lin. I am well aware of your situation. Once you arrive at the affiliated hospital of Yanhuang University, simply mention my name upon admission, and there will be no fees incurred. This is crucial. Do not pay any fees. On the other end of the line, Li Fu repeatedly urged Zhou Lin's father, indicating that this time he would personally cover all expenses for the volunteers. Each volunteer was contacted individually by Li Fu himself. Although the medication for treating the HIV virus was developed by Li Fu, and its cost was negligible, the necessity for extensive data collection required the volunteers to stay in the hospital for an extended period, and securing a hospital bed is not an easy feat. As everyone in Huaxia knows, with the terrifying revenue-generating capability of the Game King of Glory, Li Fu's net worth had surpassed the billion mark. He was the type of person who was content with merely having 3 meals a day and warm clothing. Upon learning about Zhou Lin's story, he felt deeply moved and naturally wished to extend a helping hand. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Lin's father was weeping with gratitude. Since his daughter's illness, he had experienced the profound warmth and coldness of human relationships, receiving heartfelt assistance from countless strangers. What is wrong with Dad? Zhou Lin, awakened by the commotion, looked at her tearful father with concern. Our application has been approved, Doctor. Li Fu just called to inform us that we can go directly to the Yanhuang University affiliated hospital for treatment. Zhou Lin's father laughed and cried simultaneously. Only those who have endured life's trials and tribulations can exhibit such emotions. Chapter 43. Recovery. Sincere thanks to the readers who pointed out a flaw in this narrative. AIDS does not directly harm the body, but rather compromises the immune system. And excessive sweating is indeed a significant oversight. At the Yanhuang University affiliated hospital, over 20 volunteers and their families from across the nation gazed at the young man before them, holding a consent form. The contents of the document were straightforward, primarily stipulating voluntary participation in the experiment, with a disclaimer absolving Dr. Li Fu of any responsibility for the outcomes. Everyone scrutinized the agreement, and if there were no objections, the volunteers and their families were required to sign. A notary had been brought in to oversee the process, ensuring that everything was entirely voluntary. Those wishing to withdraw at this moment were free to do so without consequence. Li Fu gazed upon the haggard faces before him, envisioning the torment they had endured during the harrowing days when their loved ones suffered from the ravages of illness. Each individual meticulously scrutinized the agreement, fearful of any oversight. I shall assume full responsibility for all expenses incurred during the treatment. Thus, I must reiterate the importance of the final document. Our medication is a recent innovation, having garnered extensive experimental data and boasting remarkable trials conducted on chimpanzees. Nonetheless, this drug has never been tested on humans, necessitating a cautionary reminder of the inherent risks and uncertainties associated with this experiment. Li Fu emphasized once more the risks entailed in such novel pharmaceutical trials, a reality that must be underscored to preempt any potential complications in the future. Dr. Li, can you guarantee that this medication will definitively cure AIDS? Or what is the probability of its success? Inquired a bespectacled family member after thoroughly reviewing the agreement. I cannot provide any assurances or commitments. Everything is predicated on voluntary consent. Should one perceive the risks as insurmountable and be unwilling to accept them, we shall not impose. Li Fu shook his head, expressing his reluctance to provide such assurances. He had heard countless accounts of the risks associated with drug trials, and even many medications that had already been approved carried significant risks. Moreover, each patient's condition varied. A medication that could cure one individual might not yield the same results for another, and instances of fatalities during trials were not uncommon. Dr. Li, I place my trust in you. I have signed the agreement. Please proceed with the treatment for my daughter as soon as possible. Regardless of the outcome, we harbor no grievances. We are truly grateful for your efforts in developing this new medication. At that moment, Zhou Lin's father returned the signed agreement to Li Fu, having completed the signatures of his entire family. To him, the new drug in Li Fu's possession represented their sole hope, and he was willing to embrace any risks involved. Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements promptly. Li Fu nodded, carefully reviewing the signatures on the agreement before requesting the notary to certify it. Doctor, I have also signed. Please expedite the arrangements. Seeing someone complete their signature encouraged other family members of patients to follow suit. Their situations were largely akin to Zhou Lin's. They had reached a point where further delays were untenable, and the new medication in Li Fu's hands was their only glimmer of hope. Once the initial signature was made, the others hastily affixed their names as well. Even those who hesitated for a moment ultimately signed, as everything was conducted transparently and fairly, leaving them to silently pray for the best. Your name is Zhou Lin, correct? You are truly a good girl. In the hospital ward, Li Fu greeted the resilient Zhou Lin with a smile. Having endured years of suffering from illness, she had become emaciated and frail. The nurse beside Li Fu held a vial containing a medication he had developed, derived from the super rice virus. Thank you, brother. I will surely recover, Zhou Lin said, her face radiant with a smile, reminiscent of an angel, even as she faced her final moments. Rest assured, you will get better. Just endure. It may sting a little. Li Fu chuckled, engaging her in conversation to distract her while the nurse administered the injection. Zhou Lin's strength was remarkable. She didn't even furrow her brow, continuing to chat happily with Li Fu. This time, Li Fu was determined not to be careless. Each step was crucial. Zhou Lin's condition was critical, necessitating immediate treatment. Hence, she was prioritized for the injection. If you experience any discomfort, please notify the doctor at once. I will be here in no time, he instructed. After the medication was administered, Li Fu felt a wave of tension wash over him. The stakes were high. It concerned the life of a vibrant little girl, a matter of great significance for her family. Although all data appeared flawless, he harbored uncertainty about the real effects on a living body. As anxiety began to creep in, he reassured himself, do not worry, trust in the power of science. Besides, there are many doctors here at the hospital. accompanying him. Louis smiled as he patted Li Fu's shoulder. This experiment was of paramount significance, and Louis, concerned that the young Li Fu might falter in his handling of it, participated closely, albeit from the sidelines. He was immensely gratified by Li Fu's performance, which exhibited meticulousness in every regard. The following day, Li Fu arrived early at the Yanhuan University-affiliated hospital. Upon reaching the door of Zhou Lin's ward, he overheard her engaged in cheerful conversation with her parents. It was evident that the medication was taking effect, as Zhou Lin was audibly expressing her hunger. "Mom, this porridge is truly delicious." Inside the room, Zhou Lin was savoring the congee, her complexion noticeably brightening, a stark contrast to the pallor she had exhibited just a day prior. "Take your time, don't rush." The doctor advised against eating too much at once or too hastily. "Once you're discharged, I'll prepare delicious meals for you every day." Beside her, Zhou Lin's parents wore smiles of joy, witnessing their daughter's remarkable overnight recovery, their hearts free of the previous gloom. They were happily feeding her the porridge. "Yes, I want to eat the braised pork that Mom makes." Zhou Lin's spirits had significantly improved, her smile now radiant. Knock, knock. After tapping on the door, Li Fu entered with a beaming expression. "Dr. Li, you're here. Please have a seat." Upon seeing Li Fu, Zhou Lin's father hurriedly offered him a chair. Exuding warmth, "There's no need for formalities. I've come to check on Zhou Lin and assess her treatment progress." Li Fu smiled and gestured before meticulously examining Zhou Lin's condition. Although she appeared remarkably thin and bore the look of someone gravely unwell, her overall demeanor was surprisingly vibrant. Her complexion had begun to exhibit a healthy flush, and her skin possessed a newfound luster. After completing his thorough assessment, Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. Undeniably, the super rice virus was yielding positive results, and Zhou Lin's health was on the mend. "Thank you, brother," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, news of the successful development of an AIDS treatment by the China National Disease Control and Prevention Laboratory rapidly spread across the globe, attracting significant attention for the recruitment of volunteers for clinical trials. At this moment, reporters from all corners of the world flocked to the affiliated hospital of Yanhuan University, eager to secure first-hand accounts of this groundbreaking development. Fortunately, the hospital had prepared in advance, holding daily press conferences in a spacious conference room to update the public on recent advancements. "Yesterday, we administered the novel medication to a patient, and after a day of observation, the individual exhibited no adverse symptoms. Indeed, their condition had greatly improved, allowing them to begin eating. We conducted blood samples from the patient, revealing a significantly reduced viral load of the HIV in their bloodstream. We are optimistic that in a few days, the patient may achieve full recovery." Dr. Su Changqing, the attending physician, beamed with joy as he conveyed the latest developments to the assembled media. Although the medication was provided by Li Fu, he was merely a scientist, not a physician. Thus, the presence of the attending doctors was essential. The hospital, recognizing the significance of this groundbreaking trial, extended full cooperation by dispatching a specialized team to assist Li Fu. The attending physicians were among the finest in the institution, and naturally, the hospital leadership was also present at the press conference. By the third day, Zhou Lin's condition had markedly improved, her appetite had returned, and the count of HIV within her body had dwindled to nearly undetectable levels, effectively eradicated by the super rice virus. Having endured the ravages of illness, Zhou Lin's complexion had gradually returned to normal. With the meticulous care provided by the hospital, her recovery progressed swiftly, and her frail body began to regain its strength. On the fourth day, the HIV virus had completely vanished from Zhou Lin's system. Simultaneously, the super rice virus, much like the experiments conducted on chimpanzees, succumbed to starvation, having lost its sustenance, and thus posed no harm to the human body. I am profoundly grateful to elder brother Li Fu, to the uncles and aunts at the hospital, to my brothers and sisters, and to all my friends who have shown concern and support. I never imagined I would have a future, an opportunity to repay everyone in this lifetime. I am healed. In the press conference hall of the Yanhuan University affiliated hospital, Zhou, now fully recovered, announced this joyous news to the world, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. Chapter 44. Renowned worldwide once again recently at the Huaxia Yanhuang University Affiliated Hospital. The world's first successfully cured HIV patient announced her discharge. The patient, Zhou, had been given a mere 2 weeks to live. Yet she has now made a complete recovery and resumed a normal life. Li Fu, a mere third-year undergraduate student in his early 20s, stands on the cusp of potentially becoming the youngest recipient in the history of the Nobel Prize in Science, surpassing the previous record held by Lawrence Bragg, who was just 25 when awarded in 1915. The ancient wisdom of combating poison with poison has once again blossomed in this new era, signifying that our nation's biological sciences have achieved a comprehensive lead on the global stage. In the realm of novel biological viruses, it is solely our scientists who have made such advancements. This technology holds promise for treating a multitude of diseases in the future. This marks a monumental moment in human history, a significant milestone for the descendants of Yan and Huang, and a testament to our nation's long-standing commitment to the advancement of science and technology. As Zhou-Lin's successful recovery reverberated across the globe, it came as no surprise that this news swiftly ascended to the headlines of various media outlets. For decades, AIDS has plagued humanity, tormenting millions worldwide, with fatalities reaching into the millions each year. Moreover, and of utmost importance, since the discovery of the first AIDS patient in the United States in 1981, the disease has proliferated rapidly across the globe, becoming increasingly difficult to control. Each year, the number of new AIDS cases and deaths attributable to the disease has surged dramatically. Presently, all concerns surrounding AIDS have dissipated, as major media outlets worldwide have extensively reported on this matter. The name Li Fu has resonated far and wide, becoming almost universally recognized, revealing to the world the existence of this exceptionally young biologist from China. Time magazine even announced on the same day that Li Fu was selected as one of the most influential people of 2017, earning a place among the greatest scientists in human history and ranking among the top 100 outstanding young individuals globally. Pfizer, a name that many may not have heard of, remains a titan in the pharmaceutical industry. Within the medical field, however, it is universally acknowledged as a formidable giant, the foremost pharmaceutical enterprise worldwide. With a legacy spanning over 150 years, Pfizer stands as an unparalleled global pharmaceutical powerhouse, boasting an extensive array of therapeutic products and a diverse product portfolio. Its innovative offerings reach more than 150 countries and regions around the globe. Moreover, Pfizer possesses the most advanced production facilities and testing technologies, with investments in various projects within China exceeding a remarkable total of $500 million. At the global headquarters of Pfizer, the esteemed CEO, Robert, was convening an antique conference, with all major shareholders present. Currently, there are over 60 million individuals afflicted with HIV worldwide, and the rate of its spread is alarmingly rapid, with new infections surging each year. Within the conference room, a colossal display showcased the global HIV situation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the realm of HIV presents a vast opportunity. The entity that achieves a breakthrough in this sector will reap substantial rewards. Consider the staggering market of over 60 million individuals, a figure that continues to expand rapidly each year. By 2020, this market could swell to an alarming scale of 100 million. This is an irreplaceable market that directly concerns lives, capable of doubling our company's performance and enhancing the fortunes of everyone present. Robert's eloquent rhetoric revealed his perspective. For him, patients represented a market, their existence translated into corporate success. The mortality associated with HIV was a matter he scarcely pondered. Mr. Robert, one shareholder interjected, "We understand that the method for drug production lies in the hands of the Chinese individual, Li Fu. What support do you require from us to obtain this method from him?" Harrison, the largest shareholder of Pfizer, could evidently not resist such temptation and smiled as he addressed Robert. "I require your authorization. I need to allocate substantial funds, partly for our laboratory to research this groundbreaking biotechnological advancement, and partly to acquire this innovative biological science technology from Huaxia. In the United States, where professional management is prevalent, there exists a stringent system governing such executives. Robert must secure board approval and gain the support of the shareholders for significant corporate decisions. Otherwise, he would be acting unlawfully, jeopardizing his position. Mr. Robert, how much funding do you wish us to authorize? Harrison inquired with a subtle smile, exchanging glances with the other shareholders. Naturally, the more, the better, at least no less than $1 billion, Robert slowly articulated, revealing a figure that, even in the United States, constituted a considerable sum, equivalent to over 6 billion yuan. $1 billion is no trifling amount. Upon hearing this figure, the shareholders present furrowed their brows, swiftly contemplating whether to grant Robert the authorization for such a substantial sum. Meanwhile, renowned pharmaceutical companies such as Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Novartis, and Bayer have all hastily dispatched teams to hasten their arrival in China, each individual clutching substantial sums of money, eager to acquire groundbreaking biotechnology for the treatment of AIDS. Chapter 45, The 100 Million Offer. At the affiliated hospital of Yanhuan University, with the successful treatment and discharge of Zhou Lin, the volunteers involved in this experiment and their families brimmed with confidence. In the upcoming trials, Li Fu was equally assured, conducting experiments on multiple subjects simultaneously. The results were devoid of any unforeseen complications. The super rice virus emerged as the nemesis of the HIV virus. In a matter of days, numerous patients on the brink of death were discharged in a state of recovery, heralding the triumphant announcement of the efficacy of the novel AIDS medication developed by Li Fu. Today, I have conducted a comprehensive analysis of your blood sample. The HIV virus has been virtually eradicated. I estimate that in a few days, you will also be able to go home, Li Fu remarked with a warm smile directed towards a volunteer and their family. Throughout these days, Li Fu had tirelessly oscillated between the laboratory and the hospital, diligently observing patients, conducting comparative analyses, and meticulously documenting experimental data, fully immersed in his work. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. This particular family, possessing a certain level of education, recognized that Li Fu was not a physician and thus addressed him with respect, their faces radiating with joyous smiles. As Li Fu stepped out of the ward, Louis approached with a group of individuals. Teacher, Li Fu greeted with a smile, welcoming Louis. We were just about to look for you. You don't have any pressing matters at hand, do you? None at all. Is there something you need, teacher? Louis responded with a smile. Let us find a place to sit and chat. I would like to introduce you to some friends. With that, Louis began to introduce the unfamiliar figures clad in suits beside him. This is Mr. Shin Kong, the general manager of Southeast Pharmaceuticals, and this is Mr. Song Qingba, the vice president of Huaxia Pharmaceuticals. As Louis introduced them, Li Fu exchanged cordial handshakes with each individual. Shin Kong, a tall and slender middle-aged man with short hair, wore a warm smile, exuding an amiable demeanor towards Li Fu. In contrast, Song Qingba, a portly man with a round face and large ears, bore a resemblance to the jovial Methria Buddha when he smiled, albeit his triangular eyes sparkled with the shrewdness of a savvy businessman. We happen to have a vacant conference room at our hospital. Why don't we all go there and have a seat? Proposed Luo Wenyuan, the director of the affiliated hospital of Yanhuan University, who accompanied them with a cheerful demeanor. The presence of both Lu Yi and Luo Wenyuan, especially in the heavily secured experimental area, clearly indicated the considerable influence these two companies wielded. Li Fu understood their motives for approaching him. Had Lu Yi not personally brought them, he would have been reluctant to meet them. However, since Lu Yi had made the introduction, it was imperative to extend the courtesy. Within a grandly decorated conference room of the Yanhuan University affiliated hospital, a group of individuals settled into their seats. After exchanging a few trivial pleasantries, Shin Kong and Song Qingba exchanged glances, and Shin Kong, with a genial smile, commenced the conversation. Mr. Li, I shall dispense with any veiled language in the presence of a distinguished figure such as yourself. Our purpose in visiting today is to discuss the potential collaboration concerning the HIV treatment you possess. If you are amenable to cooperation, the terms are certainly negotiable. Southeastern Pharmaceuticals stands as the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in the nation, equipped with state-of-the-art drug manufacturing facilities and comprehensive distribution networks. We believe we would be an ideal partner for you, Mr. Li Fu. Shen Kong exuded confidence, for as the head of a leading pharmaceutical company in the country, he felt assured in his ability to forge a partnership with Li Fu. Haha. Our Huaxia Pharmaceuticals is likewise one of the most formidable pharmaceutical enterprises domestically, boasting globally advanced production bases. We too are genuinely eager to collaborate with you, Mr. Li Fu, added Song Qingbo, mirroring Shun Kang's enthusiasm. Lily, these two companies represent some of the most robust pharmaceutical entities in our nation. Their technological prowess and financial resources are commendable, and as state-owned enterprises, they have substantial collaborative experience with our laboratory. They are indeed ideal partners for you, remarked Louis. In his view, given that Li Fu possessed the necessary technology, seeking collaboration with a pharmaceutical company would be the most prudent choice, as it would save time and effort while yielding significant financial returns, an approach favored by many researchers in the current landscape. Research personnel are dedicated to their scientific endeavors, leaving the commercialization and operational aspects of the products to specialized companies for collaboration, allowing them to effortlessly savor the fruits of their labor. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fu offered a slight smile and inquired, "What kind of collaboration terms might you provide?" Although Li Fu was inclined to decline outright, he felt obliged to consider the matter since he had personally interceded on their behalf. He could always find a pretext to refuse later, thus preserving the dignity of his mentor while gracefully rejecting their proposal. We at Southeast Hospital have two options for Mr. Li Fu to contemplate. The first is quite straightforward. We are prepared to offer 100 million Huabei in cash for the exclusive rights to produce the HIV treatment that Mr. Li Fu holds. The alternative option entails an initial payment of 20 million Huabei in cash, with Mr. Li Fu receiving 5 of the subsequent drug revenues. Shen Kong smiled as he presented the offer, his confidence radiating as he looked toward Li Fu. Our proposal at Huaxia Pharmaceuticals is quite similar to that of Southeast Hospital, with conditions that align closely. It ultimately rests upon Mr. Li Fu's decision, chimed in the jovial Song Qingbo. In truth, prior to this meeting, Southeast Pharmaceuticals and Huaxia Pharmaceuticals had already conferred and mutually agreed that regardless of which party reached an agreement with Li Fu, they would share the benefits. Consequently, they had kept their offers rather modest. However, Lu Yi, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly found his expression darkening upon hearing the quotations. He was taken aback by the unexpectedly low offers from the two largest pharmaceutical companies in the country. A sum of 100 million in cash is merely a desire for a one-time buyout. The second proposal is even more disheartening. An initial payment of 20 million, followed by a mere 5% of subsequent earnings, presents a challenge. Within the confines of a state-owned enterprise, issues of sales and accounting arise, and as an outsider, how could Li Fu possibly navigate these complexities? Ultimately, it is all too easy for matters to be glossed over, and he could very well be placated with a trivial sum of money. Historically, Lu Yi has preferred one-time buyouts for his personal research achievements, as this approach provides peace of mind and better guarantees his interests, assuming, of course, that the collaborating enterprise possesses a solid reputation. The second option, which involves an initial payment followed by long-term earnings, can maximize benefits if the partnership is trustworthy. Many foreign scientists tend to favor this latter collaboration model, while their domestic counterparts often lean towards the former due to the aforementioned circumstances. How naive these two companies must be, believing that Li Fu, as a young individual, lacks experience and would readily acquiesce to an offer exceeding 100 million. Their insatiable greed, attempting to secure exclusive production rights for an AIDS treatment drug for a mere 100 million yuan, is astonishing. However, Li Fu is not easily deceived. Lu Yi observes with a discerning eye. he understands Li Fu well. Despite his youth, Li Fu is far from ordinary. Lu Yi is aware that Li Fu co-founded a gaming company, and their creation, Honor of Kings, is a veritable cash cow. A mere 100 million is hardly sufficient to impress someone like Li Fu. Haha, the quotations from both your firms are indeed quite sincere. However, today, I have also been approached by a foreign enterprise, which has offered a buyout sum of 200 million US dollars, though I have not yet acquiesced to their proposal. Upon hearing their offer, Li Fu maintained a smile on his face, yet inwardly, he smirked coldly, perceiving the insincerity behind their expressions. With a slight shift in thought, Li Fu concocted a casual pretext to deflect their inquiry. Upon hearing this, Shen Kong and Song Qingba's faces instantly fell. They had presumed themselves to be the earliest to engage with Li Fu. Having conducted some research, they were aware of his humble background and assumed that an offer of 100 million yuan would easily secure the agreement. They had never anticipated that a foreign company had already approached Li Fu with an offer of 200 million US dollars, especially since he had not yet consented. In an instant, they realized that Li Fu's expectations were far greater than they had imagined. 200 million US dollars, when converted to yuan, amounted to over $1 billion, significantly exceeding their own offers. Indeed, foreign companies possess a far more formidable strength compared to our domestic enterprises. Nevertheless, as descendants of Yin and Huang, it is imperative that such crucial scientific advancements do not fall into foreign hands. Otherwise, our nation's leading position in the field of biotechnology would be utterly obliterated, and individuals who facilitate this would be deemed traitors to our homeland. Mr. Li, they continued, we can certainly revisit the matter of the quotation. As long as you are willing to collaborate with us, we are open to negotiating the terms. After a moment of awkwardness, Song Qingba, the vice president of Huaxia Medicine, smiled and continued to persuade, implying that if Li Fu were to sell the technology to foreign companies, it would lead to the leakage of Huaxia's advanced technology, making him a traitor to his homeland. Chapter 46. The frenzied foreign capitalists, how brazenly audacious. They dare to use such tactics against Li Fu, truly underestimating him as a mere novice. Beside them, Louis could hardly bear to watch, feeling a deep disdain for Song Qingba. He regretted introducing them to Li Fu, uncertain of how Li Fu would perceive him as a mentor in the future. Simultaneously, he felt a quiet anxiety for Li Fu, hoping he would not fall for such a simplistic ruse. Although Lu Yi also wished to prevent this technology from flowing abroad and benefiting those foreign capitalists, especially since this groundbreaking biotechnological advancement held immense significance for Huaxia, he could not tolerate the audacity of these two domestic enterprises. To think they offered a mere 100 million. Anyone with discernment should recognize the true value of this technology. Currently, there are 60 million AIDS patients worldwide, with the numbers rising at a terrifying rate. By the year 2020, it is projected that the number of individuals infected with AIDS will surpass 100 million. Such a vast market could easily fill a company's coffers to the brim, making their paltry offer of 100 million all the more outrageous. Lu Yi shook his head at Li Fu, signaling that he could directly refuse them, as there was no need for further discussion. The lack of sincerity from these two pharmaceutical companies did not imply that others would share the same disposition. A suitable partner could always be found. Li Fu smiled faintly, conveying a reassuring expression to his mentor. I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this conversation. The disparity between us is indeed too significant. Prolonging this dialogue would merely squander our time. As for the matter of technology transfer and to whom it may be sold, that is a personal affair of mine, and there is no need for General Song to concern himself with it. With his mentor Lu Yi having already indicated his stance, Li Fu resolved not to waste any more time and prepared to leave. Mr. Li, please do not be hasty. The terms can certainly be renegotiated. We are all descendants of Yan and Huang, after all. Entrusting the technology to us for operation would undoubtedly benefit our people more. I believe Mr. Li Fu is a person filled with patriotic fervor. The general manager of Southeast Pharmaceutical, Shen Kong, noticed Li Fu's intent to depart and hurriedly continued to persuade him. That is unnecessary. There are numerous domestic pharmaceutical companies, and I have ample options for potential collaboration. If there is nothing else of significance, I must attend to other matters. So I shall take my leave." Li Fu smiled and shook his head, unwilling to entertain such a lackluster offer. He stood up and made his way toward the exit. However, just as he was about to step out, the conference room doors swung open once more, and a throng of individuals streamed in, foreigners with golden hair and blue eyes, accompanied by those unmistakably from certain regions. After a cacophony of noise, it became evident that these individuals were representatives dispatched by renowned pharmaceutical enterprises from abroad. One could only speculate the immense costs incurred to navigate through layers of connections, ultimately guiding them to the Yanhuang University-affiliated hospital. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as major global pharmaceutical companies sent their delegates, even enlisting the assistance of diplomatic channels to locate this very place. It remained a mystery how they managed to find it, seeking directly for Li Fu. These foreign enterprises, each possessing substantial wealth, raised concerns about whether Li Fu could resist such temptations, with the hope that he would refrain from divulging this technology to foreign companies. Lu Yi observed that the spacious conference room was now brimming with representatives from various esteemed global pharmaceutical firms, to the extent that even the ordinary accompanying personnel were left standing, with only the executives granted seats. Each representative gazed at Li Fu with an intensity akin to famished predators. Previously, Li Fu had merely announced the inception of a groundbreaking field in biological science research, prompting numerous individuals to approach him for collaboration. Now, with tangible results in hand, these illustrious pharmaceutical companies could no longer contain their eagerness, flocking to Li Fu in hopes of acquiring the technology for AIDS treatment. "Mr. Li Fu, we at Pfizer would like to extend an invitation for you to become our Chief Pharmaceutical Technology Officer. In pursuit of this, we are prepared to invest $500 million to construct a world-leading biological science laboratory for you, and we pledge a minimum annual research funding of $100 million. Moreover, Pfizer can assist you in applying for our esteemed study abroad programs, living arrangements, and green cards, all of which pose no issue whatsoever. Regarding the technology you possess for treating AIDS, we are prepared to offer a one-time payment of $200 million for full acquisition, or alternatively, a lump sum of $50 million with a subsequent 10% share of the profits." Robert, the general manager of Pfizer, wore a beaming smile as he conveyed this proposal. One cannot help but marvel at the willingness of foreign enterprises to invest generously in intellectuals and technological advancements, as evidenced by his recent statements. In contrast to the technology that Li Fu possesses for treating AIDS, Pfizer seems more focused on Li Fu himself, willing to invest substantial sums to recruit him, build laboratories, and provide extensive financial support. The overarching impression is that they value Li Fu as a talent, rendering the technology secondary. Of course, when discussing Li Fu's current technology, Robert was equally magnanimous, offering a buyout price of $200 million, which far exceeds the offers from two domestic pharmaceutical companies by over tenfold. It must be acknowledged that the prowess of foreign enterprises is indeed remarkable. They are truly willing to invest heavily in technology, highlighting the significant gap between them and domestic companies, particularly state-owned enterprises. These local entities possess a myopic view, recognizing only the immediate value of Li Fu's existing technology while failing to appreciate the long-term worth of Li Fu as a talent. Their display of greed lacks the requisite sincerity, making the contrast starkly evident. It can be asserted that many state-owned enterprises would have long since succumbed to failure, were it not for the protective policies and preferential treatment they enjoy. These enterprises, sustained by a fortress of policy and a monopolistic position, lead a comfortable existence, akin to a dilapidated vessel that cannot withstand the tempests of the market. Once these state-owned enterprises venture beyond the borders, they often suffer significant losses without any tangible achievements to show for their efforts. Prominent entities such as China Railway Construction, major steel corporations, certain oil giants, and China Power, upon entering foreign markets, find themselves utterly defeated in the absence of governmental safeguards. Conversely, numerous private enterprises in China, having thrived amidst a harsh and inequitable competitive landscape, exhibit remarkable adaptability to market dynamics. Not only do they flourish domestically, but they also tackle international challenges with increasing vigor. Notable examples include Orange Company and Shandong Weiqiao Group, with over half of their revenue derived from overseas operations. In the mind of Li Fu, a sense of disbelief washes over him as he juxtaposes the bids of the aforementioned domestic companies with that of Pfizer. Truthfully, for an average individual, it would be nearly impossible to decline such an enticing offer, as Pfizer's proposal is undeniably sincere. Moreover, the company's keen interest in Li Fu as a talent is profoundly moving, akin to a steed encountering a discerning trainer. Mr. Li Fu, Bayer is eager to construct a globally leading laboratory for you, pledging an annual budget of no less than $100 million. As for studying abroad, immigration, and living arrangements, we are fully prepared to assist you. Regarding the technology you possess for treating AIDS, we are willing to make a one-time offer of $250 million for outright acquisition, and we can also establish a generous long-term profit-sharing agreement. The tall and striking Frank, with his prominent Germanic features, is equally anxious to offer a bid, raising the one-time buyout offer by an additional $50 million, clearly demonstrating their strong desire to obtain the technology in your hands. Novartis is prepared to present a one-time offer of $300 million for your HIV treatment technology, and we warmly welcome you to come to Switzerland for study, work, and life. Hoffman, the representative from Novartis in Switzerland, has directly increased the offer to the figure of $300 million, which translates to nearly 2 billion Chinese yuan, a sum that resembles astronomical wealth, something countless individuals dream of possessing. Mr. Li Fu, Takeda Pharmaceutical also sincerely hopes to invite you to become our Director of Pharmaceutical Technology. We equally welcome you to our nation for study and living, as our two countries have historically shared a close relationship, with numerous cultural similarities that you would undoubtedly find familiar. As for the technology in the hands of Li Fujian for treating AIDS, we are equally willing to offer a one-time payment of $300 million for outright acquisition. Of course, we can also provide a generous profit-sharing scheme, and we kindly request Li Fujian's consideration. Takeda Pharmaceuticals Jiro Takeda, speaking in fluent Mandarin, exhibited an exceedingly respectful demeanor, clearly demonstrating sincerity in his offer. Have these foreigners lost their minds? Money seems to be of no consequence to them. Whether it be $200 million or $300 million, they throw it around without a second thought. If only this technology were in my possession, with such substantial funds. There are myriad ways to procure this technology. Why complicate matters? After all, he is merely a young upstart who stumbled upon this discovery. Yet, they are willing to invest hundreds of millions to help establish a first-rate laboratory, along with annual funding exceeding $100 million. It is utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Shin Kong and Song Qingba, who had remained silent, could not contain their astonishment upon hearing the offers from various foreign pharmaceutical companies. It is simply outrageous. They treat money as if it holds no value. The two could not fathom the mindset and rationale of these foreigners. According to their own conventional thinking and practices, research and investment are mere wastes of money with no tangible returns. It would be far more pragmatic to wait for others to develop the technology and then devise a means to acquire it. Chapter 47. The theft of the new drug within a conference room at the Yanhuang University-affiliated hospital. A group of foreign representatives anxiously presented their terms, each bidding higher than the last, all vying to procure Li Fu's innovative technology for treating the HIV virus. However, their ambitions extended far beyond this singular achievement. They were particularly fixated on Li Fu himself, the pioneer in a groundbreaking realm of biotechnology, one that harnesses viruses to combat viruses. Unquestionably, Li Fu stands as the preeminent figure in this field, while global scientists struggle to find their footing. Securing Li Fu would undoubtedly catapult their nation's biotechnological advancements to the forefront of the world, ensuring that their country and company thrive in this new domain. This potential was sufficient to drive these top-tier hospitals and enterprises to invest heavily in attracting Li Fu, backed by the support of their respective governments, all eager to win him over. Thus, the conditions presented were exceedingly generous. Li Fu listened intently, refraining from expressing any opinions or displaying even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Yet, beside him, Louis grew increasingly anxious as the stakes raised higher, fearing that Li Fu might succumb to the allure of these enticing offers, considering his tender age. "Have you all finished speaking?" When silence enveloped the room and all eyes turned toward him, Li Fu finally broke his silence. "Since everyone has concluded their remarks, it is now my turn to speak. Firstly, I shall not accept any invitations from any nation or organization to depart from Huaxia. I was born of this land, and I shall remain its spirit in death. Furthermore, I shall not sell the technology in my possession to anyone. Having expressed my thoughts, I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. Indeed, I have not misjudged the character of those present. To be born a Huaxia person and to die a Huaxia soul." At this, Lu Yi beamed with joy, all his concerns and anxieties dissipating. This pivotal technology, crucial to the nation in the burgeoning field of biotechnology, has been solely the endeavor of Li Fu. As long as Li Fu remains in Huaxia, the nation shall maintain its leading edge in this domain. Shen Kong and Song Qingba exchanged faint smiles. As long as this technology does not venture abroad, their respective enterprises still hold opportunities, and they are determined to partake in this substantial opportunity. Meanwhile, upon exiting the conference room, Li Fu felt a sense of vexation. Despite his attempts to remain elusive, both domestic and international pharmaceutical enterprises had managed to locate him, each vying for a piece of this promising market. Nevertheless, Li Fu had already devised a plan. He possessed not only the technology, but also an abundance of capital. With the revenues from Wang Zhenong Yao, he was no longer in a desperate financial situation as he once was months ago. Li Fu intends to establish a company dedicated solely to the production of medication for the treatment of AIDS. This vast opportunity presents an ample prospect for him to amass significant wealth, while simultaneously attracting substantial investment on a global scale to lay the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. Xiaoying, please assist me in researching the necessary procedures and qualifications for starting a pharmaceutical enterprise. We must commence preparations immediately to expedite the production of the medication, swiftly introduce it to the market, and subsequently draw funds from it to facilitate our next steps. In his mind, Li Fu commanded Xiaoying to thoroughly understand the pertinent laws and regulations to prepare for the establishment of his company. At the affiliated hospital of Yanwan University, within the AIDS trial area, Tao Yin, donned in a pristine white coat, cautiously accepted a high-tech locked box from Li Fu. Within this secure container lay 5 vials of the AIDS treatment medication he had developed, intended for injection into 5 volunteers today. Tao Yin is a nurse at the hospital, currently assigned to care for these special patients, assisting with the administration of medication, blood sample collection, and managing any unexpected situations. Being a nurse can be exceedingly demanding, yet the remuneration is often not as high as one might expect. There is a common misconception that hospitals are excessively profitable, leading many to believe that a visit could easily cost thousands, and that nurses and similar staff within hospitals are reaping substantial financial rewards. However, this is not the case. The income of nurses is not particularly high. Even within the esteemed hospitals affiliated with prestigious universities in the capital, their earnings can only be deemed average. Yet, the capital is a place of significance, residing under the emperor's feet, where the pressures of life are immense, especially for those who have migrated northward. The exorbitant housing prices, exceeding tens of thousands per square meter, become the lifelong aspirations of countless individuals. Tao Yin is no exception. Since graduating, she has remained in the capital, tirelessly working alongside her boyfriend for several years, dreaming of owning a home in this city. However, this dream seems perpetually out of reach. Both Tao Yin and her boyfriend come from modest backgrounds, with their parents' financial capabilities being quite limited, offering little assistance in this monumental endeavor. They can only rely on their own efforts. Nevertheless, the soaring real estate prices in the capital have reached astronomical heights, even in Yinjiao. Prices have surged to several tens of thousands per square meter, and within the inner ring, the costs are so staggering that merely considering them is daunting. Over the years since graduation, the couple has diligently worked to save for a home, with Tao Yin often hesitating for long periods before purchasing even a single piece of clothing. Despite their relentless efforts to earn and save, they find themselves unable to keep pace with the relentless rise in housing prices. Particularly in recent years, the capital's property prices have skyrocketed, doubling in just a few years to an utterly despairing and terrifying level, leaving Tao Yin and her boyfriend to lament their unfulfilled aspirations. However, just yesterday, someone approached Tao Yin with an enticing proposition. If she could procure the highly sought-after new medication for the treatment of AIDS from the affiliated hospital of Yenhuang University, she would be awarded a staggering sum of 20 million yuan. This amount was astronomical for Tao Yin, sufficient for her to purchase a decent apartment within a few rings and still have a surplus, allowing her to live comfortably in the days to come. Tempted by the offer, she resolved to take action. Chapter 48. Purchasing a home at a renowned beef restaurant, Li Dajiao Beef Shop, located near Yenhuang University. The establishment prides itself on serving only the freshest meat, sourced from cattle slaughtered on the same day, never resorting to imported frozen beef. Although the prices are steep, the flavor of the beef is truly exceptional, making it a favorite haunt for Li Fu. Each visit, he indulges in copious amounts of beef. As his cultivation of energy deepens, so too does his requirement for sustenance. Most importantly, he must consume meat. Ordinary carbohydrates simply do not suffice, as Xiaoying explains. The vitality inherent in meat is essential. At this moment, Li Fu and Wang Yun were relishing the delectable beef, engaging in lively conversation. Li Fu shared his long-conceived plan with Wang Yun, buying a house. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Living in hotels day after day is utterly unsanitary and disrupts one's routine. It is high time you considered purchasing a home. Wang Yin pondered briefly before smiling. It is indeed time to buy a house. Otherwise, how will you marry someone in the future? How about accompanying me to view some properties later? Li Fu nodded with a solemn expression and remarked, "How shameless. Who said anything about marrying you? Which area are you considering for a residence? Real estate in the capital is certainly not inexpensive." Wang Yun rolled her eyes at Li Fu and then, seemingly lost in thought, inquired, "Perhaps something closer to the school? I have no intention of moving to another district. Yes, a community with a pleasant environment would be ideal, preferably one that is already renovated and furnished, allowing for immediate occupancy. I will look into the better communities surrounding our school. It seems unlikely that new apartments are available. We will probably have to settle for second-hand properties. There's Huaxia Garden, Qingshui Garden, Huaqing Garden, and Zhongtian International, but the options are quite limited, and they mostly consist of smaller units. Wang Yin took out her phone and began searching online. As a renowned university, Yanhuang University finds itself in a highly sought-after area, making housing scarce. Li Fu also grabbed his phone to search, and upon discovering the prices, he was taken aback. He had long heard that real estate prices in the capital had soared to astronomical heights, but he was astonished to see the reality. Over 110,000 per square meter. Li Fu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. The prices were exorbitant, far exceeding his initial expectations of around tens of thousands per square meter, now reaching over 100,000. What is so peculiar about this? It should be noted that the property prices in Yinjiao have already surged to 30,000 to 40,000 per square meter. This area is within the ring, where the average price of surrounding properties has exceeded 80,000 per square meter. Furthermore, the vicinity is adorned with a university town, home to various prestigious institutions, which is what one refers to as a school district property, making prices exceeding 100,000 quite commonplace. Wang Yun, having grown up in the capital, has long since become accustomed to such phenomena. Indeed, prices have escalated to astronomical heights. Even a modest 100 square meter unit now demands over 1 million, a sum that would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to amass throughout their lifetime. Li Fu could not help but shake his head. As a rural native, he found it difficult to comprehend such exorbitant housing costs. 100 square meters? It seems our wealthy Li is contemplating the purchase of a larger residence. However, most properties in the area are typically between 40 to 60 square meters, and it appears there are hardly any larger units available. Upon hearing Li Fu's remarks, Wang Yun offered a subtle smile, for she was well aware of Li Fu's financial standing. As a major shareholder in the immensely lucrative game Honor of Kings, he could certainly be regarded as a wealthy individual. How could one possibly reside in a mere 40 square meter dwelling? If one must purchase, it is only sensible to seek a more spacious option. Thus, a search for larger properties should commence. Li Fu's current affluence permits such assertions. Otherwise, for an average individual, acquiring a modest apartment near Yanhuang University would indeed be a remarkable achievement. In close proximity to our school lies a duplex residence within Huaxia Garden, boasting a total area exceeding 200 square meters across its 2 levels. Due to its considerable size, the property has languished without interest, prompting the owner to list it at a price of 110,000 yuan, offering the 210 square meter home at a selling price equivalent to 200 square meters. Wang Yun meticulously sifted through the listings and soon discovered pertinent information. Upon reviewing, she noted that Huaxia Garden is indeed quite near our school. Li Fu quickly followed suit, searching for related details and examining them with care. The decor of the residence was impressive, exuding a sense of opulence, aligning closely with the owner's description. Originally intended for personal occupancy, the owner is now in urgent need of funds and is willing to part with the property, which comes complete with an exquisite array of furnishings. This is quite appealing. It perfectly matches your criteria. Ample space, furnished, and equipped with a full set of luxurious items, allowing for a seamless move-in experience without the need for additional effort. As Wang Yun surveyed the details, she nodded in satisfaction. Her discerning eye recognized the quality of the renovations, evidently a significant investment. I will call to arrange a viewing with the agent. If everything aligns as expected, we shall proceed with the purchase, she declared. Li Fu, having also scrutinized the listing thoroughly, nodded in agreement, equally pleased with the property, its proximity to the school, generous size, and readiness for immediate occupancy without the hassle of additional renovations or appliance purchases, ensuring a remarkably stress-free transition. In Building 8, Unit 901 of Huaxia Garden, Wang Yun accompanied Li Fu as they meticulously inspected the property. Beside them, the agent Chun Huaxing wore a broad smile, enthusiastically providing details about the residence. The owner was compelled to sell due to a shortage of operational funds for their enterprise. However, the property's vast area, spanning over 200 square meters across 2 levels, coupled with a price exceeding 20 million, meant inquiries were scarce. The house, oriented north to south, boasted excellent ventilation and occupied a prime location within Huaxia Garden, making it one of the finest residences in the entire community. Originally, over $1 million had been spent on its renovation, featuring exquisite hardwood flooring and top-tier furnishings. Indeed, it was impressive. Li Fu and Wang Yun spent more than 2 hours thoroughly examining the expansive 200 square meter abode. Eventually, Li Fu nodded in agreement, just as the introduction suggested. The previous owner had intended to reside there, not sell, ensuring that every aspect was chosen with utmost care. Li Fu was particularly fond of the study, having long desired a spacious library. "Shall we purchase this house?" he remarked to Wang Yun, gazing at the large study, the grand rosewood desk, and the towering bookshelves that adorned 3 walls, filled with an array of books. "The house is splendid. If you like it, let us acquire it," he encouraged. Wang Yun smiled and nodded. After her meticulous examination, she concluded that this house was indeed quite remarkable. The former owner must have been a person of considerable taste, as each arrangement bore the hallmark of renowned artisans. "Mr. Chun, I have decided to purchase this house. Kindly contact the owner to facilitate the necessary procedures." Li Fu's words filled the agent Chun Huaxing with immense joy. He had never anticipated such a swift transaction for this property, and he would stand to gain a substantial commission from it. Excellent. I shall contact the owner immediately. Chun Huaxing responded cheerfully, his mind racing as he calculated his potential earnings from this deal. Meanwhile, he reached out to the owner. How disheartening it was to compare oneself to others. Despite years of diligent effort in the real estate business, acquiring a home in the capital remained an elusive dream for him. These two young individuals, capable of purchasing a property worth over 20 million in an instant, must surely be the offspring of some affluent magnate. Ah, the art of being born into fortune. Chun Huaxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 49. Hand in Hand, Growing Old Together. Few. I'm utterly exhausted. I never anticipated that there would be so many items to purchase, with bags piling up. Yet, the experience of wandering through the supermarket is quite enjoyable. One word encapsulates it all: buy. In the realm of shopping, it appears that all women share a commonality, and Wang Yun is no exception. She assumes the responsibility of procuring nearly everything, meticulously selecting the appropriate brand of toothpaste and contemplating the various scents. In stark contrast, Li Fu tends to toss items into the shopping cart without a second thought, eschewing the luxury of time-consuming deliberation. This perhaps illustrates the fundamental differences between men and women. Women possess a deeper understanding of life, a knack for enhancing their existence through attention to detail, while men often focus on broader perspectives, neglecting the subtleties. Finally, the necessity of residing in hotels has come to an end, and in the capital, a sense of home has been established. Owning a house signifies the creation of a home, which instills a profound sense of stability, allowing one to devote themselves earnestly to their career. This phenomenon elucidates the continuous rise in property prices, as the populace harbors a unique emotional connection to homes. Establishing a household is intrinsically linked to career development. Wang Yang, smiling, expressed her fondness for the house. Ayun, will you be my girlfriend? Without you, even residing in a palace would lack charm. Only in your presence does a place truly feel like home. At that moment, Li Fu gently placed a key into Wang Yun's hand, gazing at her with sincerity in his eyes as he slowly spoke. In truth, Li Fu had long sought an opportunity to confess his feelings to Wang Yun. Although their acquaintance spanned merely a few fleeting months, their bond had blossomed remarkably, and they were now frequently seen together, traversing the campus as if they were an inseparable couple. Those around them had already begun to regard them as partners. To hold your hand and grow old together. I, Li Fu, vow to cherish you in this lifetime. Upon hearing Li Fu's promise, Wang Yun was profoundly moved, her eyes gently closing as a blush enveloped her cheeks. Gradually, her cherry-red lips inched closer to Li Fu's. In that moment, Li Fu felt as though the world had turned upside down. An exquisite sensation surged within him, compelling him to close his eyes and embrace Wang Yun, surrendering to the enchanting realm they had created together. After what felt like an eternity, the two seemed reluctant to part, slowly separating, with Li Fu holding Wang Yun tightly, tenderly caressing her silky hair. Wang Yun felt her face ablaze with warmth, burying her head deep in Li Fu's embrace, savoring the serene and steady aura he exuded, a comforting presence akin to a warm harbor, making it difficult to leave. Since solidifying their relationship, Li Fu and Wang Yun naturally appeared as a pair throughout Yanhuang University, causing countless admirers who once held hopes for Wang Yun to lament their loss, mourning the departure of such a fine lady now claimed by another. Certainly, the two individuals enveloped in happiness remained utterly indifferent to the perceptions of others, completely absorbed in their blissful existence, as if the entire universe had dwindled to just the two of them. At the affiliated hospital of Yanhuang University, as the last volunteer was discharged in good health, all 30 volunteers had been cured, with not a single case of any unusual complications. Remarkably, the vast majority experienced a swift recovery, with the newly developed drug by Li Fu demonstrating its remarkable efficacy within a mere few days post-injection. The HIV virus within the patients was entirely consumed by the super rice virus. Even those volunteers who had been teetering on the brink of death declared by doctors to have only a few days left to live, were miraculously saved, with the first to be discharged, Xiao Zhoulin, exemplifying this extraordinary outcome. The successful recovery of all 30 volunteers signifies the complete effectiveness of Li Fu's innovative medication against AIDS, establishing its capacity to flawlessly cure the disease. It further validates Li Fu's original proposition of employing a virus to combat another virus, a notion that has proven to be entirely accurate. This groundbreaking advancement in the realm of biological sciences has rapidly garnered attention within the global scientific community. The previously unyielding doctrine that viruses would not consume one another has been ruthlessly shattered, revealing that viruses can indeed devour one another, and that humanity can harness viruses to eradicate other viruses, thereby fulfilling the objective of treating various stubborn ailments. Undoubtedly, Li Fu has become a figure of great interest to major media outlets worldwide. At the tender age of 21, he is merely a third-year student hailing from humble beginnings. His relentless dedication to his studies and numerous commendable deeds have been thoroughly unearthed. Time magazine has lavished him with accolades, proclaiming him one of the 10 most extraordinary youths of contemporary times, a scientist of unparalleled greatness in the annals of human history, a giant in the field of biological sciences following Darwin, and an inspiring young leader, among countless other honors. Moreover, the groundbreaking technologies in biological sciences that Li Fu has mastered have naturally become coveted assets sought after by nations around the globe. Within the campus of Yanhuang University, throngs of individuals are on a quest to find Li Fu, inundated with an overwhelming array of invitations and flattering overtures, to the point where he now hesitates to appear in public at the university, finding the attention rather burdensome. Chapter 50. Returning home for the new year in Unit 901 of Building 8 in Huaxia Garden, Wang Yun, embodying the essence of a devoted partner, assists Li Fu in packing his belongings while displaying a sense of reluctance. The thought of their impending separation for more than half a month casts a shadow over her joy. Li Fu gently embraces Wang Yun, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Truth be told, he too is loath to part with the beauty in his arms. After several days of relentless work in the laboratory focused on the large-scale production of super rice virus, he is preparing for the establishment of his own enterprise. The future of the company has been set with a clear objective: to become the most renowned enterprise dedicated to gaming globally, bringing immense joy to players worldwide. As a major shareholder, Li Fu naturally plays a significant role in this endeavor, as his forthcoming plans necessitate a continuous influx of capital from the company. However, it is evident that Li Fu's primary focus will not linger in this domain. His foray into gaming serves merely as a means to secure initial profits. The subsequent management and operations will be entrusted to Zhao Dongye and his associates, and as long as the financial aspects remain intact, Li Fu will refrain from intervening. It indeed seems rather premature. Perhaps next year will suffice. Li Fu nodded slightly, then joyfully lifted Wang Yun, spinning around with delight. Look at how happy you are. By the way, I purchased 2 gifts for your parents. Could you please help me deliver them? Wang Yun shot Li Fu a glance and replied, "What did you buy? My parents will surely be over the moon. Just some ordinary clothing. I wonder if your parents will like them," he responded. "They will undoubtedly appreciate them. How could they not cherish the gifts from their future daughter-in-law? Impossible. You can expect a barrage of phone calls daily, pestering you to the point of exasperation." In the Sanjiang town of Meijiang County, Jiangnan Province, lies Li Fu's hometown, a region steeped in a rich revolutionary history. Meijiang County is a nationally designated key poverty-stricken area, with a population of approximately 800,000. However, its GDP for the entirety of 2016 barely exceeded 10 billion yuan. The economic structure is predominantly agricultural, with little to no industrial development, limited to some mining activities and the processing of agricultural products. Nestled in hilly mountainous terrain, the transportation has historically been quite inconvenient. In the past, Li Fu would embark on his journey to pursue education by first taking a motorcycle from Lijia village to Sanjiang town, then boarding a rural bus to Meijiang County. followed by a long-distance bus to the provincial capital of Jiangnan, Hongdu, and finally taking a train from Hongdu to the capital city. This arduous journey, filled with transfers and jolting rides, left him utterly fatigued, yet there was no alternative, as the transportation options were exceedingly limited. However, in recent years, thanks to the rapid development of the nation, particularly the advancements in high-speed rail and highways, Zhejiang County has been fortunate to seize new opportunities. The introduction of high-speed trains and the construction of several expressways have significantly improved the transportation conditions. At the Sanjiang Town bus station, Li Fu stepped out with his bags in tow, surveying his surroundings with a keen eye. Everything felt remarkably familiar, with little change since his last visit. This dilapidated station seemed destined to remain in its current state of neglect, and the surrounding concrete roads were perpetually covered in a thick layer of dirt, riddled with potholes and muddied water. However, there has been a significant increase in the number of private vehicles on the roads. Cars adorned with out-of-town license plates congest the thoroughfares, and upon encountering acquaintances, drivers often halt their vehicles to engage in conversation, entirely disregarding the ever-growing queue of cars behind them. Nowadays, young people feel quite embarrassed if they do not possess a vehicle to showcase when meeting others. Thus, during the festive season, those with cars naturally take the opportunity to drive into town for a leisurely stroll. Yet, in a small town with narrow roads, compounded by the unruly army of motorcycles that roam freely, and most crucially, the widespread disregard for rules, chaos ensues with vehicles parked haphazardly. Consequently, during the New Year celebrations, the town becomes inundated with people and vehicles, leading to severe congestion, to the point where walking proves to be swifter than driving. At this moment, Li Fu perceives this contradiction, which epitomizes a common phenomenon across rural regions in the entirety of Huaxia. "Brother, you've grown taller." Upon reuniting with his sibling, Li Fu remarked with a smile, observing Li Xing, who now towered over him by half a head. Li Xing chuckled and patted his own head. He had always enjoyed measuring his height against Li Fu's since childhood. In their younger days, he could not match up, but now he had finally surpassed Li Fu, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters. Li Xing assisted Li Fu in carrying several large and small bundles to a motorcycle. Soon, they were navigating the congested roads with difficulty, but once they exited the bounds of Sanjiang Town, the traffic eased considerably. With a swift twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward along the rural paths. At that moment, the landscape was adorned in the vestiges of autumn and winter. The rice in the fields had long been harvested, leaving an air of desolation in the open spaces. Along the roadside, one could occasionally spot villages, some with houses elegantly constructed like charming villas, while others remained humble, earthen dwellings. Lijia Village, situated merely a few kilometers from Sanjiang Town, was easily accessible due to the extensive network of cement roads that connected each village. Moreover, with Li Xing being a young man, he rode the motorcycle at a brisk pace, allowing them to arrive at their destination swiftly. "Oh, isn't that Li Fu, the one who made it to the news?" Many of the elderly residents exclaimed upon seeing him. Lijia Village was relatively large, comprising around 100 households and several hundred inhabitants. At that moment, many elders greeted Li Fu with enthusiasm. "Third Granny, it has been such a long time since I last saw you." "Third Uncle, you are as industrious as ever." "The new year is approaching. You ought to take a few days to rest." Li Fu reciprocated their greetings with a smile. As the entire village of Lijia was intertwined through generations, essentially forming one large family, Li Fu has truly become remarkable, even in his childhood. I sensed he was a dragon among men. Just look at him. He was the first from our village to gain admission to a prestigious national university. And now he has even developed a medication for treating a certain ailment, which has made it to the news. Indeed, my grandson is also attending university, and he informed me that this particular technology could be valued in the billions and has the potential to save millions of lives. The villagers are all abuzz with discussions about Li Fu. Undoubtedly, he has achieved great renown. And even the elder residents are aware that a great scientist has emerged from their village. Chapter 51. The matter of borrowing money, the older generation tends to favor sons over daughters, considering daughters as belonging to other families, which leads to a focus solely on the males. Li Erlang has 4 older sisters and 1 older brother, placing him as the 6th child. Li Fu's grandparents had already passed away before his birth, so after Li Fu and his brother Li Xing were born, their parents could not, like other families, leave their children in the care of grandparents while they sought work elsewhere. Instead, they remained at home to cultivate the land. Year after year, the toil of farming yielded scant returns, primarily relying on the sale of grain for income. Living in a hilly region, each household had limited farmland, and with the added burden of supporting Li Fu and Li Xing's education, it is evident that their lives were marked by considerable poverty. Were it not for the decline in farming over recent years, allowing them to cultivate others' fields, even the prospect of financing the education of Li Fu and his brother would have posed a significant challenge. The family home remains a modest structure of earth and bricks, the last of its kind in the village that has yet to see a new dwelling rise. Li Fu's parents have long harbored hopes of saving enough to build a new house, and over the years, they have managed to accumulate a modest sum. However, with Li Fu on the cusp of graduating from university and soon facing the significant milestone of marriage, the prospect of constructing a new home must be indefinitely postponed. As Li Fu approached, the delightful aroma of his mother Lu Shueishio's cooking wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses with the fragrance of his favorite dish. Upon hearing her son's voice, Lu Shueishio emerged from the kitchen, her face alight with joy. Naturally, a parent takes immense pride in their child's accomplishments. "Where's Dad?" Li Fu inquired as he surveyed their humble abode, consisting of merely 2 rooms. Though somewhat worn, Lu Shueishio had maintained it with remarkable care, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere that spoke of home. The mention of Li Fu's father, Li Erlang, seemed to ignite Lu Shueishio's frustration, her cooking growing more fervent as she spoke. Confused, Li Fu pondered the matter. He had achieved a measure of success, and his younger brother Li Xing had also excelled academically, earning a place in university. What could possibly trouble their father? As Li Fu reflected on their relatives, he found the situation even more perplexing. Although their family faced financial hardships, they had never sought monetary assistance from them. There were no ancestral treasures to dispute, and his father, a simple and honest farmer, was not the sort to engage in quarrels. Alas, he thought, this situation must surely stem from your father's own timidity and meekness. The more Lu Shueishio spoke, the more infuriated she became, ultimately deciding to stop even mentioning the vegetables. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Reflecting on a lifetime spent alongside Li Erlang, she realized she had never gained any comforts, no delectable meals, no cozy home, nor fine clothing. She had labored tirelessly, enduring all manner of hardships. Yet, it was particularly disheartening that Li Fu's father was so spineless, and her tears flowed freely. "Mother, it's all right, it's all right. You have your son here," Li Fu said, rushing over to comfort his weeping mother. "Brother, here's the situation. You transferred 5 million to the family, right? We were all set to start building a new house last month. But then, Father, in his folly, revealed the 5 million matter, and now we've stirred up a hornet's nest. All our relatives have come knocking at our door to borrow money." Li Xing chimed in, elaborating on the unfolding events. "Your second aunt's family is so wealthy, yet they came to us seeking a loan. They own several properties in the county, and their son drives a car worth hundreds of thousands, yet they shamelessly asked to borrow 1 million. Then there's your third aunt's family. Years ago, when we needed funds for your school fees, we couldn't even borrow 500 from them. Now they have the audacity to come to us, claiming they need 50,000 to buy a car for their son to get married, specifically a BMW. And your uncle, who never lifted a finger when your father was wronged, now speaks of brotherly bonds when it's time to ask for money, demanding 2 million right off the bat." Upon reaching this point, Lu Shueishio immediately exclaimed, reciting the names of each relative aloud, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Borrow money?" Li Fu's brows furrowed in disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. In the countryside, Nearly every household is laden with numerous relatives, a multitude of distant aunts and uncles, making it nearly impossible to keep count. Moreover, those distant relatives, who had never previously reached out, have suddenly appeared at our doorstep ever since you gained recognition on television, each one seeking to borrow money under various pretenses, treating our family as if we were a mere source of sustenance, fearful of being left behind and missing out on a share. Has father lent out all the money? After listening, Li Fu frowned, fully aware of his father's character, Li Erling. His father was, at best, a man of simple honesty, utterly lacking in the ability to refuse anyone, and at worst, as his mother Lu Shueixia would say, quite spineless. Had I not hidden the savings book away, your father would have indeed lent out the entire sum of 5 million you provided, utterly devoid of any self-respect. Are those relatives truly in need of money? With a mere mention of sibling affection, your father becomes speechless, swayed by whatever anyone else suggests. Can you believe that he actually nodded in agreement to lend money? Do you have any idea how much each of them wishes to borrow? Your eldest An's family is requesting 2 million. Your second An's family is asking for 5 million, and your third An's family claims they need 4 million, each one more audacious than the last. The total amount being sought has now escalated to several tens of millions. Moreover, they are all feeling dissatisfied now. Auntie S family believes they have received less and has approached your father in hopes of borrowing more, while second An's family shares a similar sentiment. Uncle's family is even more vocal about their grievances. Every relative seems to fear that they have not received their fair share. Each day, they relentlessly pursue your father, urging him to agree to lend them money, and it's uncertain how much he has already promised to lend. Coughing, Lu Shueixia became increasingly agitated, tears streaming down her face. She watched with hopeful anticipation as her son's hard-earned struggles were finally nearing an end, allowing for a glimpse of a better life ahead. Yet, Li Fu's father could not even muster the courage to refuse such requests. Having grasped the entire situation, Li Fu felt a sense of clarity. He found no surprise in the matter. Given his father's character, such behavior was to be expected. His father had never turned away anyone seeking assistance. And in the past, when their family was impoverished, no one would approach them for loans. Now that their circumstances had improved, relatives flocked to them eagerly. Mother, there is no need to be upset, nor to shed tears over this. Father is simply too soft-hearted. It's not as if the money has already been lent out. Li Fu attempted to comfort his mother. It was disheartening that such a trivial matter could bring her to tears, and he found himself at a loss for words regarding his father's behavior. Indeed, what is there to lament? It is only natural for relatives to assist one another. However, in matters of borrowing money, it is meant for urgent needs, not for alleviating poverty. Moreover, they are not impoverished. They merely perceive my brother's success and wish to extract benefits from our family. Each one voices their desire to borrow money. But should it be lent? Who would repay it? The funds remain in my brother's possession, and yet these relatives are already embroiled in incessant disputes, each claiming how they have previously aided our family and thus deserve to receive a certain amount in return. It is a classic case of arguing over a meal that is still being prepared. Mother, do not be upset. What is there to be angry about? The money resides with your son, and they shall not obtain a single cent. In the past, when our family sought financial assistance, only aunt and uncle came to our aid, while others were as stingy as can be. Now, they shamelessly wish to borrow money. Li Fu smiled gently, continuing to comfort his mother. Truth be told, this situation is quite intricate. In rural areas, there are countless trivial matters among relatives and neighbors, and mishandling them can lead to perpetual quarrels, transforming acquaintances into bitter foes. Yet, in essence, it is rather simple. If only Li Fu's father were a tad more resolute in his refusals, what should be a straightforward matter would not have evolved into such a nuisance. These relatives and friends do not genuinely require money for emergencies. A clear and decisive refusal would suffice. As for what they say, it is entirely unnecessary to pay heed to their words. Take, for instance, the absurdity of Li Fu's aunt claiming she needs to borrow money to purchase a BMW for a wedding. Such talk is utterly nonsensical, a mere pretext for what is clearly a one-sided transaction akin to a robbery. My son, you must not emulate your father. Otherwise, even if you possess immense wealth, it will never suffice to satisfy their ever-growing appetites. Each of them now resembles a lion with an insatiable hunger, fearful that their demands may be outstripped by others. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Lu Shueisha wiped her tears and could not help but caution him. Rest assured. Chapter 52. The Rise of Gambling Delicious. Delectable. There is nothing quite like a meal prepared by mother. I have adored pig's ears since childhood, and no one can replicate my mother's unique flavor. Comforting his mother, Li Fu savored his meal heartily, continually praising her culinary skills in an effort to divert her attention from distressing thoughts. My dear child, if it pleases you, eat to your heart's content. I will cook for you every day. Indeed, seeing her son relish her cooking brought a smile to Lu Shueisha's face as she served him more dishes, her expression filled with maternal affection. Li Fu's younger brother, Li Xing, joined in the conversation, evidently understanding Li Fu's intent and also wishing to spare their mother from sorrowful thoughts. Observing her two sons, Lu Shueisha's face glowed with joy. Despite a lifetime of tears, witnessing the success of her children made every struggle worthwhile. Brother, could you share with me how you developed the treatment for the HIV virus? You have made headlines, and I imagine your name is known across the globe. Li Xing, being a clever child, shifted the topic to Li Fu. It was merely serendipity. I stumbled upon it during my research, never anticipating it would yield results. Li Fu chuckled, acknowledging that indeed it was luck. Without the advanced seed of civilization from a superior culture, he would have never achieved his current feats. He might have remained an ordinary university student, destined for a mundane life. Oh, by the way, Mom, my girlfriend Wang Yun has bought several garments for you and Dad. Please have a look and see if they suit you. As he spoke, Li Fu presented the clothes that Wang Yun had purchased to his mother. She caressed the new attire, her face brimming with joy. Regardless of the quality of the gift, the thoughtfulness behind it endeared Wang Yun to Li Fu's mother. Even before their meeting. Yes, Li Fu nodded, then continued to enjoy his meal. Throughout dinner, the two brothers made an effort to share aspects of their lives, aiming to distract their mother from sorrowful thoughts. Thus, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and warmth. Wow, the transformation in the village is truly remarkable. The old houses have vanished, replaced by charming little villas. It seems everyone has prospered over the years. After finishing his meal, Li Fu decided to take a stroll around the village, a place where he had grown up, now feeling increasingly unfamiliar. Many of the once familiar spots had undergone significant transformations. The most striking change was the near-complete disappearance of the old houses. Every family had erected charming villas, each more exquisite than the last, and the layout was impressively organized. Clearly, the efforts of rural revitalization had borne fruit. As he walked, he naturally greeted the village as elders, uncles, and grandparents. The elderly were becoming increasingly scarce, and many familiar faces had vanished. With each step, he felt a sense of nostalgia and couldn't help but engage in warm exchanges with the seniors he encountered. Perhaps this meeting would be their last. Halfway through his walk, Li Fu observed that the village was predominantly populated by the elderly and playful children, while the younger men seemed to have all but disappeared. He hoped to find his childhood friend, Li Chong, to share a conversation. So he made his way to Li Chong's home to inquire about his father, Li Yuebao. Upon being asked about his son, Li Chong, Li Yuebao became quite agitated and began to recount with fervor. He worked throughout the year, with only the new year offering a chance for leisure, which he deemed quite normal. Li Fu smiled and offered some words of comfort. However, he lamented that the youth in their village were not merely indulging in leisure. They were gambling, and the stakes seemed to grow ever higher. They all appeared to be quite affluent. Sighing, he reflected that had there been stricter guidance in the past, and had they pursued their studies like Li Yuebao, they could have achieved much. Look at you, so refined. Now you are even a distinguished scientist. Li Yuebao shook his head, realizing that his son had grown independent, earning and spending his own money, leaving him with no authority over his choices. There are wins and losses, after all. Where could they be playing? I might as well join them. It has been ages since we last shared a conversation. Li Fu smiled, reminiscing about the companions of his childhood, a grin spreading across his face. Where else could they be? Surely at the village shop owned by Li Dazue. It seems every place has turned into a casino, and nearly all the village's youth gather there, with more than 10 mahjong tables in operation. Li Yuebao spoke with utmost certainty. All right, I shall go find them, he said, departing. Li Fu bid farewell with a smile and made his way towards the village shop. At that moment, Li Dazue's home was bustling with activity. People frequently entered, but few emerged. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and the sounds of various shouts filled the atmosphere. Some were playing mahjong, others were engaged in a game of SUSI-MANHUA, and some were engrossed in do nyo. This place was a veritable haven for gambling, attracting the village's youth and those who relished excitement. No wonder I couldn't find you. It seems you are all gathered here. Upon arriving at Li Dazue's residence, Li Fu noted that despite the family's lack of agricultural pursuits, they were quite affluent, owning a spacious house with a foundation covering nearly 300 square meters. As Li Fu stepped onto the first floor and entered the largest room, familiar faces emerged, all intently absorbed in their mahjong games. Familiar faces greeted Li Fu with warm smiles as they busily engaged in a game of mahjong. Yet, where was that rascal Li Chong? After surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of him, Li Fu inquired. Ah, he's upstairs playing SUSI-MANHUA. He wouldn't deign to join us for a simple game of mahjong. The group continued their leisurely play, and Li Fu chuckled as he ascended the stairs in search of Li Chong. This Li Dazue certainly knew how to manage his affairs. It's no wonder he prospered in this venture. The first floor was dedicated to casual mahjong games, while the second floor boasted various private mahjong rooms where the stakes were considerably higher. Shaking his head with a smile, Li Fu wandered through the second floor, encountering many familiar faces, young players engrossed in their games, each room a sanctuary of concentration and camaraderie, devoid of outsiders. Upon reaching the third floor, he discovered rows of card tables bustling with activity. Here, groups of all ages were absorbed in playing do nyo, their enthusiasm palpable. Winners laughed joyously while losers vented their frustrations, slamming tables and hurling exclamations. Finally, on the fourth floor, Li Fu found his childhood companion, Li Chong, seated at an octagonal table surrounded by a circle of eager players. Each held a hefty stack of red bills, and the table was piled high with cash. Silence enveloped them, as if they were engaged in an intense battle, each player locked in a fierce competition. Even the arrival of Li Fu failed to capture anyone's attention. He approached Li Chong, who was meticulously shuffling the cards, completely engrossed at the table. 300, Li Chong exclaimed, casting several red bills onto the table without a trace of regret. Damn it, what a stroke of luck. Jinhua has encountered a straight flush. Soon, the outcome of the game became evident, and Li Chong's stack of red bills was swiftly depleted, losing several thousand in one hand. Xiangzi, Li Fu shook his head, observing the rampant gambling culture in the village. With a bit of money in their pockets, villagers were now wagering larger sums than ever before. Just moments ago, Li Chong and his companions had been playing for stakes exceeding 10,000 at the table. Upon hearing Li Fu's voice, the others finally noticed the presence of an additional person and turned to him eagerly, smiling as they inquired, "You just got home? We thought no one was around, but it seems everyone is gathered here." Li Fu chuckled, recognizing that those present were friends from his childhood. "Come on, everyone, make some room for Brother Fu. He is now a globally renowned scientist, a veritable billionaire." Li Chong laughed as he motioned for people to clear a spot for Li Fu, elaborating that news of Li Fu's accomplishments had long since spread throughout the village, and everyone was aware. Yes, hurry up. The true tycoon has arrived. Compared to Brother Fu, we are but mere trifles. It's a rare opportunity to play together. The others chimed in, enthusiastically urging Li Fu to join the card game. "Everyone, have fun. I truly cannot play." Li Fu chuckled and shook his head, showing no interest in gambling whatsoever. Chapter 53. Observations and Reflections Upon leaving the home of Li Dazue, Li Fu could not help but shake his head. The scene he had just witnessed compelled reflection. The rural populace had only recently begun to enjoy a modicum of prosperity, yet gambling had become exceedingly popular. Such occurrences were not confined to Li's village, but were, in fact, prevalent across the rural expanses of China, particularly among the youth, despite their meager incomes, often derived from laborious factory or construction jobs. Gambling seemed to take precedence. Li Chong, whom Li Fu had encountered, earned approximately 5,000 yuan a month in a factory, yet young people squandered their money readily, leaving little to save. After a year of arduous toil, they might manage to accumulate a mere 20,000 yuan. Yet come the Lunar New Year, that money appeared to lose its value. The stakes escalated as they gambled, and in the blink of an eye, their hard-earned savings vanished. As Li Fu strolled through the village, he noticed that the young people were engrossed in gambling at Li Dazue's place, leaving only the elderly and women to chat among themselves. Wandering further, he arrived at the village's center, beneath a large camphor tree, once a favored gathering spot. It remained bustling with activity, though it was devoid of young adults. Instead, groups of children played joyfully. Nearby, several elderly women held bowls in their hands, conversing with one another while occasionally feeding their grandchildren morsels of food. For these elderly women, their grandchildren are treasures, and they cannot bear to see them go hungry. When the little ones engage in playful antics, mealtimes can extend to 1 or 2 hours, as they tend to savor every morsel, fearing it might dissolve in their mouths. This indulgence towards the younger generation is exacerbated by the improved living conditions of today. In the current rural landscape, children often venture out to work at a remarkably young age, with many becoming parents by the age of 20. Upon the birth of a child, the responsibility is swiftly handed over to the grandparents, allowing the young parents to lead carefree lives, as if procreation were merely a duty fulfilled, after which they detach from parental obligations. The older generation, experiencing a profound sense of generational affection, tends to spoil these children, especially since families are now smaller and conditions have improved. Consequently, many children at home are treated like little princes and princesses, where everything is catered to their whims. However, once they step outside, they often exhibit timid behavior, displaying a profound fear of strangers. In terms of education, the older generation lacks the sternness they once wielded while raising their own children. They now tend to pamper and indulge the young ones, coupled with a long-standing absence of parental affection. This has led to various personality issues among the children. Furthermore, their academic performance is alarmingly poor. Within the vast confines of Li family village, there are scarcely any children who excel in their studies. Most merely drift through school, only to find themselves repeating their parents' paths by leaving to work as soon as they reach junior high. After spending several years outside, one either engages in romantic relationships early on, subsequently becomes a parent, and then entrusts the children to their elders, perpetuating this cycle through generations. Even those who manage to purchase homes in the city often adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards their children's education. Coupled with numerous reports over the years regarding the struggles faced by university graduates and the widespread availability of higher education, many parents have come to believe that studying holds little significant value. Consequently, they become increasingly indifferent towards education, convinced that earning a living through labor suffices without the necessity of academic achievement. In the past, Li Fu's family served as a quintessential example in the village to illustrate the futility of education. The prevailing belief was that Li Fu's parents, despite their investment in sending their 2 sons to university, ultimately emerged as the poorest family in the village, while others flourished in newly built homes, leaving Li Fu's family residing in a dilapidated structure of bricks and mud. As Li Fu strolled through the village, he attentively observed the diligent elder generation, the carefree youth enthralled by gambling, and the erratic behavior of the younger generation, lacking parental guidance. This encapsulates the rural society that Li Fu currently perceives, a community not yet prosperous, yet evidently troubled. Despite the ongoing urbanization, the rural population remains significantly substantial, with intricate connections between urban and rural dwellers. In such a rural society, one wonders what the future holds for China. The industrious spirit and resilience once embodied by previous generations are scarcely visible in today's youth, though this may also reflect the advancement of society. However, the issue of education is indeed profoundly concerning. The disparity between urban and rural areas is stark. Urban residents invest significantly in the education of their children, while rural regions appear to be devoid of hope. It is no wonder that some assert that it will be increasingly challenging for those from humble beginnings to rise to prominence. As Li Fu walked, he pondered these matters. Previously, he might not have reflected on such issues, as they seemed beyond his purview, especially while grappling with basic survival. Yet now, he found himself compelled to contemplate this dilemma. Having acquired the seeds of advanced civilization, he possessed a plethora of cutting-edge technologies that could easily elevate Huaxia to become the mightiest nation on this planet. But what of the future? In comparison to the vast cosmos, Earth appears insignificantly small. Any civilization aspiring to navigate the expanse of the universe must possess formidable strength. Rapidly enhancing the might of a civilization is no simple feat. Only those civilizations of exceptional quality can ascend swiftly within the cosmic arena. What defines an exceptional civilization can often be discerned from the character of its citizenry. Huaxia has experienced its own periods of glory over millennia, with the Han and Tang dynasties inspiring neighboring nations to emulate their successes. Yet, throughout history, dynasties have risen and fallen. There have been instances where powerful empires were bested by minority regimes with sparse populations, raising numerous questions worthy of contemplation. In modern times, there has been a prolonged period of setbacks and subjugation lasting a century. Subsequently, from the ashes, a rebirth occurred, leading to a rapid resurgence, establishing itself as one of the most significant nations on Earth. The descendants of Yin and Huang are among the most industrious and intelligent people globally, capable of rising repeatedly, which speaks volumes of their resilience. However, it is undeniable that within the rich tapestry of Huaxia culture, there exist numerous detrimental elements, leading to cycles of decline and even replacement by minority regimes, raising many profound questions worthy of contemplation. As Li Fu pondered more deeply, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Having acquired the seeds of a super-civilization, he felt a natural inclination to become the guiding figure, steering Huaxia beyond the confines of Earth and into the realm of a formidable cosmic civilization. Yet, the realities he observed in the rural landscape left him perplexed about how to alter such a situation. Despite possessing an array of advanced technologies, he sensed that certain issues transcended mere technological solutions, much like the Song dynasty, which, despite its economic, cultural, and technological superiority over neighboring regimes, could not escape the fate of annual tributes and subservience, heavily favoring civil governance while neglecting military power. The court was dominated by civil officials, possessing immense national strength and a plethora of astute talents. Yet all were consumed by internal strife. From the moment he obtained the seeds of the super-civilization, Li Fu had set his sights on leading Huaxia to traverse the cosmos. However, confronted with the current state of affairs, he felt utterly at a loss, uncertain of how to effectuate change. Throughout the rural expanse of Huaxia, such occurrences have become exceedingly commonplace. The once industrious and self-sacrificing people of Huaxia have now aged, while the new generation embodies an entirely different spirit, casting a shadow of concern over the future. As Li Fu pondered, he occasionally glanced skyward, as if seeking to glimpse the distant cosmos, envisioning the scenes of formidable civilizations traversing the universe, and dreaming of the descendants of Yin and Huang journeying across celestial realms. Perhaps I can take it step by step. Since altering all of Huaxia in one fell swoop is unattainable, I might begin with my own hometown, embarking on a gradual exploration of the path to strength for the descendants of Yin and Huang, laying a solid foundation capable of navigating the cosmos. Li Fu's eyes sparkled with determination, a smile gracing his face. Soon, after a stroll through the village, he returned to his doorstep, where he was met with the sight of numerous small vehicles and a throng of motorcycles. The sounds emanating from within were boisterous, unmistakably signaling the arrival of his relatives. At this moment, within the dilapidated brick and tile abode of Li Fu's family, all his aunts and uncles had gathered, each accompanied by at least one companion. With some entire families present, more numerous than when Li Fu celebrated his acceptance into university. At this moment, Li Xing, the younger brother, was busy arranging chairs for everyone in the room, which was filled to capacity. Li Fu's father, Li Erlang, with hair now streaked with gray and a face etched with the wrinkles of time and the trials of life, was simultaneously smoking a cigarette and entertaining the guests. I remarked, "Old heir, you've truly made it now. It's high time to consider upgrading your residence." With Li Fu nearing graduation, the matter of his marriage cannot be delayed any longer. Not only does he possess a charming little villa in Sanjiang town, but he has also acquired 5 or 6 properties in the county seat and drives a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Moreover, he has even followed in the footsteps of the affluent by taking a mistress. Li Fu's aunt had previously wept, protested, and even threatened to take drastic measures, yet ultimately, she had no choice but to accept this unfortunate reality, feeling utterly powerless against her husband, Jia Shan. Meanwhile, Jia Shan presented himself in a rather ostentatious manner. Dressed in a suit, clutching a handbag, adorned with a thick gold chain, and sporting a stout physique with glossy black hair. Although he was several years older than Li Fu's father, he appeared significantly younger. "Surely, we will move soon. We had actually planned to start on the new house last month," Li Fu's father said with a smile, reflecting on a lifetime of hardship. Now basking in the glory of his son's success and the presence of relatives in his home, a moment he had never experienced before. "Oh dear, what occasion is it today that has gathered everyone here?" Li Fu's second aunt, Lu Ermei, although nearing 50 years of age, still resembled a youthful figure. Sporting vibrant red curls, clad in high heels, cradling a small baby, and adorned with lipstick and foundation, which rendered her appearance significantly more youthful. At this moment, she wore a proud expression, frequently mentioning the old Li family. Other relatives were equally beaming, showering compliments upon Li Fu, expressing admiration for his achievements. The rural populace is no longer entirely devoid of knowledge, particularly with the younger generation being well informed. They all recognize that Li Fu has become an extraordinary figure, a globally renowned scientist who has developed a treatment for AIDS, drawing the attention of countless individuals eager to acquire the technology he possesses, offering substantial sums of money. "Li Fu, it's said that many are willing to pay a fortune for your new technology. You must be a bona fide billionaire now," Jia Shan remarked with a jovial smile, attempting to engage Li Fu. "Who said that? It's all nonsense. I haven't sold this technology. So where would the billionaire status come from?" Li Fu chuckled, shaking his head. "Not sold. Then how did your father acquire that 5 million? Li Fu's uncle, Li Dalong, immediately inquired. "There are reasons for not selling. My father's 5 million did not come from selling technology," Li Fu replied with a smile, choosing not to disclose the entirety of the situation. Indeed, he had earned no profit from the AIDS treatment technology. All his wealth stemmed from his success in the realm of mobile gaming. "I am aware that the money stems from the company you and your roommates established to create games. The immensely popular game, Honor of Kings, is indeed a product of your company. It is rumored that your firm is generating billions daily. Is that truly the case?" Meanwhile, my cousin Jia Fei, who resides with my aunt, possesses a wealth of information and has thoroughly examined various reports concerning Li Fu. The power of the media is formidable, and all of Li Fu's secrets have been unearthed. It cannot be so lucrative. Moreover, the equity held by others in the company surpasses mine, and we are barely making ends meet. Li Fu chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was not the time to feign wealth, as that would complicate matters further. Li Fu's uncle, Li Dalong, surveyed his sisters and cousins, and with their encouraging gazes, he was the first to speak up, for someone had to break the silence. "Your father has already agreed to borrow 2 million from our family to expedite this matter. As the expansion of the Li family is of paramount importance and cannot be postponed any longer." At this point, Li Dalong directed his gaze towards Li Erlang, who sat silently with a stern expression, smoking a cigarette. It was evident that this promise was likely to hold true. Indeed, Li Fu, you have attained considerable success, and we, your less fortunate relatives, hope to bask in your fortune as well. Your uncle has recently taken an interest in a mine and intends to invest 5 million. Yet our family is still short by 200,000. Thus, I implore you to consider extending a helping hand to your uncle. Someone took the lead, and Li Fu's second aunt, unwilling to lag behind, hurriedly articulated the reasons she had prepared for borrowing money, fearing she might fall behind the others. Li Fu, our family is not much different from your uncle's. Your cousin is already of a considerable age and has yet to secure a marriage proposal. Finally, there is a potential match, but the bride's family insists on a house in the county and even a BMW. I simply do not have that kind of money. Could you possibly lend a helping hand? Li Fu's third aunt chimed in as well, and naturally, others followed suit, all eyes turning toward Li Fu. It seemed that everyone was brimming with joyful ambitions: weddings, home purchases, car acquisitions, and investments. After listening, Li Fu smiled, although he had long been aware of these relatives' intentions. However, now, in their presence, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. When his family was impoverished, relatives seldom visited, save for his little aunt and maternal uncle, who maintained a yearly connection. Other relatives, particularly the second and third aunts, had not engaged with Li Fu's family for years. His father often felt disdainful during visits to their homes. Now, however, they all seemed to cherish familial bonds, disregarding the dilapidated state of Li Fu's brick house. In the past, when his father sought their financial assistance, they were all miserly, with only the little aunt and maternal uncle, despite their similar circumstances, willing to help. Yet now, those two families remained silent. Given the current financial constraints, it would be prudent to refrain from hasty purchases of homes, vehicles, or investments, and even from contemplating marriage until one is more financially stable. Li Fu smiled lightly and firmly declined, yet he refrained from uttering any harsh words. How could this young man speak in such a manner? The matter of marriage cannot be postponed. In rural areas, the number of young women is dwindling. If one does not seek to marry soon, it will only become increasingly difficult, especially with the rising bride price that escalates each year, becoming even more exorbitant in the coming year. Li Fu's words caused the faces of the relatives to darken, their earlier smiles fading away. Li Fu's third aunt immediately countered, questioning why marriage could not be postponed. She recalled her own experience when she was accepted into university, stating that one could wait until they had the means to attend college. Li Fu chuckled softly, remembering how, when he was accepted to university, his parents had to gather funds and were only 500 yuan short, needing to borrow from his third aunt's family. Her remark at that time nearly incensed Li Fu's parents. The notoriously stingy third aunt had said, "It's just university. If you have the money, go, and if not, wait until you do." Li Fu, you must be cautious with your words. It is essential for relatives to support one another. Now that you possess wealth, it is only right to assist others. Moreover, this sum is trivial for someone of your considerable fortune. Furthermore, your father has already agreed to lend money, and arrangements for marriages have been made. Homes and cars have been identified. Without your financial assistance, we will be unable to proceed with our plans. Li Fu's second uncle-in-law, Jia Shan, furrowed his brow slightly and brought up Li Fu's father, Li Erling. My father agreed to lend money, and it is he who has consented to such an arrangement. If anyone wishes to borrow, they should approach him directly. I have not given my approval. I maintain my stance. If one has the means, they may proceed with their affairs. If not, they should wait until they are financially capable. With that, Li Fu excused himself, departing without regard for their glances or murmurs. It was evident that borrowing money from Li Fu was utterly implausible. These relatives were not genuinely facing severe ailments requiring medical attention, and each of them had circumstances far superior to Li Fu's. Even in the case of a son's wedding, it was certain they had prepared some funds, and such events would hardly demand sums in the millions. This was not a bustling metropolis, but a rural area. Even in the county seat, Purchasing a house outright would only require several $100,000, and acquiring a modest vehicle would entail merely a few tens of thousands. To audaciously request millions, and even express a desire to purchase a BMW, was something only someone like Li Fu's father might entertain, as no one else would be so easily convinced. Li Fu's departure left those present in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances of surprise at his unambiguous rejection. They looked at one another, then at the silent Li Erlang, uncertain of how to proceed. "Second brother," one remarked. "What kind of father and head of the family are you? You cannot even take charge of such matters, and you didn't even speak to Li Fu just now." Li Fu's uncle, filled with a sense of exasperation akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil, addressed Li Erlang with palpable frustration. He felt as though his hopes had been dashed. After all, he believed that as a close relative, an uncle, no less, he might have been able to secure some financial assistance. However, it was evident from Li Fu's tone that there was no room for negotiation. The child had grown, his wings had strengthened, and there was little that could be done. Li Erlang, exhaling a puff of smoke, expressed his own resignation. In truth, he was also reluctant about the prospect of borrowing money, yet he found himself lacking the fortitude to resist the pleas of his relatives. With Li Fu's candid refusal, he felt a measure of relief wash over him. "I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," he mused. Though Li Fu had indeed matured, he was still, after all, the one in control of the household. It was essential for him to possess his own convictions. Moreover, once a promise is made, it is irrevocable. One cannot retract a commitment to lend even a single coin. Observing the situation, Jia Shan realized that any hope of discussing financial matters that day was futile. He decided against lingering further and, before departing, felt compelled to stoke the flames of discontent. "I too have pressing matters to attend to," he remarked. "It is truly disappointing that we are still family, yet asking for a small loan is met with such disdain." Other relatives echoed his sentiments, some resorting to outright insults, which only served to deepen the discomfort etched on the faces of Li Erlang, Lu Shuexiu, and Li Xing. They should have extended an invitation to stay for a meal before departing. Yet Lu Shuexiu, seething with anger, found herself unwilling even to utter such words, turning her gaze away as they drove off in their cars and motorcycles. "It is indeed wise for my brother to refrain from lending money to them. They are akin to ravenous wolves, insatiable in their demands. Should this precedent be set today, our household shall never find peace again, regardless of their financial status. They will incessantly seek us out." Li Xing, deep in contemplation, observed their demeanor, seemingly grasping the underlying truth. "Your brother must have seen through their fade long ago, for he would not stoop to the level of a spineless individual who, lacking capability, brazenly boasts about lending money, with millions at stake. I am genuinely curious to see the extent of your wealth that permits such a loan." Witnessing Jia Shan's departure, devoid of any words, "I firmly believe that the promised loan must not be a single cent less. 2 million. What do you intend to use as collateral? You dare to promise a sum you could never hope to earn in a lifetime." Today, Lu Shuexiu finally expressed her frustration, unreservedly chastising the ever-smoking Li Erlang. Such matters ought not to involve the son. It is Li Erlang who should assume the role of the heavy, while Li Fu plays the benevolent. In this manner, any criticism would be directed solely at Li Erlang, sparing Li Fu from unwarranted backlash. However, the situation has unfolded in precisely the opposite manner, with Li Erlang bearing the burden of the virtuous and Li Fu tarnished with the label of villain. Those relatives who failed to secure funds are certain to spread malicious gossip, potentially sullying Li Fu's previously untarnished reputation. Contemplating this, Lu Shuexiu's ire flared, and her demeanor towards Li Erlang grew increasingly severe, her words laden with reproach. On the other side, Li Fu stepped out of his home, only to find there was nowhere in particular to go. He decided to ascend the back mountain, intending to gaze into the distance and behold the beauty of his homeland. Li Fu's ancestral village is nestled in a hilly region. In any direction he looked, verdant peaks greeted his eyes. The back mountain of Li family village is not particularly high, and Li Fu soon reached its summit. as he surveyed the surroundings. The expansive view revealed the town of Sanjiang, instantly lifting his spirits and erasing the earlier discontent. He took out his phone and captured several photographs of the picturesque landscape to share with Wang Yun. The lush mountains and clear waters were indeed splendid. However, as material wealth increased, the mindset of the common folk remained stagnant. Gambling had become rampant, and the youth struggled with inadequate incomes, especially during the festive season when gambling reached its peak. A culture of comparison flourished, with children often left in the care of their grandparents, lacking both paternal and maternal love, and, more importantly, a proper education. This led to a generation developing a sense of entitlement, exhibiting volatile tempers, showing disinterest in learning, and refusing to engage in labor, rendering them incapable of self-sufficiency. Such a rural existence harbors no hope. Across the nation, countless villages mirror this troubling reality, making the prevalence of such phenomena alarmingly common. How can our nation, Huaxia, compete with other countries in the world, let alone aspire to rise? Li Fu, filled with unease, confided in Wang Yun. He had never pondered these issues before, but upon reflection, he could not help but feel an overwhelming concern for the future. Recently, I have overheard discussions among my grandfather and others regarding the issues plaguing rural areas. These challenges have transcended mere economic and material concerns, evolving into matters of civilizational development. Our nation, having initially opted for a strategy that concentrated resources in coastal regions, has consequently witnessed a stark imbalance in growth. The affluent eastern coastal areas now stand in stark comparison to developed nations such as those in Europe and America, while the central and western regions remain significantly underdeveloped. Moreover, with resources and employment opportunities heavily concentrated in major cities, rural inhabitants are compelled to seek work elsewhere. However, the cost of education in urban settings is exorbitantly high, and public schools prove exceedingly difficult for the children of migrant workers to access, often necessitating their parents' employment. This results in a prevalent situation where children are left in the care of the older generation. Such arrangements can lead to numerous complications, as rural education systems struggle to keep pace. Consequently, the proportion of university students hailing from rural backgrounds has diminished considerably over the years, reflecting a profoundly concerning reality. When this issue was raised, to Li Fu's surprise, Wang Yun articulated his thoughts with remarkable precision and clarity. The distribution of resources remains profoundly unequal. Logically, having previously concentrated resources on coastal development, there should now be a relative reallocation favoring the central and western regions. Yet, the reality starkly contrasts this notion. In comparison to their coastal counterparts, the central and western regions receive a disproportionately small share of resources, particularly evident in the realm of educational opportunities, where the disparity is glaring. You are indeed correct. Two exceedingly significant factors have contributed to the current state of rural China: developmental imbalance and inequitable resource distribution. After a conversation with Wang Yun, the perplexing issues that had lingered in Li Fu's mind suddenly became clear. This was not a matter of Li Fu's intellect being inferior to Wang Yun's, but rather a difference in the levels of exposure each had encountered. Li Fu had merely observed the superficial phenomena of rural life, while Wang Yun, due to familial connections, had discerned the essence and roots of these phenomena from a higher perspective. Yun, now I understand the path I must take. To transform our China, we must first begin with the transformation of my hometown. Li Fu exclaimed with excitement to Wang Yun. Transform China? I never anticipated your aspirations were so grand. Regardless of the choices you make, I will always support you. Wang Yun was taken aback to discover that Li Fu harbored such monumental ambitions, reminiscent of her own grandfather, who too had lofty dreams and dedicated his life to the prosperity of China. I love you, Yun. Upon hearing Wang Yun's words, Li Fu was deeply moved and could not help but express these heartfelt words. So, how do you envision transforming China and your hometown? Wang Yun replied with a loving emoji, then inquired about Li Fu's specific plans. It is certain that extensive land will be required. It is utterly implausible to acquire vast tracts of land in the capital. Thus, I have been contemplating the prospect of developing in other cities. However, I have now come to a resolution. I shall establish my company in my hometown. Although the initial phase may present numerous challenges, and there is even the possibility that power supply may not be assured, the land here is exceedingly affordable and readily available in large parcels. More importantly, this endeavor can stimulate the development of my hometown and allow me to contribute to its prosperity. As Li Fu gazed upon the splendid landscape of his homeland, he could not help but feel a sense of ambition stirring within him. Chapter 56. Planning for the hometown this year. Li Fu's family enjoyed a life of richness and harmony, united in joy. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had it not been for the incessant requests for loans from relatives. Li Fu resolutely declined all such requests, and news of this quickly spread throughout Sanjiang town, inevitably giving rise to a flurry of gossip. However, others were aware that even close relatives found it impossible to borrow money, which made it even more awkward for those less closely related to approach him. Consequently, the number of people seeking loans diminished significantly. Nevertheless, each day still saw a multitude of bold acquaintances and friends attempting to solicit funds from Li Fu. Naturally, he was even less inclined to lend money to these individuals. Otherwise, his distant relatives would indeed sever ties with him entirely. During the festive season, a profound sense of ennui enveloped Li Fu, particularly as he abstained from gambling and, having not borrowed money, avoided visiting relatives to maintain harmony. Thus, he found himself with ample leisure time, opting instead to traverse the towns surrounding Sanjiang on his motorcycle, meticulously sketching out a vision for the future. His presence was noted throughout several nearby towns, as he navigated the peaks of the mountains, surveying the landscape with an analytical eye. The primary challenge facing Sanjiang town lay in its hilly terrain, where vast expanses of flat land were a rarity, rendering it significantly disadvantaged compared to the plains. Clutching a comprehensive map of Meijiang County, Li Fu diligently studied the layout, having visited nearly every township within the county over the past few days, making countless rounds in the neighboring towns of Sanjiang. It must be acknowledged that fostering industrial development in such a hilly region is exceedingly arduous, fraught with numerous obstacles. Inadequate transportation, incomplete water and electricity infrastructure, and poor foundational conditions all contributed to Li Fu's fleeting impulses to abandon his aspirations. Nonetheless, this thorough exploration has granted him a clearer understanding of his hometown's underdevelopment, aptly described as a key impoverished county in the nation. The local economy remains predominantly agricultural, with the scant industrial activity limited to the processing of agricultural byproducts, such as timber mills, fruit enterprises, and livestock farms. The average income here is exceedingly low. In Sanjiang town, one can secure an individual for a meager monthly wage of 500 yuan to toil for 10 hours a day, without a single day of rest throughout the entire month. As for benefits such as social insurance and housing funds, they are completely non-existent. Currently, during the festive season, the area experiences a bit of liveliness. However, during ordinary times, it is exceptionally desolate. One can primarily see the elderly and children, as the presence of young adults is a rarity. The youth of this region predominantly migrate for work, leaving the elderly to care for the children and tend to agricultural duties. When it comes to education in Meijiang County, it is tragically underdeveloped. In Sanjiang town, during Li Fu's childhood, families had numerous children, which allowed for nearby schooling. However, nearby meant walking several li to get to school. Moreover, children from rural backgrounds are not afforded the same privileges as their urban counterparts. Even first graders would trek to school on foot, forming groups of young students from the village. Now, due to the prolonged absence of the rural youth, many families have opted to take their children with them to study elsewhere. Consequently, the number of children receiving an education in rural areas has dwindled significantly. Many schools, unable to recruit sufficient teachers, have been forced to close, leading to a situation where numerous children must travel to the town for their education. One can only imagine that, under such circumstances, the academic performance of these children is often lackluster, with the majority merely going through the motions, ultimately following in their parents' footsteps upon completing junior high school. It is not that rural individuals are inherently less capable of academic pursuits than their urban counterparts. Rather, the conditions for studying in rural areas are exceedingly arduous. Coupled with the disparities in teaching quality and educational standards, as well as the varying levels of parental support, the gap widens significantly. Naturally, the deeper one's understanding of their hometown, the more resolute Li Fu becomes in his decision to establish his enterprise there. In such a disadvantaged locale, if no one endeavors to instigate change, his hometown is bound to remain perpetually stagnant. The circumstances may be dire, but not entirely insurmountable. In recent years, the nation has been fervently advancing infrastructure projects, and even remote areas like his hometown have reaped substantial benefits. Remarkably, in the past 2 years, 2 expressways are set to open in Sanjiang Town, and Meijiang County, previously devoid of railway access, is soon to welcome high-speed trains. Moreover, nearly every village has achieved connectivity. Land here is exceedingly affordable, and the local government is particularly welcoming of external investments, especially those from high-tech enterprises like his. Securing land and favorable policies will undoubtedly be a straightforward process, presenting advantageous conditions. Additionally, his hometown boasts pristine landscapes, untouched by industrial pollution, which is of paramount importance to high-tech companies that maintain rigorous environmental standards. The pristine environment of his hometown will undoubtedly enhance its appeal. In the future, I aspire to establish a world-class prestigious university in Sanjiang Town, alongside various cutting-edge laboratories and corporate headquarters. The gently sloping terrain of the nearby Yuanjiang Town, complemented by the presence of a highway, renders it an ideal location for a high-tech industrial hub where factories and similar establishments can flourish. Although the upstream source town lacks convenient transportation, its pristine environment and excellent air quality make it a suitable site for research institutions and development centers. In his mind, Li Fu continuously sketches a grand blueprint while holding the seeds of super-civilization. His ambitions extend beyond merely venturing into the pharmaceutical industry. He envisions involvement in the automotive, electronics, internet, and advanced materials sectors, with future expansions into aerospace, aviation, and military industries as well. This necessitates a vast expanse of land, which elucidates Li Fu's hesitance to select the capital for his plans. In such a metropolis, orchestrating a colossal industrial framework presents significant challenges, particularly in securing adequate land, not to mention the exorbitant costs involved. Naturally, Li Fu could strategize his industrial framework on a national scale, leveraging the unique advantages of various regions to fulfill his conditions. This approach represents the optimal strategy and reflects a common phenomenon among major corporations in the country. Headquartered in a bustling metropolis, the research and development institutions are strategically located in areas abundant with universities, while factories are established in regions where labor and land costs are comparatively low. Sales targets span the entire nation and even the globe, as many international corporations embrace globalization to minimize expenses, enhance competitiveness, and expand their market reach. However, Li Fu stands apart. The company he is poised to launch will engage solely in high technology, an industry characterized by substantial profit margins. In this realm, costs are merely one of several factors to consider, with policies and research holding greater significance. Li Fu aspires to utilize his enterprise to invigorate the development of his hometown. Despite the prevailing unfavorable conditions, he remains steadfastly optimistic. Having acquired the seeds of super-civilization, if he cannot effect change in his own hometown, how could he possibly transform Huaxia and lead it into the interstellar and cosmic era? Thus, he contemplates initiating contact with the local authorities, with governmental assistance and support. Many challenges could become significantly more manageable. Having formulated his plan, Li Fu nods in agreement, acknowledging that every endeavor begins with difficulty, and it is only natural to first engage with the government. Chapter 57. Policies at your disposal. The Sanjiang Town government, situated at the heart of Sanjiang Town, occupies a charming white villa, regarded as the most attractive edifice in the entire town. In front of the government building lies Sanjiang Square, a favored locale for both young and old alike to relax and converse. Beside the square, numerous vendors sell children's toys, delectable snacks, spicy hot pot, and barbecued delicacies, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout Sanjiang Square. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, public gambling is even permitted here, albeit only on that specific day. At other times, the location's circumstances must be duly considered. Li Fu rode his family's motorcycle to this bustling place, intending to ascertain if anyone from the town government was present, hoping to establish contact with the local officials for preliminary discussions. Before entering the building, a massive banner caught Li Fu's attention, boldly proclaiming congratulations to Sanjiang Town's own Li Fu for his significant breakthroughs in the field of AIDS research. Clearly, news of Li Fu's development of a treatment for AIDS had already reached his hometown, and the local community took great pride in this achievement. After all, it was well known when a student from their town gained admission to a prestigious university, and now, Li Fu's accomplishments in the realm of biotechnology would undoubtedly be celebrated widely. At that moment, the building was largely devoid of people. It was, after all, the festive season, and the officials had long since begun their holidays. Only one individual remained on duty, seemingly bored as he played on his mobile phone, likely a recent graduate who had just passed the civil service examination, as only newcomers would be assigned such tedious duties during the holiday. "Hello," Li Fu approached and gently inquired. "Is there something you need?" The young man responded. "My name is Li Fu, and I am here to speak with the town's leaders regarding an urgent matter." Li Fu felt a tinge of embarrassment at this point, realizing he was unaware of the name of Sanjiang Town's official. "Are you Li Fu, the one who discovered the cure for AIDS?" Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Zhou Yi instantly perked up, scrutinizing Li Fu with keen interest. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure on television, a fact he had astonishingly overlooked moments ago. Indeed, it was unmistakably him. Li Fu smiled, remarking, "Seeing is believing. May I trouble you for an autograph?" "Well, I'm not a celebrity," he replied, but Li Fu, taken aback by the request for his signature, nonetheless consented with surprising ease. "Oh, to acquire the autograph of a great scientist who has developed a cure for AIDS. This class has truly been worthwhile." With Li Fu's autograph in hand, Zhou Yi's face lit up with joy. He eagerly snapped photos, shared them on social media, and carefully preserved the cherished keepsake. "My apologies. I nearly forgot to address the matter at hand. Is there something you need from our Secretary Dong?" After a few moments of excitement, Zhou Yi recalled that Li Fu had originally sought the town leader, prompting him to apologize for the oversight. "As it happens, I wish to establish a company in our hometown dedicated to the manufacturing and production of AIDS medication. With the new year approaching, I thought it an opportune moment to discuss this with the local authorities," Li Fu explained with a smile, unperturbed by Zhou Yi's earlier enthusiasm. "What? You intend to build a company for producing AIDS medication in Sanjiang Town?" Zhou Yi expressed his disbelief, for in his view, the notion of attracting investment to Sanjiang Town had never been entertained. Now, with Li Fu proposing the establishment of a company dedicated to the production of AIDS treatment medications in this very town, it seemed utterly implausible. What could possibly be amiss? Li Fu remarked, stroking his nose, as if he had anticipated such a reaction from his interlocutor. Yes, of course, it is entirely feasible. We wholeheartedly welcome this initiative. I shall contact Secretary Dong immediately, so he can engage in a detailed discussion with you." Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly. Had it been anyone else, he would have been skeptical. However, the fact that Li Fu hailed from Sanjiang Town lent a certain credibility to the prospect of establishing his enterprise in his hometown. In that instant, Zhou Yi realized that Sanjiang Town was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens, as if they had won a grand prize. If Li Fu truly set up his company there, it would undoubtedly equip Sanjiang Town with the wings necessary for soaring to new heights. In a flurry, Zhou Yi retrieved his mobile phone and hastily contacted the local officials, reaching out to Secretary Dong and Mayor Li. He succinctly conveyed the origin and development of the situation, Despite initial skepticism and incredulity, they expressed their intention to arrive promptly, urging Zhou Yi to extend a warm welcome to Li Fu. Let us first convene in the conference room for a while. Mayor Li will be here shortly. He is also a native of Sanjiang Town and resides nearby. While Secretary Dong, from the neighboring township, has rushed over upon hearing the news. With enthusiasm, Zhou Yi guided Li Fu to the conference room, pouring him tea and water as he spoke. Within a few minutes, Mayor Li, who was the closest, had arrived. Mayor Li, a local of Sanjiang Town, was in his 50s and had ascended to his position primarily through years of service. He was nearing retirement, with just a few years left in his tenure. "Oh, it's truly you, Li. I had a feeling a benefactor would arrive today, and I never expected it to be you, this esteemed scientist," exclaimed Li Youfu upon recognizing Li Fu. Their exchange was warm and cordial, despite it being their first meeting. The Li surname held considerable prominence in Sanjiang Town, making Li Youfu's greeting entirely appropriate, perhaps even akin to addressing a distant relative. "Greetings, Mayor Li." Li Fu, having encountered a variety of experiences, felt quite at ease. During the recent achievement conference, he had mingled with individuals of considerable stature, so meeting Li Youfu felt quite natural. "I hear you intend to establish a company that produces medication for the treatment of HIV in our Sanjiang Town?" Li Youfu quickly inquired, eager to express his pressing concern. If Li Fu indeed set up his company in Sanjiang Town, it would undoubtedly catalyze rapid growth for the area once the results were realized. "Yes, that is indeed my intention. I am here to discuss with the local authorities and explore any potential policies that could support this endeavor." "Haha, splendid. Our Sanjiang Town is finally on the brink of soaring. On behalf of the over 30,000 residents of Sanjiang Town, I thank you. Such gratitude is unwarranted. As a native of Sanjiang Town myself, my desire to establish my company here is fundamentally aimed at fostering the development of my hometown, which is in dire need of progress." Li Fu smiled and shook his head, expressing his sentiments with a sense of admiration. Truly, one cannot overlook the profound dedication of world-renowned scientists like Qian Shuesan and Qian Sanxiang, whose commitment to contributing to the development of their homeland is unmatched by ordinary individuals. The progress of our new China was largely due to distinguished scientists who forsook the comforts of life abroad to immerse themselves in the grand endeavor of national construction. Although Li Youfu may not possess extensive education, his experiences in the political arena have endowed him with a certain eloquence. At this moment, he draws a parallel between Li Fu and the great scientists. "Mayor Li, your praise is far too generous. I am nowhere near the caliber of those esteemed predecessors. Please, do not speak of me in such terms. It is truly humbling." Li Fu repeatedly shook his head, having held a deep admiration for these patriotic scientists since his youth. Li Youfu, now filled with joy, had come to the realization that Li Fu was indeed sincere. A world-renowned scientist would not engage in such jest with him. In terms of investment, both Sanjiang Town and Meijiang County are fervently eager, as it represents not just a significant opportunity for local economic development, but also a crucial metric for the officials. Economic investment promises progress, and with economic advancement, everyone's achievements shine, fostering hopes for promotions and advancements. It is important to note that Li Fu is indeed an innovator in high technology. He intends to establish a company that produces medication for the treatment of AIDS in Sanjiang Town, which is truly remarkable. In the past, even investments in agricultural enterprises were met with enthusiastic support from the local government. Now, the presence of a high-tech company surpasses those engaged in agriculture or mining. The significance of developing AIDS treatment is immeasurable, and even after considering preferential policies, the tax revenue alone is poised to substantially enhance the fiscal income of Meijiang County. In light of such a venture, Li Youfu has stated that any policy can be extended to you, and this is certainly not a jest or mere rhetoric. It is a genuine commitment that will be earnestly implemented from top to bottom, with no dissent on this matter. The arrival of such a company in Sanjiang Town is akin to a poor young man suddenly marrying into a wealthy family, a surreal stroke of luck. Chapter 58. The golden phoenix arrives in the mountain nook. This is truly splendid. Upon hearing Li Youfu's words, Li Fu couldn't help but smile. Naturally, when establishing a business, one hopes to secure as many advantageous policies as possible. With the robust support of the government, many complex matters can become exceedingly simple. Now that Li Youfu has made such a commitment on behalf of the Meijiang County government, Li Fu is assured that he will receive considerable governmental support in his future endeavors. Haha, esteemed scientist Li, my apologies for the tardiness. At that moment, a cheerful voice resonated from outside the door. The visitor was Dong Liye, a high-ranking official from Sanjiang Town, who, in his early 30s, had already ascended to the helm of the town. With a pair of spectacles perched on his nose and a pleasant demeanor, he entered the conference room, laughing heartily as he greeted Li Fu with a handshake. After a round of cordial exchanges, their conversation resumed. Dong Liye's face radiated joy. Being so young and already at the helm of a town, he naturally aspired to continue his upward trajectory. However, leading a district like Sanjiang, which was somewhat underdeveloped, presented its own challenges in achieving notable accomplishments. Now, with Li Fu's intention to invest in Sanjiang Town by establishing a company dedicated to producing medication for HIV, it was akin to a golden phoenix landing in a rural nest, promising to catalyze a rapid economic ascent for the town. As the leader of Sanjiang, Dong Liye would undoubtedly benefit from this progress, adding a significant and illustrious chapter to his career, which would be invaluable for his future endeavors. This urgency was the reason he hurriedly traveled from the neighboring township during the festive season. Haha, Secretary Dong, you flatter me. In truth, it is my concern for the backwardness of my hometown that compels me to contribute to its development. If everyone continues to flee to other places, our hometown will forever remain stagnant, Li Fu remarked with a smile, shaking his head before turning to the map in the conference room to elaborate on his plans. In the future, I intend to establish all my enterprises in my hometown, Sanjiang Town. Should conditions permit, I aspire to found a university, situate the headquarters of my company there, and house various laboratories within Sanjiang Town. In the downstream area of Yuanjiang Town, I will set up a multitude of factories, while the upstream source town will be designated for research and development institutions. Individuals such as Dong Liye, Li Youfu, and Zhou Yi were utterly astonished by Li Fu's grand vision, which encompassed the establishment of companies, laboratories, research organizations, and even a university in Sanjiang Town. Everyone was left in awe of Li Fu's monumental blueprint. It is truly difficult to fathom what Sanjiang Town could become if all these aspirations were realized. Li Youfu was profoundly shaken by Li Fu's ambitious vision, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had spent his entire life dreaming, yet never dared to dream so boldly. However, now Li Fu was revealing to them his intention to create a magnificent future in Sanjiang Town. Were anyone else to propose such an idea, they would have been swiftly dismissed. Yet before them stood Li Fu, a globally renowned biologist and a scientific pioneer in AIDS treatment. Technology is the foremost productive force, brimming with infinite possibilities, and they believed that Li Fu was not one to jest frivolously. Mr. Li, if we can indeed bring this grand vision to fruition in Sanjiang Town, please feel free to instruct us on what is required. Our government will wholeheartedly support you, Mr. Li. Dong Liye took a deep breath, astonished by the grand blueprint that Li Fu had outlined, one that far exceeded his imagination. Initially, he believed that Li Fu was merely investing in establishing a company here. However, it was now evident that Li Fu intended to completely transform his hometown. Joey, please meticulously record Mr. Li's plans. I will head to the county shortly to report to the leaders. I shall strive to secure every possible policy we can obtain. This time, Sanjiang Town is poised for a true leap forward. Dong Liye instructed Zhou Yi, his excitement palpable. If Li Fu's plans were to be realized, Sanjiang Town would no longer bear its name, and as its leader, Dong Liye would rise alongside it. His address to Li Fu had elevated to Mr. Li, a testament to his regard for the man before him, recognizing that this individual might indeed be his benefactor, capable of propelling him to new heights. Mr. Lee, the medication you have developed for the treatment of AIDS must be brought to market without delay. Although it is currently the holiday season, rest assured, our town is ready to serve you at a moment's notice, starting with myself, Dong Liye said with renewed enthusiasm. His intentions were straightforward. He hoped for Li Fu to expedite the investment process, as securing him firmly would herald a promising future for Sanjiang Town. I share the same sentiment. My intention was to take advantage of the Lunar New Year while I was back home to finalize the necessary arrangements for the company registration. However, with everyone on holiday, I found myself having to rely on my parents for assistance. Li Fu smiled, unfazed, as this was precisely the reason he sought the town leaders. That's quite manageable. I will have Zhou Yi accompany you throughout the process, ensuring that everything is completed at the swiftest pace. Additionally, Mr. Li, which area in Sanjiang Town has captured your interest? I can authorize the allocation of land to you immediately. We can expedite the construction of the company building, factory, and other facilities. Time is indeed of the essence, especially when it comes to the life-saving medication for HIV, which concerns millions of lives. As the conversation shifted to work, Dong Liye transformed with palpable enthusiasm. Grabbing a map of Sanjiang Town to engage in discussions with Li Fu, he was eager to witness significant transformations in the town. Li Fu, too, was unreserved. With a sweeping gesture, he earmarked a substantial piece of land and began deliberating further with them. In the days that followed, Li Fu truly experienced the remarkable efficiency of Huaxia. Within just one day, his company, Fuyun Technology, was officially registered, along with tax documentation and the establishment of a bank account. It is noteworthy that Li Fu's company was still in its infancy, lacking an office or factory, and many aspects did not meet the necessary requirements. However, with the steadfast support of Dong Li, Li Yufu, and the leaders of Meijiang County, everything became manageable, particularly when witnessing the addition of 500 million Hua coins in the bank account of Fuyun Technology Company. There was a profound sense of reassurance in backing Li Fu. It was reminiscent of the saying that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. Dong Li, Li Yufu, and others frequently visited Li Fu's residence, urging him to expedite the construction of the factory and office buildings. The construction of the factory naturally required meticulous attention. Li Fu dared not entrust it to the local construction companies. However, the building of employee dormitories and temporary headquarters could certainly be assigned to these local firms. The Sanjiang Town government became the office of Li Fu's company, and he frequented this location daily. At that moment, the conference room of the Sanjiang Town government was filled to capacity with representatives from all the well-informed construction companies in Meijiang County. Zhou Yi was warmly distributing bottled water to everyone, while Dong Li and Li Youfu took on the role of facilitators for this bidding conference. Since the agenda concerned the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Company and the future employee dormitories, Li Fu's initial budget reached an impressive 50 million, a substantial project for the construction companies in Meijiang County. Due to our significant demands regarding the speed of construction, coupled with an unwavering commitment to quality, we have segmented the entire project into 32 distinct parcels. I urge everyone to meticulously review the bidding documents. One must only take on what one can manage. Should the quality fall short or the project fail to meet the deadline, the disbursement of funds will not be an easy matter. Dong Liye, unlike his courteous demeanor towards Li Fu, addressed all present in the conference room with a resonant voice. Nevertheless, it was evident from his words that he was imbued with vigor and harbored a strong desire for Li Fu's company to commence operations promptly and transition into a formal establishment, with speed taking precedence. The projector in the conference room displayed a blueprint from the planning phase, designed and crafted by Xiao Ying at Li Fu's behest. The plan encompassed over 10 grand edifices, primarily intended for the accommodation of company employees, with one soaring 20 stories high earmarked as the future headquarters. The blueprint exuded an air of sophistication and aesthetic appeal, featuring lush greenery and exquisite designs, with each building clearly numbered. The representatives from the construction companies scrutinized their copies of the documents, recognizing that this tender was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. Although the timeline was indeed pressing and the quality expectations exceedingly high, there was no necessity for bribery this time. The government would extend robust support, allowing them to proceed with confidence. The bidding conference proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with each participating company beaming with joy, having secured a substantial share of the lucrative project, an opportunity that is indeed rare to come by. Soon, the news of Li Fu establishing a company dedicated to AIDS treatment in Sanjiang Town spread throughout the entire Meijiang County. The sign of the Rejuvenation Technology Company was illuminated, and the future headquarters swiftly transformed into a bustling construction site. Everyone realized that a golden phoenix had descended into this secluded valley. Chapter 59. Seeking a CEO throughout the New Year period, Li Fu found himself overwhelmingly occupied with the bidding and construction activities at the company. Without the unwavering support from the Sanjiang Town government and the assistance of his parents and younger brother, he would have been utterly swamped. Xiaoying, it seems imperative for me to recruit a few professional managers to help oversee the company. I am truly overwhelmed, struggling to manage everything alone, especially given my lack of experience in various matters. After inspecting the construction site, Li Fu appeared somewhat fatigued as he spoke to Xiaoying. Master, you should have sought professional managers from the outset to handle these affairs. However, given the urgency from the Sanjiang Town government, it was indeed a challenge to do so promptly. I have already identified potential candidates for you. You might consider reaching out to them. Yet, I suspect that many may be reluctant to relocate to such a remote area for the company. In his mind, Xiaoying swiftly unearthed a plethora of documents, each detailing candidates of exceptional promise, all possessing extensive experience in the operational management of large corporations. Most importantly, their character was beyond reproach, as Xiaoying's pervasive abilities had uncovered no faults. I shall reach out to them. With my reputation and the promising future of my company, it is perplexing that I cannot find a few exemplary professional managers. Li Fu retrieved his mobile phone, intending to make initial contact to ascertain their interest. Should they express willingness, he would arrange a meeting to engage in further discussions, ultimately solidifying the selection of the appropriate managerial candidates. He first turned his attention to the foremost document in his mind. Sun Yafeng, male, born in 1978 in Shanghai, attended Yanhuang University from 1994 to 1998, where he majored in business administration. He subsequently pursued an MBA at Harvard University, completing his studies with distinction. In 2005, he furthered his education at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, undertaking doctoral studies in management, and he obtained his PhD 2 years ahead of schedule. In July 2005, he joined Apple Incorporated as an assistant general manager for Greater China, tasked with assisting in the management of sales operations in the region. By 2006, he had ascended to the role of general manager for sales in the mainland China region. In 2007, he became the sales general manager for Greater China, and by 2010, he was appointed as the global vice president of Apple, overseeing sales in the Asia-Pacific region. From 2010 to 2017, he remained with Apple, holding various prestigious positions, including sales president and chief executive officer. In October 2017, due to personal reasons, Li Fu departed from Apple. He nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that Sun Yafeng possessed impressive credentials and experience, having held significant senior management positions in globally renowned corporations. Moreover, he had maintained a stable career with a single company since graduation, making him a rather ideal candidate. The information retrieved by Xiaoying was exceedingly comprehensive, detailing family circumstances even down to 3 generations and highlighting any notable figures within the lineage. Remarkably, the educational history was meticulously documented, tracing back to kindergarten, and included a compilation of various papers and speeches published during university. Post-employment performance was presented alongside charts for clarity. Let us reach out and see, Li Fu decided. He dialed Sun Yafeng's number, a personal contact that Xiaoying had adeptly uncovered. Otherwise, connecting with Sun would have proven quite challenging. Hello? A middle-aged man answered the call in English. Good day, may I speak with Mr. Sun Yafeng? Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? My name is Li Fu. I am considering starting my own company and would like to invite Mr. Sun to join my new venture. Would you be interested? Li Fu. Are you the Li Fu who developed the treatment for AIDS? Indeed, it is I. Allow me to elucidate the specifics of the situation, my company. Li Fu meticulously conveyed to Sun Yafeng the relevant circumstances, the company's future aspirations, development prospects, and the corresponding remuneration Li Fu would extend to Sun Yafeng. Mr. Li, I am truly grateful for your consideration. I find myself quite tempted and eager to join your new venture. However, my family resides overseas, and I cannot remain in the country for an extended period. Thus, I sincerely regret to decline your generous offer, and you may need to seek someone of greater merit. On the other end of the line, Sun Yafeng pondered for a considerable time. To be candid, he initially suspected it to be a ruse. However, after their conversation, he became convinced of its authenticity. Li Fu, brimming with confidence, eloquently painted a grand vision for Sun Yafeng, which stirred his interest considerably. Yet, as Xiaoying had anticipated, Sun Yafeng held no attraction to a remote place like Sanjiang town. Had it been in a cosmopolitan metropolis such as the imperial capital, he might have entertained the notion, for the convenience of transport and the ease of international connections would have made it feasible. What a pity it is to have troubled Mr. Sun today. Li Fu mused as he concluded the call. He recognized that many individuals in the elite circles of Huaxia had already emigrated abroad. Those who remained primarily sought to earn the means to support their families living overseas, with their spouses and children residing abroad while they toiled within the country. In truth, their family's identity had long since transformed into that of foreigners. Xiaoying, eliminate those who have immigrated abroad, whose wives and children are overseas. I cannot allow a foreigner, even one who was once a citizen of Huaxia, to manage my company. Li Fu instructed Xiaoying, his brow furrowed. Understood. But this will significantly reduce the number of candidates, leaving us with very few suitable options, she replied. As the profiles vanished from his mind, he was astonished to realize that less than 10% remained. The proportion of elite individuals who had emigrated was indeed alarmingly high. The candidates Xiaoying had selected were all top-tier management talents, absolute elites. The sheer number of those eliminated was truly concerning. With a sigh of contemplation, Li Fu shook his head and continued to review the remaining profiles. Fang Zheng, male, born in 1975 in Longjiang County, Jiangnan Province. Attended the Guanghua School of Management at Capital University from 1993 to 1999, earning an MBA. He obtained a doctorate in business management from Capital University in 2004. Fang joined ZX Company in 1999, working in the president's office. In 2000, he became the regional sales general manager for the northern region. By 2002, he was appointed national product sales director, advancing to 3G product director in 2004, and then to vice president of wireless product marketing in 2005. In 2007, he became the president of the wireless product line. In 2010, he began serving as the president of the strategy and marketing system. In 2015, he was the CEO of the Orange Consumer BG and chairman of ZX Terminal Company. He left ZX Company at the end of 2016 for personal reasons. Indeed, he is quite suitable. Li Fu gently nodded. Fang Zheng was a true local, brimming with ambition and innovative ideas. Born into a family of modest means with many siblings, his family had high hopes for him to pursue a career in politics after graduation. However, he was acutely aware that without connections, a smooth journey in the political arena was unlikely. Even securing a position in a state-owned enterprise would pose significant challenges. Defying his family's wishes, he chose to join the privately owned Orange Company, which at the time was not highly regarded. He aspired to realize his life's value through hard work and perseverance. His diligence was remarkable. His subordinates often received emails from him in the early hours of the morning. Indeed, his decision proved to be astute. As his peers who entered government positions gradually faded into obscurity, while Fang Zheng, through the rapid growth of Orange Company, began to distinguish himself in the telecommunications industry, both in China and globally. However, like many private enterprises, during a critical succession phase, the owner opted to pass the company to his own offspring, creating a significant obstacle for Fang Zheng. Recognizing the owner's intentions, he tactfully submitted his resignation, departing from the company he had dedicated 20 years to building. After leaving Orange Company, he received numerous invitations from various firms, including several world-class enterprises. Yet, none of these opportunities resonated with him. Either they were not in the technology sector he was familiar with, or he was unwilling to work for foreign entities. Moreover, he had no desire to leave China, leading him to remain unanchored. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. Li Fuyue increasingly perceived Fang Zheng as exceptionally capable and well-suited to assume the role of CEO in his company. Most significantly, Fang Zheng could be considered a kindred spirit, as their respective hometowns, Longjiang County and Meijiang County, were neighboring regions in close proximity to one another. Li Fuyue held a favorable impression of Fang Zheng in his mind and took out his phone to establish contact. Shortly, the call was connected, and after exchanging pleasantries about their families, Li Fuyue elaborated on the purpose of his call. "Mr. Li," he began, "I am currently at my hometown. If it is convenient for you, I would appreciate your visit here for a detailed discussion." Fang Zheng did not outright decline Li Fuyue's invitation. Instead, he warmly invited Li Fuyue to his own hometown for an in-person conversation. He understood that the distance between their residences was not considerable, merely a county apart. Furthermore, to decline would seem rather impetuous, and Fang Zheng was eager to meet Li Fuyue, to glean insights from this world-renowned scientist regarding his visions for the future and to ascertain whether Li Fuyue's intentions to transform his underdeveloped hometown were indeed as earnest as he claimed. Chapter 60. Fang Zheng. For the leader, you have vanished into his pupils. An additional update. In Fangjia Village, Longtu Town, Longjiang County, Li Fuyue meticulously examined this unfamiliar village. In comparison to his own hometown, Lijia Village, Fangjia Village bore similarities, featuring charming villas and groups of children playing. The younger generation had once again ventured out for work, leaving the village somewhat desolate and quiet. "Hello, sir," he inquired. "Could you please direct me to Fang Zheng's residence?" Li Fu intercepted an elderly gentleman to inquire about directions. "To Fang Zheng's residence? Just continue along this road. When you see the most exquisite house with a courtyard, that will be the one." The old man was quite amiable, providing Li Fu with detailed guidance. "Thank you, sir." Following the elder's directions, Li Fu swiftly arrived at Fang Zheng's home, a splendid villa complete with a garden. The architectural design bore the unmistakable hallmark of a renowned designer, clearly beyond the capabilities of local construction teams. It resembled a style reminiscent of Soviet gardens, seamlessly merging with the modern Western architectural emphasis on light and vistas, presenting a strikingly beautiful and grand appearance. The large gate stood wide open, revealing an interior lush with an array of flowers and plants, indicating that the owner possessed a refined taste. "Is this Mr. Fang Zheng's residence?" Li Fu inquired softly at the entrance. "Ah, Li Fu, please come in." A middle-aged man emerged upon hearing Li Fu's voice, impeccably dressed in a suit. With dark hair and a square face, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, undoubtedly, this was Fang Zheng. "Greetings, are you Mr. Fang?" Li Fu smiled as he approached to shake hands. "Indeed, it is I." The globally renowned scientist graces us with his presence. How could we not offer a warm welcome? Fang Zheng chuckled, ushering Li Fu into his reception area where tea had already been prepared, clearly indicating that Fang Zheng had anticipated the visit. His formal attire suggested the importance of the young man before him, who might very well become his future employer. Fang Zheng scrutinized Li Fu carefully. Li Fu's attire was simple, his appearance unremarkable, yet his face radiated a confident smile, exuding an intangible charisma that suggested he was extraordinary. As a senior professional manager, Fang Zheng was discerning about his employer. Not just anyone could earn his loyalty. He sought a boss worthy of a lifelong commitment, someone whose wealth was complemented by a grand vision for the company. This individual must be exceptional, not merely a privileged heir relying on connections and resources. It was akin to the legendary Zhuge Liang. Not everyone could summon such a talent. Truly capable individuals, akin to the famed steed red hair, would only serve those who possessed greater abilities, talents, and a genuine concern for the world. Since receiving Li Fu's call, Fang Zheng had conducted a thorough investigation into him. Li Fu emerged as a prodigious talent, remarkably young, yet already achieving significant breakthroughs in the field of biotechnology, earning global recognition as a distinguished scientist. However, it was not solely these accomplishments that captivated Fang Zheng's attention. What truly resonated with him was Li Fu's aspiration to transform his hometown. Sharing a rural background, Fang Zheng was acutely aware of the backwardness of his own home, feeling a profound urgency to instigate change. Yet, unlike Li Fu, who possessed a metaphorical golden finger, Fang Zheng's expertise lay in management, leaving him ill-equipped to tackle the broader challenges at hand. In a prior conversation with Li Fu, he was able to genuinely perceive Li Fu's determination to transform his hometown. However, he harbored reservations regarding Li Fu's decision to establish a company in his native place, recognizing numerous constraints that could hinder the company's growth. Nevertheless, Mr. Fang was inclined to meet Li Fu, curious to discover what this individual, akin in age to his own daughter, was truly like. Mr. Fang, what is your perspective on our rural areas in China? It is a matter of great concern. In recent years, our nation has vigorously promoted urbanization, leading many rural inhabitants to migrate to cities. Yet, correspondingly, there has been a lack of equitable and just treatment for migrant workers, particularly concerning their children's education and healthcare, among other critical aspects. Every time I behold the splendid houses in the countryside, only to find them unoccupied, and observe the numerous unattended children, I am filled with trepidation about the future of rural areas. Mr. Fang pointed out, with remarkable candor, the most alarming issue he perceives in rural areas, the education of the next generation. Coming from a rural background himself, he understands that education is the true catalyst for change. For rural individuals to elevate their circumstances, education is paramount, and Mr. Fang exemplifies this truth. However, the educational standards in rural areas have significantly lagged behind those in urban settings, with parents seeking work in distant places and grandparents indulging their grandchildren. The already inadequate rural education system has further deteriorated. Consequently, the current generation of rural children is severely disadvantaged in their educational pursuits, making it exceedingly challenging to cultivate talent. Gambling has become rampant. During the festive season, it is common for the youth to spend the entire new year at the gaming tables. The next generation, lacking proper education, and the gradually disappearing elder generation reflect the stark realities of rural life in our Huaxia. Li Fu, sharing in the concern, expressed his deep-seated affection for the land where he was raised, a sentiment that those from bustling urban centers can never truly grasp. As they discussed this issue, their conversation naturally deepened, both being familiar with rural life and sharing a common hope for the improvement of their hometown. Mr. Fang, he said, the establishment of my company in our hometown was a decision made after careful consideration. While a significant motivation was my desire to transform the backward conditions of our region, I also recognize the many advantages that rural areas possess: affordable land, picturesque landscapes, and a pristine environment. My company is committed to a high-tech trajectory. The future will not only see continuous innovation and development in the field of biotechnology, but will also undoubtedly extend into areas such as electronics, machinery, automotive, and renewable energy. Li Fu proceeded to elaborate on the ambitious development plans for his company, painting a grand vision for the future. Mr. Li, he interjected, with all due respect, while your contributions to biotechnology are remarkable, that does not necessarily imply that you will achieve similar success in other fields, does it? Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Li Fu may have been exaggerating. Achieving success in various fields of technology is indeed a formidable challenge, especially in an era where technological advancements are becoming increasingly intricate and expansive. Excelling in a single domain is already a commendable feat, perhaps, Mr. Fang is not aware that I am also one of the largest shareholders of the Wangzhe Nongyao Company, which is the very game developed under my guidance. Li Fu smiled faintly, dismissing Fang Zheng's skepticism, and revealed another facet of his identity. Wangzhenongyao? I am familiar with that company. It was the most successful startup of 2017. I had no idea you were at the heart of it. Fang Zheng was taken aback upon hearing this. He had meticulously studied Wangzhenongyao, a company that had rapidly risen to prominence solely through gaming. Leveraging the formidable revenue-generating capacity of its flagship game to outshine countless publicly traded companies. Mr. Fang, you need not worry at all about matters concerning funding and technology. The future of our company will undoubtedly exceed all expectations. I sincerely extend an official invitation for you to assume the role of CEO at Fuyun Technology. After a fruitful discussion, Li Fu earnestly invited Fang Zheng to join his company, believing him to be an exceptional candidate. Hailing from a rural background and possessing a deep affection for the land of his origins. I find no reason to decline. In truth, I have long harbored a desire to contribute to the development of my hometown. However, I do have a request. Should the company flourish and seek to expand externally in the future, I hope you might consider our Longjiang County. Mr. Fang responded with a cheerful smile and readily agreed, while also presenting a modest request. How wonderful! With Mr. Fang's involvement, I feel akin to Liu Bei gaining Zhuge Liang, possessing the resources to establish a formidable presence in the world. Of course, Mr. Fang's request poses no issue, with Longjiang County and Meijiang County in such close proximity. The benefits will undoubtedly be substantial in the future. The two then engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the company's future growth. It must be said that Mr. Fang truly exemplifies a professional manager, possessing a remarkable acumen in company management and planning. His insights on management were articulate and compelling, prompting continual nods of agreement from Li Fu.